Welcome back to CCT. We enter a new season, and most importantly, we enter the playoffs of the new season. Season number 2 has become underway, and you might have missed it with all of the TI qualifiers, EWC qualifiers, all of these things happening, but the announcements come through. There's going to be lots of European series, lots of South American series, and lots of amazing Dota to be played. We're hopefully going to be here throughout all the tournaments to watch with you, and if not watch with you, then talk you through them. I'm T-Time, he's Teltris, and we're here to have a good time. Teltris, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, this time around, the format has changed. You didn't exactly have a round robin coming in from the group stages. You did have a Swiss format, so a lot of teams were eliminated through that. No surprises, though, that some of these teams did end up making it through. But of course, for the group stages, we did have 4 teams each coming at it with that Swiss format. And then you had 4 teams...
No. It's a GSL format. Swiss formats are different. GSL formats basically mean, for anyone who's watching in, and for Teltris as well, that you are playing, you need to win 2 best of 3s to get out, and you can also just lose 2 3s to get out as well. It's a double elimination bracket with 2 teams to be removed, 2 teams to progress forward into the playoffs. Then obviously within the playoffs we have another double elimination bracket, because we don't believe here that you deserve to get out of the tournament just because you lose once. We think you have a chance to be humiliated twice. There you go. That's what Dota's all about. Playing again when you maybe shouldn't. No, of course not. We've had some fantastic storylines coming out from the lower brackets as well overall, and of course towards the end we've got a best of 5 finals fighting for a big old prize pool. Within the European edition, it is a total prize of about $50,000 or sorry, $40,000 or so, pretty good over there. And then first prize, of course, is the lion's share of that. Teltris, you had some interesting things you were tweeting about the lower brackets.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, sure, you have some of the invited teams in the form of Virtus Pro wildcard. Virtus Pro, of course, I believe, as far as I know, are not going to be competing because they have some other matches, I suppose. But you also still do have wildcard, Zero Tenacity, and One Move who are coming in, right? Meanwhile, lower brackets, it is still an elimination, right? At the end of the day, all of these teams are going to be competing into the upper brackets, but something that's very interesting about the lower brackets for CCT is that 60% of the time, and to be specific, 5 out of the 8 series from Season 1, the emerging champion has had to come from the lower brackets. And the emerging champions, these are teams like Abulus, Navi Jr. These are not one win. These are not lightweight teams. So seeing some of the underdogs beat these teams is fascinating, is amazing.
And speaking of underdogs winning, we've already had one underdog come out on top. Team Next Level beats VP. Extenuating circumstances there. Of course, we do obviously apologize for that. Unfortunately, listen, TI qualifiers are going on at the same time. The International is the World Championship of Dota. There is no surprises that, you know what, when there's a schedule clash like that, unfortunately, VP could not play. That sucks, but on the bright side, we do have Zero Tenacity versus Quantum coming up immediately after that, which is what you are going to be tuned into now, before we follow into Wildcard versus Bastion UA and One Move versus Runa team. Now, Zero Tenacity and Quantum, let's maybe zone in onto these 2 teams. Zero Tenacity being the invited team of the 2. And just a reminder, we do have 4 teams invited directly into the playoffs. For Zero Tenacity, this is going to be an interesting proving ground. Both of these teams, seemingly at a somewhat similar level, but for Zero Tenacity, losing out to the eventual champions of the EWC qualifiers in Navi Jr. felt like their run had been cut short. Obviously, a lot of players over here who are maybe like household names in the Tier 2 / Tier 2.5 Dota 2 scene, but unfortunately, that breakthrough hasn't been shown for them so far.
And I do believe that Zero Tenacity's best performance is yet to come. Of course, we'll have to take a look at Team Quantum, who did do a bit better in those close qualifiers, right? They did lose to Cybergoose, and Cybergoose who have actually qualified to one of the big major Tier 1 tournaments, right? But still, this is a team that does have some star power, at least as far as the Tier 2 scene goes. You have Mary, who back with Dragon Esports Club was the CCT Series 5 champion, right? So you do have a champion playing. And of course, you have Palantimos, you have Lucas and Einkrad, who all of these names, like you mentioned, household names, both for Zero Tenacity and Team Quantum. These are players that have been competing in CCT for a while. And I believe, much like the history of CCT has proven, that one of these teams, it may not be this series, it may not be a series number 2 either, but soon we might see one of these teams emerge as the champion themselves.
To be fair, it might be this series. Obviously, with the Virtus Pro already being out into the lower bracket, this is going to be very interesting for either one of these teams to try and carve their campaign out. I think nowadays such an important piece coming through over here for Zero Tenacity. He's obviously someone who started building into what he was hoping would be his big breakthrough with Alliance once upon a time, and as a carry, always felt like he was performing really well. Took a pretty extended break overall, but he's been able to get back into the scene a little bit more so. Lucas also on the other side. You are obviously comparing it out, carry versus carry. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys adjust into this matchup. On paper, Zero Tenacity should be the better team. They're invited and whatnot, but it does feel like Quantum has been making strides where they could actually maybe funnel resources through Lucas and make this work.
Definitely. And I will have to say that, Nande, it's very interesting because Nande, back with Mouse, actually won against Zero Tenacity in the EPL season 26, right? So Zero Tenacity probably saw the potential in this young player and decided to pick this player up for themselves. So that's something that I'm going to be interested in seeing. A lot of shifts do happen in the tier 2 or tier 3 scene, and for better or worse, sometimes teams get stronger, sometimes teams get weaker. We will have to see. This is a matchup that isn't exactly played too often, Zero Tenacity versus Team Quantum. So I am looking forward to seeing how exactly both of these teams are going to be drafting, what kind of strategy they're going to be bringing to the table, and whether or not we might see some niche picks come out.
Now, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing if we have Undying actually coming through for Zero Tenacity. They've largely been prioritizing that for Nefrit very often, and they like to play around it. I'll be honest, I don't love how they use it, though, because in the offlane position, it feels like it falls off really quickly once that early pipe is made, and after that, unless you're able to snowball through in that early 18 to 22 minute mark, you can struggle. It's also something that a lot of teams have identified and been trying to eliminate from the Zero Tenacity camp. So I'm surprised that early, maybe ban and whatnot hasn't been put there. Z10 themselves taking out the Death Prophet. Quantum was, they were raging on with the Death Prophet in all of the group stage matches as well. It was a big priority pick for them consistently, and it felt like whenever they were getting it through, they were really securing themselves at, early, late game, 30, 35 minute mark through it. It was genuinely really well played because you had a safe lane Death Prophet being put forward, generally paired it up with something like a like a Sven or so, just put it together so you've got all of that extra harass with the DP, still have a bit more of that extra push potential. It's been a good time for them. It's good to see that band.
Yeah, and Quantum love to play those meta favorite carry heroes, but they won't be getting it this time around. Back when they played against Team Nemiga, they decided to pick up the Templar Assassin twice, but that's been banned out now. Of course, the Swen, like you mentioned, is still in the pool, so we will see how they go about it. Now, I will say that Quantum has quite a dynamic hero pool, particularly on their mid lane. They seem to be able to play multiple high tempo heroes, and they're going to look to build up that tempo with an Undying pick, probably in a position 3, if I were to guess.
It also feels like it's a good deny pick as well because they're able to take that away from Nefrit, where you've got fewer bans obviously coming in towards that first picking stage. Maybe they just felt like it's more of a priority. Enigma is another hero that Zero Tenacity actually has managed to make work pretty massively, though.
I do wonder, though, because if you have a Tombstone drop down, and that's when Enigma comes in with the black hole, ideally you want your team to collapse upon inside of that black hole when the enemies are being controlled by it. But if the Tombstone comes out, which should happen in my opinion, then you won't have that kind of leeway in those fights. You might have to cancel your black hole, or you might even find yourself in big trouble because Quantum, again, can still go for that Swen.
One of the fun things, though, is that I do like about how Nefrit likes to play as Enigma, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, I'm saying it's a fun thing. I don't know whether it's a good thing or not. It's cool to see him go for this sort of Scythe of Ice Refresher build, which is, this more what once upon a time would be called like Pubby, where you're not building into items like a pipe, like a mechanism. Maybe it's going to be more necessary when you've got the Undying in front of you, obviously, but it does feel like he has that carry potential that Nefrit's always had to actually just explode through on his farm.
Now, I wonder if we might see a silencer pick come out from Quantum, because you do see a black hole, right? It would be certainly very potentially disastrous for Zero Tenacity if Quantum were to get that. And it's not just because you can cancel the black hole, it's also because you have an Undying, right? So a Tombstone plus the fact that for those 5 or 6 seconds of a global silence, those zombies are going to be constantly spawning, and Zero Tenacity are probably not going to have many options other than to try and mobilize around the fight, try and get back a little bit, reposition yourself, which is something that an Enigma doesn't exactly like to do, because you have to go all in.
Do you think they can just pick it themselves?
They could. I would definitely.
I feel like it's also really good to be able to just isolate out the Undying Tombstone if you want to do so. Just make sure that you can reset that fight really well. And with a double reset, yes, the problem is you are very cooldown dependent, and then you need heroes like a Sven, which is likely going to be taken out of the pool or something like it, to give you that carry that can also stun at the same time. But it's a Naga pick instead. Okay.
That's interesting. So that does give them that ability to reset that team fight, right? Not to mention it is pretty good against the Undying, because you can't pop the song and you can't take out the Tombstone at the same time. So it's something that can work for Zero Tenacity. I will say perhaps this is something that they wanted to take away from Quantum themselves, because the Naga Siren plus Undying combination would have been much worse to face up against for Zero Tenacity, because the zombies continually spawn even under the Song of the Siren. But Quantum, they're going to go for the El Clasico. They're going to go for the Rubik versus the Black Hole. I wonder if we might see this Rubik be able to steal that Black Hole.
I mean, you should always be able to steal a Black Hole.
But you do have the Naga Siren song, right? So it's not that simple.
Look, I at the end of the day, Rubik's just one of those hard counters to Enigma that do exist in the metagame. There's always a reason why Rubik and Silencer are just a pain in the bum. Enigma very often prioritized as a last pick historically because of it. But Sven's coming out on the other side. And now look, there is a problem I have with this, which is that you are looking at Sven and Undying together is always an interesting combination, right? Because Undying obviously is able to slow everyone down. Sven is the kind of chasing hero who wants to be able to get those extra right clicks in while his God Strength is still on. But the problem is that with a double reset on Zero Tenacity, Sven does feel like he's got a couple of extra limitations coming into it, right? Naga Song can isolate him even in the BKB, remove the rest of his teammates from him. You can focus down the Tombstone, focus down the Sven in the meanwhile. Obviously, very natural BKB builder, so if you want to go out for the Song plus Black Hole combination, that means you can focus him a lot more easily, because obviously with his BKB being on, if he gets into the Black Hole, Rubik can't steal it, or a reverse Black Hole without a BKB of his, you can just focus him down with a hero like a Terrorblade. I think Sven's actually a bit of a risky pick, even if it is obviously one of the big heroes in the metagame right now.
It is going to be interesting to see how this Sven positions, because I think, like you mentioned, the BKB into the Song is going to be that weak link for Quantum. The rest of their heroes are going to be disabled, and then the particularly high DPS hero like a Terrorblade should be able to take the Sven down in the Song, right? But I will say that it is a bit, these picks from Zero Tenacity are double-edged, right? Because you have a lot of heroes that rely on illusion building. The Naga Siren, the Terrorblade, and against a hero like the Sven that can essentially just cleave through all of your illusions, then you might come to a situation where Zero Tenacity may not have the necessary firepower to take the Sven down.
To be fair, if the Sven is getting to your Terrorblade and is getting hits on him, you're already in some trouble, right? Cleave or no cleave. But I think for me, personally, the issue is also for Zero Tenacity, where are your stuns? Right, like where are your disables outside of the big ultimates, outside of, sure, net is fine, it's not bad, it's pretty good overall, but we still lack initiation because Enigma cannot initiate, with the Rubik being on the other side. We still lack yourself, some of those repeatable stuns outside of the Maledict and the net. It does feel like you are opening up to this BKB being extra valuable, at the very least, for just basic things like, hey, all I really need to do is avoid that additional magic damage. Maybe I don't even need to force it out. Okay, that's quite helpful. But this is still a lot of wombo combo.
Too much wombo combo, I would say, because I would have preferred someone that can stun heroes
I love this
down.
pick, by the way.
Yeah, the Brewmaster pick is excellent over here. Just the fact that you have all of those purges, and not to mention the whirlwind, right? Because when you send that Terrorblade flying up in the air, you look at Zero Tenacity and you think, where is their damage supposed to come from in those team fights if your Terrorblade is going to be taken out of the fight? So for Quantum, I really do like their drafts. Zero Tenacity have certainly invested in a lot of those wombo combos, high cooldown ultimates, which may not end up working out. Now, I will say that their last pick for Zero Tenacity has to be a high tempo mid hero, a very flashy in and out kind of hero.
Would probably make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Puck, Storm Spirit as well, because you have banned out the you have taken the Disruptor, but they're actually going to ban out the Storm Spirit for themselves. So I wonder what they're going to be going for.
Storm would have been quite good for Quantum as well, I suppose.
Perhaps Zero Tenacity can look to pick themselves up an Ember Spirit. Multiple steering chains on the Brewlings may not be all that bad, but and the repositioning ability with those Fire Remnants, you can essentially run out of the Tombstone. You can essentially dodge the Swen who's coming in as well. So it does seem like a pretty good pick, but again, they need something that can build up tempo in the early to mid game and something that can have a lot of firepower, a lot of damage output after the mid game. Fulfilling those two requirements puts a lot of pressure on your mid laner. And for Quantum, whose heroes can rotate as all they want, the Brewmaster can go anywhere, the Rubik, the Undying can rotate anywhere. They are going to be shutting down the mid laner from Zero Tenacity.
I think what I'm really concerned about over here is, to be honest, I'm more worried about the fact that, you know what, you can actually go for, I was going to say an Ember for Quantum because they had the first pick coming out of the banning phase, and it feels like, sure, the Disruptor is pretty good, but, something like an Ember would be great for Disruption and that extra split push. You get all of that and more with the Queen of Pain as well.
Quantum saw it coming, though.
Frankly, this kind of looks like a draft from like TI2 as well, which is kind of funny to see, at least on the right side.
But Quantum saw it coming. They banned out the Ember Spirit, so Zero Tenacity...
No, this is what I mean. That I thought Quantum could have picked the Ember themselves as well, which is sort of what I was concerned about, right? The Ember, the Queen of Pain, you've got these split pushing heroes that do come in with a lot of independent killing ability. I think Queen of Pain's maybe a little bit better at, snowballing early with the Undying.
But look at the amount of illusion clear that they have, right? You were talking about how the Swen would need to get inside of the Terrorblade to be able to take those illusions down, but now you have that Sonic Wave, pure damage ultimate, and there's no way that, at least for the first 30 minutes, any of the Naga Siren or Terrorblade's illusions will be surviving. And I don't know how I feel about this pick. Kunkka has always been a hit or a miss, right? Either you get those pickoffs and you get those combinations rolling down, and if it works, it works. But in between of that 10 to 20 minute mark where you just have a blade mail that you're bringing into those fights, meanwhile the Queen of Pain is going to have a Dagon or is going to have that Kaya up, I don't see how Mirage is expected to stack up and fulfill the win conditions that Zero Tenacity have kind of boxed themselves into by the rest of their 4 picks.
To be honest, I'm also just thinking, I asked the same question I asked 2 picks ago, who is initiating?
I think there are multiple ways that you can initiate over on Zero Tenacity, I believe. It's not clean they're not clean initiations, though. Yeah, that's the problem.
It's not an easy initiation. It's like, hey, can you glimpse someone back into a torrent? Can you catch them out of position? Can you maybe, have LeBron get someone with a song or something? Right? You don't have a natural blink dagger initiation builder outside in the Freet, and when you've got emptiness on a Rubik on the other side, it doesn't feel that good to initiate with the Enigma, right? Even if you put the cooldown and everything aside, it's not going to be easy. The other thing that I'm wondering is, the good thing about Mirage being on the Kunkka is there is a lot of good pairing ability across both lanes. Should he choose to rotate around that, mid-game mark, Kunkka does very well with the Disruptor. The Kinetic Field is a very natural build-up into the Ghost Ship. You can easily glimpse someone back into a Torrent. You've got great combination with the X mark as well, where you don't need to use the glimpse, and you can save it for a later part of the team fight. A lot of the time, the problem with Disruptor is that if you're trying to go into like this skirmish around the top lane or the bottom lane, you want to use your glimpse to bring someone back, which also means that you can't disable TPs. So if you can use the X instead, the Disruptor does become a little bit more powerful at preventing counter ganks as well from a hero like the Queen of Pain. So it's, there are ways I can see Pablo and Mirage doing really well. There's ways I can see, like Nefrit being able to pair up his Eidolon damage with Mirage's Kunkka as well. But overall, it just feels like as far as ease of execution is concerned, Quantum has a much easier draft to pull off.
To be fair, even outside of that ease of execution, it seems like Zero Tenacity have a lot of pressure on them, because remember, they have a Terror Blade, which is essentially a 4 protect 1 strategy. There is no other way to play the game other than having your Terror Blade farm up. And if you look over on the other side, you have a Brewmaster, you have a Queen of Pain. That mid game is going to be so much pressure, where not only your objectives are going to be threatened, but also your heroes. So for Zero Tenacity, how is Nande supposed to find his farm? And if he's unable to find his farm, then Quantum, I feel, are just going to roll over Z10.
Frankly, it does feel like this game is going to be entirely dependent on Mirage for me. Mirage and Pablo and what they can get done. Throw in LeBron in the mix if you want to, because Nande and Nefrit need a farm. Nefrit as well is going to be somewhat active. He's always going to have that TP black hole threat. Obviously, there's a lot you can do with an Enigma, but it's not a highly mobile hero.
Oh man, it does seem, if I were to pull out some numbers, or rather guesstimate some numbers, then it does seem like the draft is favoring Quantum quite a bit. I would say as far as 70% in favor of Quantum, personally though.
I'm not too far off from that.
No level 1 shenanigans. Both teams do pick up 2 bounty runes each, but for me, this bot side, this bot lane, Brewmaster plus the Rubik, outside of that Metamorphosis duration, I don't see how this Terror Blade is supposed to stack up or find that farm. We may even see this Terror Blade being pushed out of the lane, because the Disruptor doesn't really offer many saves, right, outside of that glimpse.
Yeah. I mean, Disruptor's pretty good at trading with the Thunderstrike, to be fair. But it's a hard lane to trade with. Early Eidolon damage coming out. Lucas wants to make sure that Nefrit can't just keep on getting that extra damage on. One of the things that we didn't even get to talk about is that Undying is going to be a support over here. It is not going to be a position 3 Undying, as we did discuss quite a bit in the draft, which was an option for Nefrit in particular.
It is a bit surprising. But of course, Brewmaster.
I like the Brewmaster
very valuable
pick, right?
pick.
Yeah.
But over on this top side, I do think that it will start favoring Quantum as the levels do start stacking up when you do have that Tombstone up and online, particularly because there's no way that LeBron and Nefrit are going to pursue an engagement on to Lucas, a high HP hero, when that Tombstone comes out, right? There's just simply not enough build up in their abilities. They don't have that splash, or they don't have that high burst damage in the lane. And against 2 strength heroes, even the Undying, right? Nearly 900 or 1000 HP. Doesn't seem like this lane is going to work out well for Zero Tenacity.
At the same time, you don't need to do much. You just have to stay alive. Naga Siren, pretty high movement speed hero. Enigma with the Eidolons is not easy to go on, because you've got all that extra damage coming through and everything. This is not a terrible lane, but you're right. Getting kills will be difficult. Your priorities are going to be, as a Naga Siren, hey, can I maybe get my illusions to be stacking the Ancients for the Terror Blade? Can I make sure that I'm blocking camps, stopping pulls, keeping the wave in our favor? It's more about salvaging the situation and building up for the mid game.
I would say that LeBron should be stacking for the Kunkka, because the requirement...
Stack for whoever you want.
Yeah, but I do not think that Terror Blade should be taking the farm in the early to mid game, but the Ancient farm at least. I do think that your Kunkka needs to be doing well, and as far as that goes, he does seem to be leading the last hit chart, 13 and 4 versus the Queen of Pain. I do expect that to change as well. I will have to see what skill build the Queen of Pain is going to be going for. And it turns out
he's gone for a Scream.
Yeah, not maximizing.
Top lane though, Nefrit is being harassed away. That first Tombstone has already been used, so that does take away a little bit of that extra fighting ability. Quantum decide to push their lane forward even more so. If it's going to be pushed, why not push it harder?
A bit of a preemptive Tombstone, I would say. I would have personally waited till the level 3 mark do be going in for that Tombstone, because that's the thing. Quantum can choose to initiate anytime they really want, anytime they want.
Lane. Torrent's going to be
though,
able to catch out over here as well, and Darknia's not feeling too good about himself, but he can look to re-engage. Remember, he's got that bottle, that extra
oh, nice dodge.
damage with the Scream of Pain as well.
Darknia sidestepped, or rather backstepped there, just to be able to dodge out that Tidebringer. And I have a feeling that Kunkka Mirage may want to invest in a bottle in this lane, because he's going to face up a lot of harass, not necessarily being slowed down, so that allows you to actually utilize the bottle effectively, because you're not going to have that Shadow Strike debuff for 15 seconds. Top side though, LeBron is actually going to end up falling. One more swipe
He's
from
got
Lucas
speed, man.
should do the trick.
It's hard to catch these Nagas. You're going to lose a lot of resources for this. Lucas is not going to have the mana to be able to chase up on this either. And, well, in the end, it's going to have to be a decay. First blood does go their way. But LeBron buys space.
Not a lot of space, though, because the creep wave, you know, Swen did end up losing one creep, but it's at the end of the day. I think the lane
The
tempo
double
will
wave
be
is
affected.
actually... The double wave is the benefit.
Yeah, the loss of lane control is certainly something that Naga Siren did manage to gain out of that little skirmish, but you don't want to be giving kills away to Quantum, right? Because they are the ones who are going to be bringing in the hurt soon.
Meanwhile, this bottom lane has actually been doing really well for the Turret. He's been able to get a lot of neutral farm in there as well. Darknia, that X-Mark is going to do absolutely nothing. And Mirage has used his combo. So we can take a quick little look back over towards LeBron's Dance of Death. And that's all there is. Here you go. It's very quick. We believe in speed here at CCT. You want to dance fast.
I wonder where Darknia is going to rotate. Ideally, it should be towards that bot lane, right? Just take out that Terrabit with your Sonic Wave.
Without a good rune, because this is one of the good things about a Kunkka versus a Queen of Pain. His bottom lane is going to see the Rubik going down, trying to get past the creep wave in behind, and Pablo is able to use that glimpse to bring him back into a wave that is a bit too far forward. Really nicely done.
Surprising. Because, you know, ideally when you have Nande's Metamorphosis up, you don't want to be going for those sneaky plays. But Quantum getting a little bit too ahead of themselves there. And bot side, we might actually see them underestimating the Metamorphosis yet once again. Pablo holding the glimpse for now, but with the TPs coming in, it doesn't seem like Zero Tenacity will be able to pursue their case, as Pablo is actually the one in trouble here. A blink in from Darknia and the Scream of Pain to finish Pablo out.
That's really big, though, to be fair, because Darknia wasn't going to be able to get a ganking opportunity over here into this bottom lane, and with the Terrorblade doing as well as he is, it was going to be difficult to slow down his farm. So this overextension, not really appreciating what the Queen of Pain can do.
And that was a level 5 Queen of Pain, right? The Queen of Pain didn't even need to invest in utilizing that Sonic Wave because he didn't have it, but this actually frees space up for him. Because Darknia, when he does get his level 6, can now choose to go for another rotation. But Mirage hitting his level 6 is actually going to attempt something here, but Darknia was just too quick for him.
Unfortunately, timing the Ghost Ship without the Torrent is very hard versus a Quap because of how long it takes to get the stun out. So he didn't use his stick in time to get the full combo up. The Torrent was too late, and otherwise, that could have been forcing the Quap back, and even if he doesn't get the kill, it's worth it because obviously she doesn't have a TP in that bottom lane. Engagements again. Emptiness isn't feeling good about himself. He should be going down. Can they get any response with Mirage coming over? They shouldn't be able to marry. Has to be careful. That glimpse still not used, and with the X mark, he's not getting away from here at all. You got a kill on Darknia. Mirage wants one of his own. Mary will certainly be proving hard to kill, and Undying just keeps on growing. He's had his milk every single day.
Interesting engagement there. Without Darknia, Quantum decided to pursue to attempt to take out Nande with just 2 of your heroes, but you can really see Zero Tenacity's pressure, the amount of pressure on them, right? Because they TP'd in so many heroes to defend Nande,
and they are going so. By the way, they give up their Wisdom Rune.
Oh wow! Yeah, that
Sven managed to steal that.
That is big. I mean, for Zero Tenacity,
Bottom
you
lane,
want your Disruptor, you want
one more attempt on Yayo. Brewmaster still doesn't have that ultimate, so at the very least, they're going to have consolation on those supports being involved in these kills. Yayo down, Nande, 3 kills on the man, 1 assist as well. If nothing else, your win condition is winning.
be fair,
4,000 net worth on this Terrorblade, by the way. That is nuts.
that is absolutely insane. I mean, he has won his lane quite significantly. Meanwhile, topside river, there is a zombie on Mirage, but I don't think anything is going to be happening. Of course, Darknia does have his Sonic Wave, but with the supports coming in from Zero Tenacity, I don't think there's going to be anything happening here.
I mean, Kunka with the double bracer is hard to kill.
I mean, he has that tango,
Oh,
but
maybe
Darknia
he's
is
not
actually
that
going
hard to kill.
link in with that Sonic Wave, with that Scream of Pain, but
dead.
it's just not enough damage. And with the TP coming in, Darknia has found himself in a world of trouble. No blink available for now as he's netted up and brought down by Mirage.
I mean, that is just pure disrespect. When you look over towards where the Rubik is positioned, where Yayo is positioned, Yayo is completely up in the face of a Terrorblade. That will never happen unless the support is away. The initial lack of linking up was great. It was recognition that, hey, I shouldn't be going into this Kunka right now without vision on the high ground. It's nighttime as well. But then after that, fighting into the Disruptor? Yeah, that's crazy.
It does seem like Quantum are pretty much miscalculating most of these engagements, right? Even towards that bot lane, Yo-Yo died when he was facing up against a Metamorphosis, right? You do not want to fight that. There are plenty of ways to play around that. The cooldown for the Metamorphosis is so high that you can essentially just wait it out, but Quantum are showing a lack of patience with these engagements.
I'll give props out to Nande, though. Nande's always had his Metamorphosis up and ready at the right time. They've been very good about controlling it and only going for kills when there's an overextension from Quantum coming out more than in trying to make attempts of their own.
So far, though, Quantum have not been able to amp up that pressure. And Zero Tenacity are going to take full advantage of this. Their Terrorblade, Nande's farming up nicely, 5,000 in terms of net worth. Of course, LeBron over on that bot lane may have wandered a bit too far. He's going to end up losing his life. Darknia, one hit to clean LeBron up. But
That's all very
meanwhile,
nice.
you know, you do have Mirage farming up a nice little juicy ancient stack for himself. You see the Terrorblade doing so well that Zero Tenacity are thinking, hey, if we give our Kunkka farm as well, we'll have two very beefy cores going into the end of the laning phase.
Credit out to Lucas, who's managed to farm up the topside jungle very quickly as well to be able to come back to the Terrorblade's net worth. Of course, Terrorblade does so with 4-kill participation. Lucas with just the one, where he had to chase out the Naga Siren.
Topside, though, it's Nande yet once again with that Metamorphosis going to clean Mary up and also pressure and take down this tier 1 tower. It's Zero Tenacity who have managed to take the first tower of the game despite of the fact that Quantum may have had better heroes to take down objectives.
What? Did you say Quantum has better heroes to take down objectives?
Tier 1 towers, I mean, they have a Tombstone, they have a Brewmaster. It's pretty good to take down a tower.
Yeah, but like Enigma and Terrorblade is pretty good combo.
I don't think Quantum were expecting that rotation to come in. The Mary was just caught completely off guard.
Yeah. I mean, and it's going to be a tough time. Losing that tier 1 tower hurts right now. It gives Enigma a lot more room to be able to farm out as well. And across the map, you're going to be losing some of that space for the Sven. Queen of Pain, I mean, you can just forget about her farm. She needs to fight. There's no other way that she's going to get anything done over here. And Darknia, sure, lane farm is fine and well. What did that Rubik pick up?
X mark.
Oh, very good, actually.
Yeah, so they have an additional setup now for at least 2 minutes. And Quantum, if I were Quantum, I would be rotating. You have your Dagon up for the Queen of Pain. In about, I would say, 30 seconds or so, just 1 or 2 more creep waves, and Darknia will have that. So that's the time to go.
Radiant are scanning.
You'd think so. What is the Nande plan of action? 55 seconds before his Metamorphosis is back up, and it feels like Z10 might be happy to fight around him again. Honestly, when Nande and his Terrorblade, I remember even on Alliance, we casted him once or twice. It's oppressive sometimes.
Oh, definitely, but the Swen does farm faster, at least in the early to mid game, right? Before Nande has that Manta style, and we can already see the Swen out-taking the Terrorblade. The problem is not just the fact that Nande has a lot of farm, it's the fact that both Enigma and Kunkka also have a lot of farm.
Well, problems galore. Sven also fights very fast. And when that Blink Dagger comes online, which is going to be about, 14 and a half minutes or so, I think that's going to be the big next move for Quantum's side. Yes, they've got the Dagon with the Queen of Pain. The smoke has come through. They want to go for an initial skirmish out towards that top lane. But looking for Mirage is going to be a crazy job. Going up against a Kunkka who's got double bracers and a blade mail is not a good idea. They realize that as well. They want to try and turn around, wrap through to the back lines.
Yeah, they need to hit the back lines. They need to get the Disruptor and the Enigma down. The good thing is Enigma does not have a Blink Dagger, so there's not going to be a swift counter initiation.
Well, the initiation's going to come through elsewhere. Pablo already taken down. That Disruptor will fall, and suddenly your chance to X-Torrent is gone. If we thought maybe he'd be able to walk over, get a black hole out, something of the sort, but no. This will not happen.
And they're also going to deward their jungle.
Great.
Meanwhile, the Swain...
Great routing from the Dire side.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, Lucas is farming elsewhere, and meanwhile, Quantum will simultaneously deward their own jungle, and Darknia can continue to farm up here as well. This is very resource-friendly for their own side, and they managed to push out Zero Tenacity. At the end of the day, if you're able to retain map control while your core farms, that is still a win, despite of the static nature of this game so far.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Now, I do think that, the interval before the Terrorblade comes online and when the Swen comes online, which should be about a minute or so, as soon as he gets his Blink Dagger, right? That is going to be the decisive moment in the game. That is, these next 10 minutes is going to decide how the rest of the game is going to play out.
What are we thinking for Terrorblade after his Monster style?
That is a very difficult question. I think he needs a Hurricane Pike this game, and that's something that I don't really recommend all that often on the Terrorblade, but I think he needs to be able to reposition himself against the Tombstone, against Darknia's Blink, against the Swen, and against the Telekinesis too. There's just so many repositioning abilities, so many disables coming in from Quantum that he needs that to survive. You can't rely on being able to get off your Sunder in those team fights because it's going to be very difficult. Going for something like a Butterfly doesn't help you at this stage, or something even like a Scotty. I don't think
more when I was thinking.
It doesn't give him the necessary sustain though. It's still lacking. Even if you get that additional 1000 HP, it's not going to do all that
lane. That Tombstone's just going to end up being extra gold, it feels like. Glimpse back as well. It might be traded. No, Darkness just doesn't have the damage to be able to threaten Pablo and the Freaks nearby. He can't blink again. Even when it comes off a cooldown, the black hole's always a threat, so great, fine.
How did Pablo heal there? It's interesting. Because Pablo took a lot of damage, but he also ended up healing. I wonder if he had a Lotus. Because
I won't pretend, no.
He took a Dagon, a Sonic Wave, and a Scream of Pain. He should not have lived there, but still, being able to get that kill.
Did he take the Dagon? Quap didn't use Dagon.
Oh. Did Darknia not have the Dagon at that time?
I won't lie and pretend that I know. I just know he didn't use the Dagon.
But at least they are wrapping around now, and with Zero Tenacity not being ready for this in terms of numbers, this might end up very bad for them, as the Swan is going to go in a few cleaves to take out Nefrita. Those were 3 hits. Of course, Darknia was there too, but a quick kill from Quantum. Perhaps they're looking to transition this into an objective, as they already have 3 heroes there.
It's going to be a Scotty that is being prioritized by the Terrorblade. Transitioning into this objective is not that easy though. When you look out towards how far the lanes are pushed out towards middle, Lucas wants to continue farming that up. Going for any more aggression onto this tier 1 tower is just inviting TPs backwards as well, and this Enigma's death timer isn't that high yet. So I understand they don't overcommit, but also at the same time, you have to go back to the conversation you were having, Tultrus, right? Which is that there is a window where both carries will be activated, and I don't know if Quantum can fight back in that window. Maybe they can. Maybe Sven's able to get himself ahead enough again that he's got another item on. But with the BKB being his next priority, I don't know if that's going to be the difference maker should a Scotty come out.
I'm not too sure about the Scotty. we will have to see whether or not a damage outcome from Quantum will be able to overpower the Scotty. I certainly think it will, because you have a Brewmaster who's also making a Radiance, right? So
That's true, but to be honest, even Kunkka's Radiance does help you out a fair bit. Well, that's still a conversation to be had for a later time. For now, we go back to a little bit more tempered expectations and tempered paces.
yeah, both teams, I think, are going to be pretty happy with this.
Dire are scanning.
I think the other thing to sort of keep in mind and question is, what is this Disruptor going to be building into? What is this Naga Siren going to be building into? Both of these heroes have been left to dry completely because of how much farm their cores have been able to get. But now their cores are no longer that far ahead. And now you do wonder, hey, maybe a Blink Dagger for Disruptor, maybe for the Naga Siren. Honestly, I would really like a Blink on the Naga Siren as well. Just add that mobility that you're naturally lacking in your heroes.
I think a Scepter on the Naga Siren. We rarely see it.
We're not getting it.
Yeah, I have always wanted to see
He's
a
on
Scepter the Naga Siren.
3,500 right now.
Listen, but the max HP heal is like so good. I have always wanted to see it.
Do
but I've
you
never
think
gotten
Naga
it.
still has a set? Oh wait, don't look at the game. Do you still think Naga has the Scepter where the regen increases?
Oh no, it's
No,
the
they changed it.
shard. It's the shard.
Yeah.
That is broken.
Yeah.
7%.
We're going to see a fight for the Tormentor.
7% max HP heal with the 1400 gold item. Wow, that's interesting decisions.
It could also be free.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Could be
attack.
free, but nothing. The win isn't going to be free as
Mirage on this top lane needs to be careful. Yayo nearby will not be able to get his ultimate off in time, but do they have the damage to finish him? The Ghost Ship comes in as well. The stun's good, but he might be able to get out right in time. And now come out the Brewlings. Now comes the Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave, Blink in from Lucas. Mirage is a tough cookie to crack as well. He will not be able to escape, but at least he buys time for Nande. Time, though, now limited. That Earth Golem that comes through, it's got a quick little stun on him. The Boulder buys more space for the Stormhammer to come through. Manta dodge unsuccessful, and not only do you get a team fight win, you get that Tormentor.
And this is the problem that we were describing early on in the draft, early on in the laning phase, that in that counter initiation, the amount of dispels, the amount of illusion clear that Quantum possess, that firepower is no joke. And it was a very dubious decision by Zero Tenacity to start that engagement by going on Yo-Yo, the Panda. If you are unable to take that Panda down before that Primal Split comes out, there is no way you're winning that fight.
Can I also just give some love out of what Yayo's gone for in his build? It is fantastic. I mean, this is such a good build overall because you've got yourself the Vanguard, you've got yourself the Poor Man's Shield, both together. So the Terrible Illusions, the damage that they're dealing is so heavily limited because Illusions naturally already deal lower damage. Illusions are actually very susceptible to damage block, making it a problem. So when your primary damage dealing source can barely do anything, you're not killing Yayo. And that's before I even consider the Radiance.
It's just, you have the Solar Crest as well. If Quantum decide to go for a pipe of Insight, then you're right. There is going to be very limited damage coming out from Zero Tenacity. Not enough to take down the Brewmaster, but the thing is, who do you go on? It really does seem like the Queen of Pain is the only viable first target to go on, but again,
I think Rubik is fine, to be honest, as long as you can remove him. If you can get to him naturally, I mean, Rubik should never be the first one to be going down.
Is under attack.
But Emptiness is such a prime candidate to make Nefrit's life miserable.
Tower is under attack.
And this is the remarkability about Quantum's lineup, right? The only frontliners that are going to be visible in those team fights are going to be the Swen and the Brewmaster. All three heroes are... the Undying and the Rubik are going to be positioned towards the backline, and obviously the Queen of Pain, Aincrad, is going to be looking to blink in rather than be on that front line. So for Zero Tenacity, their options are limited.
Do you want to go on the Sven? Do you want to go on the Brewmaster? Do you want to go on the Undying?
Not good. I mean, if you go on the Undying, he just respawns.
That's in Fountain, but yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, he just comes back, and Zero Tenacity.
Are scanning.
They have done a
Oh
great
no!
job.
This is not a
Is under attack.
fun time for Darknia. He thought he might be able to get someone.
Lucas will be making his way towards Nefrit. Let's see how many swipes it takes. 1, 2, and make it a 3 to take down that Enigma.
Hat trick Hardy. That's what Lucas is right now.
And this is just before he even has that Daedalus, by the way. This is just the Chrysalis. I actually want to see a critical strike. I want to see how much damage he does right now. And then we can actually calculate it, how much
I mean, it's
damage he would do.
160% damage, so he'd be doing about 1,000.
Radiant's middle tower.
Thank you for giving me a number, because I would have attempted to calculate it myself and have, as history has proven, that calculation would have been wildly off.
It's okay, you're a doctor. All you need to calculate is how much you're charging people.
I need to calculate a fair bit, to be fair, in my medical practice.
Hey.
24-minute, a power rune to spawn. Both themes are positioned near it, but it is going to be towards that bot river, and it's going to be
No,
an
it's on top,
invisibility.
It's right here. We just
Sorry,
saw it.
I was in my client. I was in my Dota 2 client.
It's okay.
Lucas has completed that Daedalus, and this is going to be very difficult for Zero Tenacity. I mean, the Terabid Nande decided to abandon his quest for that Eye of Skadi and has actually decided to
Really?
Yeah, he's going for that MKB, I believe, which
Bloodthorn. He's
or
going
not
for
a Bloodthorn.
Bloodthorn.
He's going for the Bloodthorn, and I don't know
I don't
how I
hate
feel
it,
about
actually.
that.
I don't hate it. Because
But-
you do need... You're not going to have the BKB being built on the Brewmaster. Never mind. I lied to you. Sorry, he is building a BKB. Okay. I'm no longer as invested in this Bloodthorn as I was before, because we already have a BKB out for Darknia as well. Quantum's got great items to deal with what's coming from Zero Tenacity.
And you have to wonder what this Bloodthorn is supposed to accomplish, because it's not going to do anything to the Brewmaster or the Swen. Perhaps it does something to the Queen of Pain, but not even that. Aincrad has a BKB.
BKB.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
I have no way to defend this item choice.
I mean, he hasn't bought it yet.
Oh wow, that's not a defense.
Yeah,
man.
he just bought an Orchid. Never mind. He bought an Orchid. Sorry, he didn't have the Orchid last time. I
The
clicked
only
on
thing
him.
at this point is if he doesn't complete the full thing, if he just sticks to the Orchid, let's
1,
see how
2,
many hits
3.
with the Daedalus. It's
He
still
didn't,
three.
even, he didn't even crit
Has
him.
been killed.
Still 3.
He didn't crit him.
Yeah, he didn't get the crit, but he didn't get the crit
Yeah.
last time as either. So
That's true. We've got a good comparison. Gosh, man.
I wonder though when Quantum will be focusing on these objectives, because that tier 1 tower towards our top side should not be standing at 26 minutes in. Oh, Lucas, he's found himself a Terrorblade, going to
Oh
go
my
in.
God.
A Fuse-wise Asunder was brought out by Nande, but the BKB is just going to soak it, and Lucas is going to let him go. He has his eyes set on Pablo, going to take the Disruptor down. Oh man.
That's a 1700 damage crit.
Zero Tenacity falling like flies across the map, and you have to wonder what the game plan is. Nande, you know, with all of these items, even with the different item choice that he has gone for, he simply had no choice other than to run as fast as he could.
Yeah, because Orchid's not helping you man fight.
Lucas, he's making a satanic, and when you think about it, you know, previously he had to use the BKB to soak that Sunder, but once he gets that satanic, he won't need to do that, because he can just use the satanic as soon as the Terrorblade uses the Sunder, and because he has so much damage from his God Strength and from the Daedalus coming in, he should be able to regenerate the lost HP.
Is under
I have a question. The Serrated Shiv, because it does physical damage, I know that. Does that also get accounted into crit calculation?
I don't think
Can you
that
crit on a Shiv?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think the Shiv does its own instance of damage.
Okay, alright. Thank God.
A Gale Guard picked up by the Brewmaster, so not only the Crimson Guard, but he also has an additional item to be surviving, and at around 3000 HP, with the fact that the Terrorblade has an Orchid and not much damage items, how do you take these heroes down? Mirage does have the BKB and the Blade Mill, so he does have his own version of survivability, but again, it's a compatibility issue with Zero Tenacity's items. You know, who's going to be doing what is the big question, because currently the roles needed to be fulfilled to be able to take out Quantum aren't being met by Zero Tenacity.
We also haven't seen a black hole all game, or I believe we haven't seen a Song of the Siren either.
Nefrit does have a blink dagger, so there is always the potential of that counter.
There are
black
3
hole.
blinks, but most importantly, there's a blink for Lucas, and he's going on to Mirage. The glimpse back won't matter because the BKB is there. You can BKB yourself, and it really won't help you.
No one there to assist him. It seems like he was caught off guard. Mirage just nowhere to go. And Quantum, they can choose to go for this time and time again. You talk about the Song of the Siren and Enigma's Black Hole, but I'm not even too sure if they brought it out over there on Lucas, that things would have changed for Mirage.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, at this point, you really need to just get lucky that, hey, only one person has their BKB on. Ideally, it's the Queen of Pain or the Sven, and, you know, maybe we can take them down and then fight. But you know what? Speaking of taking them down, that glimpse just helps.
Yeah.
That's a helpful glimpse. You don't need to walk anymore.
He has not invested in a Glimmer Cape. He has to
We have
go
the black
Oh,
hole!
wow.
Dire's current.
We do have a black hole and a nice little kill, and this is more of what you need to do. Nefrit should not be looking for those big black holes where you get multiple heroes in. You need to use the solo black hole and take out Yayo or the Swen from the get-go. That's the only way you have into an extended team fight.
Emptiness has the glimpse. It's expiring soon. I know he's just hunting for someone to use it on when they TP. Just in case he can get one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wonder when the big push is going to come though. Like, are Quantum waiting for the Aegis? Are they waiting to get multiple pickoffs before they push objectives? Because so far they are playing a static game and they are waiting for the Terrorblade to farm
Maybe
off.
this is their chance because they found Terrorblade. Lucas has been able to take him down, and that freshly used God Strength is looking pretty good to target the tier 2 as well.
That's the same place Nande was the last time he was in trouble. It's the exact same
Oh.
spot.
You know, they say they can always come back to the scene of the crime. Normally victims are dead, right? So they don't get the chance.
Oh man. Lucas. Now surely they're going to be pushing this tier 2 tower towards the top side. You have a dead Terrorblade for over 50 seconds. And Quantum are positioned here, but they're just going to go back. They're walking away.
This
From a
is
free tower.
Radiant's middle
a
tower is
massive
under
amount of respect that they're giving
attack. Dire are
to the Radiant side.
Dire's bottom
I mean, black hole down, no Terrorblade. You would imagine that there's a point where,
Maybe
You
don't
know.
respect them.
yeah. Like, oh man. But there is
Radiant's top tower
a bit of force being amassed in that triangle. Unfortunately, though, it's the death of LeBron, and that's not what Zero Tenacity were looking for. They had Mirage there. They wanted to find someone similar to how Quantum found Norman, but 15,000 net
Look,
worth
there,
lead.
there is a point where these kills don't matter anymore, right? If you're not pushing, if you're always going to be waiting for the Aegis, the one thing you can always say about Zero Tenacity is they do have one more combo. So even if you get the Aegis, the win condition for Zero Tenacity doesn't change. It actually stays exactly the same, which is you miss position. We get a song, we get a black hole, we get the kills we need. And Aegis isn't going to change that. So extra time could just be helpful. Now, I'm not saying that Quantum are putting themselves in a bad position. No, absolutely not.
that should help.
But Sven is 6 slotted, and it ain't getting better than that.
I do think that a delayed game does work in Zero Tenacity's favor because sure they are down 16,000 in net worth, but they're holding on to all of their tier 2 towers and thus holding on to the map control and the resources over on their part of the map. So that means that Nande can continue to farm up. When the situation arises that your high ground is being threatened by Quantum, I think that Zero Tenacity, if things continue to go as they are, as they have been, then you're going to be faced up against a 6-slotted Terrorblade, and that is terrifying.
Well, thank you very much. Another kill for Darknia. Again, it is on the support, so not the worst, but this does actually help them guarantee the Roshan. Nagasiren, obviously one of the best heroes in the game at contesting it for the past, 20 years?
Oh man, God's Strength popped. They're going to be going for that Aegis. A Shiva's Guard readied up by Eintrad, and this, the reckoning is going to come. Inevitably, sooner rather than later, I believe, as this should be the time that they push. There is no excuse left. There is, you talk about respect, but you have everything that you could possibly want in order to push objectives, and if you don't go right now, then you may never be going.
They're waiting for the Swift Blink on the Sven. He almost does have that. Lucas is, 500 gold away from it, so that's okay. No worries. He'll get that on the way, most likely just at the top secret shop himself, if he'd like to.
Oh. There is a disruptor here, and Norman, and Swen is alone, but Zero Tenacity don't know that. So they are going to be playing safe, not really choosing to pursue the issue, but you do have Nefrit TPing in here in as well, and Quantum, with the way they're positioning, they might actually be expecting their Brewmaster to be gone on.
I'm a little bit concerned. Because this bottom lane, we have Nande, Pablo, and Nefrit nearby. There's a lot of blink daggers here. Rubik is going to be the difference maker potentially, but if he gets caught as well, this could be problematic. And they go with the BKB. This should be a dead Queen of Fame, but the reverse black hole means they're all down already. This is why Rubik destroys Enigmas.
Oh man, that was painful to watch. Zero Tenacity. I mean, I think I have my own version of a Dota conspiracy theory. I think Quantum were waiting for their Rubik to steal a black hole and make a play like that. I think that's what they wanted out of the extended version of the mid game.
Look, it's just destroying backdoor protection. You don't have buybacks. Everyone's respawning, but the Terrorblade will not be there.
And without the Terrorblade, I wonder how you choose to defend this. You have Darknia with a Shiva's Guard as well. Mirage does quite simply no amount of damage. His source of damage is from that Tidebringer, but he has to get up close and personal in order to dish out that damage. You can throw all the spells you want, but there's no Black Hole, there's no Static Storm. And Quantum may just be getting a free lane of racks. Yayo can just position himself towards that front line because he has that split, so there's no way he's going to end up dying here. And Swen, Lucas can just position himself towards that backline.
The Terrorblade is going to be coming back soon. You have to be careful, but the glimpse is there. LeBron trying to catch them all. He does see two of them, but there's no follow-up ready and available. LeBron consigning his life away. He knows he's not going to live through this one. Yayo gets tossed up before the Primal Split can come through, and LeBron eliminated. A pause. Was not what I was expecting to say in that cast, I won't lie to you. But an immediate resumption, and we will be right back to action. So, where's that Primal Split still not used? He's been stunned up, and Yayo feels like he doesn't need to deploy it at all. In the meanwhile, we've got the backlines being attacked. It's Queen of Pain to go through. Darknia forces out the BKB, and Disruptor dies elsewhere. This is going to be another instance where Yayo just feels like he is untouchable. He can walk up to their faces, give them a kiss on the cheeks, and run away.
They don't even need to use a God's Strength. I know we saw an extended team fight where Zero Tenacity seemed to be doing a bit of damage, but Quantum was under no pressure there, right? Because you have that Aegis, you have Yayo with his hands on that Primal Split, so no trouble to be found, and Quantum can just choose to go in again on their towers. and may not be much that Zero Tenacity can do. I mean, their black hole should be coming online, so at least they're going to have that, but you have to make sure that Rubik doesn't end up stealing it.
Rubik already has it.
It should expire. Oh
No.
no, it's still there for
You get to use it twice if you want to.
quite some time.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, LeBron's gone. Black hole, why not? Mirage, I'm sorry to break it to you. Things aren't going well.
And the cost range from the Rubik means that his black hole is
It's actually crazy.
quite better than the one from Zero Tenacity.
Radiant
Well,
structures are
he is the master of magic for a reason.
middle tower is under attack.
And now all of Terrorblade's illusions, they're not going to help him as you don't have your mid laner, you don't have the Song of the Siren as well, even if LeBron buys back over here. And against Lucas with the God's Strength, it turns out they don't even need it, as Darknia, Aincrad is just going to blink in. But there's the black hole, they're going to try for one last hurrah. Can they take Lucas down? But
my
it
God.
turns out it's not going to happen. He's just going to turn around, pop his Satanic, and take Zero Tenacity down, and they're going to throw in the towel. They're going to call it GG. Game number 1 goes to Quantum after a beyond godlike streak from Lucas.
What can you say? That is just impeccable performance coming out from Quantum over there. You just had nothing you could do. The Terrorblade felt like it was coming online in the beginning. You know, we had Zero Tenacity showing signs of life, but then it was all over.
I mean, there's not much that I would say that there isn't a lot of depth into what went wrong for Zero Tenacity. If you talk about itemization mistakes, if you talk about drafting errors, you know, we had all of these concerns all the way through from the early game. And while Zero Tenacity did put up quite the performance in that laning phase, it certainly went a lot better than I expected, particularly from Norman over on that safe lane with that Terrorblade being able to find all of these skills. The weaknesses that they were going to face in the mid game, though, that would not have changed irrespective of how well the laning phase went for Zero Tenacity. Quantum's quite simply just played to their hero's strengths and they came out ahead. And one little thing that I wasn't expecting was that Rubik play. I mean, that black hole steal was phenomenal, and if Zero Tenacity want a chance to be staying in the series, if they want a chance to be staying in the upper bracket, then they need to address the issues in their drafting and be more synchronized in the way that they itemize. They need to itemize around their heroes and not go for some of these niche item picks.
Well, that's going to be homework from Telchus. We don't have too much time to do it, though, because it's a short break between periods. We're going to be back with the second game in just a bit.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Welcome back to the CCT Dota 2 Season 2 playoffs for the first series. That's a lot of numbers, but you know what doesn't have any numbers? My name. And my contact list. I don't have friends. I'm T-Time, he's Sultrus, and we're going to try and make friends or have some good Dota. One of those is more likely to happen than the other because we've already had some great Dota in game number 1. We had Zero Tenacity bowing down and bowing out of that one. You know, maybe some questions about their draft, their itemizations. We can always get back into that later on. But regardless of what you want to say about Zero Tenacity, great execution from Quantum coming through, enabling that win.
And I do think that Zero Tenacity have the potential to do much better. We have seen them do much better. They have played in CCT before where they have made it quite far, and they are an invited team, right? And I will say that history in CCT,
history hasn't been kind to invited
yeah,
teams in
it really hasn't.
It's like we invite them to remind them, hey, come here for a second. We got something to show you, and ooh.
But
yeah.
Here's hoping that they can change some things up. Now, we do know that their laning phase went really good. In fact, they played much better than Quantum in that laning phase in all 3 lanes. Or rather, not on all 3 lanes, but I believe in the mid lane and in the safe lane.
I think they did pretty well in all their lanes, to be fair.
So, perhaps with those hero changes, they can do much better. That is my optimism speaking.
I'm curious about what they're going to prioritize as their first pick, because obviously Enigma was one of the... I understand if you want to prioritize an free hero, obviously great player, but he was completely useless in that last game because of the counter pick Rubik. As far as the Black Hole was concerned, Enigma didn't do anything. He was just a pushing hero with a little bit of utility, sure, but nothing beyond that. So no surprises, we are going to see the Corbella's banned out along with the Undying as well. For Zero Tenacity, do you see them trying to take out anything in particular from that last game?
I would say the Swen, but I don't really think the Swen was the problem there, right? But a Brewmaster ban would be very well worth it if you're going for the same kind of lineup for yourself as the last time, or some similar picks as last time, because that Brewmaster simply caught them off guard. It changed their plans, right? Where they would have hoped to go on the Queen of Pain or the Swen first, suddenly with the Brewmaster, that was no longer an option. As Zero Tenacity, they're going to be going for, this time around, a support pick that does add in a lot of versatility. You can position the Shadow Shaman anywhere you want on the off lane, or when I say the off lane, as the position 4, of course, or towards the safe lane as the hard support. Does very well in the lane, and also has options, you know. If you
I'd love to see a Ringmaster actually from Quantum, by the way. Just it's a great saving hero early on as well. It does feel like it does well versus the hyper disable of the Shackle and the Hex and everything that the Shaman does provide. Also doesn't trade the worst, but they're going to go for a Terrorblade of their own.
Good workout depending on how you draft around the Terrorblade. I will say I do not want to see a Kunkka, right? Of course, it is Quantum who have picked up that Terrorblade and not Zero Tenacity. So perhaps Quantum are looking to show Zero Tenacity how it's done, how you play an actual Terrorblade carry.
I don't blame Nande for how he played. Maybe some of his items might have been questionable, but like it just felt like that was such a difficult game to do anything in.
But it's interesting, right? Because the last game, we were talking about the amount of respect that Quantum were showing, but with them winning game number 1 in such a dominating fashion, perhaps it's time to show some disrespect by picking the other side's hero.
Zero Tenacity did ban out Sven even then.
Oh wow, they banned out Sven, I believe, after this.
Yeah, they banned out Sven afterwards. That's what I'm just wondering about.
Surely
Do they
this
think
is
it's
not
a
going to be a
Terrorblade
position 3
off lane?
Terrorblade. Because I mean, the position 3 TB has been phased out. We saw it coming for a while, but
Dota always has these weird things where it's just like, oh, suddenly this hero's a support, I guess, right, or something like it. But generally get phased out. I think Naga Siren's one of the big exceptions. I always thought Naga Siren was going to be carry forever, and then she's become a support forever. So, you know.
This does mean, the Darkseer pick does mean, and in fact, before the Darkseer even came out, the Ursa ban does mean that this is going to be a carry Terrorblade. I don't think you're going to be having a support Terrorblade, right? I would be very scared if they did go for that.
We did see some support Terrorblades coming out last year. Obviously, completely different patch. Dota was very different back then, but yeah. I hope not. I hate support Terrorblade. It just feels wrong, honestly.
But the Darkseer does synchronize with the Terrorblade quite well with the carry Terrorblade. The Surge to make sure that you don't necessarily have to get your Sunder off in order to survive in those fights. Not to mention the Vacuum into the Terrorblade's Reflection is a tool that can be utilized even as early as the mid game for those team fights should they want that. But Zero Tenacity,
I like this.
They're going to go for a support duo that is very high tempo in the form of the Marcy and the Shadow Shaman. And then you have the Lina core who does do very well against the Terrorblade, not only because of the amount of magical damage coming out, but an extremely long attack range means that you're not going to be under the threat of that Sunder unless Quantum are able to bring the Lina towards the Terrorblade, right?
It's
so
also just very up-tempo hero, right? It's very different from what they had before, which was all about, hey, let's fight around our ultimates, this and that. Lina doesn't, barely even needs her ultimate most of the time. Yeah. It's obviously helpful and whatnot, but those extra right clicks pairs very well with the Marcy, in my opinion, when you get a little bit more of that repositioning ability, that extra range. One of the things about heroes with long range that you have to remember is it's actually quite hard to even force stuff away from them if you've got something like a Marcy in the field that is positioning you closer to them in the first place. So you're going to be hard caught. It feels like Glimmer Capes are going to be a must-have for the supports coming out from Quantum. So you're already thinking, well, I've got to put like 2,000 gold into that as well. In the meanwhile, I really like this pick actually from Zero Tenacity. I think it's a very good build-up.
So far, I really do like Zero Tenacity's draft. Of course, the comparison is to their previous draft in game number 1, right? Because Quantum don't necessarily have the worst of draft over here. They have very nice synchronization abilities that go very well together, in particular the Macropyre and Ice Path alongside the Darkseer Vacuum, right? So
it's one of the classic combos.
Playing their own version of a Wombo combo, something that Zero Tenacity tried in the previous game, but it didn't work out that well for them. We'll see how well it works for Quantum. But I will say that they do need a mid hero similar to the Queen of Pain, which they had in the previous game, something that can, make those jumps. And
Quantum does have lost picks, though.
We always listen. I know you're making a surprise face, but come on, T-Time. This is CCT. You have to have a Ricky.
Right? No. I'm making a surprise face because it's like I didn't think about this before.
Every time the Rickies come out, we've never really actually thought about it.
It's hard to see. He's hard to see, but where's the Ricky going?
I think the Ricky is a position 4 with the Darkseer, right? I don't think the Ricky carry is going to be doing better than the Terrorblade carry, right? So I do think that the Ricky should be a support and not the Terrorblade.
Hear me out. Ricky
it's not going to be a mid Ricky. Do not even suggest that this Ricky is going to go mid against the Lina, right? In all honesty, the only job of this Ricky is to drop down that smoke, right? You can break the shackle very easily by blinking close to Shadow Shaman and then dropping down that smoke. You can make sure that Marcy doesn't reposition the Lina like you mentioned. So a lot of ways you can play with this Ricky Maru, not to mention drop down the Vacuum into the Macropyre and throw in a cloud, a smoke over there, and you don't have any abilities to help yourselves, right? You're going to be pretty defenseless in that position. And that's why Zero Tenacity have picked themselves up that Centaur. They're saying that even if you drop that smoke down, even if our heroes get vacuumed in, we at least still have the Stampede that will allow that max movement speed to reposition and actually escape a tricky situation.
Who do you go for as a carry for Zero Tenacity, though, in a situation like this? This is a very difficult dual lane coming out versus your safe lane over here as well.
The carry is going to be an interesting pick. I was previously thinking the Morphling. The problem is a lot of the carries in the meta right now don't do very well against the niche Ricky Maru, right? Against the niche Silence. So any carry that you're going to be picking isn't going to be that strong against that smoke cloud. Melee carries are naturally going to suffer because you're playing against a Darkseer. So if you're thinking of range carries, then Drow Ranger, Morphling, those are your options. But again, very difficult to play against a Ricky, right? So it seems like Quantum have done a great job at actually boxing Zero Tenacity into a bad carry pick.
I think the other thing that I'm just sort of thinking of as well is a Centaur Marcy lane is not fantastic versus a Jakiro plus Terrorblade. It's really it's fine. It'll go even, but you're not stopping this Terrorblade from farming, and you realistically shouldn't get kills on the Jakiro too easily either, unless he's overextending while the Metamorphosis is up.
I wonder if... Oh no, so Doom was the first ban. This is... I mean, it's honestly very difficult to suggest. I think a high sustain carry could be the way to go about it. Something like the Dragon Knight. Perhaps even...
Shadow Fiend?
a tiny... You know... Shadow Fiend, again...
I'm just thinking of range carries, to be honest, because it does feel like if you're going to send a melee carry with the Shadow Shaman, you're sacrificing the Shadow Shaman. I mean, he's going to be destroyed by a Ricky who's trying to trade with him with an Iron Shell on. You're doing nothing in the lane as a Shadow Shaman. And Shaman is a pretty level-intensive hero.
They could go for the Slark too, in all fairness. Because...
Slark versus Ricky is a terrible match.
Yeah, it's bad, but in the mid to late game, Slark does pretty well, right? Because you do have the invisibility that you can't sunder. You won't be getting hit by that sunder from the Terrorblade. So, oh wow, so this is...
It's a carry Lina. So this was the other thing that I was wondering about as well, right? Because Lina's actually does pretty well within the range category. For me personally, it really was just like, hey, you need to have like a Lina or maybe a Drow Ranger kind of hero in that safe lane. So I don't mind this. I think it's going to be interesting. But the Life Stealer to finish things off for Lucas.
Anytime you were right.
This is a position. This is perfect. This is so... Honestly, this is such an outdraft from Quantum. I can't even begin to explain it. They baited this into forcing the Lina to be position 1. So Nande obviously does like to play Lina regardless. He might have gone for it anyhow. But now that you have Mirage out in the middle lane on the Ember Spirit, Aincrad does really well versus him. So Ricky Maru versus Ember Spirit, Ricky actually wins that lane pretty much and is a much better rotator. Then you've got Lucas on the Life Stealer who, I mean, listen, all of those extra stuns that you've got between Nande and Pablo and everyone, the Rage does really eliminate that. Great combination with Aincrad on the Ricky as well. When you look at your investments, this is such a big outdraft from Quantum coming through right towards the very end. You need to study this.
It is, you know, a very good case of outmaneuvering your opponents, or rather just playing the mind games just a little bit better, you know. I would have never thought I would see a Ricky mid in my lifetime, but here we go.
We've casted Ricky mids before. What are you talking about?
Really?
Yes.
I don't remember that. See, I choose to forget so I can say that I'm seeing it for the first time. You see, that's my version of
there you
games.
Go.
But anyway, you know, Ricky versus Ember, really good. Lifestealer versus the Centaur, really good, because Lifestealer doesn't care about the retaliation or the damage that he is going to be taking. You have that late game mechanism as well. You have the synchronization coming in from the Darkseer, all of those aura items that are going to be helping your team out. So Quantum are going to have difficult matchups in the laning phase, right? Something that went very well for them in the previous game. Their laning phase was spot on. But this time around, it's not going to be the same thing. Their laning phase is not going to be as straightforward. However, I do think that the carry Lina should be having a good time over here after the mid game. It has a lot of setups, has the ability in those team fights to reposition thanks to the Stampede, and also is going to be possessing the firepower or the damage output to actually go against the Lifestealer. Because if you go for something like the Dragon Lance, then the AoE of the Radiance may not be hitting you, so you won't be getting hit by that blind.
I mean, I just think this is, again, a non-day win condition. Mirage will be fine. He'll be okay, but Mirage is not going to be all that relevant in the mid game. It has to be Nande to really come through. It's slightly concerning, but at the very least, lane is pretty good for him.
To be fair, I do think that Mirage is going to be more relevant in this game than the previous one, right? Kunkka just very hit and miss, but this time around...
He wasn't terrible for the first like 20 minutes or so.
I'm talking about the disadvantages of the hero Kunkka, right? In that particular setup. Mirage has the steering chains, has the Remnant. Ember Spirit is very good at making those flashy plays, right? So you do have a lot of potential to be getting those pickoffs, especially on the Jakiro and the Rikimaru by rotating your Shadow Shaman in. You have the Marcy, you have all sorts of control from Zero Tenacity, all sorts of setups for them from themselves as well, and a sure shot initiation in the form of that Centaur. So I think this Ember Spirit should be having a decent enough time.
Of course, Yayo on the top lane of the Darkseer will be our position 3, and he's not going to be having a good time, at least for the initial stages. You ideally want that level 2 on the Darkseer, maybe even level 3, level 2 Iron Shell is where you really start trading.
Oh, Mirage already off to pretty difficult start, and
Well, speaking of
LeBron's
difficult
actually
starts,
going to get the first blood over on that top lane. I actually expected this quite a bit. You see, the Terrorblade support doesn't really do anything in this lane.
that's why I thought it would be Darkseer support.
Yayo will be getting his farm, and at the very least, it's similar to the previous game where you had the Naga Siren who could be stacking those Ancients. So for Quantum, the Terrorblade can be doing that, but it does seem like a bit of a wasted effort. Meanwhile, mid lane, Mirage actually might end up dying over here. Did have that slight heal though, so it's going to keep him alive at the edge of his life, but he's going to be pushed out of the lane. He does have his bottle incoming though, so he should be able to regenerate up.
One of the cool things that, of course, Ricky, I mean, you barely see it these days, right? But like, one of the cool things with the Ricky is obviously the Exterminator facet for a core Ricky, but bottom lane, Mary's going to be taking some damage. The Exterminator facet, what it basically does is it gives you a much lower cooldown on your Tricks of the Trade as long as you're farming with it as well. So you get that extra backstab and whatnot. The more units you kill that aren't heroes in your Tricks of the Trade, the lower the cooldown becomes. And because you have an agility bonus, you farm fast
Mirage
with it.
Might end up falling over here over on that mid lane. I know there's a kill happening towards that bot side as well, with a shackle on the Jakiro. Mary in so much trouble, and an Aether Shock to finish the Jakiro off. And meanwhile, mid lane, it turns out that the Ember Spirit was able to make it out.
Well, there you go. I'm very curious about how fast this Ricky can farm with the Exterminator, by the way. Because I'll be honest, I've never seen like Ricky actively try and farm, even when I've seen them play cores. Except for once upon a time we started seeing a Battle Fury Ricky for a little while when every core was building Battle Fury.
I mean, so far he's doing 2 jobs at the same time. He's able to put pressure on Mirage and slow down the Ember's farm, as well as find the last hits himself. He is up in that last hit charge, not by too big of a margin, but these things do stack up, particularly in the early game. You know, you have those few creeps can make the difference in that early game.
It's also one of those things where, I mean, he's doing what Mirage did in the last game to him. He's keeping his enemy mid low enough that there's never going to be a concern. Nice dodges. Darkia keeps the damage going. Mirage just cannot approach this wave.
At this point, I don't even think that Aincrad is interested in taking the Ember Spirit down. Of course, it would be a nice little win for him if he was able to take the Ember down, but keeping Mirage extremely low is still, in the end, a winning lane for Quantum.
I've just realized how stupid I was. I've been calling him Darkney all this time instead of Aincrad. It says Aincrad backwards. And nothing's backwards about Aincrad right now. He finds Mirage and takes him down fully solo. No help needed, nothing at all, just runs him down, and this is why Rickies are scary when they're against melee heroes. That
happened at the 4-minute mark. Mirage was waiting for the water rune to spawn so that he could regenerate HP up, but the fact that Aincrad is going to be taking both of the water runes, he's going to regenerate most of his HP and mana back. So when Mirage comes back to the lane, he's not going to find a Ricky who's low. He's going to find a Ricky who's well prepared to take Mirage down again. Oh man, already has the Orb of Corrosion as well, and Mirage, no matter how much he tries to trade hits, it's not going to end up working out for him. I will say it's very surprising to see Aincrad actually, or rather Mirage actually go for the maxing of the Ember's shield, the Flame Guard, rather than maxing out his Titan Fist and his Searing Chains.
Bottom lane? Shouldn't be anything much happening over here. Lucas just gets a quick bit of damage.
It is despite of the fact that you do have a Shaman and a Centaur Warrunner, these heroes are very aggressive. This pick from Quantum Lifestealer is just a target that you are not going to be able to kill because you have the Jakiros who can always use the Ice Spot to break that shackle. So the Jakiro is the only viable target for
Top lane.
Zero Tenacity.
You've got the Metamorphosis out. LeBron is trying to get away to safety. Will not be able to do so. He's brought back in, taken down. It'll be a trade though. Emptiness. No, he's got the wand as well. Able to stop himself from being taken down. Nande will not be able to avenge his teammate.
Finally, it's...
Do we have Pablo dying?
Yeah.
Liquid Fire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So
if there's
far,
a
trades
haste rune over
happening
here, it will be problematic.
from both sides as Emptiness. Wow, he not only has to go back to the fountain, but he actually found a deny with his illusion. So, able to make sure that Mirage is not going to be finding much in this mid lane.
Look, Nefrid at the very least in the Centaur is also farming pretty well because he just keeps on skipping creep waves, right? So they're trading farm on this bottom lane, and then it does feel like Lena's winning out pretty heavily when you compare her to that Lifestealer. So this is all in all, despite the Aincrad shenanigans, not an amazing laning phase for Quantum just yet. They need this Riki to come online and do something.
To be fair, there's not a lot that Darkseer can do in this top lane, right? So a lot of Lena's denies are coming from the fact that Darkseer is using his Ion Shell. And so it's easier for Nande to find these denies because you can expect the damage coming out from the Ion Shell and deny those creeps a lot easier. Of course, the XP reduction to Yayo won't be that big because, one, he can just use the Ion Shell and farm up the jungle quite quick, and two, he is a melee hero who has less of an experience penalty.
Ultras, we've got a setup down for the top lane. This dive into the tower might be asking for too much. There's an Ice Path coming out in the back lines. Nande is going to be caught out as well. Blinking from Aincrad, and with that, it should be 2 deaths. It is immediately 4 heroes collapsing onto that dive in the top lane.
And there's just nothing that Zero Tenacity can do when you are inside of that smoke without that stampede, right? That stampede is their insurance against that spell. So it's a bit unfortunate that Zero Tenacity are making these kinds of plays. Again, overextensions, I would say, similar to the previous game, that they really cannot be affording because Mirage, remember, he's died once already and he has not found all that much in this mid lane. Sure, he does have 40 CS, but Quantum are able to steal all of these runes, deny all of these runes. This time around, though, it's not going to happen for them. They do have an amplified damage on the Ember
Bottom
Spirit.
lane,
He's
Lucas
making
is
his
down.
way.
Great rotation coming through, using the Twin Gates to be able to come out and isolate the Lifestealer. They'd already started pushing him forward by rotating the Ember Spirit down using the DD. And when they realize his only path of retreat realistically has to be near the Twin Gates, they can catch him.
And they're going to be able to take the tower down. 9 minutes in. Despite of Quantum doing a great job with Aincrad, who actually this time around, it seems like Mirage has found the return there, and the Stampede is going to be expended to try and take another kill on towards Mary. A double kill for Mirage. He has showed up finally, 9 minutes in, able to find not only his revenge, but actually take back the lead that Aincrad was building up for himself.
And Aincrad really felt like he wanted to take some space in middle and bully Mirage. Meanwhile, quick killing spree picked up by Nanda as well. The problem was that he didn't realize Shadow Shaman was nearby and ready for that exact same thing to happen. So he just gets taken down with a full shackle, the full Hex being used up as well. There's too much disable underneath that tower.
And Mirage is just going to farm all of this up. Now, we do need to talk about items, right? Because the first item pickup for a lot of these heroes is going to be their major power spikes for the Riki, for Aincrad. It's most likely going to be that Diffusal Blade, I believe. That nice little bit of slow. However, the Diffusal Blade isn't going to be that major in this game because of the fact that you already... Yeah, that's why you might want to skip the Diffusal, because you already not only have the Surge, which gives you max movement speed, you have so many slows as well, but even if you use the diffusal slow, it's against the stampede, so it's not going to be that much value coming out of it. So you might want to skip that first item diffusal blade, which is normally picked up, in favor of something that might be able to give you that extra oomph in those team fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The one good thing about the diffusal is it obviously can be used to force out the Stampede a little bit faster. You know, rapid fighting and everything becomes quite good with it. But we're going to hold over the line right now as Aincrad goes in. It's an attempt on the Pablo, who's been stunned up by the Ice Path as well. That stun catches Mirage too, don't forget. But he's open limited in the slightest. It's still going to be a turnaround as we've got Marcy coming over. LeBron's extra damage makes that an easy kill. Mirage even picking up the last hit on it.
Yeah, the counter initiation from Zero Tenacity is a bit scary, and we saw the fact that without your Darkseer, without extra amounts of control in those team fights, you simply can't do anything. Once your Riki gets locked down with either the shackles from the Ember Spirit or the Shaman, there's not a lot that Quantum can do.
Nande, in the meanwhile, he's got his lightning rod out and going. Gluttony is a plan. Aincrad will not be able to do much to disrupt it. There's no way they can go in. They know Stampede is still online, and without a stun, that is pretty much everything you need. Smoke Cloud out onto the Ember Spirit. He's got a haste rune, should be able to get away, but he wants to get in them instead. LeBron is being turned around upon. Emptiness is able to save the life of his teammate, but how long can he stay alive himself? Not long at all. It's Mirage in the back lines, able to swiftly move past, find Mary, and LeBron is still going to fall. Aincrad now needs to be careful not to go down, but those extra damage from the Trickster trade is going to be everything. Lucas, too late to the party, but maybe he can still keep it rocking. Mirage on the other side needs to get away. There are not remnants available. That one he'd used earlier on is going to have to suffice. Chaos all over the top lane.
Yeah, it really does seem like Quantum have to play in unison and synchronize their abilities together, because in a disorganized fight, Zero Tenacity just simply do too well. The Marcy has that damage output. Even if you don't have those items up, you just unleash the Fury and go ham on Quantum. And you also have the Lina abilities, damage output, everything, and not to mention Mirage, who is hyper mobile, as much mobility as the Rikimaru has. So Zero Tenacity in a disorganized fight, they simply do too well. And Quantum really, if they want to be taking full-on team fights, then they need to bring in Lucas much earlier.
Well,
but it seems like it's going to be a while as he's going to be sent to his grave.
He tried to get there early. I think you're right, though. You really needed that extra damage. I mean, I just checked the fight recap as well. Lina did 4,500 out of 8,500 of her team's damage there. And predominantly coming in through just right-clicking.
And that's because there's, apart from the Lifestealer, there's no one that can actually make their way on towards Lucas, right? Because you're going to be face control. But the Lifestealer doesn't have that issue. You just pop the Rage and you walk yourself over to the Lina. Even perhaps utilize the Surge to be able to get on top of Nande. But
the thing is, Aincrad is technically supposed to be that guy. He doesn't have the farm.
T-Time, this is why I discounted the possibility of a mid-Riki.
To be fair, it was doing pretty well until he,
fell
died
off
a couple of
cliff
times
in terms of power spikes.
No. It was a 10-minute rune and the tower dive in middle before that. Those two deaths are what set him back. I will hold my ground on this. I think this was a great pick. And just a couple of mistakes.
He's actually found the Ember Spirit as well as the Cloud Mary coming in with the Ice Bar, but there is the Stampede. It's not going to be enough to save Mirage's life, but Zero Tenacity, they might be able to find a return. The Dust, the Pop, and Darknia to go alongside it.
Zero Tenacity are happy with that trade. Nande continues to farm up, keeps the mid lane pushed out, and Lucas is still limited out towards his bottom not really a triangle, more like a quarter circle of the map. I'm not good with geometry. Yeah, a little new river. It makes kind of like a quarter circle. Like a pizza slice.
How is a circle and a pizza slice?
A quarter
Same thing?
circle. A pizza slice is usually like a quarter circle. What do you
What
mean?
is a quarter? Isn't a quarter circle just a smaller circle?
No, it's a quarter of a circle.
Oh, you mean a quarter of a circle?
A semicircle is half of a circle.
Listen, you have to differentiate between circumference and area for me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That makes no difference.
Bot lane? Actually, an engagement. Spells being thrown around everywhere, but it seems like Quantum are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble as they are being chased over here. LeBron, though, isn't really interested in a Terrorblade. That's more of Nande's domain, as he's going to take the Terrorblade down. But one hero is all that Zero Tenacity are going to get for their trouble. A lot of space being created for Quantum, but at the same time, that was Quantum's initiation.
Zero Tenacity did feel like there was more heroes to be able to find towards the back lines. That's what they were looking for. They tried to, navigate away from the supports, and they do miss out a kill in doing so. So sure, hey, Quantum's initiation, there's space being found. The problem is the space isn't there for the Riki. And Riki will fall behind fast. He's going for an Agnum Scepter right now. This is not the biggest damage build, but it does give you a little bit more on what you can do in terms of, reverse infesting in some ways. You can also go for a double bomb. Double bombing is super gimmicky. Stampede out on the top lane. You've got the stun out from both sides, but I can tell you which one of them is getting a kill. It's going to be Z10.
Yeah,
Emptiness.
he's just...
Oh, he gets a
actually
Sunder off in
found
the
the
end. Is
Sunder,
there time
but-
for a turnaround? No, there isn't.
No, there's
He's been
no-
abandoned.
Yeah, there's no sawdust to be found here. Nice little Sunder play, but at the end of the day, Quantum are simply not in the position to be contesting this. Aincrad does not have the power spikes he needs. The hero that snowballs, and unfortunately for Quantum, it's Zero Tenacity who are the ones snowballing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's interesting how Zero Tenacity are actually targeting this Terrorblade as if he is a potential carry for Quantum.
Is under attack.
I don't know if that's what's happening more, that Quantum are putting Terrorblade forward to be the one to eat the deaths. Look, the issue is, the only way I can see a kill taking place now is after the Lifestealer has Radiance and the Riki has his Aghanims, you can double bomb. But then
But
you
is that
need a
going to be
Blink
enough?
Dagger on the Darkseer to actually do that.
I mean, you mentioned the double jump from the Riki and the Lifestealer, but
Radiant are
nowhere in that formula is the response to that Stampede. What makes Zero Tenacity, what stops Zero Tenacity from just simply running away?
Radiant's
Vacuum my spot, realistically. No, I mean, this is
So
not,
it's
this
a
is not that
penta
hard to
shot.
execute.
It's all 5 heroes.
It's not that hard to execute. What you just, like, the only problem is the Riki timing on the bomb is not that great because you only get 5 attacks on the tricks of the trade, right? So it's pretty limited effect and as far as that's concerned.
Oh, I hear a Stampede. I hear the hooves, and it's actually towards that top side where
Aincrad.
Aincrad is in a trouble here. He's trying to juke it out, but I don't think he's going to make it out of here. A shackle to hold him in place, and one more double edge should finish the job here. But Aincrad actually managing to regenerate up another tricks of the trade here, but there's only so far he can juke. He will eventually end up falling as Zero Tenacity find themselves a very valuable pick.
Maybe there's something to be had over here. No, there isn't. Nana and LeBron immediately jump away. It is massive amounts of disengage because of that Marcy. That feels good if you're LeBron.
Quantum thought they had the upper hand because the Stampede was on cooldown, but unfortunately Zero Tenacity still, despite the fact that they are against the Riki, have a few tricks of the trade up their own sleeve.
Honestly, the pick-me-up from Marcy is such a good factor. It's so much fun to see the double jumps.
Oh man, and Mirage keeping the rest of Quantum busy while Zero Tenacity take a free Roshan is salt on the wound here. You really have to wonder, with a Lifestealer, you do now have the Radiance, but the problem for Quantum, in my opinion, isn't initiating, it's keeping Zero Tenacity locked down.
who's going to be the one to do it. I'm not quite sure. A defensor on this tier 2 is a bold decision. You against an Aegis, against a available Stampede, and, well, without your support, realistically, it's going to be Pablo. Blinks forward. Very tanky on this Terrorblade. Macropyre will certainly help him out as well, but now you're not going to have that available for that next fight. Nande's frontlining with that Aegis, and remember that attack range that Ultras was talking about in the beginning of the draft? That might be coming into play in the high ground offense as well.
That might have looked like a preemptive move by Zero Tenacity to use that Stampede, but really I just think that they wanted to secure that tier 2 tower, just push out Quantum from any attempts at defending it, take the tier 2 tower, go back, reset, because this Aegis is very fresh. They can choose to go for all sorts of objectives, like the Tormentor that they're about to take. Once you take the Tormentor, you can teleport through the outpost towards that bot lane and then go towards another tier 2 tower. They have all the time in the world, and unfortunately for Quantum, they are not faced up against any kind of pressure.
And, well, Zero Tenacity are about to put the pressure on them, vice versa. This smoke play could be interesting. There isn't going to be an Ember Spirit present, don't forget, and as the fight starts to take place, it's going to be onto Nande they go. They force him back while isolating Yayo in the back lines. It's going to be Zero Tenacity trying to take the Darkseer away before he can get that vacuum out. In the meanwhile, silence on the Terrorblade means he won't have a Sunder, and as Yayo continues to try and fight, this is going to be a losing battle for Quantum. Yayo will be going down to a quick blink in from Pablo, and the only one to get away could have been Lucas, but he doesn't use his rage in time. Now, the TP has to come into play, and that'll be what it takes to save their carry.
Dubious decision, honestly, to go for that team fight for Quantum. Aincrad over on that top lane, you only had 3 heroes there for the most part, and without any way to lock anyone down, the Lifestealer just has a Radiance. It's not exactly an item that fights very well outside of that miss chance, that slight increase in damage. Zero Tenacity, they might as well go high ground. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Their heroes are pretty healthy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, this is just
Dire's top
problems
tower
on
is
problems.
under attack.
The Stampede is back up too, so Aincrad has TP'd himself towards his own base, so perhaps Quantum are going to be looking to defend this. Now, they do have the ability to plant down all sorts of abilities like this Ice Spot. They have the threat of the vacuum as well, not to mention the smoke can come in from Aincrad at any time, right? So Zero Tenacity don't exactly have the easiest high ground siege. Of course, the biggest benefit to their side is that they do have the Lina, whose attack range is higher than that of the towers, so it's going to be a very slow burn towards that high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It does feel like the high ground break is going to come around that next Aegis, unless there's going to be a big mistake from Quantum, so they will at least have time to build up. But what are they going to be building to? Ricky, ever since he's got on his items, is mostly just chilling around on the top side of the map, just trying to keep these waves pushed out.
Oh, they've
And
actually
it
found
is going to be
themselves a
another
nice little
catch.
Jakiro, but they might find themselves with 2 for 2 quick kills because Quantum decided to step foot right outside of their base, and this is going to give the opportunity for Zero Tenacity to go high ground. They still have the Aegis for about 30 seconds, so that's about the time that it'll take for Quantum to respawn. But they've actually found Aincrad over here and a Laguna Blade to finish him off too. It doesn't seem like Quantum can put up a defense.
You have to wonder what's going on for the supports to be out that deep in middle, but also it's desperation, right? You want to get a ward down, you're hoping you don't get punished. You obviously have to go for desperate plays. Lifestealer in the meanwhile is just going to continue farming away. This does look like it's GG. 23 minutes in, you lose 2 lanes of Raxes. You have a very snowball heavy lineup in the Ricky Maru and the Lifestealer.
That didn't work out. So,
yeah.
I think we're past the point where things are looking rough. I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't expect Quantum to come out ahead to mount up a comeback, but you know, what's to stop them from trying? As they're going to go for a 5-man smoke, they might be able to find Mirage here and pick the gem up if they find a good initiation.
Dire are scanning.
Well, maybe. I'll give you that. There's always a maybe. Smokes have been popped, courtesy of the Rikimaru, but that Rikimaru's been found. That gem is there, let's not forget, and the fight takes place elsewhere. BKB out immediately from the Ember Spirit as they're chasing them down. Ironcrad re-engages, but Nefrit has got his blade mail, so you cannot continue to chase down. Mirage is the problem, though. This gem simply will not go away. Lucas now pops out, and he's chasing down, but there's everyone who's running away from them. Marcy will be able to guarantee their descent backwards, and with the Ghost Scepter, you can't go on Mirage either. Emptiness's Metamorphosis is all but useless. Macropire now used. Nande snipes out the Terrorblade and now starts to look elsewhere. It might be a death on a Pablo, but with the Ghost Scepter, even he's managed to stay alive. Ironcrad cannot chase. Mirage cannot be chased. And all in the meanwhile, LeBron is just holding out and waiting for another rebound to be used in case they need to get away. What can you do? You can't do anything. Quick re-engage with a 2-man stomp on top of it all, and the range of this Lina is abominable. It is everyone to die, buybacks to be used, hope to be lost, GG to be called.
Yeah, and LeBron to finish it with a dunk with an ultra kill. I mean, we saw it in that team fight. All Zero Tenacity really needed to do was constantly just reposition. Just reposition and allow the Lina to dish out all of that damage with that Daedalus and Mjolnir, high attack speed, high damage output. So Zero Tenacity had the very easy requirement, and I would say it was very similar to what Quantum had in the previous game. Zero Tenacity, all they really had to do was play their heroes to their strengths well enough, and that's really all it took.
I do think there were some great punishes coming out, to be frank. I still maintain that those 2 extra deaths that Ricky had around that 10-minute mark, that just set him back so far that we never got to see him even be really relevant. And that is the problem of the Rikimaru, right? But also at the same time, Lifestealer not winning his lane hard enough, perhaps. Terrorblade, that pivot out towards position 4 made him largely a non-factor, right? There wasn't much that the Terrorblade could do from that position. So despite what, to me, I still think was a pretty interesting drafting masterclass, at least that's what I had in my head, ends up being me failing the class instead. That's not to say that there isn't another game to come through. Class number 3 will be back in a couple of minutes. We still have to figure out who's in the lower bracket and who goes forward. See you guys in just a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good assassins never die. They just...
Radiant are scanning. It's nothing. It's the Radiant's middle barracks under attack. Radiant's middle.
What a comeback coming out from Zero Tenacity into that second map. The question is, can they complete the reverse sweep? Welcome back to CCT Season 2, the first playoffs of the first series. I'm T-Time, he's Teltris, and we're having a great old time. Teltris, who takes it?
I don't know, man. Both of these teams won in a similar fashion in both game number 1 and game number 2. I am hoping for a more balanced out game, but these teams are not really giving us a balanced performance. They're giving us stomps after stomps, and this is where you bring your all. You know, this is for at least for Quantum.
I thought that Ricky Maru was kind of their all. I'll be honest, I thought that was pretty cool.
It was cool, but I don't think it was all that good. You know, mid Ricky.
You're just
Let's
a hater.
disagree.
You're just a hater.
You know.
That's the problem. But I'd hate to see you wrong again, so why don't you take a gander about what's sort of coming in our way, right? I mean, again, we have the Undying banned out. This time Zero Tenacity are the ones who are worried about it maybe coming up from Quantum side. I would be surprised if we see a first pick that is similar to the Terrorblade. It just feels like it's not one of the best heroes to go for, even if you do feel like you've got flexibility to play it in other positions. Alright, no surprises, right? Death Prophet, this is the first time it hasn't been banned out, so we will see it. Why is this hero becoming so popular in this patch, Ultras?
I think the Scepter upgrade, just the added life, added damage that the Death Prophet gains. Most team fights are extended team fights now in the meta. Very rarely do you see a team being able to clean up the entire fight within seconds. Normally when you do have that, it's at the back of a hero like the Swen, right? But now with extended team fights, Death Prophet does do very well. Now you have control. That is a very key aspect of team fights, right? The team that doesn't have control often at times struggles with it, as we saw just in the previous game with Quantum not having the ability to lock down Zero Tenacity. You know, this is something that is pretty prevalent now. And I do think that there should be a Brewmaster picked out for Quantum, or if Zero Tenacity decide to pick that one up for themselves, that should be really good. But there is absolutely no way that Zero Tenacity should let Quantum get away with the Brewmaster. A Brewmaster plus the Death Prophet would be disastrous.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see Zero Tenacity pick up the Brewmaster themselves, not because I disagree with you, just because it does feel like you probably do want to prioritize maybe some of your better picks for yourself earlier on as well. Zero Tenacity hasn't always felt like they had those. If you want something like the Lina, where you have that lane flexibility, etc. as well, you probably have to pick it early on rather than later, if it's even allowed through, for that matter.
It's interesting how Zero Tenacity used their first pick to pick up a support Dark Willow. I don't think the Dark Willow is too strong of a hero. You had the
Dark
option.
Willow's been pretty hotly contested in general across the series. Funnily enough, it's one of the more banned heroes, I think.
I just mean that, you know, if they came out with a first pick Doom, for example, that would have been really good, because
it's still in the pool.
Straight up, no longer, right?
Yeah.
Because you had that option. You know, just being able to doom the Death Prophet before you get the Exorcism off would have been a surefire way of getting off to a great start in those team fights, but now they won't have that, right? So, again, we're back to square one, where you're thinking, is there going to be a core over on Zero Tenacity that's going to be picking up that Orchid to go for that silence on that Death Prophet, and then pick up yourselves up some burst heroes, some perhaps a Swen, for example?
That's what I was wondering about, yeah. It does feel like a good pickup, right? I mean, you're the one saying it. Right now, it's a time of extended team fights. One way to make a team fight very short, very quickly, is with the Sven.
But let's see. Right now, I mean, Quantum have actually banned out a lot of heroes that deal well with the Death Prophet, that do reduce that duration of the team fight, right? The Ancient Apparition plus the Doom, right? The Ancient Apparition would have also been good to counter out the Death Prophet with, but now Zero Tenacity are going to ban the Swen themselves, so I really do wonder what kind of game plan they have in mind. There is not going to be a Terrorblade that they can pick up. The Morphling would not be all that strong, considering the fact that Quantum do have a silence at the ready. Now, I did see a Drow Ranger versus a Death Prophet in the group stages. Didn't do well. It should have done well, but it didn't.
That's what I said about the Ricky, and your disbelief, so hey.
Let's see.
To be honest, I just think if you want to try and fight back sustain versus sustain and like extend your own team fight as well, you could also always go for something like a Dawnbreaker, right? You know, something where you are maybe buffing yourself up more. Marcy, obviously, we saw LeBron using that wonderfully well. That extra mobility was great. I don't know how good it is always against Death Prophet. It's a very hard hero to kite, although you can run away from her and try and outlast the Exorcism. You'll mostly end up losing towers because of it.
It's kind of a difficult position for the Marcy, right? Because the Unleashed Fury, sure, you have a lot of damage as a support, but you're not really going to be in the midst of that Exorcism trying to dish out that Fury, right? You're just going to get taken down by the spirits and just amplify the damage coming out from Quantum, as they're going to pick themselves up a Batrider, one of the strongest heroes in the current meta right now, and not going to go for that Brewmaster, as they've already picked themselves up a Centaur, but they have a lineup that can trample, that can stampede over Zero Tenacity right now.
Stampede's got an incredible little synergy this time over with both the Death Prophet and the Batrider, right? I mean, this is the opposite of what we had in the last game, where Stampede was an incredible escape tool. Now we have Stampede as being, you know, a great enabler for pretty much every single one of these heroes. All of them want to be building these movement speed items, your Yules, your boots of travel, your phase boots and whatnot. Something like Centaur really enables that. And I will say you already do have some pretty decent heroes against that. To be fair, Dark Willow's Bramble Maze, fantastic in a situation like it. Marcia as well with a pick-me-up facet, fantastic to get people away. Morphling, again, very elusive, very, you know, extended teamfight-esque hero.
Yeah, I did suggest that Zero Tenacity might be going for that Morphling, but again, even though it is one of the stronger carries, the reason I don't think that Morphling is particularly good here is because you have that silence, you have that instant disable in the form of that lasso coming in. So it's going to be a tough game for this Morphling. And not to mention,
go ahead.
You know, you were talking about the Marcy's ability to reposition, which, to be fair, is pretty strong. We saw it in the last game. But because of the Centaur pick with the Stampede coming in, you know, with Death Prophet running at you with max movement speed with the spirits around her, I wonder if that added mobility with the Marcy is going to be of any use in those team fights.
This is the first Slaughter that we have seen, and listen, Slaughter is actually one of the classic counters to the Death Prophet from once upon a time. You used to be able to use the amplified damage to just destroy her in a way where even if she wants to be mobile and come close to you, she doesn't really have the ability to do so. But Slaughter has fallen out of favor for a lot of very good reasons. It's a very item-dependent hero. It's not a hero that necessarily does the best in lane either. It's not an easy to pull off hero in that regards.
I mean, the requirement for the Slaughter, right? Blink in and also to reduce the opponent's armor is going to be pretty tough. And Quantum have such a well-rounded draft, right? Again, it's similar win conditions to the previous game, where all Quantum right now, all they need to do is play their heroes out. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity, you've already brought it out, right? Marcy to reposition in those team fights. Morphling has to play around that silence. Slaughter has to find the initiations as well as reduce the armors and reduce the durability of Quantum. And those are like 3 different mechanisms that you have to get right in order to win, which is not the easiest thing in the world.
Great ban on the puck, of course, is one of the more expected ones to come through to try and stop some of that mobility from the Quantum side.
I wonder if Quantum are going to be going for an Oracle. I've always wondered about the synergy between the False Promise, just extending the duration of the Death Prophet, you know, the Exorcism spirits flying around that for 8 seconds, it doesn't matter if you target the Death Prophet or not. Those exorcism
as well.
Yeah, it just seems like a really good hero, right? Because Quantum are probably looking to pick themselves their last support. So in my opinion, it should be the Oracle. But it's not exactly a hero that's picked up all that often. And it's a hero that's very squishy, right? Slaughter.
I like where you're going with, though, to be fair, because I think any sort of save would be very good for Quantum over here. They're in one of those rare situations where I don't think they need more stuns necessarily. So even something like a Shadow Demon or a Ringmaster or the Oracle, like you mentioned, there's a lot of good heroes for the save, if nothing else, that you can actually opt into. Dusk would have been very similar, which is what sort of Zero Tenacity have banned out themselves. So of course, Dusk gives you a little bit more of that fighting and maneuverability. For Zero Tenacity, though, what do you really go for here?
I mean, they've banned out the Pangolier. That would have been really good for their side. Not just because of the diffusal blade. I do think that you need some hero to cut through that mana. You won't have a lot of time in those team fights, right? Because you will have that counter initiation coming in. You will have that stampede either as an initiation or a counter tool. And then you have the stone gaze as well. So for Quantum, they can choose to disengage and re-engage multiple times in those team fights. Zero Tenacity don't have that ability. They can only go in once, and if it doesn't work, they lose. So they need to go for a mid pick that goes all out. But I'm really wondering what that hero is going to be. Maybe a Magnus, but
I don't feel like a Magnus skewering anyone into your team. Unless you instantly kill them and you're not a lineup with burst, you're going to be turned around upon very, very quickly.
It's one of those rare situations where I don't think there is an ideal mid pick for Zero Tenacity. Any pick they go for, they can fulfill one win condition, but I would say they have 3 win conditions right now.
I was literally about to say they can go for an anti-mage, and I just saw the anti-mage ban.
I mean, the anti-mage ban was always going to be coming. I wouldn't have gotten
I was
my hopes up for that.
really hoping that it would get let through one way or another.
But it is going to be a Naga Siren. It is going to be that saving mechanism, and not to mention additional amounts of control and additional amounts of disengage and re-engage being brought in by Quantum.
Is there a carry that Zero Tenacity can go for and send Morphling mid maybe? Is there something like that can maybe take place, a carry that would do better in this situation?
Phantom Lancer? From the grave? After years of not seeing that hero? Who knows?
PL
perhaps
isn't bad.
A Wind Ranger wouldn't be bad, honestly, on that mid lane. But with that Focus Fire, Diffusal Blade, but they're going to go for
Marcy mid?
a mid lane Slardar. Now, I
Oh.
will say, every single time that I have seen a mid lane Slardar, I have not seen that team win. I will say that.
I agree with you.
Particularly against the Batrider, right? It really seems like even though the
it's against the
Batrider
Death
isn't
Prophet.
on, yeah, no, I know. I just mean to say that even against a support Batrider, Slardar doesn't do well. A mid Slardar doesn't do well because it really
Yeah.
just seems like all Emptiness needs is one Blink Dagger at any time after the 15-minute mark, and Mirage on this Slardar is going to end up useless.
Even just the napalm makes, like, Stars are such a speed reliant hero. The turn speed being reduced is so annoying.
I really do think Quantum has a better draft. I will again go as far as to say that it is 70-30 in favor of Quantum right now. Zero Tenacity, as far as their win condition goes, hey, they have a Morphling, right? It's a 4 protect 1 strategy. You need your Morphling to come online, but they have additional win conditions in the sense that Mirage has to get that early Blink Dagger, has to find the pickoffs to allow Nande to have that space to farm, and then LeBron has to find those repositions, right? And then you have the added control mechanism from Nefrit, so LeBron should be having an easier time with those repositions because you do have that surge and that vacuum coming in, but it's multiple people have to come in together to synchronize their effort, right, in order to be successful. Meanwhile, over on Quantum, there is no such hard requirement, right? They can be unsynchronized and still get away with it. Stampede, they have that buffer time, of a few seconds where you can use it at any time. The Song of the Siren to constantly disengage. You have the Medusa as well to come in with that Stone Gaze, and Zero Tenacity won't be able to do anything about it. You have the Lasso to start things off, and then in between all of that, you have the Exorcism, whose spirits are going to be dealing a whole lot of damage. So what do you do for Zero Tenacity? Who do you target? Is it the Medusa? Is it Aincrad on that Death Prophet? But then how do you face up against the Song of the Siren? How do you face up against the Stampede? How do you make sure that one of your heroes isn't going to get lassoed and dragged out? I don't have the answer to these questions.
I will say this is still a pretty good fighting 4. Right? In 4 protect 1s, very often the question is, do you have a holding 4 or a fighting 4? A holding 4 is just to try and delay the game as much as you can. A fighting 4 is to try and just take the fights to them. When you've got a Medusa in front of you, who admittedly can come to fights, I think, more than once upon a time, and when you've got a, sort of ultimate dependent Death Prophet as well, these 4 can fight really hard. Marcy hits hard. The Slardar obviously is going to be hitting hard. You've got Pablo, who's going to be doing very well as well. So at least you can go 2 for 2 a couple of times over. My concern is, even if you get to the late game, is that enough?
30 seconds.
It's going to be a situation where you have to think about how potent the supports are going to be from both sides, right? Because late game scenario, Batrider is as farmed as a core, because you do have that flash farm mechanism built in with that Firefly. But for Zero Tenacity, in my opinion, the pressure is going to be on Mirage here, on this Slardar. What can he actually achieve? And if it's even going to be enough.
The battle begins.
You 2 bounty runes each, so at least off to a stable start. As far as the lanes go, I mean, Slardar versus Death Prophet, normally the Slardar has the ability through the Bash of the Deep, right, to actually zone heroes out. Even if you take a fair bit of damage, you have a lot of HP, but I'm not too sure how that does against the Spirit Siphon of Aincrad, right? It's not a situation where you can walk up to the Death Prophet, because then you're going to get slowed down, you're going to take a lot of damage, and then Aincrad is just going to regenerate a lot of the HP, so has his work cut out for him. Over on...
I mean, I'm wondering about how this top lane is going to go over here as well. I mean, LeBron and Ifrit typically should be doing pretty well against any sort of melee support, but at the same time, Medusa is always tough to lane up against. She's always stealing your mana. That Mystic Snake is great harass as well.
And not to mention, the Naga Siren Snare is going to make sure that the Darkseer over on the other side can't just surge up and come close to the Medusa. So you're always going to have that insurance to mean that the Medusa is going to have that farm in the early laning phase. Of course, bot lane is... This is where I do think that most of the action is going to be happening over on that bot lane. Either Emptiness goes in with that Firefly to get a cheeky little kill, or it's going to be a counter initiation or a return found by that Dark Widow. Either way, I think the bot lane is going to have at least a few kills happening early on.
Well, meanwhile, the top lane, as we are going to have Mary being pulled back, this was the problem, right? You obviously have yourself a lot of damage versus these melee heroes. Mary should not be having a good time in this lane at all. Is there a deny to be had? No. LeBron will be able to finish him off.
Mary should not have been in that position.
It's easy to think you want to trade, but it's very hard to actually do it.
And you want to stop the creeps from being dragged away as well, right? But it's just very difficult to do against a lineup of Zero Tenacity to Darkseer. The Surge coming in, the Ion Shell. Your illusions are not going to be helping you, and the only tool in your arsenal to help you survive is that Ensnare, but you only get to use it once. And you need to be careful, because if you throw it on the Surge target, then you do have a Marcy who can bring you back.
What is the status for Mirage? 13-1 right now. Do you still rush the Blink Dagger? Or, I mean, of course, in the offline, very often you're going to be going for a Vanguard or something like it. Do you maybe go more fighting, like an Echo Saber? Are you relying on the Surge to get close to people instead of the Blink for Mirage?
I think for Mirage, you definitely need the Blink Dagger, and I think you need an early BKB this game as well, because you want to be fighting. If you're not going to be fighting, then Quantum are going to bring the fight to you, right? It's an inevitability, because over on the other side, Batrider has no other item to make other than the Blink Dagger, right? As far as the early game goes. So either you get the Blink on yourself if you're Mirage, or the opponent makes a Blink and brings the fight to you. Those are the only two ways that you go about it. Pretty static early game.
Yeah.
Outside of that one kill, but
well, maybe
LeBron,
we can change that now. Lucas has been brought back. His mana should be running out soon. The double Mystic Snake is certainly going to help. Vacuum, however, means that Mary is going to be the first of all. LeBron, however, has asked for backup. Pablo, helping out.
Yeah, just exiting the safety of that tier 1 tower time and time again is not really helping out Quantum. I think they are overestimating their ability to retaliate. Meanwhile, mid lane actually is Emptiness, who's come in towards that Slardar is going to be able to take him down. This is what I was mentioning. The Batrider, even though he's not faced up against the Slardar on the mid lane, still as a support, tends to do very well against melee matchups. Meanwhile, Morphling continuing to farm up.
Yeah, he's doing quite well for himself. Feels like he's the only one who's largely undisturbed.
Mary was able to... Mary put a sentry down there. Normally, the way you go about it is you make sure that you are sneakily making your way up there, but he just planted one in front of LeBron, who is going to be denying it instantly. So that's not really a lot of value to be found by Quantum. A bit forced, I would say.
Listen, LeBron took a lot of damage from those Ancients. That sentry's still not denied. I don't think he actually realized it.
Why else would the Naga come there? What? Oh man, sometimes I don't understand.
Hey,
world.
he's got a lot to think about. He's got a lot to think about. Darkseer's last hits, of course, are going to be assisted by the fact that you are creep skipping, and that means you're just going to be getting every single one. But what can you do as a Darkseer to assist your team? I still maintain, Telchus, I don't hate the idea of a, sort of maybe early blink on the Darkseer and letting the Slardar go for an Echo Saber instead.
Oh, Exorcism to be popped by Aincrad.
Mirage misses
Emptiness
that
is
on
here
his
as
stun.
well, and a Napalm actually to send Mirage flying back, and the Exorcism Spirits are probably going to take him down, and they're now going to threaten this tier 1 tower. You did have Pablo here with the Dark Widow, but the problem for Zero Tenacity is that they don't have enough to actually hold Aincrad down for any extended amount of time.
It's also just the fact that your strafe is so useless up against the turn speed reduction, which is a real problem with the Batrider, right? You are going to be run down. You've got a couple of very fast heroes in there as well, so not a fun time. Still no level 6 out onto Mirage, while Aincrad is already level 7. That's the biggest mid gap we've had all series long.
And it's not going to shorten anytime soon, right? The Death Prophet is going to continue to snowball Mirage. Slardar doesn't have a lot of tools to farm up. He is at the mercy of just his physical damage, which is not that much outside of the Batch of the Deep. So getting a few CS, this CS difference right now, the Death Prophet at 39, meanwhile Mirage on 24 is going to widen. The good thing is, at least when he does have that level 6, LeBron on that Marcy is going to be enabled further when you do Unleash the Fury, as that's going to be a lot of damage. Meanwhile, topside, they're going to make another dive on towards Lucas, bringing him back. Lucas has no more mana up, will regenerate some of it, but the vacuum is going to mean that he's in a bit of trouble, requiring that Stampede to actually make it out of there. But with the Batrider TPing in, this might be danger for Zero Tenacity. Meanwhile, they're actually bringing in even more numbers. One waveform to finish Lucas off, and they're going to disengage. They have gotten what they wanted.
I mean, that's a fantastic rotation from Nande, and this is also the problem with using the Stampede to try and get away from an aggressive Darkseer. A Darkseer who's got the lead, he's going to have Surge up. He can just chase you down, and sure, maybe the Morphling would have been able to come over and get the kill anyway. It makes it a lot easier, though. Add that on top that LeBron's been having this incredible Marcy performance from the last game to now, Nefritis wasn't going to die. This is a very clear priority that Zero Tenacity have set for themselves. We have to punish Lucas. We have to make sure that this Medusa can never really come online. We are going to have to gap the Medusa using our Morphling. We accept the death of our Slardar however many times it comes. It is safe lane versus safe lane where we are going to play Dota. And, well, safe lane versus safe lane continues. It's a dive out onto the top tier 1. Lucas is going to be completely out of mana. And you know what they say about Medusas without mana, Michael? Did I just call you Michael? That's Counter-Strike. Yeah, this is Dota. My bad, Tala. They say they're dead.
Meanwhile, though, Quantum have brought in some numbers of their own, hoping to punish something here. But without their Medusa, I'm not sure what they can achieve. There is no lasso on Emptiness right now.
Well, there's also a Bramble on him, which doesn't feel too good, I can tell you that much. Net's not going to be doing anything. Pablo from downtown can take him out, so Zero Tenacity feels like their win condition has been pretty well identified.
And it's strange how Quantum are choosing to engage with the Zero Tenacity, not really bringing in their Death Prophet, which is what they need. Aincrad is nowhere to be found. He is content farming up, but if you're farming on Aincrad, then perhaps play a bit safer, as Lucas is going to be forced to do that rather than choosing to do that.
Ask and ye shall receive. We've got the Exorcism, we've got Aincrad, and we've got a whole lot of chances to get away, apparently, for Zero Tenacity. It's going to be the TP out for the Dark Willow, and there she goes. You
And
get the
wasted
kill onto
Exorcism
Mary
too.
in the meanwhile as well, by the way. So you lose out on the Exorcism cooldown, you lose out on a support, and everyone disengages.
Quantum, I don't think they realize that they don't have much catch outside of, a synchronized effort by the Naga Siren and the Batrider. You don't have your lasso up. So why are you choosing to create these kinds of engagements rather than say something like going on the Morphling, or perhaps trying to pressure Mirage, who has been having a tough time, and shut him down even further? So them choosing to meet Zero Tenacity over on that top lane isn't really working for them, and it's great for Zero Tenacity. Mirage can continue farming up. He's actually queued himself up a Midas, which is, to be fair, not what I expected at all. At all. I do not know how I feel about that.
I feel great. I love Midas's.
For the wrong reasons, G-Time. They
No,
are here to
it's
win.
comeback farming. He's on 3,300 right now, with 5,600 on the Death Prophet. 4,800 on
I think the real
the
comparison should be
Centaur.
between the Slardar and the supports, right? Because this is not that huge.
I mean, this is the problem, right? Slardar is not going to be relevant. This Blink Dagger is not going to be coming in here in time for him to be able to fight. If he wants to play for that 30-minute mark, you understand it. Lucas, in the meanwhile, is just continually being pressured. Honestly, I just have to commend LeBron again and again and again. The difference maker that his rebounds have been making is massive.
I mean, we have seen LeBron play with the Marcy before in CCT
Yeah,
season
just last
number
game.
1, and last game too. But more of a bigger sample size would be the 8 series of Dota that we did have in the last season. LeBron played phenomenal with that Marcy and is continuing to do so.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like we might be gearing up for a mid-fight. At least that's what the minimap says.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think they're going to be able to fight anytime soon. I mean, they do need their items, and Quantum are going to hit very significant power spikes in the coming minutes as well, right? They already have their lasso up, their Song of the Siren is going to be up, and those engagements that we saw on the Medusa, they're not going to be as potent when you do have that Song of the Siren, right? Lucas is going to have that save, that buffer that his supports can provide for him.
You'd hope so. The Stampede hasn't helped too much so far.
Yeah, the Stampede is actually a desperate attempt at making it out. As Zero Tenacity, Nande has
This
cleaned
is-
the Centaur up, but there is Aincrad. He does have that silence. Nande,
Dire's middle
But he has no way to kill him in the silence. You don't
you
have
didn't have
burst.
Batrider though, but
Batrider
they're
is so
too
far away.
yeah. They might just choose to pressure and take down this tier 1 tower towards this bot side.
The problem
But,
is that you can't actually use Exorcism to push the tier 1s. You
It's
have to
actually
save it for
towards
these
the
fights.
mid lane,
And
where
this
the
is
action
those
is
fights are
happening.
coming in.
Nande going to waveform forward and actually being able to take down Quantum's Batrider with the help of the Willow. Meanwhile, the silence coming on to 3 heroes, and Yayo going to extend forward. Of course, does not have that Stampede. You only have the Song and the Stone Gaze, and that means that Quantum cannot chase the fleeing Zero Tenacity.
And with that, another Exorcism that gets pretty much nothing.
At this point, you should be using your Exorcism on some of these towers, right? Rather than making these engagements where you know you're not going to be able to chase further.
The problem is, that's all fine and well, but you cannot defend a fight without your Exorcism. And with the Medusa having done as badly as she has, you need that threat of the exorcism, it's very similar to a black hole in that regards. The threat of the exorcism should be enough to dissuade them from initially fighting. If they're going to fight into the exorcism, if they have to go back, refresh their mana, go back and get the items, all of that good stuff, maybe you can hold out 60 seconds, but the full 100 seconds, if you use your exorcism on a tier 1 tower, it feels difficult. But you're right, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because using your exorcism in the fight isn't winning you that fight.
Of course, once you do have the scepter up for the Death Prophet, things should be changing. You will get additional movement speed slow, so that does add in a bit of control, not to mention you do have bonus spirit damage. But the damage, as far as it's concerned, is only helpful if your spirits are able to reach Zero Tenacity. So far, they haven't been able to do that. But so far, we haven't exactly seen an initiation at the back of that song or an initiation at the back of that lasso either, right? So those are two key timings, or rather, those are the ways that Quantum should be going about this. Rather than having a situation where they're forced to counter-initiate in a sloppy way, they should get together and go for an initiation of their own.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Batrider is about to get his dagger in about 200 gold.
Well, Dark Willow has her dagger, just not in her inventory.
bottom tower has fallen.
Interesting pickup by the Willow to actually go for
I'm
that
wondering
dagger.
about that, yeah.
He wants to blink, and then he wants to drop down the mazes to potentially disable multiple targets. That's the aim.
To be fair, blink in and terrorize for counter initiation is also very good.
Oh yeah. Let's see if Zero Tenacity can make that work out as well as they have planned it, or as well as they intended. But Quantum, again, playing a bit passive. LeBron almost has a 4-staff as well, so that should further
Dire's
increase his
top
ability to
tower is under
reposition.
attack.
Oh, actually, Willow's going to end up falling over on this mid lane. Does throw out the Terrorize though, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to get run down. The lasso was used this time around. They were able to find a quick and clean kill for themselves. Can they extend this towards anything more, as it's just a support? Mirage though, he's actually spotted out. A napalm to bring him back. A silence for good measure. He's actually going to try and TP himself out of here, but he's not going anywhere as the net quickly ensured his demise. Those are two quick kills that Quantum found in succession, and at the back of this should be able to gain themselves a lot of map control over on Radiant's jungle.
I mean, this is where things can start to turn around for Quantum, right? Lucas is going to be given some uninterrupted, relatively farm for quite a while as well. And we can't forget, as much as Zero Tenacity has dictated the pace of this game, but massively so, there is a point where the lack of a Slardar being a major propelling factor just becomes too much.
Oh yeah, particularly as over on the other side, your competitor, your Einkrad, his farm is going to be a lot more valuable. You know, once you get that BKB up, you really have to wonder how you're going to take down Einkrad with the Exorcism online, particularly because you do have that song. Yeah, right? We talked about how Zero Tenacity identified the win condition of having to shut down Lucas on the Medusa, but there is another equally strong hero, and that is Einkrad's Death Prophet that Zero Tenacity have to actually think about.
Well, the advantage of the Slardar is that the Roche Pit is always your domain. Here, Lasso, what's going on? Who's been caught? Let's find out as we'll take a look at the Batrider in just a second. Batrider, however, might be the one getting caught himself. There's 3 players coming back over. Pablo has not been taken down.
Oh.
And with the Firefly ending, LeBron is just going to be punching him down to death.
Sneaky little play, trying to find a solo lasso target at this stage of the game. Of course, Mirage does have to be careful again because there are a lot of Quantum's heroes around him. If he goes for defending this tier 2 tower, he might end up losing his life. The Centaur will spot this out, blink in by Yayo, and a stun. Where is the follow-up though? Dark Aincrad's going to come in with the Exorcism, and this is going to be a dead Mirage. And as the rest of Zero Tenacity TP in, they really have to think about this one, because the Exorcism is online. They are going to need their Morphling into this if they want to have a chance at contesting this. Nande does come in, but Quantum managing to make it out of there before Zero Tenacity is able to do anything.
And again, as much as we see the net worth being dominated, as much as we see this map being dominated between Nefrit and Nande, the sore thumb is still that starter. And I do ask again now, Tultras, we know this sort of Midas build and whatnot is coming through, this more 30-minute oriented build is coming through. What do you go for now to become useful?
I think you still go for the Blink Dagger and go for some initiations, right? And hope that Nande has enough firepower, hope that there is enough control being brought in by the Blink Dagger from Pablo and your Dark Seer coming in with that vacuum. You know, you need to synchronize all of these abilities. Those were the requirements for Zero Tenacity. Each of their players and each of their heroes have to use their abilities in a synchronized fashion in a window that is much smaller than the one that Quantum possess. And it's very difficult to do, particularly, I mean, this Batrider is going to overtake Slardar's net worth. And that's troublesome.
Especially if Slardar does even one more time, you are in a very rough position. Dying in a team fight, that's different, but you can't afford to be picked off at all. And Quantum are doing a very good job in putting that pressure on him. That also enables their Medusa and their Darks and their Death Prophet to continue farming away. Tormentor and the Roshan will be taken over by Zero Tenacity. That's fine and well. LeBron's going to be able to pick up his shard.
And Lucas, we have ignored this Medusa for quite some time because Lucas was just content farming away. Is almost at the top of that network chart. Of course, the Medusa, or rather the Morphling, has been doing very well for himself as well. But you really have to wonder, in a situation where Zero Tenacity just have their Morphling farmed up and ready to go without the initiation potentially coming in from Mirage, is that really going to be a recipe for success? As Quantum's carry with that farm is backed up with the rest of their cores also possessing equal farm.
Batrider saw that smoke being popped. He wasn't able to see the heroes maybe going into the smoke, but he saw the particles of it coming over, so you immediately see Quantum receding backwards. They're worried about an engagement. They know that a full 5 versus 5 doesn't necessarily favor them. Nefrit is feeling confident. He goes uphill, and the second the smoke is revealed, you see the stone gaze being used. Now that that's been taken out, maybe a fight becomes more interesting. Where is the lasso coming out? It's going to be onto the Marcy. LeBron taken down, Morphling far away. This fight suddenly looks ugly.
Yeah, they have to get back. Zero Tenacity, I get the idea, right? The Stone Gaze was forced out, so that is your prime time to go in. But an out of position LeBron, which is surprising because he has been playing very well this game, is going to mean the dissipation of any kind of aggression that you wanted to put out. And so far, this is Quantum's realm to play in. They will have to do something about Nande, who is split pushing towards that bot side tower. Perhaps they're going to look for a trade. At the end of the day, this works out for Quantum because they can choose to push out the side lanes at a later time, not necessarily worried about losing towers at this stage.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Mirage does have his
seconds.
blink.
Aegis, as it will be expiring around the time where I think around the time where the Medusa Butterfly and next item should be started.
Oh, Quantum were actually not unable to do anything towards that top tier 2 tower. They don't have the heroes for it, and this should favor Zero Tenacity as they were able to split push all the way towards that high
There's no
ground,
exorcism.
back.
You need to use a Song of the Siren now, but it's going to be a Silence on the Mary. It's going to be a late song that is enabled. Blink forward from the Dark Widow. She wants to try and punish Mary for this one, but as Aincrad doesn't have his exorcism, this cooldown advantage is really massively favoring Zero Tenacity. Silence will be broken by the Manta style. You cannot have your Medusa coming over either. Now that the Aegis has expired, they're going to just back off with a tier 3.
I'm not sure why Quantum did not bring their Medusa in. That would have been such an easy defend if you just frontline with your Medusa. You had the Stone Gaze online, and you always had the counter threat. Always had the threat of that Stampede and the Lasso for that counter initiation. So I don't know why Quantum gave that tier 3 tower for free.
Well, maybe it's more than just the tier 3 tower that they are going to end up giving away. The Batrider deep into enemy territory is being chased down. Not towards that bottom lane.
Doesn't have that forced off and that blink dagger, so I don't think he's going to be in much trouble. He's just going to find that TP out. Came quite close to getting stunned up, but...
Oh, what's this? The chase onto the Slardar again. It's going to be a quick little attempt onto Mirage. Can they find him? Yes, they can. Einkrad shuts him down.
Bullying the Slardar at this point. I mean, Mirage not really having a great game. I do think it's the weakness of the hero, because... one, your lane didn't go well, and then two, you went for a Midas. And at this stage of the game, it's not really going to help you that much. Even your Blink Dagger initiation isn't going to help you that much, because sure, you can blink in and initiate, but the question is, can you really survive from that?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's a good... It's the only question to ask.
Space crab.
Nande is also going to be coming through with that diffusal upgrade on the disperser very soon. A little bit of extra damage for him. Even though Zero Tenacity do feel like they're having a noose wrapped around their neck, they're consistently finding ways to push the lanes in and exploit the fact that as much as we're talking about Slardar being weak, Mirage not being able to get enough done because of the nature of his hero, yada yada yada, Nande is untouchable.
For now. I mean, you have to consider the fact that this Batrider is actually going for a Scepter, right? So a two-man lasso is perhaps the biggest power spike that Batrider can get in the game. And in a situation where there are two heroes being dragged away from Zero Tenacity, Nande, with all of his firepower and his survivability, he can't exactly fight 3v5. Quantum are going to go for a smoke this time around. It's towards that mid lane. Of course, they did spot out quite a few heroes towards that bot side, so I wonder where they're actually going to position themselves. Lucas does have a butterfly at the ready, so does have that additional firepower on his own side and that survivability, so Quantum, turns out their smoke isn't really going to do anything.
Nande, I mean, they know where the Quantum side is. Nande's playing with the idea of sticking around and trying to force a couple of players to stay here. Of course, that's what his illusions are trying to do at the very least. He'll be able to scout out a few of these heroes. Mirage, in the meanwhile, is going to be building into that BKB pretty fast. And it does feel like when he has the BKB Blink Dagger, that's a good place to be. That's where you're basically in an off-lane, like legitimately off-lane sort of role.
And he's actually almost caught up with the Centaur, right? So his farming speed has accelerated quite a bit, but it's come at the cost of a lot of space, right? That you've given away to Quantum. So even though he's farming, the resource allocation overall is working in favor of Quantum being able to farm up much quicker.
And the fact that you've got basically a flat net worth graph is pretty crazy. 27 minutes into the game.
I mean, it's not necessarily going to be an easy win for Quantum, right? One misposition, one misplay, right? Nande does have the firepower to actually one-shot, or rather quickly take out the Batrider and Naga Siren, so you do have to be careful.
I mean, just look at how fast Nande takes on those towers. It is vicious. The problem with sieging the high ground, though, for Zero Tenacity, and this is a problem Quantum will also have much later on, but the problem they have right now is it's just so hard versus the Death Prophet, the Naga Siren, and the Medusa. These are your wave will not live. You have to use a glyph pretty much if you want to have something like it, or a Roshan's banner.
We might actually see a full-on clash. Right, Roshan has spawned. And both teams, I don't think you give up the Aegis again to Zero Tenacity. So Quantum, they have to fight. They have all the tools in the world, all the tools at their disposal.
Oh my god, the blink forward is going to be used immediately. It's going to be Mirage to be brought into the Eye of Terror. He was quickly brought out of it as well, thanks to LeBron. But there's that last, so that you're always worried about. Slardar caught up, stunned up, who's stomped down. Mirage will be utterly useless in this fight, cannot come into play at all. And now with the silence on Ananda, he's caught out as well. There's the ensnare to keep them away, but a great Darkseer wall makes it so Lucas can't feel comfortable going down to the lower ground. Still, with Slardar down, this Roshan becomes a lot more accessible to the Quantum side.
And there's no Wall of Replica. There's no Morphling ultimate either, right? You only have the Willow's ultimate available to terrorize, and it's not going to be enough, as the Exorcism is going to be popped. Quantum is going to move in, and the big question is, for Zero Tenacity, are they going to be defending this as Nande makes his move forward?
Nande wants to go in for this. They want to fight for this. Roshan's going to be low. Can he get there in time? Roshi's already going to be down. Lucas picks it up, and now Nande decides I'm going to push in mid instead.
Radiant are scanning.
I just can't go for it. It's too risky. Even with the terrorize, even with the fact that there is barely any BKBs on the Quantum side. Maybe we can fight later though. Maybe this is where we can take them down. Lucas is going to be saved by the song. The fat
They should
lady
have
is
popped their
singing.
BKB if they wanted to go for it. They should have realized that Naga's song was still online.
The problem is
What?
if you use your BKBs, her Aegis goes down. That's all. They turned the fight around on you.
Dire's middle
But this was their big moment, because you did not have any single ultimate from Quantum. If there's any time for you to be fighting, it was now.
Do they still want to fight into this Aegis? LeBron tries to shred it, but no! He's the one caught out instead! The reverse lasso! And it should be a dead LeBron. Any thoughts they had of punishing? They are gone.
Zero Tenacity, there are a few cracks forming in their strategy right now. I'm not sure what they were doing there. Choosing to press the issue that far? Surely they were expecting a punishment, a beatdown. Or perhaps they're just not able to recognize some of these timings, right? Because the lasso was used, so perhaps they thought that it was on cooldown. But it's not exactly a high cooldown ability.
Yeah, I mean, you should expect it at that point, but just not respecting it, to be honest. And this is where you have to remember, a lot of the time, a lot of comms are going on. Maybe you're not going to hear what your teammates are saying, but you hear Mirage asking for help. Help might not be afforded in time. The ensnare could come forward. The BKB has been forced out.
Yeah, Mirage saw that there was going to be incoming firepower, so he was forced to use the BKB. Perhaps it was a bit preemptive, but I think Quantum were going to force it out anyway. I think they would have chased further to make sure that BKB goes out. And now, with the BKB being used down for about 80 seconds, Quantum, they are going to start pushing because their ultimates are now going to come online.
Radiant's middle tower
Aegis,
is under attack.
no BKB on the slot there for another minute or so. You're right. Does feel like it's golden hour. And they're looking good in it. Take some pictures. They'll last longer.
Dire's
And for
top
Quantum,
tower is under
this time around, in contrast to the previous game, they have a pretty easy way to siege.
That's true.
Right? You just position your Medusa forward, and you have the Stampede at your disposal, you have the Song of the Siren to make sure your Medusa can get out, and at the very least, you also have a way to initiate on that high ground with that Batrider, so it's going to be tricky to defend.
Morphling looking to continue cutting waves away from that top tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane is being pushed in by the Naga Siren, so you can't try and do the same over there. Mad Rider does seem to be on the hunt for the Morphling. If Morphling wants to use the Twin Gates, this could be problematic. We have to look out towards the top lane. Morphling's been Yule Sceptered up there, trying to triangulate, but the Death Prophet and this Medusa are so far away. Can they do anything to Nande without their big 2 cores? BKB used. Morphling needed to be aware the lasso was still online. You have to be wondering what's going on. And now that extra time's been bought. Nande can't stay alive over here at all. There's no way that he's going to live. No buyback on the Morphling either.
That is a huge kill that Quantum were able to find, and the fact that they still have an Aegis, the fact that they did not utilize all that many ultimates, the Exorcism is still available from the Death Prophet, the Songless Siren is still online. Sure, they use their Stampede and their Lasso, but the Lasso is an ability to use on the Morphling anyway, so why not go and push right now as they make their descent towards that tier 2 tower over on that top lane.
You can't defend the high ground. That's all of your damage that's taken away. Mirage doesn't do anything as far as damage dealing is concerned. He's saved himself to become a utility hero for sure.
And there's no buyback on the Morphling.
30 seconds. The glyph is going to be available at the very least. You've got yourself some small consolation in that regards, but this Exorcism is going to tear through the tier 3 and the Raxes soon after.
Zero Tenacity though, they're going to throw down some abilities. At least you make it so that when Nande comes back online, they can choose to press the issue and choose to go for some defense. Of course, that's only going to be possible if their high ground is left salvageable, as Morphling is going to come online at the back of them. Zero Tenacity losing one lane of Rax at the very least.
15 seconds on that Aegis left for the Medusa right now. The question is, can Z10 do anything about it? They don't even want to try. Daedalus completed for Medusa. Roshan's banner still available. That one death has become very costly.
$6,000 net worth lead, and surprising that the lead didn't swing even further away, because Morphling dying, them taking a lane of Rax, I would have expected a bigger lead to come about, but it is looking quite disastrous for Zero Tenacity. They quite simply cannot lose their Morphling outside of their base, and at the very least, this Morphling should be keeping buyback, because for Zero Tenacity, they should realize the fact that Quantum have a very solid push. That Exorcism, the Medusa, your axes are going to fall pretty quickly, so...
As we already saw.
But I wonder what the game plan is. And for Zero Tenacity, they aren't out of this team. All it will take is one solid team fight. All it will take is Nande being given the space by his team to dish out that damage and take some of these heroes out. But it requires beating out that Stone Gaze and that song.
We haven't had a 5 versus 5 in a very long time since the Roshan pit, pretty much.
And there's no incentive for Quantum to go for a 5v5, right? Because they have the lasso. They can essentially, if they play their cards right, they can make sure that any big team fight is always going to be a 4v5 with Zero Tenacity's hero down by your lasso. But it's tricky because for Zero Tenacity, if they mount up as 5, you are faced up against a Batrider. So it's just a bit too much to play against.
Well, I'm wondering why Yeo went for the Magnifying Monocle, interesting enough. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be the Dark Willow to be going down likely. Pablo will be caught up, but elsewhere the problem is Mirage. It's a lasso onto him. BKBs will not help you versus Dead Spirits. They do physical damage, and Nande goes in to try and do much of the same, but with the immediate Naga Song of the Siren, Nande can't do anything. That BKB is still off of cooldown, remember? He can choose to fight back, but it'll have to be without the Slardar. It's a 4 versus 5 buyback used early on that Batrider. No wall available. Sure, the Exorcism is a fair trade for it, but
there are no ultimates available though over on Quantum. If Zero Tenacity are able to wrap around and find a target here, this could be their opening. I know they don't have that Slardar, but they still have their BKB. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to find anything. Perhaps a Batrider, a dieback on the Batrider might actually be their way inside as they find him, sending him up in the air with that use. LeBron is on the case as well, and with Nande coming in, emptiness is going to fall. He's down for about 80 seconds without buyback. Can Zero Tenacity press this issue? Can they find the advantage?
There's no chance for them to get to the high ground in time. That's the problem.
They don't have heroes that split push very well either.
Yeah. And with an Naga Siren on the other side, this bottom lane is always going to be pushed out for free, pretty much. Not an easy justification to try and make the effort to go for a drive down middle. And meanwhile, the Aghanim Scepter is almost here for the free. That could be big, Dolchus.
I mean, the question I have been wondering time and time again with all of these power spikes that Zero Tenacity have been getting is that it's big, but is it enough? And so far, Zero Tenacity have been short of what they have needed in these team fights. Centaur has 5,000 HP, by the way. That's why I think whether things with these power spikes will be enough or not. Because how do you take...
Well, we're about to find out whether he can do anything to him. The Yule Scepter is certainly one way of dealing with him. LeBron's just trying to keep him away. That's where that Terrorize is going to be enough to guarantee the Aegis. You win out the Roche fight, but Quantum doesn't feel like they want to stop. Not quite yet. They still have Stampede. They still have the Lasso. But Centaur's now been caught. Maybe we get to see that HP being disintegrated. That extra amplified damage. Don't forget, the Slardar does provide, but no BKBs again. They just aren't using them in time. In fact, Morphling doesn't even have it in his inventory. It's the Death Prophet in the back line who's been used up. She's trying to fight back with the BKB of her own. That's not going to be helping her at all. She'll be falling very soon. Where is the Medusa in all of this? We need a Stone Gaze to come into play. As the Death Prophet stays alive, the Stone Gaze comes out. Lucas will disintegrate the Doxia. Buybacks are available. They will be needed. Aegis Hughes. And as Doxia and Marcy try to make their way back over, they'll have a limited amount of time. Morphling still fighting. He wants to go forward, not back. But the problem is he simply cannot. Nande slowed down, soon to be brought down. Vacuum, war on a tree. It's going to be a fight for Nande to lose, but can he get away? He limps out alive. Can't say the same about his teammates, so LeBron is going to be going down here immediately. Those diebacks are going to be critical. They use their life to save the Morphlings, but they cannot save the game.
Morphling had to stand his ground and fight when his team came back in. His team has used all of their buybacks, and sure, your Morphling made it out, but at what cost? Quantum are 5 standing right now. Sure, they've used all of their ultimates, but at the end of the day, it's a clear win for Quantum. Again, what we saw there was quite simply a case of disengagement and re-engagement by Quantum time and time again, and Zero Tenacity simply did not have that luxury. We saw the Slardar pop that BKB and use that refresher in a desperate attempt to chase that Death Prophet, but the Lasso coming in. That was not what Zero Tenacity were expecting. Unfortunately, the Morphling did not have the damage output to actually take anyone out. And Zero Tenacity, when they used their buybacks, that was a time when their carry decided to abandon them.
I mean, the crazy heal on the Death Prophet as well, the Octarine Core. I also just realized, I don't even think she used Exorcism. I think that was just all...
No, I think the Exorcism
was it? Okay, because it was off cooldown almost immediately. I got scared.
The thing is, Death Prophet launches a ghost, or rather a spirit,
exactly.
every time a spell hits, right? So if you hit your first ability on 5 heroes, those are 5 heroes.
It feels like an exorcism, yeah. That's why I thought maybe it wouldn't be, but still, smoke has been used. And in they go. Nefrit would be prime candidate. Remember, he's used his buyback, but unfortunately, Emptiness doesn't quite have that lasso available yet.
Yeah, Quantum are just using the Stampede as war drums right now. Zero Tenacity, this is the only chance that they're going to get. So they're going to go for a smoke for one last play, one last Hail Mary to decide who goes forward in those playoffs.
Well, tier 3 is already down, and they immediately recede.
Yeah, that was not the intention with the hype I was creating.
Yeah,
but
I know.
We might get it. Zero Tenacity, they are inching forward.
It's their last stand. This is the hill they have to die on. They will dig in their heels. They will try and find the fight, and with Emptiness down, that Bat Rider is a critical part of their offense. Lucas is trying to turn things around with the Stone Gaze, but as LeBron's the one to be caught out, the rebound sends him the wrong place. Again, the Naga Siren is just saving their behinds.
there's nothing that Zero Tenacity can do against that song unless they use their
BKB?
BKBs. But the thing is, T-Time, it's such a risky play, right? If you use your BKBs, because then the potential for Quantum to just cancel their song and then decide not to TP out and take a fight, and if they win, then Zero Tenacity just lose the game, right? So you have to wonder, that kind of decision making in that kind of pressure is really getting to Zero Tenacity right now, and they don't really understand which decision is the right one, and I'm not sure either of which decision they should be making when that song comes out.
Delaying just doesn't feel like the answer, though, is the problem. I like this. Actually, I really like this. Shadowblade coming out for the Slaughter. Trying to build into the
You have
Silver
tried
Edge.
your best to defend.
To be fair, I don't think I can defend the mid Slaughter. That's rough. I look, the thing about the Shadowblade is this late into the game, a lot of the time supports don't carry detection. It's a way to be able to go back out of the fight and go back in, because supports very often will be using all of their slots at that 45-minute mark or whatnot. You know, maybe you don't want to be using all of your sentries preemptively and all that stuff. Invisibility bought very late into the game can be surprisingly effective.
Nefrit at least does have that punch.
I know, but it also feels like if you get in range to deliver that punch, you're going to be lassoed.
You're going to be lassoed, stunned, ensnared.
Right, hit by the Medusa, stone gazed, also
you know.
assaulted by 1,000 spirits.
So
If we're making a list, and then someone will sing it to you. Which doesn't sound like the worst, but is honestly like really annoying. It is. Everyone just keeping 5 together. Another smoke attempt. I don't know how many smokes are really left over here.
a similar fight though, a similar stage being set by Zero Tenacity as they're looking for another wraparound on towards Quantum. I wonder though whether this time around, whether they will think about using their BKBs before the song comes out and choose to force the fight there. Oh, they actually
don't
thought that
know.
there was a Tormentor play happening, but
It's
there
a
is
misread.
none.
It's just, it's a.
They're going to be taking the Tormentor. The problem is this information is going to go out
Yeah.
to Quantum. They know that this has been happening.
That means you just try and take down the Raxes before they can fight. The fight's starting to take place. Observer, we have to see the fight. And as we look at the fight, it is Nande who's caught out. Not brought down though. LeBron continues to save the day. It's going to be everyone held back. Mirage still unable to initiate. He cannot go into these spirits. He knows that is asking for death. But right now, it's either his or the barracks'. And unfortunately, he's not been given the choice. He will lose the Raxes. Nande forces forward, looking for a fight elsewhere. But no one to be found. They're so fast.
They are still chasing though, and they're looking to press this issue over here. Pablo was able to find a Batrider, so at the very least they should be able to take him down. But can they find anything after that is the big question, as simply getting a Batrider and losing your lane of Rax is not going to be worth it. You need more. You do have the cheese, and perhaps you can go for the high ground. There is no ultimate. Again, the song is online though. But it really does feel like Zero Tenacity are delaying the inevitable.
And that's all you can really hope to do. But if you're going to lose the lane of Rax every time you delay, that is a problem. For the Medusa, she can go for a Swift Blink. She can eat a Moonshard and Aghanims. But largely, she is capped out. You can say the same for the Morphling.
Does have the Vladimirs to convert into a Satanic.
That is true. Still some upgrades available for him.
But not sure the heal is even needed at this point. By the time the Morphling is by the time they get to the Morphling, often at times Nande is the only one left alive anyway. As they really do save Nande for lost, right? They take their sweet time in taking everyone else out, then they go for the Morphling, which is the way to go about it. And Zero Tenacity would love to do the same thing, but every time they have tried, there is a song that comes out, and they have yet to figure out how to play around that. I'm not even sure if they can play around that at this point.
6-second BKB storm make it fun. This is going to be
Even
another
the
engagement
Centaurus.
in this exact same position. It's a blinking two-man stun from the slaughter. It's immediate elimination of the single lady. That fat lady won't be allowed to open her damn mouth. Meanwhile, Zone Gaze is there. LeBron bouncing to and fro. Dunks down. It is going to be the catch. It's not enough though. Medusa stays alive. Finally out of mana. 3 players eliminated.
That
An
is the
extension
opening
is
that
exactly
they
what they
wanted.
needed.
Exactly, that's finding the backlines, finding the Batrider there and the Naga there, being able to take them down in unison, and then going on towards those cores. That is the way that Zero Tenacity have to take this. But the problem is they need to take objectives. They need to capitalize on this, because getting these kills does not matter if you don't push objectives. These are very ultimate cooldown dependent heroes that when they come online, they're just going to have those again. 60 seconds without a Medusa. Even if you were to force the buyback, that would still be a big win for Zero Tenacity, but it doesn't seem they're interested. They want the Aegis. To be fair, they will have about 30 seconds before they can make their way towards that mid lane
and
with the Aegis and then
There's
choose
a
to
glyph
push.
as well.
Are scanning.
They have two cheeses. They have 2 blocks of cheese on their team.
Practically French, these guys. That was very funny, and I wish you appreciated it more.
It was probably very funny in a sophisticated way, but
No, French
not-
people just really like cheese.
oh,
That's really all. So do Italians.
I like cheese too.
Are you French?
No,
All right.
I guess
you're
I don't
not helping
get to
my
li-
case.
I don't get to like cheese. I hate cheese. I'll put it out there.
Top tier 2 will be going down finally.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
At the very least, they
It's-
should put a bit of fear in Quantum, right? This should point out some vulnerabilities in their lineup where they have to be careful with their Batrider and their Naga Siren. Make sure that they stay alive in those team fights. Make sure that Zero Tenacity does not get the better of them if they want to be continuing forward, because the firepower coming out from Zero Tenacity from Nande is enough to actually take some of these heroes out.
What do you think about the Bloodthorn that Nanda's queued up? I quite like it because of the Naga Siren possibilities.
I
think
keep
you
trying
can
to
do a lot
look at
with
whether or not a fight is happening because of the amount of icons
Yeah,
being generated
there's
from these
so
heroes.
many. All the illusions everywhere, but the fight is coming. The Batrider is hunting. You've got Yayo deep in enemy lines, but with the blink backwards, it's a route onto the onto the Death Prophet rather. Forces out the BKB, and that's another 60 seconds where you don't really feel comfortable taking this duel on the dark
Not sure
side.
if the BKB was needed there. I don't think Zero Tenacity could have pressed the Death Prophet at that time and place, because you do have that song. But an initiation from the Batrider onto her slaughter. They want to take them out of a vacuum onto her 3 for that counter initiation. Quantum going in for that stampede, targeting Nande for now, being able to take down LeBron. They have found one. Can they find more, as the Aegis is still in Nande's possession? He does have the ability to morph and stand his ground and fight, as the buyback is going to come in. Nande falling incredibly low. The 2-man stomp being found. There goes the Aegis. Meanwhile, the Exorcism zoning everyone from Zero Tenacity towards that back line. Inside of the Roche with the Willow goes, using the cheese, is able to survive for now, as Nande is able to hold his ground and fight. All of the ultimates have been worn down, have been used, and this is Zero Tenacity's playground. Nande able to fight through this, but Zero Tenacity have decided that they do not want this any longer. They are going to disengage right at the cusp of victory right now.
I mean, the cusp of victory seems awfully dangerous when you're going to be running away with Nande being on barely any HP, LeBron doing much of the same. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a lot of brouhaha about very little, but the problem is Mirage, again, just being caught out in that situation. You just aren't in a good space as your tenacity to be able to follow up and finish anyone off. Ideally, you want to be able to get that initiation, or even if it's just a straight up fight, you want your Marcy to be nearby to be able to get your Slardar out of trouble, go in for another stun before he's too low to actually re-engage. You didn't have that. LeBron's too late to it because Morphling's the only one with the hyper mobility to be able to catch up to him. Darkseer, vacuum wall, fair enough, but then your fight is all the way far away from the wall. Right, because all of your initial fight is spent disengaging. You cannot fight next to the wall, which is what you ideally want to have in an extended fight versus heroes like the Death Prophet, heroes like the Medusa.
And the problem, T-Time, is that is the absolute best fight that Zero Tenacity were going to get. They used 2 blocks of cheese, they expended the Aegis, and they managed to bring all of the ultimates down from Quantum. And Nande was still standing. If you cannot win a fight at the back of all of that, then what do? 5 blocks of cheese? 5 refresher shards?
You start picking up lotuses.
Oh man, I really did think that Nande would have stood his ground and fought a lot longer. I know that Mirage had to run back, but Zero Tenacity could have found their way back together, could have regrouped in that fight rather than choosing to tug tails and run in a desperate way. "54 minutes in. Do you think we will see 60-minute neutral items come out?"
I mean, we probably should. I don't know if there's a way for either one of these teams to close the game right now. The 2 lanes of Raxes are nice and all, but they don't feel like they matter that much when you've got yourself heroes that can push this effectively.
Quantum are being maxed out though.
Rapier on Lucas,
Batrider,
by the way, we haven't discussed that at all. He's going all in. Yayo has started to bait that backwards. And right now, immediately, the Song of the Siren used, but this time Nanda does have that BKB. It will not matter. Playing forward, lasso backwards. This damage from the Divine Rapier is too much for him to deal with. Buyback will need to be used by Nanda, but when will he deploy it is the question. Is it after his teammates have already died? The roots from the Dark Willow are keeping them alive for now, but with the Naga Siren still in pursuit, there's still a chance you lose out too much. Aincrad, blink downwards, more stuns, vacuum wall onto 3. Now the Morphling buys back. Going in is the Brawn. The rebound forward will get the stuns, but Nande's been silenced. He can't do it. He simply cannot do it. If this isn't game, then I don't know what is. Quantum. They do put all their eggs in one basket, and boy, do they make a mean-ass omelet off of it. Naga Siren will fall on the back lines, but Mirage's attempts are all going to be in vain. He knows it, you know it, I know it too.
Without their Slardar, without their Morphling, I mean, Nande, when he bought back, they had a shot at this because Quantum was also buying back, but being stuck so quickly after that buyback, mispositioning cost him his life.
Distracted. Aincrad was going after the Dark Willow. Do you have yourself a defense over here? Dark Willow's coming in from the back lines. Yayo and Lucas can be forced away by the Terrorize as well. Let's not forget that. There's a lot of,
just going to regenerate.
There's going to be a lot of stun over here. You don't have any mana on the Medusa anymore. She's going to be fully taken down. He has no buyback. He has no rapier. Quantum find the one way they could kill the enemy carry twice. They're knocking on the doors of victory. They're walking their path on the playoffs. And they stumble and fall.
And guess what? It was the punch from Darkseer that made all of that happen. We were talking about how this Darkseer has to get inside everyone to use that punch, but Nefri, time and time again, has come in clutch, not only with those vacuum walls that have been phenomenal on 3 heroes time and time again, but also finding the punch there. And Zero Tenacity finding the return, recognizing the fact that Aincrad was nowhere to be found. That was a huge mistake from Quantum. Perhaps they should have just waited for Aincrad to go back to the fountain and use the boost of travel to come back into the lane. But they were too greedy, thinking that just because Nande is down, that you could go and grab yourself a free win. There is no free win in CCT. The question is, though, Tea Time, are they going to be able to finish right now? Because 50 seconds for the Medusa to come online. Or rather, I believe Medusa will be able to get that buyback in about 50 gold.
I mean, these are the kinds of calculations that I leave up to you. I know your maths isn't great, but I leave it on you.
I mean, ideally, Zero Tenacity go for the throne, right? So let's say 20 seconds for the Morphling to respawn. I don't necessarily think they're going to wait for the Morphling to respawn back before they push. But if they do, then Medusa is going to be on a 32-second cooldown.
Does Morphling have bots or money for bots?
Doesn't have the boots of travel. So ideally, they need to make Zero Tenacity need to make a detour towards securing that outpost, and we already see Mirage there. He's making his way for it, so that's not going to be a big problem, right? You do also have that waveform that you can use. It's on a minus 40-second cooldown thanks to his level 25 talent, so he should be able to use it twice to be able to get to those tier 4s. But it's going to cut it close, right? Because keep in mind, the Naga Siren to respawn in about 10 seconds, so you're going to be using the song as well to make sure you have enough time for the Medusa to respawn. So it's around 7 seconds of glyph time plus 7 seconds of the song. So that's 14 seconds in which Zero Tenacity won't be able to hit. It's 15 seconds for the Medusa, and when you add all of those seconds up, the Medusa should be back.
I'll take your word for it, man. That just sounds like a lot of maths for me. It's not over, though, is the important thing that Tala's saying. Quantum have a chance to make it so that last fight practically didn't happen. You know what they don't have a chance for, though, Tultrus, is to pretend like the Medusa still has a rapier. LeBron is the one wielding the rapier. Marcy rapier does make it so it's harder for the Marcy to actually go in and out of fights in the same way. He does feel like it's a bit of a risk to do that.
But the damage output coming in from the Fury with the rapier is pretty
high.
significant. He's going to hit like a core.
Well, let's see. For now, it's going to be Nande pulling out the Naga Siren Illusions and hitting like a core Naga, which is a scary prospect when you think about it.
Quantum will be able to have their Centaur up as well. So Zero Tenacity, they're going to settle for a lane of Rax, and
the top lane, you also do have the Bat Rider quite far away, so because he's not going to be there for about 5-6 seconds. Double Roshan's banner on the same lane. What the
yeah,
hell?
that's what I was actually staring at. They have 2 Roshan banners dropped down. Perhaps a bit of miscommunication, or perhaps just a bit of insurance. Who can really tell?
The vibes are impeccable with this many banners.
Under attack.
I don't actually think I've seen 2 Roshan banners placed for the exact same objective at the exact same time.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Oh, wow, Zero Tenacity. They may not have buyback on Nande, but they do have a second life, and that's something that Quantum do not possess. So the question is Quantum going to start playing passive for the first time in this game, stuck to their high ground? Or are they going to make some risky plays like Zero Tenacity have had to make throughout this game? The momentum, though, T-Time, has completely swung in Zero Tenacity's favor. I mean, 60 minutes in, you don't really care about mega creeps, right? These Raxes don't really matter all that much.
Megas matter. Maybe super creeps don't matter, yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Of course, the 60-minute neutral items will be something to look forward to. I wonder what they're all going to pick up.
Listen, I won't lie to the viewers. I'm not in the client, so Tultrus, I'm going to need you to walk me through every one of them.
Imagine if someone invested in 4 tiers of a dormant Curio.
Oh. And then they pull out the rapier item.
The
God.
60-minute game. That would have been some big brain plays, but
That's just a typical Medusa player, to be fair.
60 minutes are up, and Naga has the upgraded ensnare, so you can actually ensnare a spell immune target. So
Yes.
that's going to be big, and it also applies Brig, which is probably not all that significant, let's be honest.
Hey,
Not
what
against
do you
the
mean?
lineup that they face.
You could break the
Morale?
morale. Yeah. I think can you break the Slardar like water thingy?
Oh no.
Okay, never mind
the
then.
puddle is different. You can't do
Okay.
anything to the puddle.
Well, speaking of breaks, this Silver Edge is sure taking a long time to get here. What is Ironcrad going for? It's a
The
difficult-
Morphling Nande has the Helm of the Undying, which is pretty significant, right? Because you survive for 5 seconds after you die, similar to Wraith King's Wraith form, right?
The Fallen Sky is very good on the Centaur.
Oh, wow. Zero Tenacity actually have 3 Helms of the Undying, so there's going to be 3 heroes that survive after they die. So it's not exactly going to be a team. It's going to be an extended team fight, 5 seconds more of a team fight that Quantum have to face, and they also have to make sure that they don't take damage from those wraiths.
We're all about the extended team fights here. We've had quite a few of those so far. I just wish they were putting more farm into the hands of LeBron at this point. With the Undying thing, can he TP back home with the Rapier and just drop it back? Like the Wraith King thing?
Sorry, I didn't.
Like with the Undying Helm on LeBron, he could, because he has a Rapier.
He could TP back, drop it, and I don't think you can drop the Divine Rapier.
No, you drop it on your death. Like that's what the Wraith King Agrim's like gimmick is, where you never lose your
Oh.
Rapier because you just TP back home and then you die in base.
So I'm not sure if the Rapier is going to drop when he dies, or if it's going to
It's
drop
normally
when...
at the end of the 5 seconds. That's normally how it goes.
Then yeah, he can TP back.
Are you targetable? Or I won't lie. Okay,
You are targetable.
You are targetable. Okay, fair enough. So it's not quite the Wraith King ultimate. I have never actually seen this.
Oh, you can target the Wraith forms as well from Wraith King's
The
ultimate.
Wraith King. You can't point target them, stun them.
You can.
Well, I'm just wrong then.
That you can stun
That's
the Wraith
okay.
form.
Well, I'm just wrong. That happens very often, funnily enough. Oh, I hear a lasso and I hear an exorcism. I also see that Mirage is dead. Well,
my bad.
We're no strangers to that.
Are under attack.
We'll get
When
it
will-
in about 30 seconds, so it's not
Yeah.
the worst thing in the world, but you did expend your exorcism for it, you used the lasso for it, so Quantum have used all of that. Of course, it does mean that Zero Tenacity fall back, and it means that it's going to be 100 seconds off of Quantum's buyback timer, because Zero Tenacity are not going to be going for a fight right now.
I don't know how this game ends. And by that, I don't mean that who wins. I mean, genuinely, I do not know how the game ends.
I mean, it's going to be off of
A
team
throne?
wipe. You know, you say that, but it's actually very interesting because Aincrad can actually pop that exorcism and go for the throne directly, or you can use the stone gaze. If you use all of your ultimates on from Quantum on Zero Tenacity's throne, right? And obviously you have to make sure that they don't have that glyph. In that situation, Quantum can actually steamroll over the throne, but the same can be said for Zero Tenacity. They have the same capability. Morphling, you have the minus 40-second waveform cooldown. If you're able to get to the throne, then you can essentially avoid the team fight altogether and just target the throne. But that situation requires you to be able to enter the base. And so far, both of these teams are very hesitant in doing that, or rather even pursuing that course of action.
Oh?
Do you
This
think
late
that-
into the game. Do you remember back in Source 1, when it got this late into the game and there were Dark Seers, you'd start to see volcanoes erupt around the map?
No. I don't remember
So
this.
if you got to 70 minutes or beyond with the Darkseer, so normally the most common was with Darkseers and Invokers. Because of the way the Source 1 engine worked, if there were too many particles that were used across the entire game, the map would start to explode because the engine could not handle it.
Okay, I saw an interesting game mode, and it was for this charity event held in Dota, the team fight against cancer. So in that, they had this specially designed game mode in which if you would donate, you could have special effects introduced into those games. So you had random torrents being thrown out, random chaos meteors.
I've seen stuff like this as well. But so the volcanoes in Dota 2's Force 1 didn't actually affect your pathing. It was just the map was just breaking.
Oh, that would actually be so lit. The map being disintegrated as time goes on.
And it was literally just, and your FPS would tank so much. This happened in a couple of TIs, funnily enough. I think it was in TI 13 and 12, which I remember. So yeah, fun times. We're still having some fun times over here right now in Source 2. The question is, how long does it take for the volcanoes to come?
I love when teams pick up the Necromonicon as a neutral item, as if that will help them push. Right?
I actually think the Necromonicon is a very useful item for predominantly scouting. And like forcing
most of the time
things
teams use it
on
to
high
push,
grounds.
right? Like
stuff.
we're going to see the Necromonicons being thrown at the opponent's base, and they're probably not going to even end up surviving past that high ground.
I believe in the baby Necromonicons. You gotta just have faith. I'm surprised the Medusa isn't going for another rapier.
Yeah, normally you do see Medusa stacking up on those divines.
I mean, she can't stack up if she doesn't have one, hey. I mean, the refresher on the Darkseer is another thing that we have to always keep in mind. Ifrit has managed to keep his farm going on and on and on. And now we're at a point where it doesn't feel like anyone matters other than Morphling and Medusa and how hard they can hit each other. Everyone else is just supporting cost.
At this point, Morphling is a lot stronger than the Medusa, right? Because Nande has movability. Nande has the ability to reposition. Lucas does not. Lucas is forced to stay at one place and dish out that damage. And that's...
Do we have any Wind Wakers coming in?
I would have expected Batrider to make one, but he's not going for it. Centaur also going for a refresher. Mary content with the items he has for now. The only one with support items, with actual support items in the game.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Pablo does have a Hex though. That could potentially be really good.
We are getting to the point in the game where it feels like any difference that is going to come through is going to have to come from these supports and what they're itemizing into. Lucas is being tempted by the thought of another rapier. I can tell you that.
But I mean, even do divine rapiers even matter? I think we're in a unique game where the decisions you make don't really matter anymore.
All right. We have officially reached Nietzsche's game state of Dota 2.
Oh man.
It's all about the initiations, and it's all about the team wipes. And I say team wipes because you will need 2 of them. Everyone should have buyback at this stage. Look at the net worths. 50,000 on the Morphling.
I mean, we're at a point where a mistake is going to decide how this game ends, right? So all of these micro decisions that are being made in the game as to what to itemize for next, what to split push, how to smoke, and where to go, etc., they don't really matter. At the end of the day, it's going to be one simple mistake that's going to cost you.
And maybe that mistake's going to be made over here. And now it's playing forward. It's initiation. It's 2-man silence. 1 already down. Lucas is out. He needs that buyback to be used. And so does the Batrider. Naga
Oh, Mary's
Siren's
dead.
Song is going to at least assist him in getting away. The stun not coming through from Mirage. A refresher used. He's got buyback, buddy.
Radiant's middle barracks
Yep.
are under attack.
Like I said, Quantum, you know, where to go this time around, that was the mistake that ended up happening. They were simply overwhelmed, and that's why I say that Nande as a Morphling is much stronger against the Medusa, because your ability to reposition, your ability to just come in with a lot of shock and awe is going to overpower the Medusa, who doesn't have that repositioning mechanism.
I mean, you can't wait for these buybacks. Your Raxes will be gone. Now they come through, hoping the overextension is going to be enough. The Hex will pull the Morphling back. No BKBs to be used. This should be Nande falling. Gets the BKB off on time. They don't have the damage. And
Oh,
now
no.
the turnaround will enable the death of the Bat Rider. The buyback punished. The 5 versus 4 for 2 whole minutes.
Radiant's
A desperation attempt being made by that Batrider really cost them. And you can tell that Zero Tenacity were only really there to force out those buybacks. Because
I
at
mean,
the
you
end
needed
of the
the
day,
Medusa buyback.
yeah, they definitely needed that. I mean, Quantum did a great job at pushing them out, but it's looking tough. I mean, I do not think that Medusa is one of those heroes, despite being a late game carry. I do not think Medusa is as strong on that ultra late game as the Medusa was a few years ago, or you know, the 60-minute games very rarely happen, so we don't have exactly a big sample size for those games.
Also, the problem is just, if you're going to commit everything, you need to commit the Medusa buyback. You're not killing Nande without it. And
not-
unfortunately, the problem that now comes in is that, sure, you're probably going to let the Bat Rider respawn, but you're also going to have to give up the Roshan for that.
I think Death Prophet. I think there needs to be an itemization switch up, right? You need more disables. You need more engagement tools. You do not need an Octarine core anymore.
Radiant's middle barracks.
She doesn't live without an Octarine Core. At all. She just dies immediately. Just like this Roshan is going to. Roshan
What
has
is-
roared, fair enough, but
Another banner,
That's-
another Aegis, and a refresher.
is this the initiation they're looking for? It's going to have to be without the Bat Rider. There's no one here, actually. It's just going to be a TP out. Never mind, I'm lying to you. I'm sorry, it's an attempt on the steal. That isn't going to do much. Now just getting ready to blink forward. No one to catch, though.
Nothing to really be found by Quantum other than pushing out these side lanes. But this entire game has been a case of cat and mouse, as
I don't know who the cat is most of the time.
Jerry's chilling. You know,
Jerry chilling.
Yeah.
It's more like mouse and mouse with how ratty some of these guys have been playing. Naga's just keeping both lanes pushed out. Morphling was doing the same earlier on, to the point where he got himself the first tier 3. The problem is also Nande getting those Naga Siren illusions. That's a
Nande
problem.
has a rapier. Now Nande has a
Yeah,
divine.
he had it before the Aegis as well. And again, another death from emptiness. Where once we were maybe raising some eyebrows at Mirage, now it's a lot more about, hey, maybe this Bat Rider needs to chill.
Yeah, the Slardar isn't really looking so defenseless anymore. I mean he's maxed out, right? Still on his way to making a Silver Edge, like you mentioned. He's still not quite gotten it, but we will get to see him pick it up. Perhaps he should actually just sell the Shadow Blade. Like, I don't see him completing the Silver Edge. He could go for a whole new item if he wants to.
We really need Wind Wakers on the Quantum side. I just don't think Medusa stays alive without them. She's trying to save up for a rapier of her own as well. But now you're staring down death in a big way. Nande is going to be able to split up your lanes of Raxes. You're going to lose one of them in the bottom side. His illusions are going to do the rest up top. The bots too from LeBron to come over. Both the rapiers with their powers combined. Exorcism used. He'll disengage immediately. Yayo was hoping that the horse cart would be what enables them to maybe get a pick off.
Zero tenacity, all they need to do is
Blink
just blink in
forward
with a Morphling.
And there you go, BKB's used. You move out immediately. There's no way to catch them. Sure, the Slava will be caught up, but even he can be saved by LeBron. The rebound is too strong.
And the problem is, they can just keep on doing this. Zero tenacity, they're going to go back in with that Morphling because all they need to do is take down that last lane of Rax. It's about 1280 HP, and there's no reason to think that Quantum will be able to defend that because you cannot take Nande down twice.
Can you take him down once? Don't you love Dota?
Oh, man.
It's okay as long as the losing team is doing it. Let's be honest. We know how this works. Obviously,
man,
a lot of
that
history
was,
between these guys as well.
That was it. It's not Flame because if it happened when Mirage was actually doing bad, that would have
Yeah,
been,
then
spiteful,
it's
but
BM. Yeah.
yeah, right now.
Now you're
is,
losing. Now it's
yeah.
fine.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Would be well, you know what would be amazing is if
Me?
Mirage
Oh.
was to get a kill on the Death Prophet after he comes back.
Listen, I don't know if Mirage is getting too many kills when he comes back because Nande will be monopolizing them.
An interesting thing though is that both teams only have one melee rack standing. Unfortunately for Quantum though, there's no way to get to Tenacity's melee racks, but still.
Fortunately for them, like you said, Mega Creeps kind of don't matter that much right now.
But I mean, there's no reason to think that Zero Tenacity are going to stop after the Megas, right?
And that's the problem.
Like, why not just go Throne? What's really stopping them? Exorcism is down for about 40 seconds.
Well, let's find out what the plan is. It's going to be time to reinitiate. Nande at the front line, Aegis at the ready, Lotus Orb on him, and the stun, sure. It's pretty, it's good to see. There's a Hex as well, but you can turn him into livestock. That doesn't mean he'll be sacrificed. Emptiness, the one to be exchanged. And he doesn't have an Aegis, he doesn't have a second life.
They might go back in though. Nande, being able to use the
Cheese
block
up.
of cheese, will be regenerating back. Ob does have the Lotus.
How do you fight into this? Where do you go? There's going to be a vacuum wall in the back lines. Centaur's already down. The buyback used. The Rex is gone. The disengage comes out. And now another Hex. But don't you forget that Aegis is still there.
Still there for
Mega's
about a minute.
guaranteed. Disengage found. Time to kick back.
Interesting that they chose to abandon that fight because remember, like you mentioned, they have the Aegis and Emptiness was down without buyback. So the Exorcism was down, Stampede was down, everything was down apart from the song and the Medusa's ultimate. And you could have chosen to go in again. The Aegis is going to expire when they go in for their eventual push. But for Quantum, they have Necromonicons and they have all of these illusions to actually push out the waves. So Mega Creeps, they don't really matter.
I thought you were talking smack about those Necromonicons, huh?
They don't help finish a game though.
Sure they do. It helps the enemy team finish the game if you don't have them.
You know what? At 17 minutes into the game, we should have a single lane. These side lanes, like you mentioned, the map disintegrating, they should collapse. Let's have a single lane where you battle it out.
Just go all mid. God.
I'm surprised there aren't more items like the Divine Rapier for situations like these. Like there should be, I know there are neutral items, but there should be items that can be unlocked after a certain time mark.
The Diviner Rapier. It is even more divine. Maybe.
Oh, man.
Like there should be a cooldown on when you can buy the recipe for it, and it's just you just stack the rapiers. 75-minute cooldown on the recipe, and then you can pick up another rapier on top of the rapier.
Or
That'd be-
ideally, you have increased item slots that you can acquire after a
No,
certain
that would
amount of time.
suck. I would hate that. That's not fun.
But
I like
speaking
the
about
600
items, I do think that Quantum should change their items because we saw Nande being hexed up there. If they had additional disables to stack up on top of that, perhaps someone else getting a hex, you know, that might have been the key to taking down the Morphling. But you know, it's such a high pressure. We rarely talk about the amount of pressure teams face after the 60-minute mark, after you are unable to actually close out a game, right? Because this is going to send one of these teams down to the lower brackets, and that's
There are
not
very
where you
few
want to be.
teams in history that have been good at dealing with pressure like that. Historically, you think back to some of the Chinese teams of yesteryear. Obviously, one of the most famous ones ever was the original Alliance as well. But it is games like this where, you know, you have the opportunity to make history, or you have the opportunity to be a footnote in it.
Dire are scanning.
Or a regular note with the Naga,
Well,
or a musical chord.
we've had a lot of songs in this game. They've become increasingly useless, which says a lot about music these days. Actually, that sounds like a great parody.
You know when you listen to a song too much and then you don't like it anymore because you've listened to it too much? I feel like this is what's happened now. We're tired of the singing.
Yeah, that's why we kill it immediately. Shut your mouth, woman. No Naga sign over here. Thank you very much. You've stopped me from killing people 5 times already. Please, stop it. This is the problem with playing up against a Naga Siren support.
Zero Tenacity are actually going to be waiting for the next Roshan in order to make a move. Or, actually, Mirage is inching forward to a jungle camp. I really thought he was going to go.
He was
in on
inching
towards
forward.
the
You are
Batrider.
right. He was inching forward to a jungle camp.
I thought he was going to go in on the Batrider who was right
I think
there,
this
but
is going to have to come down to the next Roshan. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, it's also the maximum duration for it to respawn.
I love how Mirage makes a different item but then goes back to queuing up that silver res. It's almost
Yeah,
as if
hey.
he's teasing you.
He's like, hey, just in case, you never know. You never know. God.
Oh wow, Willow actually has 2 greater healing lotuses.
Oh, we're getting them. We're getting the cheese out. You also have the upgraded Lotus now later on into the game, I think. In the pools, you have upgraded Lotuses spawning. From what I remember, at least.
Yeah, I do think that's true.
I don't know how upgraded they get. Also, there's 1,000 last hits on this Morphling.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh wow, that's one of the highest numbers that I've actually seen.
I think the highest I've ever seen might be 1150. Or, no, maybe 1200. But, yeah. That's pretty wild. 4 digits on last hits is rare. I don't think he wants any more last hits at this point. I think he wants the match.
I think every one of these players wants the match.
I don't know if the dire side does anymore. I think Quantum might be done with it. We're just thinking back, man, if only we hadn't died with our Medusa in mid like 35 minutes ago.
Oh man, that was a good one.
Bad Rider? Emptiness? I was joking. Okay, he's blinked away. No, they're going to find emptiness again. he's TP'd. What an amount of space this guy just made. He forced out 4 boots of travel 2 TPs.
Dude, space doesn't matter anymore.
It's so much
What are they
space.
gonna do with space? Farm more on the Medusa?
Yes. God.
But there's
Roche is back.
that Roshan again. Yeah, Roshan is back. Even he's sending out that roar, suggesting that he doesn't want to be there either.
Help me.
It's more like a
Keep on killing
groan
me.
instead of a roar, you know? It's-
Oh,
but a song.
Refresher shot. Save.
Oh no,
Let's
it's a TP
go.
again. he's just TPing away.
No, but the refresher shot has been picked up. That's big for the exorcism. If you had the exorcism, Death Prophet's dead. And not just
was
him,
Batrider,
emptiness as well. They're still fighting. Guys, they have buyback. You don't need to fight.
But
Lucas
the
comes
TP
back
in
in.
with the
He didn't-
Stampede and the card though is
That's a
going to be
rapier.
able to clean 2 heroes up. And
That's
the third.
rapiers. This could be big. Are they fighting back over here? The buybacks do come through in with the boots of travel too. You're all going to have help at the very least. Stone Gaze has now been used as well. Mirage manages to get away. The net will be used to bring him back in. The Nefrit is so low he can't re-engage. It's Nande to fall. The age is expended. BKB on the Lucas. Medusa, who now has that rapier
Lasso?
as well, means you've got extra
Lasso.
damage. Lasso not available. Nande will be allowed to live. This game is on. It is so very on.
But both teams have so far disengaged, and that was an insane initiation coming in by that Centaur, bringing the Medusa in on that card, able to deal all sorts of damage. Meanwhile, Naga Siren kept the rest of Zero Tenacity just busy long enough in that Roche pit, stole the refresher shard.
There's another Aegis. There's the rapier and gem on the ground randomly because of the helm.
Oh man. The thing is though, this didn't... Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the most amount of 125-second nets I've ever seen, actually, on one player.
You really do have to wonder why the team doesn't push after the Batrider dies, but perhaps
They're
now
go-
they do go
they're
for it.
going to.
There's
They've
no
learned from their
Batrider and Death
mistakes.
Prophet, but at the same time, Zero
There's
Tenacity
no-
don't have LeBron.
He does have buyback bots too, but he's a very important part of their defensive capabilities. Nanda back into his Nagasaran mode. He's decided it's enough. It's time to use the Necromonicons. It's time to use the vacuum walls. Get onto the throne. Glyph's been expended, and Yayo's back in business.
But Zero Tenacity might not be done with this though. They're actually going to engage upon the rest of Quantum. Nandi to hold his ground against Lucas, who has no more mana up. A normal punch by Nefrit is going to clean the Medusa up, is going to be going for that buyback. As Quantum, they don't want to let this game get away. They know Nandi can take that throne, so they want to tug right next to it. Meanwhile, the fight has been divided. Over on that top side though, it is a song to come out to try and disengage, but Zero Tenacity still have all of their heroes standing. Even if they use the song, even if they go back in, can Zero Tenacity make it out of here as they are looking for a way out?
Don't forget though, Mirage does have a lot of damage with that rapier that he picked up earlier on as well. Nande is going to be caught out again. He just can't stay alive. That mana. The Medusa lost, doesn't get punished at all, and with Nande falling, the immediate buyback has been used as well. Rapiers are on the ground. This tier 4 is still standing. Quantum keep on fighting back. Then goes Nande. He's been hexed. Is there damage? There might be. Follow-up Sun with the Fallen Sky is good, but now the tier 4 has been lost. Now the throne will be lost as well. Quantum have done everything they can, but Zero Tenacity persevere. 84 minutes in, we have a victor.
And what a game. And I mean, you know, I hate to say it, but what did I tell you? The game at this stage is going to end up with either the Medusa ignoring the team and going for the throne, or Nande on the Morphling ignoring the team and going for the throne. That's usually how an 80-minute game ends up that way. But, you know, very rarely do we get to see games like that, and I will say what an amazing finish for that third game after what were two stomps from game number 1 and game number 2.
I mean, just what you want to see, but what I want to see also is more Dota. This game's gone on so long, we've got another one waiting. We're going to be back very soon. Stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere.
it's wild card. It's going to be Passion UA. My name is Bailmolf. With me is Rojo. And Rojo, you know, we were supposed to start like an hour ago, but Zero Tenacity decided to treat us to a 90-minute game number 3. A lot of fun. But now we get to take a look at what is technically some TI quality notes, because Wildcard just qualified the other day.
That they did, and congratulations to them, of course. I'm glad they could still, of course, make it to here. They're not deciding to ditch us now that they're off in the big leagues. I'm very excited to watch them. They had some pretty good back and forths. You know, they also had some very long games previously, of course, into Shopify. So hopefully we don't get any 80-minute games, Bayo, but it was exciting at least.
What are you talking about? I want 80-minute games, right? You know, give me those tier 5s. Make it so I have no idea what's happening. That's really what we want to take a look at. As we take a look at our teams here, Wildcard, of course, the Speed team, the YouTube team, and, well, Crystallize heading off, Passion UA on the other side. Wildcard, they're the invites. They qualified in because CCT said, hey, we want you in the playoffs. Passion UA had to come in from the group stage where they had a pretty decent run, took down Namiga 2-0 in that final match to make sure that they have found their way here into the playoffs. But as our draft is getting ready here, Rojo, I have one hero on my list of picks bans that I'm expecting to see. I think we're going to see Bat Rider all 3 games of this series unless it gets banned. But what are you looking at when you take a look at Wildcard versus Passion UA?
Well, currently I'm staring down the barrel of a Clinks ban from Wildcard, which I think is quite interesting. But I think it is going to be a lot of the same heavy hitters: Doom, Death Prophet, Undying, Terrorblade. These are some of the very, very strong meta heroes. I watched, I casted one of the previous Passion UA games during their run to kind of get into the playoffs. And QBF-wise, Shadow Shaman is excellent. That's something that I would look at as well. They do end up banning the Bat Rider. I think you're definitely right about that one. So not any surprises here. I think these are some huge meta heroes. Maybe the Clinks is the oddest one to me, but it looks like Wildcard probably has a different read on what Passion UA wants to first pick.
Yeah, I imagine that's something where you look at Crystallize, you say, okay, he likes his Clinks. I don't know if that's something that they're seeing from playing games against each other on ladder, whether it's just from Dota buff, but you know, theoretically that looks more like it's going to be a team specific ban. But first pick Enigma here from Wildcard. It's not a bad hero. It gives you flex potential. You can play it as 3, 4, sometimes even 5 if you want to. But given the way the meta's been going, I guess it's also pretty good into Shadow Shaman just because the Eidolons shred the Shaman. But I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see Enigma this early in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it has pretty good value. Obviously, like you said, it's pretty great into the Shadow Shaman. The flex potential is always very appreciated. They don't end up banning the Rubik. So they say, you know, go ahead. We don't care if you counter this, and they go ahead and pick up a Gyro. So a little bit of a different draft from Wildcard. I would say these are 2 heroes you don't necessarily see as early. Typically, I would expect them to kind of pick up the Kunkka instead of banning it like they did. But they go for Gyro. I mean, it is obviously, you know, Kunkka, Gyro are kind of the 2 main counters to the Enigma. So they ban one, pick up the other. It's a bit of a solution, but again, they're still leaving the big counters to the ulti open. Maybe they'll just go, you know, the Helm of the Overlord build. I believe Fade, I don't know if he did this in one of the qualifier games, but I've definitely seen him do the Helm of the Overlord Enigma. So could be a kind of summon-esque Enigma, and they're just kind of hoping and actually praying that you will pick the Rubik or the Silencer.
Well, we talk about Enigma counters in lane. Sven also does a pretty good job. You get armor, you have the cleave. That's going to work out fairly nice because we see the Snapfire added in as well. But I'm with you talking about this Helm of the Overlord idea, or just even a Helm Dom. We've seen some offlaners, they go Helm Dom, it's great, and then they skip Helm of the Overlord because they'd rather have a BKB or, you know, some other item. But with the buffs that it's gotten and just how the meta has evolved a little bit, we are seeing more and more of these Helm Dom, Helm of the Overlord offlaners that it's set tempo. It can be very difficult for a lot of the supports in the meta to deal with. I mean, we talked about Shaman really hates dealing with summons. And you talk about things we like. I really like this Naga as well. I don't feel like I've seen it lose for the most part. It just, we see a lot of team fight in the meta right now. So that gives you a great counterplay to that one. It's a fantastic setup for the Black Hole as well. And this does seem to confirm this is going to be a Fade Enigma with the Bane pick.
Yeah, the Bane is a little bit interesting, but so far their supports have really solid kind of kite and disengage, and that's something that you're really going to want into a Sven. Sven's a hero that we've seen rise a little bit more back into the meta than before, but he still has the same issues Sven has always had. He needs to stand and deliver. He needs to get kind of a kill in that BKB window. Otherwise, these kind of grips, these songs, the black holes are going to kite him and really make him, just feel kind of bad to play in this game. So I like the support picks. It's lacking a tiny bit in terms of raw damage I could see for wildcard, but overall I think they're very solid for the game. I like the Nagasayan specifically. I feel like just has a great game for the song. All these heroes kind of hate getting songed. They hate getting disengaged on. The Snapfire ulti from afar can get canceled. Shadow Shaman generally wants to just kind of shackle one hero. So it's really good value for speed. He's played the Naga Siren a few times before. Looks pretty great on it. It's really, again, I think just can they get the damage out of these heroes? I guess we also wouldn't be amiss to kind of mention the Naga Siren plus Enigma. That's a pretty classic combo against a pretty classic hero like Tidehunter as well.
Mm-hmm. And really nice having the black hole for the Tide in particular, because you can purge off almost anything with Kraken Shell as a Tide. Black hole keeps getting reapplied, so you're guaranteed to be in there. Percentage damage versus HP also works out fairly nicely. But Tidehunter, it does really seem that they're leaning into this idea that they don't want Enigma, they don't want the Eidolons to do all that much. Tidehunter just very good against a lot of what Wildcard has right now in terms of just like sticking in front of a tower and being that frontliner. But I take a look at this, and it does give an answer to like Fiend's Gript as well. But I'm a little worried about this draft from UA already with the Sven. A lot of counters to that one. And while Tide can carry the early game, and Tide can do damage and be good, when we have this lineup where it's a Naga, and it's a Bane, and it's a Black Hole, and all of these things that are going to kite the Sven out, it doesn't really seem like there's a ton outside of maybe the Snapfire that's really enabling the Sven to get what he needs.
Yeah, I mean, the Passion UA draft it's kind of like, it seems like a pretty nice draft to play as, and they have a lot of stuns, they have pretty good damage, they have okay objective taking. But overall, what Wildcard has drafted up is pretty nice at dealing with it. Again, the Naga Siren, Bane, Enigma, just very good at kiting and disengaging from these heroes, which hate that. And overall, I think I almost kind of wish that they would have had maybe a hero that goes kind of like Crimson or something in the off lane for Passion UA, just something to kind of mitigate. I mean, obviously they're mitigating the summons already, but right now it feels like if they get set up on, it could be really, really dangerous for them. And they are going into this final pick here, which it seems like both teams will just be looking for a mid. We've seen this in quite a number of drafts. I do think it would be very interesting for Passion UA if you let them cook and they maybe go like a silencer mid or like, switch the Snapfire to mid. Obviously, I don't think they will, but it's a very, very, very high value silencer game.
Hear me out, Rubik mid. Steal the Black Hole. You have a little bit more farm. You get Blink. You get okay, probably not.
Rubik mid it really isn't that bad. I will say, I mean, it will look it will feel kind of bad once you're starting to get run down by Black Dragon at 20 minutes, but overall, I mean, I think they kind of want something like that. They want a little bit of an X factor on Passion UA, and Wildcard kind of feels similar. They think that they need the Engage, which I think is totally fair. They go for Leshrac, which is not Engage, but it is an overwhelming amount of damage, and sometimes this can be quite good into the kind of Naga Siren, the Enigmas, where you just kind of keep your damage up the whole fight. Sometimes even if you get slept, you're still able to get kills. So I think it makes sense. The only issue now is that Wildcard has 2 minutes to think of what is the best possible hero for RCY here. It could be like we've seen the Invoker from him before. It's a pretty solid game for it. But I'm just wondering if they want something a little more beefy, maybe something that has a little bit more engage potential.
Well, they're not going to need the 2 minutes for it, as Puck is going to be the last pick. Silence into everything. It's a lot of control. It lets you... it's another tool, really, to get Enigma on top of people. Obviously, you're not going to be playing through a cooldown that long the entire game. You're really modern Enigmas based around Eidolons, based around the auras that they're buying and the template that they can play. But it is another nice setup for there to make sure that Gyrocopters has everyone locked in place so the flat cannon can get the damage done. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like Leshrac does a lot for Passion UA, kind of shore up those issues that we're talking about. It's a cancel for the Fiend's Grip. The one thing is it's not going to do a lot to Puck in lane. So Puck, RCY should be able to get out of lane fairly nice, start to get those rotations. And it really does feel like a game that both teams can play with tempo. It's a question of who can play with more tempo and start to really take over the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge emphasis on what the wildcard supports are able to do, because these are they're very map presence kind of focused heroes, if that makes sense. The Bane really wants to get a few key rotations, wants to be able to come out of lanes with a decent amount of XP so you can get into that Fiend's Grip early. And August Iron is very much similar, where you don't necessarily have the strongest rotation power, especially towards something like the mid lane. But if you can get, a gank in the top lane, maybe where you come around that 6 to 8 minute mark with Fade, maybe you get a kill with Yamson because he's going to, very likely be maxing that Rocket Barrage into the Tide, then that can be really big. But again, this wildcard lineup, I think they need to be careful about lacking damage into kind of like the early to mid game. Because if their lanes go fine, then I don't think they have to worry about it at all. But Puck, Enigma, Bane, Naga Siren, these heroes don't scream damage if they don't get off to good starts.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I feel like the itemization as well. I mean, you get a pipe on the Tidehunter, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of this early game damage from Wildcard is magic damage. A little bit of pure, but it's Puck, it's Gyro early, you have some of the stuff the Enigma's doing. It's a lot of magic damage early on. So that timing when you get like, say, 16 to 18 minutes, if you do rush the pipe on the Tidehunter, that is gonna have to wait. Okay, are we? No, okay, it's the setup that's wrong. Wildcard is not playing Leshrac. Wildcard is on the other side. For those of you that are watching right now, it is still gonna be the Dire that is Wildcard. Passion UA is on the Radiant. We're just swapped on the production headboard. But taking a look at this, I'm a little worried about this pipe timing, Rojo, if they decide to go that direction.
Yeah, I mean, Tide has he probably has a plethora of options, depends on how his lane goes. Sometimes the Mage Slayer can be an effective, more kind of greedy pipe, if you will. You do, of course, have to spend Warcry, which is going to be kind of like your budget Crimson. So, I mean, overall, enabling the Leshrac is going to be a huge part of Passion UA's kind of setup here, and if they can do it, then I feel like Moonlight's got a pretty good game ahead of them, because they don't really have a super great pipe builder. Maybe Fade will go into it if he decides he doesn't want the full Helm of the Overlord, but it's going to be pretty delayed overall.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty true. Looks like our players are just about ready. Okay, there we go. Never mind, I lied. Puck's not quite in just yet, but yeah, so maybe a little bit delayed on the Overlord coming out. Otherwise, are you a little surprised that this is going to be a Krakenswell Tide and not going for the Krill Eater facet, not Krakenswell? Because I just look at this. There's a Naga, there's the Gyrocopter with Flat Cannon, there's Eidolons. It's a lot of small damage that you would think that this would actually be a pretty good Krakenswell game.
Yeah, usually I feel like it's kind of up to the Tidehunter's preference. Some of them I think just really like playing with the Krill Eater. That way you can very comfortably go into the late game and, actually have kind of damage potential. Because currently right now, Batyak has Phase Boots, Soul Ring queued up, so he's looking to probably just play for his own game for the time being. And in terms of Passion UA, they have pretty good heroes to play for themselves. Like, the Sven, the Leshrac, the Tide. These heroes can eat up a huge part of the map. It's just ensuring that they have the map and the levels to eat it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who gets farm priority? We can assume we're going to see a ton of stacks in the triangle. Assuming Wildcard isn't going to be able to go and intercept that and steal it away. Who has priority on those ancient stacks? Tide wants it, obviously. Leshrac's going to want it a little bit. Sven, once you get level 6 God Strength, is going to want to try to take that down. Which hero has the most important item timing to give them those stacks?
I honestly think it's probably Crystallize on the Sven. Maybe the Tidehunter, depending on the state the game's in. Because overall, Moonlight, he takes the most resources to take them. Maybe, they take them as a team. They split them up a little bit. But the Leshrac just takes the most resources out of them. He kind of wants to be on the map, I think, the most out of those heroes. But Crystallize and Batyak, they're not going to really have any pressure, I feel like, on them in the first 10, 15 20 minutes to really accomplish that much. I think Hash and Yue's kind of goal for this early game is going to be to get as big as possible, and then around that timing, once they start getting into the early Tormentors, the early Roshans, then maybe they can look to actually abuse that net worth lead if they come out of lanes as comfortably as they want to. But obviously, Wildcard, they're a great team. I'm sure, Naga Siren is one of the best heroes in the game at denying stacks, and Puck is a great hero at kind of fighting against those stacks, because it's overall, like, outside of the Shaman, it's a pretty nice Puck game. There's not really a lot of things that you're going to get hit by, except for the instant hex. So in the early game, I feel like RCY is going to have a pretty free flowing kind of game to rotate with. And he did actually take the curveball as well, which is a little bit interesting.
Oh, that's fun. I mean, getting a little bit more damage on Illusory Orb is always going to be pretty nice, especially against this high armor Sven, so you can get a little bit more there. Talking about this Naga, though, I said in the draft, I really don't feel like I've seen this lose all that much. It gives you so much like team fight interruption. So you pick a Tidehunter, for example, you pop Ravage, you pop Song, the stun's done. You pop Song, the Snapfire cookie, the Snapfire ultimate is gonna go away, and all of a sudden you've spent these big cooldowns that you want to use to break open a fight to get a lot of damage done. It gives you that reset. It buys you, 6, 7, 8 seconds where the Sven is not fighting, where God Strength's not there. And even when Sven gets to BKB, Tide's not going to be a BKB buyer, really. Leshrac probably is, but all of a sudden you have the Sven isolated and no one else can fight. And it's like, okay, well, Sven doesn't want to get kited, obviously, but Sven also doesn't want to be the only one in the fight on his side, because then you just get Fiend Script and killed, and that's also pretty dicey. I understand why they banned out the bat. Speed has looked very good on the bat in these TI qualifiers, but I don't know, man. I look at this Naga Siren, it's like almost every draft I've seen to get played, and it feels really hard to execute against.
Yeah, it adds a lot of variables, and on top of that, even without the song, typically the Naga Siren gives pretty good value around the map. You're a hero who's great at pushing in waves slowly. You're typically a support that ends up getting a pretty decent bit of net worth. I think when we saw it previously, I believe there's a game I watched for Puppy in the qualifiers, and there was, of course, Speed who played it, I think, a number of times. And usually you get to pretty decent gold numbers. By the time the game gets into the 30, 40 minutes, just having the illusions, having the deluge is going to catch you enough waves, farm you maybe a few enough jungle camps that you can kind of get into like early hexes. You're going to have those solar crests, those glimmer capes. So the hero provides a lot of value in that way, and in just vision, of course. Having the ability to spend 4 different versions of yourself all over the map is pretty handy. So yeah, I mean, I love the value of the Naga Siren. I think Speed plays it pretty excellently. And assuming that everything gets back in line and their ping kind of settles out here, then I think that the Speed will be able to accomplish a pretty good bit in this game.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. The blue whales in the Atlantic Ocean, they went over the undersea cable, and they did a barrel roll clockwise here, Rojo. Now, of course, if you go and you do a barrel roll counterclockwise, it actually speeds up the internet and reduces your ping.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do a clockwise barrel roll, it sets you to 200 ping, and it takes a little while for the wires to get reset and figure all that out. So we can thank the whales off the coast of Nantucket for ensuring that it's going to take a little bit longer for Wildcard to get themselves properly set up.
Yeah, whale card. They really need to start, kind of paying attention to those. Maybe if the org can get enough money from TI, maybe they can start bribing the whales. I think that could be helpful for them.
Maybe if they... Well, I mean, you got to be really careful. They really should just start the game, actually, because what is it? What level does Tidehunter start? What level is Tidehunter a whale eater?
I think it's pretty high. I think he's like 20 or something. Because right now he's a nanoplankton eater. I feel like it's a pretty big scale before you hit whale.
I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's like, yeah, level 20 or something. So we just got to get the game started. Eventually, these whales that are causing problems with their barrel rolls, counterclockwise and clockwise, Tides just get eat them all. And then we're good. We don't have to worry about it. So, maybe you suffer for the first 30 minutes of the game on some bad ping, and then the Tide Hunter solves your problem.
Yeah, Biox is a nice guy like that. I'm trying to think of what... I think his highest is like level 30 is like Kraken Eater or something. But Whale's pretty high up there. I mean, to be fair, there's a pretty big size difference in what type of whale that it is. Because I'm sure like Tidehunter I mean, in just a few levels, you could probably eat like a beluga whale or something. They're not that big.
There's a dinosaur that's like really high up there. It's like level 29, level 30. Not Leopleurodon, but something like that, right? There is a, if you go up pretty high, there's a dinosaur that's just certainly bigger than a whale. Well, actually, is it bigger than, like, a blue whale is the largest mammal on the face of the earth?
Yes. Yes, they currently exist. I think maybe ever. Not entirely sure. But yeah, it's pretty massive. I don't know if it goes blue whale though. It might be like whale and then in multiple levels later it's blue whale.
I'm pretty sure that
Should
there's
get
a whale
data
shark
on
in there.
this. Yeah, I think there is a whale shark. We need a little more data on this. Unfortunately, Yamson is stopping our science experiment here.
How dare he? I'm trying to look it up, see if I can get it on the facets page, but I'm not quite finding it yet. So we're working on it. We will get the answer eventually. In the meantime, so I mean that's the most important thing we're taking a look at here right now, Rojo. It's not the game. It's not you waking up early for a 90-minute game that went for forever. It's not what cup of tea you're drinking this morning. No, it's the whales. We need to save the whales.
Yeah, of course we do.
The story that we're looking at.
Yeah, they have a pretty important job there. Whales have always been important to Dota, notably in the battle passes. Pretty big contributors to the game overall.
All right, well, I can't find it super easily. That's fine. So looking further at this draft, we talked about the value of the pipe that Passion UA might be able to find in this game. A similar story is going to be true, I think, for Wildcard. I mean, any time that there's a Lestrak in the game, you want to get as much magic resistance as possible because it just, that hero dumps out damage. But if this is going to be, I think you mentioned this, if this is going to be a Helm of the Dominator, even Helm of the Overlord Undying, or not Undying, you don't have an Undying in this game, Helm of the Overlord Enigma, well, that's going to be, again, you talked about this delayed pipe idea. Is that worth doing in this game? Because, you know, we talked about the amount of magic damage early on from Wildcard. It is a similar story from Passion UA. What is how much do we care about making sure we can mitigate that early?
I mean, it really depends on what Fade is feeling. I mean, obviously he's the Enigma player. He's very, very proficient with this hero. Currently he has a drums queued up, so maybe there's a world where he honestly just skips the Overlord. I'm kind of maybe noting that it's not the best Helm Dom game ever into kind of the Sven early. That hero is perfectly fine into it. They have pretty good damage overall to focus it. So maybe he opts to skip it overall and then he can go kind of maybe get it even faster than the Tide. Because a lot of games where it's Aura versus Aura, it's really about the timing, right? Because if you can get a pipe at the same time as the enemy team, you're kind of just going to mitigate it. But if you can get it earlier on Wildcard, then perhaps you can get those early objectives. You can start pushing those tier ones, get the early Roshans. So it's up to what Fade wants to do here. It also depends, of course, on if Botyuk wants to play greedy or if he wants to go for this pipe, which it seems like he hasn't queued up. I can't see his full quick buy, but there is a cloak in there, a cheeky cloak in there.
Mm-hmm. Could also be a Mage Slayer if you're trying to get there just a little bit quicker and be a little bit more of that like carry adjacent Tide. Mm-hmm. By the way, Rojo, I got it. We've got it figured out. Level 21 is a whale shark eater. Level 22 is a blue whale eater. So they do call it out specifically. Yeah, there we go. Level 29, you would literally eat the Titanic.
That's at 25? There's
29.
29.
The 25 is a lead Sicythus
You're
eater.
doing great.
Yes, my 5 years of Latin have really prepared me for this moment.
So then what's the 30? Or do we have to
Stuffed.
wait? Is that a... Oh, that makes sense. That's funny. I think I've seen that.
I'm stuffed.
A little
I don't have a good
bit
Tide
of
voice.
flavor. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll forgive you. We'll forgive you.
I mean, I can. I can do a decent Earthshaker, but yeah, I don't got a Tide. Mainly because the amount of times people like real life are like, I did this and I'm suffering. It's like, yeah, your own damn fault line is excellent. It's consequences of your own actions. It applies to every everyday aspect of my life. It's great.
It is great. I always, I believe the announcer they usually have for TI is also the voice for Earthshaker. He's really excellent. I think that's one of my favorite bits that they do every TI.
What was it? A couple years ago with he tried to get no, I think it was Avo at the Lima Major where he's like trying to get Avo to go and like do the voices with him. Because they had him on stage for that.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out very well for Avo, unfortunately. And we cannot all be so blessed with such an iconic voice. But he did try.
That's what matters. You just like you tried on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I did.
It's a good attempt.
Thank you. I don't know that it's. I don't know that I'd go that far.
It was an attempt. And Yamsun is attempting to fix his ping issues. Seems like they've been cursed by TI. Qualifying has just given them too many blessings.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But you know what? Look, if you're good enough to play in TI, you're good enough to last hit with a gyrocopter on 200 ping.
That is true. I mean, most of these players probably play on EU servers anyway. I mean, if they're not already in EU, I guess, after the qualifiers. But yeah, it's I feel like most of these players aren't playing on NA servers, so what's 150 ping? What's 100 ping, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to assume that they were in the US or probably in the US for the boot camp for TI, because otherwise, I mean, if you're boot camping in Europe for TI quals, you're going to be playing against Shopify on ping, and that is already a difficult matchup for wildcard. But looks like we are now ready to go here. Yamsun is back. The ping issues have been solved. We convinced the Blue Whales to go clockwise instead of counterclockwise, and Rojo, that's all that truly matters.
That it is. Late smoke up from both teams. So after the pause,
30 seconds.
see if we can see any little semblance of action here.
Looks like there's not going to be a ton. Pretty much all of Passion UA is going to go down to the bottom side, maybe anticipating some level of an invade. And Bignum might get caught on out here. He's looking for a deep ward, and, well, actually, he's not even looking for a deep ward. He's trying to steal this bounty rune, but, okay, there we go. Smoke's going to get broken, and that's a dead Bane.
Is they're going to get, well, they're going to get 3 runes at least for it on wildcard. But first blood to Moonlight feels pretty excellent. Getting that first blood on any mid hero is going to accelerate your game a ton. I like this a lot from Moonlight. This is what I typically do, so you know it's correct. Oh, yeah. Instead of finishing the bottle right away, he finishes a wand with the gold that he started with. So that way he'll still get the bottle before the runes come out, but now he has that wand for just the extra kind of value throughout the laning phase. Should help push him into a pretty comfortable state in that lane. And of course, as we said, Moonlight is going to be a pretty big focus of Passion UA. Just need to really get that damage out from him in that early game.
Yeah, it really does feel like the game has to flow. I mean, generally, when we talk about Dota right now, the game flows through the mid players more often than it doesn't. But especially in this game, a Tide can rotate, but much prefers having everything collapse on him. Then he pops a Ravage, and you get the turnaround. Having to go over, not as fun as Big. I love this Sleepwalker facet that we've shown up. It gives you so much utility. It's actually a really good save. Can save you from like things that you don't feel like you should be saved from, like black holes and things like that. But also, you can grief the opponent's safe lane. You can go and make sure that the Sven's not going to get really all that much farm. But you know, for now, we're talking about this mid lane. It really does feel like, with how static the Sven's going to have to be, and how static the Tidehunter generally is as well, it is going to be on Moonlight, rotating to the safe lane, rotating the off lane, and allowing Passion UA to play through him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big thing about the Sleepwalk facet and about Bane, Bayo, is that this hero isn't about winning the game. It's not about having team fight presence. It's not about saving your team. It's about making the enemy team miserable. That's what Bane has always been about.
Wait, I thought that was just Dota.
Enfeeble. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, the broader sense of Dota, but Bane takes it to a whole nother level. You know, you can make your enemies walk away from last hitting. I mean, how hilarious is that? You can give them, what is it, like 40, negative like 30, 40 damage at level 1. Very funny hero, and Bignum is, of course, again, a very proficient player on it. Pretty even lanes so far. for us, Bayo. Nothing too crazy happening. Bignum did decide to pull the wave, so it is a little bit interesting that this is a 4 Bane. Usually we typically see that hero kind of in the 5 spot, but very much a Bignum special here.
Yeah, kind of an awkward setup if we take a look at the top lane where Tide is just able to sit under a tower. Some pretty solid lane shenanigans from QBFY and Batyak early. So now you have this gyrocopter that at times can be pretty effective as an aggressive tool. No rocket barrage right now, but pretty effective as an aggressive tool and just is effectively shoving in, not really able to get the lane backwards, especially with what QBFY is doing. He's just so efficient on making sure that the neutral camp gets blocked. He might go down here. Speed does not have any points though in the net, so QBFY just every minute just walks in, denies or shuts down the small camp, and just makes sure that this Tidehunter is having a very nice start to his game.
Yeah, it's very nice to just hold the tower around this area. This is kind of the... You never really can get hit by very many spells. No rocket barrages out yet. Bot lane, there's killing the Eidolons, which is quite nice for this safe lane. They don't have to worry too much about fade, so the difference in off lanes right now is starting to come up a little bit. You have really great Eidolon clear, and obviously they aren't pressuring Batyak very much on the Tide. So, I mean, it's only 4 minutes, but, you know, very comfortable start to the lanes for Passion UA. And this is really nice to have against kind of the Naga Siren, very nice to have as the Tide, especially because you're scaling with the Krill Eater, but you're also just getting these kind of early points into Anchor Smash. Eventually, you won't even have to lane here if it gets dangerous. And again, QBFY doing a great job at just keeping this lane not getting pulled.
Nice, doing really...
And mid lane.
Yeah, so... Bignum makes the rotation. Nice job there from RCY as well.
Fade.
So... We talked about Moonlight, how you got to play onto him. As Fade is going to not get denied here, so they will get the offlaner. But this was a game that felt like, okay, we got to play through Moonlight if you're Passion UA. And he gets aggressive on RCY, thinks he has that opportunity there. But Bigna makes the rotation in, teleports in, gets just a little bit of a Nightmare save, gets the damage done. And RCY all of a sudden is having himself a pretty solid lane, 17 for 7 versus 17 for 5. But making sure he doesn't die, Moonlight falls, he gets the assist there. That does a lot. And again, when we're talking about this RCY Moonlight, who we're going to play through, getting RCY a little bit further ahead, making sure Moonlight falls back, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's excellent to get any single kill onto a last track early. It's always great to kind of push puck towards getting those early items. And this is the nice part about the Bane. Unfortunately, Fade did end up going down for Bignum's rotation, but it's a hero that you don't have a lot of commitments on as Bane. You don't have to really stay in the lane. A lot of times your presence is going to be somewhere kind of around the map. The sleepwalk especially can be very obnoxious. I recall Bayo about 2 weeks ago where I played against a Bane who sat mid from level 1, and every time I walked forward, he would just sleepwalk me into the enemy last track. It was it was pretty enjoyable. Obviously, this game, the Bane is against the last rack, but it's a very obnoxious hero to play against, and the sleepwalk facet is still something I think people are getting used to, and it can really catch you off guard. Because getting pushed, 400 units or so into a direction that you didn't expect to can be really, really devastating, especially in the mid lane on these early rotations.
Any sort of force movement is conceptually broken in the game of Dota. Right? That's why Bat Rider has been so good for just about forever. Is a bit of rotation in the mid lane. QBFY right around this 6-minute timing. The very least trying to secure the rune. Would love to take down RCY as well, but RCY with the level 6 advantage, and Bignum's here as well. So 4 heroes in the mid lane. Question now here, Mr. Rojo, is where exactly are we gonna... 5 heroes in the mid lane, excuse me. Where exactly are we gonna be as the Sleepwalk tries to get Moonlight onto the high ground? Not gonna be able to do so, but RCY now has to get on out of here. Haste rune causes some problems, and he will fall to the Leshrac speed here as well, but there's just not enough damage to make sure that they take down Moonlight and the rest. Nice rotation, they're adding in that extra support. I don't know that... I think they knew he was there, but the calculus just not quite there for RCY.
Yeah, this is... sometimes this happens with Curveball where your muscle memory betrays you a little bit, because the Curveball does go a little bit faster, and so sometimes if you don't angle it in the correct way, you actually end up with the Illusory Orb ending really fast, and so RCY just wasn't fully paying attention the best he could have. It didn't end up jaunting, which was really unfortunate. And of course, got the rune on Cracker, so A lot of focus again on this mid lane here. Typically kind of what we expect is that you just want to really get that 6-minute timing, and then of course right after the 6-minute timing comes the really important 7-minute timing, and they're walking in bottom lane. Bignum might go down here. Ooh, they missed the scatter
He's got
blast.
a brain set for now. That's a little bit of heal. And Yamsum's going to rotate in. So it's going to be Bignum dead, but Fade holding position for now. And there's Yamsum in speed as well here. So Krieger definitely should die, but you'd love to get more. So there's a rocket on top of Crystallize. Fade continues to try to chase him down. He's got himself a Maleficent 1. Can they kill the Sven? That's the important question. And looks
Not
like with a Fade, where looks like with a Stormhammer, not going to be able to do so. So trading a support for support, but they do make sure that they keep the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, which is absolutely important. And notably, it's a killing spree onto Yamson. He misses a lot on this top wave, which is the unfortunate part. I really like his rotation, but it does feel a little bit bad that he loses so much efficiency on the side of the map. But overall, they, really, really important that you keep that Wisdom Rune. Really important. Again, a lot of action in these first few minutes where it's kind of a 6-minute rune, 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, and then an 8-minute rune. Not as many rotations this time, but Moonlight now has a regen rune, which he's kind of looking to walk up towards top with. Yamson does not have a TP to get out.
No, he does not. He spent that to get bottom, but okay, Moonlight. He's just going to clear off some of the creeps for now. That's a double stack right there, but QBFY leading forward. It looks like at the most they're going to get Bignum here. Yamsung's pretty far out of things. It will be a dead Bane, but in the balance of things, you are totally fine with that one. That is 4 heroes in the top lane, and it'll probably kill the tower. But Yamsung stays alive. He's continuing to be okay with that one. And the one downside is that there's not a lot of pressure elsewhere. We're not seeing a ton of pressure on the mid lane from RCY. He's got a little, not a ton. Certainly this is an Enigma that's not super happy about running into a Sven right now. So they should get the top lane tier 1. They do kill off Bignum. And again, there's just not a lot of counterplay coming out of Wildcard right now.
Yeah, they're not able to make a lot of concessions around the map. I mean, RCY, if he wanted to make some kind of rotations, it would be nice to in theory, but he's not really able to counteract the tide very much. So the best they're going to do right now is going to try to look towards this bot lane tower with the Eidolons. Maybe even see if they can get some kind of black hole if somebody wants to show up down here.
And Black Hole is certainly ready, but Moonlight on the high ground, Fade playing in the corner, and he's going to think about chopping the back hole, but he is just
so much
immediately.
damage.
Oh yeah, there is, with God Strength, with Moonlight popping everything, it is so much damage, and Enigma is many things here, Rojo. I don't think anyone has ever accused Enigma of being tanky.
No, certainly not without any of the aura items yet. Takes a little while for the hero to build anything up, and they do get a coil onto Krekker. Maybe they can get this kill.
Hey,
Going to try nicely.
There we go. Should be able to. And RCY just jumps on out of here. I was gonna say Moonlight might be a target, but no, he's got his arcane boots ready, so he's half mana. As Bignum gets hexed up by QBFY a little bit more, but they're just gonna back on out of here. I was gonna say Leshrac might have been a target. He was pretty low on mana, but Tidehunter shows up, and this does make a little bit more space for Yamson. It's a lot. Pretty much everyone on the side of Passion UA was on the bottom side of the map right there to deal with the Enigma and the Puck and those rotations. So Yamson continues to farm fairly well, but the big story here is we have Moonlight Sven, top of the leaderboard, both sides having excellent games. And when it's 1 hero versus 2, effectively, when we talk about it, who is most farmed, well, it's looking, I'm not saying it's looking terrifying for Wildcard, but Moonlight and Moonlight the Sven, they're doing exactly what they need to do to scale into this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be... I feel like Passion UA is, again, just very comfortable kind of playing the farm game. It's not like Wildcard needs to make a ton of moves, but Passion UA, again, with the Tide, with the Leshrac, you're just kind of looking to eat up the map. And this is why... Very nice move by Speed. He actually blocks both the camps for Moonlight that he wanted to farm. So any small efficiency trick is going to be really massive here for Speed. Just being annoying, reeling in QBFY. I think Valve should add a... I think they should monetize songs for Song of the Siren. If this support Siren keeps being a big thing, imagine a K-pop Naga Siren.
Whew. I was like, yeah, putting Blackpink on Naga Siren. It caused so many issues for tournament organizers, right? But everyone else is QBFI getting very low in the mid lane, but going to be able to get on out of here. And that is the power of foul play, where you die and then you actually don't die, and then you tilt your opponent because you really should have died. We've all been there. It's sad.
Oh yeah, of course. That's Shaman is another one of those heroes that really the agony of your opponents is a pretty high value aspect of this hero. They're even bringing Batyak over for the power runes. Thankfully, RCY is the better mid player, so he gets the shield rune on his side. Very well played by him. And yeah, it's just a very slow game.
Yeah, how do you feel about this Boots of Bearing first item from our Enigma? I understand getting drums early. That's awesome. You know, it gives you a lot of tempo, means that your Eidolons are great, but skipping another defensive item is Speed's going to go down there in the mid lane as they make the rotation. So they've been playing around the mid lane for a while. Finally, they will get something out of it, but it also means that the Shaman wards are not on the tower, so you get speed, but RCY is doing a pretty good job of just keeping that lane shoved out, and that is going to be the extent of the damage. But talking about this Enigma here, I understand going for drums, right? It's great for your Eidolons. It enables your entire team. But what about Boots of Bearing makes it worth getting much earlier than we would normally see?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm just kind of suspending my disbelief here for Fade Enigma. I'm assuming he just knows what's best. Maybe this is a build he's tried and true. I'm not exactly sure all of the value, but it is nice, I guess, a second tool of disengagement. But right now, he can't disengage from a blink. Moonlight does way too much damage.
No, that was as RCY was coming over with his smoke as well. Can they get a little bit more? Sven's going to pop the God Strength, trying to kill off the tower. And RCY, it's a really good wrap around here. This should be 2-man, 3-man Dream Coil. Yamson drops the ultimate as well.
Has so much damage.
This is a beautiful setup here on the smoke from the backside. And yep, there we go. There's the reel. And Crystallight should fall down as well. And Moonlight
Yamson.
also, oh my goodness, he takes down. He's going to get the gyro here.
He can maybe blink out on Moonlight.
Yeah, he can. Oh my.
Oh man, that is not what you wanted from Speed. That song came out at a pretty poor time for him. A little bit unfortunate, but RCY is still looking to catch it. Actually has the curveball, so if he guesses correctly, he will end up getting it. So nothing ever happened. Speed never sang any songs that we didn't like.
That is one of the
very good team fight.
You know, we were talking about this, how strong the Naga has looked into these big team fight spells. Well, that is actually one of the reasons why going something like a Leshrac is pretty good. Because it doesn't matter if you're asleep, doesn't matter if you're awake, you're still just doing a ton of damage onto everyone. So it's not this great big save that it would be, you know, against the Sven or the Tide or something. Leshrac is still going to do damage, and I mean, it did a great job. It killed off you. Despite the song, Gamsum still died in that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of ways to make you go to sleep if you're the side of Wildcard. Very kind of sleepy team. You got the Bane with the Sleepwalk and the Naga Siren song. Both were used onto Moonlight in that last fight. And overall, now the net worth is slightly starting to favor Wildcard, because that was it was a very nice fight for them. They defended that tier 1 tower, which Passion UA thought they could get, and then they ended up losing quite a few heroes. And Yamson's been just very nice on the rotations. He kind of goes when he thinks he can get something, and then, you know, like any good carry, he goes back to hitting the neutral creeps.
Man, I want to just point out the smoke from RCY and Bignum just wrapping all the way around. So it turned into a 3-man Dream Coil. And even though the Enigma died and we haven't really seen Fade's impact for the majority of this game, what it has, it meant that his death was not in vain and actually turned out very nicely for them. As another smoke here. Fade thinking about it, but he doesn't have a blink. He only has those Boots of Bearing. And both smokes are going to get popped here. Creeker, he's going to get brought back in as Moonlight blinks on top of everyone. This feels like it might be a... No, Black Hole opportunity. Crystallize comes up from the north side. There's the Ravage as well. And RCY has got to get the hell on out of here. And he will be able to do so. But once again, we see this first pick Enigma just not finding the value that you're looking for. There's no pipe.
Yeah, and
he just gets jumped on top of and dies at the start of every fight.
Yeah, it's really nice by Moonlight. He was really trusting in his team to back him up there. So even though he gets a lot dropped onto him, again, this is kind of the issues I was maybe expecting from Wildcard's mid-game. Sorry. Which is the damage issues. There's the pipe already out from Balyak. That's the first item he went. So he didn't go for anything greedy. He just kind of farmed up silently, kind of had his nice meals, and now he's into this early pipe. And I mean, pipe or Boots of Bearing, I think I know which one I'd rather have. Nice grip onto Moonlight.
It's not going to kill him, though. Now with the pipe right. Well, no, actually, no, it will. It will get him down. There's enough physical damage coming out of this gyrocopter.
Could be a good black hole.
Now there's the black hole. It's going to be on 2, not 3, but still very good here. Batyak, though, he is tanking
Eventually?
up so much. And okay, he should eventually die. One has to assume.
Sure
He's
he?
the only one here, but he is doing. Okay, Yamson almost dies that one at the very end. That's finally the black hole we're looking for. It was almost on 3. It was on 2. Shuts down so much. They get everyone but the Sven. That is exactly the fight you're looking for from Wildcard.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just so deep by Passionate. Yeah, I understand why they want to be a little bit aggressive and position the way they did, but ends up costing them a lot there. And I mean, I feel like really when I'm looking at these, it feels like the XP is going quite well for Wildcard. They have a level 10 Naga Siren support, so even though Fade has suffered a little bit in this game, it feels like everybody else on Wildcard is catching up pretty nicely in terms of levels. And you know, Yamson is still very confidently at the top of the net worth.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty dang close. He's the one, 230. Well, there we go, 130 gold away from that Ags, right around the 18-minute mark. So he's going to continue to increase, continue to just really pump the damage out, which is what you're looking for. BKB after that, this does not feel like a game where you can just go like straight Satanic or something after the Ags, and there's a little bit too much magic damage, just a lot of stuns as we talked about. But even still, it's a lot of damage. Yeah, you're probably not going to kill Batyuk easily at all. But the rest of the squad, here's Fade's going to be the target once again. Bignum, it's going to look for
so
the
much
save,
damage.
but yeah.
This blink is
love
really
this.
early from QBFY.
And I love this blink first from Moonlight as well. I feel like generally we'll see a Kaya or something, some sort of scaling item coming out of these Lishraks, but getting this blink dagger first item out of Moonlight has really enabled a lot of effective power in this early game.
Ooh, the Hex onto RCY in the top lane. The
yeah,
song
that's-
is just enough to nullify it.
Yeah, that's the power of the song here is now speed.
Oh! He wasn't expecting
This is what we were
that. Oh
talking
my-
about. It doesn't matter if you're asleep, you still just put out so much damage here. So speed will be able to keep RCY alive. Does in fact trade his life for it, and that's got a power. That actually is the power of the blink. I think that's what Moonlight was building into this entire time. He's like, yeah, you know, I don't have to worry about running in and not doing my damage. I'll just blink into the song and I'll kill everyone anyways. It's fine. I got everything I need.
Yeah, and the reaction time made it really kind of comical from Speed because I mean, it's such an odd play that you never really expect it. The Speed is just kind of sitting there like, you know, I'll wait a few seconds and then I'll TP out. Not such a case here. Ends up being a little bit too aggressive from them, but they do want to, I mean, they keep trying to want to pressure these towers on Wildcard, but currently not really able to catch anything. Again, it's really only, the biggest winner on the map is really just Yamson, who's level 15 with his Ag. So again, this Gyro is having a pretty nice game so far, and he really needs to because, again, he's most of the damage, especially most of the physical damage, with this early pipe coming out.
Are you at all worried about like the Sven versus Gyrocopter matchup later on into this game? Like right now, there's a decent amount of mixed damage. Yamson is top of the board. He's doing a great job, but his magic becomes a lot more physical focused as the game goes on. And then you have this Sven that just chunks him down. Gyro's not a great man fighter anyways. And just giving like, was it 15 armor to his entire, 14 armor to his entire team. All of a sudden means that just all these flat cannon shots everywhere, maybe not quite as effective as you would like it to be, given where all the farm priority is.
Yeah, they will take the Tormentor, but I mean, personally, the way that I see this carry matchup is it's very just net worth based. I think eventually Sven does start winning it, but I've never really seen it as super favorable for either hero. The Sven is better in the man fights, but Gyros has a lot more damage in team fights overall. So it's really about the supporting cast around them. Currently, I do really like Wildcard's supporting cast in terms of kiting the Sven and getting around that. But having this blink on Moonlight and on Batyuk and on QBFY means that Fade is he's just food right now. He's having a very, very difficult game so far.
Yeah, Fade's sitting there 0, 6, and 6. And it's what you first pick the Enigma. Sure, you know, it gives you that flex potential. I totally understand why they decided to go to do so, but now we're in this game where we have like 4 really good answers to the Eidolons. It was a difficult lane for him, and every time he shows, he just gets jumped upon. But now sleepwalking on the Sven. RCY blinks out of the high ground because there was an attempt on Yamson, and Yamson, he will be fine for now. It looks like Speed's actually. Yep, Speed tries to sing. He
Might
pops.
walk away.
Oh, okay, he's going to get on out of here. No, never mind.
That was a
Man.
nice snipe by Cracker. You just can't get anything with these songs.
A full bore is such a good fast. The cast range on your scatter blast with full bore, just the amount of damage you do right on max range. It's another reason that, I wasn't looking at that when we talked about, okay, is this a good Naga game or not? Is now here comes, oh no, RCY.
And Big Num too.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward mid game here. You talked about the damage. Well, RCY dropping a Dream Coil on top of 3 heroes in the mid lane and just immediately getting hexed and dead is just, it's not what you're looking for out of your puck.
No, not by any means. And now they have pretty good damage for this Roshan. Feel like Botyak really has enabled the team quite well with this early pipe, going straight into that blink. So very nicely done by Passion UA to kind of mitigate whatever the gyro is doing by just making these very solid moves. Catching speed off multiple times, catching fade. So even though they haven't punished the gyrocopter very much, the net worth is a little bit meaningless in the sense that Yamsen can't really join the fights unless it's been in kind of a TP area for him, or unless he's explicitly included. So he's got this BKB, he's got level 18. Yamsen is massive, but he hasn't been able to help his team in these kind of one-off pickoffs, which has been pretty frustrating for Wildcard, especially considering they're not really getting to use the Black Hole, the Song aggressively, the Fiend's Grip. Just kind of been getting gone on time and time again from Passion UA.
And now because of that boots of bearing timing, the pipe timing is not really what you want. He does have a blink though in QBFY. Oh, nice blink there out of things. And here comes the Tidehunter, and okay, there we go. Gets on top of Big Num, but there's gonna be some damage. This is the BKB reveal coming out of Yamsen. Whoa, look at that black hole lasting. Oh, he's still alive here. It's so much damage. That's gonna be 3 dead plus the Aegis. We talked about Fade maybe not getting as much as he would like, but this is perfect here. And that's going to be Moonlight falling down as well. Only one here remains. It will be Krekker. And yeah, he should fall down here as well.
Yeah. They want to give it to him. Can he jump to the high ground? Not quite.
Yeah, they're going to get him down. There's the rampage for Yamsen. What a blink BK. We've been talking about this game has really been fallen by the wayside for Wildcard in the early to mid game. But the BKB blink reveal on Fade and Yamsen together, I just annihilated that fight. And they knew this fight was coming, by the way. The smoke was broken. QBFI broke it and blinked out. Like, that's how you want this fight to start. But a 4-man black hole, really hard to argue with that one.
Yeah, super, super nicely done by Fade. This is, the benefit of him just being a very experienced Enigma player. He knows when they don't have enough stuns to cancel a black hole in this early game. So once he has that BKB, it's not an issue, but he kind of dodges the Ravage, blinks in right after it, right after the disables have been used by QBFY, and gets a really, really wonderful black hole. And again, this is, if you can bring the heroes to Yamsen, he has the damage to output. He is, after a rampage, he's almost in a full Satanic, so he's having a grand old time. But again, it's Passion UA. They see that fight, or they see that they wanted a fight on Wildcard, and just thinking that they had the stronger engage, wanted to get something out of it, but they really weren't able to. It really set everything that they had accomplished in the last 10 minutes of very slow, steady play. It just set it back entirely, because now Yamsen is a very, very big issue.
That he is, and I like this as well. He was looking at going SNY before that fight's I need to get something here. The game's falling apart a little bit. I need to have some sort of intermediary item. But you get a rampage, you put yourself 9-1-5, and you just buy out the Satanic, and all of a sudden, SNY is a great item. 100%. It means that you are not going to be ravaged as long. It is useful in the state of the game. But if you can just go get yourself a Satanic at 25 minutes instead, this Yamsen now, he's not on max damage yet, but he is very difficult to kill.
Oh yeah, and the benefit of being ahead and as far ahead as Yamsen is a lot of times you don't have to itemize for damage, really. He already has it in his kit. So even though he's not necessarily one-shotting heroes yet, he has that data list to finish into. He has plenty of survivability to get off all of his damage in the time of a team fight. And yeah, this is just, it's very good to kind of set this tempo back from Passion UA, because I feel like they needed this timing a little bit on Passion UA, since Botyak has played a little bit more sacrificial with his kind of blink, shard, pipe. They have a little bit less scaling to work with now, and they don't really have a very good answer to Yamsen.
No, they really don't. Certainly not when he's 5,000, when he's a full item above the Sven. If it was close, yeah, sure, but given how strong he is in this game, yeah, no, they really do not have a great answer. They're going to trade tier 2 for tier 2, but you can't really put a lot of pressure on the high ground as Passion UA, QBFY, another minute on his Serpent Wards, and does look like Yamson and the rest, they want to go high ground here. I don't blame them. There is so much damage right now. It's hard to kill off the Gyrocopter, and equally as important, well, the Tide, he's on the north side. Sven's on the north side. They're going to force some of these heroes back, but the moment they see anyone showing on wards or on vision at all, I mean, just go keep pushing, right? A Tide does have Ravage, but without a Sven and without Moonlight to back it up, just you don't have the damage. There needs to be more than just a Tide Hunter here to hold these objectives.
Yeah, and this is the point in the game where both teams are going to start balling up a little bit more. Passion UA being kind of on the back foot at the moment is going to have at least Crystallized Rumor on the other side of the map. But Wildcard get the benefit of just playing around Yamson. Feels like they'll never bring him down. He basically has an Aegis. QBFY, nice blink break, but blinks right into Yamson's loving arms.
Oh, he's like getting 5-shot here. Now he does have the shards, so he lasts a little bit longer, but not that much longer. So now they're going to try to see if they can get a little bit more as the Boots of Bearing has been popped. And they're going to find a Tide. He's taking a lot of damage here, and they're just going to kill him. It is wild to see a Tide this squishy this early into the game, especially when he's been building into pretty much solidly defensive items. But just goes to show you how far ahead, like really not even just the entirety of Wildcard is, but specifically Yamson is in this game.
Yeah, and having your net worth almost, I feel like on the singular hero is almost better than having all of Wildcard be farmed, because right now it's just Yamson. Again, you get to play through him. He gets to kind of play however he wants. And having this many items on the single hero means that he just, again, gets to play however he wants. He doesn't really have a good, opponent right now. Crystallize is still working into a full Daedalus. I think that's at the point where Passion UA can look for something. But at the moment, it's, Yamson gets to kind of wait for this Roshan. There's going to be BKBs on RCY, who finished it quite early, and on Defade, who just finished his. And yeah, I mean, again, it's just a very difficult game to execute onto Wildcard because they have the decent saves from both their supports and they have BKBs on all three of their cores now.
Now, my question for you as we take a look at how Wildcard is scaling, Yamson does want to go back for the SNY. We talked about, hey, status resistance is always pretty nice, but when you're this far ahead, you already have the Satanic. Would it be better to go and get like a more expensive, like a butterfly or something, just one of these more expensive items that is more gold efficient for the slot?
A butterfly could be really nice for him. I think he's probably thought about it. They are going to catch Cracker.
Yeah, he's
test out. Yeah, I mean, not much contest there. I think the Sanjay holds a lot of value, so it's really up to Yamson. Again, it's his call on whatever he wants, because at this point in the game, he is really the main focal point. He'll counter the stun most effectively with an item like Butterfly, but overall his survivability takes a huge increase, which it's already massive once he gets that Sanjay. They do catch QBFY as well, so it's a little bit of, can they get out here on Passion UA?
Look at Bignum just sleeping. Everyone thinks so. Yeah, it's going to be Gyro's going to join, and this should be a dead Tide eventually. Bignum should be able to get on out of this thing as well. Ooh. So, oh man, the great big Tide. It does feel like you should be able to at least kill the Bane one-on-one, right? Yeah, sure, there's a sleep, and that's annoying, but you got an anchor. You're a great big Tide. It feels like you should, in a normal game, be able to kill Bignum, but that's just the power of Yamson. He is massive.
That he is, and I mean, Bane's not a walrus, so not quite in the appetite yet of Tide Hunter. And yeah, I mean, the game just went from that point at the Rampage, the game's just gone from bad to worse for Passion UA. Again, it's, however Wildcard wants to execute this game, which so far they're just going nice and slow, building up all their... that's, up to their discretion. This Roshan has up to 2 minutes to spawn. I believe it's going to be pretty soon, actually. So Speed just waits for it like a patient little lady.
They're singing a song, doing a little dance. And that is actually one of the nice things about Naga. We talked about the vision that it provides, but Speed can kind of hold this area, send his illusions out, still get a little bit of farm on the map, get those waves pushed in, and make it very unlikely that he's going to die before this fight truly gets set up. Now, Looks like, yeah, I was going to say nearly an instant Roche spawn right now. So Roshan is ready right as Speed leaves the pit, which is a little bit unfortunate, but he's going to go back to check on it. So Roche is ready. Do you kill it now, or do you look for some sort of pick off into Roche?
I mean, it depends on what they want. They do, I'm sure, suspect that Passionary is going to smoke, but it's really, are they going to be able to catch anything? Of course, there's BKBs on all these cores. There is the Blink Sleep if Speed wants it. They've got a good position.
But they're going to get on top. Oh, very nicely done there with the song.
BKB.
Three-man black hole. And on the right side, QBFY cannot interrupt. He's going to get Fiend's Gripped as well. Everyone dies. And sure, this time Fade's going to fall down as well. But that is the fantasy of this draft, right? You song, you black hole, it's on 4, it's on 5 game. The fight is over. That is absolutely the fantasy of this lineup. They finally got it. And now, who cares about Roche there, Rojo? There's tier 3s. They're barracks. That's the
Bigger
target.
fish to fry right now. Really, really nicely done by Speed. I mean, it feels like getting onto any hero that isn't the Naga Siren, that isn't the Bane, and just feels questionable. And especially if it's on more than one hero. So the Blink initiation was really clean, but Speed is just too fast. This is, of course, the value of the hero. And we talked about how high win percentage we feel like this hero has right now. And it feels like it's coming to fruition this game again. And Passion UA not even going to decide to buy back because there's really no point.
Oh, without your Sven, without God Strength, without Ravage, I mean, what are you going to do? Great, you're going to stand there. You're going to maybe die again if you misplay. It's not worth it. It's only one set of... It is technically only one set of racks. It will be Roche as well, unfortunately, but it's just... Buying back here with this lineup where you're so dependent on your great big ultimates, especially down 15, 16,000 net worth, means that it's just not doing a lot for you. So Roche is going to fall down eventually. It's going to be a second Aegis there on Yamson. And he's pretty much kitted out at I like this. He's like, yep, I got Aegis. Let's go queue up a Rapier. That's exactly... they can't kill him. It's great. Like, what else would you buy?
Yeah, I mean, it holds probably some of the most value on a hero on Gyro in general, so there's not much they can do. They are smoked up to try and catch a singular hero, but Wildcard is kind of grouped up again. RCY is the target again. A lot of damage from Crystallize.
Yeah, at one point he had a Lincoln's queued up, then he decided BKB instead because I think he was very much trusting in the save of his Naga Siren, but that is now... no buyback for the puck, unfortunately. He's going to be down for another 70 seconds, and that's going to waste some time of Aegis. It's also going to give Yamson time to go get his... he's pretty close to the Rapier now. About maybe 1,000 gold off or so. So it's going to give him time to get to the Rapier. So thank you there, Mr. RCY, for getting picked off, for being dead for a minute. It means we get to see Rapier Gaming. It's all according to plan.
Yeah, RCY always giving the viewers a show here. And I do think that there's a little bit of irony kind of in the fact that, so they kind of first pick this Enigma, and then you think, well, they'll probably pick something to counter the black hole, and then it'll just kind of go into the summon build, and that'll feel really comfortable. But they actually spend, Passionary pretty much does their whole draft around countering the Enigma summons, and now it feels like Fade just has an excellent black hole game. So opting not to go for kind of that traditional counter like the Enigmas try to bait you into, like the Silencer or the Rubik. But now Fate just has, he's going for an Axe, he has this BKB Blink, and it feels like the black hole is really a massive issue for Passion UA. They don't have any good ways to deal with it. Sven is, you know, one of the heroes I feel like in the game who hates getting black holed the most. Yeah. So they really have to, I mean, they on Passion UA, they want to get these smokes like they did onto RCY there, but it feels like they need to catch more, and that's really very difficult. I mean, killing more than one target with Passion UA's draft at this gold deficit at this point in the game is quite difficult.
All right, so Rapier's done. High ground push is just a very difficult thing to stop. It's going to force all the TPs back, and we're going to see Yamson. You know, find himself gushed a little bit less armor there, but you just cannot stop him. He's got 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. He's going to go eat that Ags pretty soon. That's what's coming out in a courier, and then he's going to be just about 6 slotted. I would love to see him go and get a Blink, I guess is that final item. Blink is that final item once the Aegis goes down. But it's hard. I mean, I guess that's the one saving grace. He's only 11,000 gold above the next closest hero, but he is 6 slotted. You know, it's kind of hard for him to grow after this point.
Yeah, I mean, could definitely be something like a refresher as well. I feel like that holds a lot of value at this point. But again, it's not really a lot that Passion UA can do to this gyro. It's a very, very good gyro game. There's a lot of saves behind him. I almost kind of feel like they should go for blade mails of some kind. They are going to look for a fight here.
Oh, nice save there on the Sleepwalk
that's
song
three of
as
them.
well. Where's our black hole? Fade blinks in. There's your 3-man black hole. They're just going to evaporate here. Totally gone. And yeah, Fade having a really rough early game, like 0-7, 0-6. A most impactful 0-7 I've seen in quite a while. These black holes, and in fairness, it's a lot of its speed getting set up, but that was the last chance. They couldn't even take the Aegis out of the hands of the Gyrocopter at this point. Good game is called. It's going to be wild card. They're going to go up 1-0 here in this upper bracket of the CCT Series 1 Season 2. And you know, it looked good, I think, for Passion UA in the early game. They actually built themselves a bit of a net worth lead. We were talking about how the Enigma wasn't getting what they needed. Sven seemed to be doing pretty well. And then you give the Gyrocopter a rampage, Rojo, and it all swings.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. You know, sometimes as 0-7, all you need to do is provide that singular black hole. And it looked really great from Fade. It looked really great from Wildcard. This Naga Siren is definitely something to watch out from Speed. So, I mean, it's a TI qualifying team. They had a tough early game, but overall, I feel like that team fight execution was definitely TI level. And they take this first game pretty convincingly at the end there.
Yeah, and they banned out Bat Rider, Passion UA did in the first phase, because Speeds looked terrifying on the Bat Rider in the qualifiers leading up to TI. So, okay, makes sense. But I look at this Naga, I'm like, guy, you got it. If you're not first picking the Naga, in every game that I've seen, it feels like you just got to take it out. It feels, and who knows, maybe I'm just seeing the games that it's winning and I'm not seeing the games that it's losing, but it feels like Ancient Apparition or Coddle felt like last patch. It just feels, or maybe Ringmaster, like it feels so strong, and it does so much to enable these team fights, especially as teams start drafting around it a little bit, that I don't know. I feel like this is just a hero that cannot be allowed to find its way into the draft.
Yeah, definitely on the hands of Speed. But either way, we are going to have a second game, so perhaps they won't give that Naga Siren over to Hinbeo. And I believe we're going to head to a short break before that.
That we will. So game 2 coming up after the break. I've been Dale. This is Rojo, and see y'all soon.
The battle begins. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, welcome back to the CCT in the upper bracket. Wildcards up 1-0, Rojo, and well, maybe the early game didn't go quite as smoothly as they would have liked. Sleep, song, into a black hole. It's still a pretty good combination, no matter where you are.
Yeah, it's a pretty consistent way to victory. I mean, this Naga Siren has looked great for wildcard no matter where they are, especially in these TI quals that they recently did win. So very good stuff from wildcard. Fade, let's just pretend he never had a bad early game. You know, we can just forget the first 20 minutes of that game. Every black hole after that point was game winning. So he really set Yamsen up for, you know, Yamsen gets all the credit, which I feel is a little bit sad. You know, he gets the rampage. He almost got 2 rampages that game. He ends the game with a divine rapier, but really feels like it's Fade. You know, Fade is the one in our hearts. He got some really, really massive. I mean, and even Speed. You know, Speed deserves a lot of credit too there for all those wonderful song blink initiations. Even if Bayo, he did die a few times in a slightly comical way on Speed. We can just pretend it didn't happen, you know, for wildcard fans. Let's just act like, you know, 20 minutes is when the game started. And if you look at it that way, I mean, that was a very convincing wildcard victory.
Yeah, it was pretty funny, and I understand why. Like, there was a decent amount of itemization from Passion UA and hero picks to deal with the song. I mean, we saw Moonlight get blink first item, blink into these songs, and just kill off Speed every time. And that was pretty funny to watch. That was very funny to watch. But at the end of the day, you still have these setups. You still have what you need to make sure everything happens. And we're going to get a draft started in just a second here. You have everything you need, and then it's just really hard to deal with. So I really hope that we're going to see the Naga. If you're a Passion UA fan, I hope we see the Naga banned out. It just feels way too strong right now. But if you do that, it means Batrider probably finds its way through the draft, and that's pretty spooky. Maybe you get... I mean, I think Batrider is the one you're kind of trading for there. Is it the Bat? Is it going to be the Naga? Not quite sure. But of those two, is there one you prefer more versus the other?
Honestly, I think you drop them both. I know you'll be probably letting through a different hero in that sense, but I think the drop off in Speed's mechanical, I guess, interfering with the game, like his execution on other heroes is of course good. It's not like it's the only hero he plays. He plays with Chen quite proficiently. He plays a lot of these micro heroes very well. But the Naga Siren and the Batrider, I feel like, just fit his playstyle so well. He's great on these blink initiations, and he's great at playing these kind of wacky farming heroes. They get a lot more net worth from the 5. So I personally would get rid of both of them just because I think it drops his value a lot immediately. Both as a player, but both in terms of both the heroes just being incredibly strong right now. Maybe that means that you end up giving something like an Undying or a Death Prophet, though, which hopefully you don't have to, because those heroes look very good right now. Unfortunately, we're experiencing some slight issues with connecting to the draft, but it will be underway in just a minute or two here.
Yeah, we're working on it. Speaking of that Chen you were talking about, by the way, Chen has gotten a lot of buffs in the last couple patches. Now you have a hero unit. The summon creep is a hero unit that works out pretty nicely for you. And then we saw a big rework on the Ags, where all of a sudden you channel it. It's a lot of healing. You effectively, it kind of gives you like almost like an Omni Knight ult when you go and you channel that in. And we've seen it be pretty effective. How do you feel? Obviously, Chen goes through times, but in pro games, it's very impactful, very popular. Sometimes it doesn't. How do you feel about that hero kind of in the meta right now?
I think it's probably almost underrated at the moment. We're seeing a lot more resurgence of summon builds. The Beastmaster looks great with the Dominator, the Enigma. Obviously, last game he did go for a little bit more of a sacrificial build with the game he had. But overall, I like the summon heroes a lot. I think if you're proficient at the Chen, you'll typically secure your lane most of the times. And I haven't gotten a chance quite to see the Chen get to the Ags in these games, but on paper, it's very, very strong. On paper, this Hand of God is, you know, a much better Omni Knight, who we've even seen fall off a little bit in favor. So, I mean, as I said, I think Speed does have a lot of heroes, and I think this Chen is definitely one of the ones to watch out for Passion UA. But in comparison to the Batrider, in comparison to the Naga Siren, I don't think it carries the same kind of weight.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Waiting to see if we can get this in. We're just having an issue getting players connected to the draft, as you said. I have seen one game where Chen did get his Ags, and then everyone has debuff immunity and you're healing for a ton and 60% magic resistance and the creeps, where literally for 8 seconds no one dies. You got to find some way to get on top of the Chen. It looked great, but again, it's a question of, is that what they want to play? Because generally, even as Chen is this hero that is, yes, we got the draft. Okay. Even as Chen is one of these heroes that is very much a tempo hero, getting this access give it a little bit more mid to late game. But it does beg the question, like, is this a game that Wildcard wants to play? Do they want to be trying to put themselves at a significant advantage before 20 minutes? Because that is really more often than not what you're looking for when you're picking something like a Chen.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely could be important for speed. I mean, I think his hero pool is a huge deal heading into this draft. We are going to see the same Klingspan out from Wildcard, so they're not getting cheese today, and it looks like speed will be getting the Batrider or the Naga Siren more than likely here. I suppose unless Passion UA wants to ban one, pick the other. I do believe that the Passion UA Batrider was pretty proficient when I saw it, so maybe they ban the Naga Siren here and force Wildcard out.
Okay, well, that's just not going to be it. They're going to ban a Bristleback for now, get the Doom on out of here. Okay. So now you got a choice here, Wildcard. Do you pick the Batrider? Do you pick the Naga? Obviously, one of the benefits of banning out as Ancient Apparition is going to get taken out at the end, and it's going to be Death Prophet first pick. Now, speed is a very strong, and he obviously he's not drafting here, Bignum is, but he has been a pretty strong proponent of how good Death Prophet is. He's not the only one. Death Prophet, with the buffs it got, this Axe first build, the flexibility to go from the mid to the off lane if you need to. Very strong first pick hero, but now we're these two power picks that we've been talking about. The Naga, the Batrider, they're both still in the pool. I don't know if they're going to get banned in the second phase, but they're both still here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'm pretty happy getting the Batrider on Passion UA. Equally happy on Wildcard to get the Death Prophet. Because, I mean, as you said, they're big proponents of this hero. I think pretty much everybody is by now. The flexibility is a great part because Fade is also very classically a Death Prophet player. I feel like he even plays this in kind of the off seasons when this hero isn't, first pick material. He just likes this hero. That being said, you do end up trading it for the Batrider on Passion UA, so you'll probably lose out on the speed hero here unless they just want to let him have Naga Siren. I'd be a little bit surprised based on his, his impact in that last game. But overall, Batrider, I think, not only is it just strong number-wise in the patch, like, it feels great to lane with, it has great flexibility, but historically, we were talking about how strong repositioning is. Blink Lasso is, kind of the most classic and most consistent version of that. It feels just very, very nice to play with. So every time I see a Batrider, I just feel like, I feel at ease, I feel at peace with the draft. Because that at the worst case scenario, you have a hero that will always have a great initiation, probably one of the best initiations in the game to any team fight.
Yeah, and I feel like we're talking about this Batrider as if it's the 4 or the 5 Batrider. But that new Stoked facet where you go and you get 5 points in Sticky Napalm and you get like a Dragon Lance and you just start right-clicking people and just put massive stacks of Sticky Napalm. I don't think we're seeing it quite as much. We saw it a lot like in the first weeks of the patch. That is still an option as well, and that's also one of the powers of the Batrider here is you can first pick it and then it can fill... I don't know that I've seen it carry, but it can fill pretty easily 4 roles on the map right now. Although, Rojo, that may just be my bias because I know you're a degenerate Batrider 3 enjoyer. So maybe that's not flexible like the highest level, and
Wait, Bayo. I'm also degenerate 2 Batrider player. Okay, let's not get
Batrider 2 is just standard. Like that's not super crazy.
It is degenerate though. Even if it's standard, it's still degenerate. They are letting the Naga Siren through if they want. They pick up the Oracle for Passion UA. So they do still feel that Speed's Chen is a bigger issue than his Naga Siren. I don't know if I agree. I'd be a little bit surprised if Wildcard don't want the Naga Siren, but of course the Oracle is, it's also, this is another case where they're kind of picking this hero, I feel, to deny it, like Wildcard did with the Gyro in this previous draft. Because obviously, Oracle is great with Death Prophet, and it is incredibly strong against the Batrider. And they end up picking the Shadow Demon instead, which is kind of the pseudo counter to Oracle and to Batrider in a sense once you get that shard. Yeah, so it's a discount Oracle.
Even before the shard, right? You can just go and save whoever the Batrider jumps on, and sure, they're going to get dragged away, but they're not taking damage while they are in the lasso, or you can just go and make sure that the Bat Rider can't move anywhere, and it gives you that blink save that is really so nice here. Now, likely going to be 4, and there's the Naga. So what I will say, the Naga in this game, it doesn't quite have quite the same level of synergy as we saw in that last one. Death Prophet, when the Naga Siren is singing, is not doing damage. The siphons are not going. So you do lose out on some damage with if you song into Death Prophet in the way that a timed damage, right? Because there's only the Death Prophet ultimate only lasts for so long compared to something like the Gyrocopter and the Enigma, where all of a sudden you get everything set up, kill song, and everyone dies. So it's slightly less synergistic than we saw in game 1, but again, still being able to break apart the initiation from the Bat Rider, waste time on False Promise. There are still very powerful uses of the song in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's even so far that they don't have the synergy. Wildcard, if they want, they have an 18 pick where they can pick up a hero that does synergize a little more with the Naga. The Gyro is still going to be open from last game. The Enigma is still going to be open, and a Darkseer is still going to be open. So all heroes to look at. The Darkseer obviously isn't great against Oracle, but one of the big benefits in my head of having the Naga Siren is that the song onto Oracle is going to be very strong the whole game. Oracle as a hero revolves around one thing, and that's around not getting caught.
Got him back. Awesome. For the benefit of the community that may or may not have heard you, or for my benefit, because I definitely didn't hear you, talking about song on Oracle is just... Can you finish that thought for me?
Yes. Oracle hates getting caught out. That's his one job in the whole game, is to be in position and to not get caught by abilities, to not get... I mean, basically, this hero just has probably the most value out of any support in the game, of if he's able to cast spells freely. He can negate so much that the enemy team does. He can provide so much healing. He can oftentimes provide good damage in that early game. So I think Passion UA is kind of looking at the best way to mitigate the Naga Siren, the best way to enable the Oracle as well. And again, it's just kind of... I think it's going to be a big game of cat and mouse between speed on the Naga Siren and the Oracle here.
Lot of bonus time being used there to pick this Morphling, and Morphling is a pretty good trade, right? With the Oracle, you keep it alive. You can go morph up to strength. You're most likely not going to die after False Promise is over. But now we're looking at probably maybe the off lane, the mid lane pick coming out of UA here. What do you need, right? We have the Bat Rider, we've repositioning, we have save. Morphling is going to be there and be this hero that is going to be an eventual, very difficult to stop late game hero. Need something in the mid game. And is this a mid Morphling?
Could be a support Gyro. I'm not entirely
yeah, there
sure
we
what
go.
you're
Okay.
looking at here. Could be core Bat Rider in that sense. I mean, mid Morphling is not the craziest thing ever. We've seen Sameo, I think, played a few times BZM, but that was on a previous patch. I think Morphling is a little bit reduced in power from when we were seeing that more commonly. So I'm not the biggest fan of the way that Passion UA went, just because I'm feeling that they're lacking pretty heavily on the disables right now. They're full in on damage, and that's full on in damage against a Shadow Demon, a Death Prophet, a Naga Siren. So these heroes, I do feel that they could end up in pretty awkward positioning in team fights. Right now, Passion UA's draft, to me, just kind of seems like you need to line everything up very nicely, and you need to be in constant, perfect position, or else things could get very, very wrong for you. So end up picking the Abaddon on wildcard, not going for any kind of an Enigma, not going for any kind of Darkseer or anything to kind of switch up their draft. This is likely Yamson's hero. I believe he also played this one in their TI quals, so wildcard's not bringing anything super new to the table. But, you know, they've looked great on these. They got them to TI, so they're not really changing much, and I don't think they have to. The healing reduction is great.
And I like this Abaddon pick, right? You have if anyone that's not Abaddon gets jumped by the lasso, you can just save him. Just dispels that immediately. If you get saved, well, you have your ultimate, so you're gonna find you're likely not gonna die into that one either. And that just makes the fights very awkward here for the Bat Rider, especially now that I'm with you. I think this is a 4 gyrocopter, right? That it's a little interesting to see that happen in this patch, but I think it's likely a 4 gyrocopter, which means it's a mid Bat Rider, so you're putting more priority on this Bat Rider, and you just are never really going to be able to kill the carry.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. This is part of the reason that I was a little skeptical of the Passion UA draft is, I mean, this Abaddon looks great. Obviously, it has an incredible matchup into Bat Rider the whole game. They've done a very good job at kind of mitigating the power of the first pick Batrider. But the healing reduction is going to be super high value all game onto Oracle, onto Morphling. Abaddon's a hero that can build the corrosion pretty easily, eventually can get into Scotty. And again, it's just, I feel like having potentially what is going to be likely the Gyro and Oracle supports sets you up for a very kind of slow, awkward game if you're not able to fully abuse that early game damage. And again, it also means that, as you said, this Batrider is very likely a core, and having a game that's not very good for the Batrider on a core game can be pretty difficult. The hero's great at recovery, Batrider, especially with that kind of stoked facet, but you're not likely to get an incredible lane if you're against Death Prophet. It sounds, in theory, like it's a pretty good lane for Batrider, but in my experience, it's not. And I'm just struggling to see how Passion UA are going to wrap this one up, how they're going to comfortably bring this draft in with a hero that really has enough disables. I was looking at for their kind of offlane. I was thinking Centaur at one point, but it feels so bad to play Centaur into Naga Siren and Shadow Demon. So it's, again, this Passion UA draft, it feels very awkward. I'm hoping that they have kind of a comfortable last pick for them, but using as much reserve time as they have, they don't have a whole ton of time to work on it.
Yeah, only 8 seconds on reserve time, and it makes sense. Wildcard, by the way, spending a lot of time here banning out the Huskar. I like that. That would be a nice little curveball. You can still play an offlane Bat. You can do some interesting things, and just make sure that you're not going to have that Oracle into Huskar combo that is so very oppressive. You look at this last pick, it does feel like you need a big stun from the offlane here, and not only to enable the 4-position gyrocopter, if that's what it is. So you want some sort of point stun to make sure that you can go and rocket barrage on top of people and get the damage done there. When we look at Wildcard, I'm not convinced that this is going to be a carry Abaddon. It could very much be an offlane Abaddon, and we're waiting on some Yamson pick. It would still be very good. But yeah, okay. It's going to be the Axe here. That is... this is a pretty solid Axe setup. Yes, sure, you can say with False Promise, but Morphling in the mid game, an Axe call before you get the shard, if you're not immediately on top of the morph, this Axe has a pretty good Morphling target.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I like about this Axe for Wildcard. Passion UA is going to get their last pick here. I'm not sure what it is. We'll give them a quick second before I round up my thoughts on why Axe is so nice here for Wildcard. Got 2 full seconds. It's like forever. Don't random your hero, Passion UA, and they go for Centaur. So it feels pretty bad, I will say. Centaur is very hard countered by Naga Siren and does not have a great lane generally into Abaddon. But it's probably the best option they had. But overall, I mean, before that last pick there, Fade picked on the Axe, and I think it's a great game for it. Particularly, it feels like their draft is all damage at the moment. On Passion UA, they're very overwhelming damage. So that Blade Mail is going to hold a lot of value the whole game. Obviously, as you mentioned, Crystallize on Morphling is going to have kind of a struggle in team fights to not get caught out by Axe. It's going to be a pretty comfortable lane for Fade, very likely. And particularly, too, it's really kind of a dicey game for Oracle into this kind of Naga Siren, into the Axe. Axe is great at initiating onto you if you're slightly out of position. But, as we've seen, or, a classic counter to Dazzle Grave was the Axe, because if you're low enough, you get hit by it. But that also extends to False Promise. So if you don't ulti somebody at high enough HP on Krekker, they can still get dunked. So you really have to be careful on Krekker this game. I think Passion UA's main focus has to be around this Oracle and around Moonlight on the Batrider. Just making sure that they have kind of the tools necessary to bring this draft into a comfortable spot.
The one thing we talked about pipe last game. The one thing I'm like slightly worried about here is that getting a pipe on Axe in the current meta, in the current builds, is not something you want to do. You're going to want to go Blade Mail into Blink, Vanguard, Blade Mail, Blink, something like that. Play aggressive, have those timings, get a BKB behind. And again, I look at this Passion UA draft. I mean, there's a Batrider, right? There's a Morphling, decent amount of magic damage early. It does feel like a game where you would want to get a pipe, but that's not something that Fade's going to have access to. I mean, again, you have Jansen with the save, you have Bigdom with the save. Maybe it doesn't matter all that much. That's kind of like the one thing I'm looking at. It's like, maybe Axe will struggle a little bit into that Batrider with just the massive amount of magic damage that he can get done early. But other than that, yeah, I mean, okay, here's my question for you. Is RCY going to poke around a little bit, looking for some vision? Not really going to get a lot. We'll take some damage there, but that's not because of the ward. That's just because Crystallize exists. And a little bit of an invade here coming out, Rojo. It's going to be smoke from Passion UA going down to the bottom side of the map. Looks like, for the most part, there's going to be some trades, as no one really wants to take the fight.
Yeah, light smoke from Wildcard. Maybe they want to kind of walk around, but either way, both teams are going to be very comfortable with 2 bounty runes. And yeah, I mean, I think that certainly Passion UA is not out of the game. I just think that their avenues to play the game are a little bit more awkward than Wildcard. They have to be a little more critical on timers. They have to kind of execute their buttons, I think, a little bit smoother than Wildcard, because a lot of, well,
yeah, Bignum pops the smoke there, and now Batyuk looks for the stun, gets on top of the Abaddon, but not a lot of spells available. Looks like Bignum is going to be the one that falls down here. First blood goes to the off lane. Not to keep, well, I was going to say not to the Gyrocopter. That is a support Gyrocopter, but not to the Bat Rider. Not maybe something even more impactful, but game 1, it was first blood to Passion UA. 3 bounty runes go in the way of Wildcard, and seems like game 2, same thing. 3 bounty runes to Wildcard, first blood to Passion UA. If you are Passion UA right now, what's the trade? Do you want the first blood? Do you want the 3 bounties? How are you feeling about it?
Probably the first blood is perfectly fine. Getting a single hero off to a great start always feels really wonderful in the laning phase, especially considering the Batyuk is, I mean, it feels like he might need items a little bit more in this game to supplement the fact that his hero is pretty countered by the Naga Siren. Particularly for those of you who don't know, obviously the song is great against Stampede, but Deluge sets you to it's like a minimum movement speed, or it caps your max movement speed, I suppose. Which means that when you're stampeding, if you get hit by this spell, the Deluge, you actually end up taking you take the damage, of course, but then you actually go down to that maximum movement speed around like 200 or so. So it negates Centaur pretty much in every way, Naga Siren, at least the ulti aspect. So if Batyuk can get off to a good start, if he can get to an early Vanguard, he might feel pretty comfortable this game to get some good net worth numbers.
Yeah, another really nice thing about picking this Naga into the gyro lane is, well, often we see these support gyrocopters. You're just maxing Rocket Barrage. You're getting a lot of damage done. And, well, with Speed being able to spawn 3 illusions, that Rocket Barrage, even if there is a really good stun from Batyuk off the lane, you're going to be fine. There's just so much stuff there to soak the damage that this gyrocopter that's supposed to be this hero that ideally is going to be able to go and have a lot of kill threat in the lane, not really, it doesn't really exist really for the most part. So a little bit awkward there. You don't have that power. Obviously having flat cannon just soaks a lot of damage, and it's actually going to be a lot of damage on the Yamsum early. And with all the nerfs that they've done to this Abaddon here, you have like no mana regen. So you have really nice laning while you have a Aphotic Shield up, but the moment that you run out of mana, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit harder to sustain.
Yeah, this hero's definitely taken a few hits over time, so it's not as proficient in the carry role as it was. Yamson actually takes quite a bit of damage in the spot lane again, but overall things pretty good for Wildcard so far, just in terms of the CS leaderboard. This is my typical issue with particularly the Bat Rider versus the Death Prophet, is that a lot of times the early CS can be pretty difficult. And as you can see,
Bat Rider's
RCY is...
they're on like 53 damage. Death Prophet on 72, and you have 100 damage nuke at level 1. So, yeah, very difficult to secure CS. And by the way, Yamson getting very low here. He's got himself a pooled tango and will eventually be able to go regen himself back up, hopefully. But you talked about this gyro Centaur lane and how it felt a little bit awkward to pick Centaur into the game. The lane's going very well for them.
Yeah, that's the biggest benefit of the Centaur, is even though it's a very difficult Stampede game, and I think they'll definitely feel that towards the later stage of the game, it's a very, very nice... Ooh, wow, Crystallized. Did he not get the shift off, or was it just
He did
enough?
not. Nope, it was a level 3. A lot of the times you'll see Axe go like 0, 1, 2 or something, multiple points. But no, but this is Fade. He takes call at level 3, plays around with Bignum, so you dissimulate the Bignum, or you dissimulate the Morphling, you go straight, or you disrupt Morphling, you go straight into the call. And if there are some creeps around, which there were, all of a sudden, you're taking 100 pure damage, a couple instances of that one, Crystallize already fairly low, and it's just a dead Morphling very easily in this early game.
Yeah, the timing was very, very nice by Fade there. So overall, I mean, a great game for the Axe. They did kind of do that last pick for it. They knew what they were laning against, and Oracle is a hero that doesn't really do a lot to the Axe. The magic damage sounds nice in theory, but this is an Axe who's sitting on 1,000 HP right now with a singular bracer. So he has a free game to do whatever he wants. Seems like both offlaners are going to be pretty happy with the early part of the game.
Yeah. What I will say is, as a degenerate Axe spammer myself, I'm a little sad that, and it doesn't make a ton of sense this game, but a little sad we're not seeing Fade go the Battle Hunger Max build as Yamson on the bottom lane. Should be fine. Not going the W Max build where you actually get a ton of damage. You go to level 3 and you just tend to bully people out of lanes. Of course, Kruger can go and make sure that doesn't really matter as another call is going to go down. This time we are properly on strength gain, but it's, yeah, 5 stacks.
Ooh.
Second death there for the Morphling.
And this is really not how you want a Morphling Oracle lane to go. This is supposed to be kind of unkillable in some regard. And this is a, this is a morphed, or a nerfed Morphling, which means that it is not going to necessarily be the strongest. Yamson is going down really low again. I think he might survive. Looks like he will, but he's struggling equally almost to the Morphling. He just hasn't died yet.
Well, I'd argue that if you're equal on CS, you have 5 more denies, and you haven't died twice, I'm not sure that I'm going to stay struggling equally to the Morphling there. He's not having a great lane. He is certainly getting bodied here by this Centaur Gyrocopter lane, but he is getting farm. He is getting some amount of denies. He's not dying. And in the meantime, right, Death Prophet is, my God, Death Prophet is dumpstering this lane. 35-15 versus 17-2, 6 minutes in. RCY is sitting here. He's like a full level, a level and a half almost, or I guess 3/4 of a level up on top of Moonlight. Moonlight's going to have to find something in the mid game because he is getting bodied here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is why I also find it a little bit awkward when you go for the kind of Arsonist facet here, where you have to max the Napalm. I mean, you don't have to, but I guess he is choosing to.
As Yamson will go down.
Yeah,
all right,
Yamson does eventually go down.
Enough pressure, but again, it's one of these things where sure, Yamson having a rough time, but so too is the Morphling, and that's going to be a dead hero elsewhere. Yeah, nice rotation there from Bignum on the mid lane, and RCY popping an Exorcism.
Collector.
Yeah,
still has a regen going.
This is a dead tier 1.
Yeah, it is. I will say though, I said this previously in one of the series I watched, I believe earlier in the group stage. Sometimes it doesn't feel that bad to lose your mid tower right now. I'll be honest. I've had it before, and I've seen it in those games previously, where this kind of ends up just the wave being in a little bit more of a comfortable spot for Moonlight. Obviously, it feels bad. It's not a good omen for the game, but at least Moonlight's gonna be, he's gonna have some semblance of safety, if RCY will grant him that.
How do you feel about the fact, by the way, I know Mr. Mid Player you, that RCY has... Oracle comes on the bottom side. Yamson is going to get rooted up. He seems dead. Yep, he's dead once again.
Oh, man.
And one might argue that dying twice before 4 minutes, that's a problem. But dying when you're level 5, level 6, or I get, what is he, level 5 here? That matters a little bit more, right? You're off the map a little bit longer.
Oh, man.
Creeps are worth a little bit more.
Is getting gone on again.
Oh no, Crystallize. The call's good. He will be able to get on out of here for now. It's only 2 stacks. And
he's going to get chased down.
Yeah, it's level 6 on Fade. What are we at? Yep. He's not quite close enough to getting dunked just yet, but Bignum's just going to kill him off. Yeah, this is going from bad to worse here. It's 2,000 net worth lead. Death Prophet is gigantic. Fade is gigantic. And, well, it's not... yeah, sure, it's going to be a delayed Radiance coming out of Abaddon, but... Look at the off lane and the mid lane. It's so much worse.
Oh, yeah. And the impact of the Abaddon is still going to be there. Obviously, Yamson is going to have a very tough game, but he still provides baseline regen reduction and a purge. So at any point in this game, Yamson is going to be useful. They are going to try to stampede onto him. They really need to catch something. Even Moonlight's here.
Yeah, no level 6 just yet. There's the Bat Rider, so... he will fall. There's no really interrupt for that one. Is there anything else? Nope, no trades on the map for wildcard. So it's going to be a 3rd death for Yamson here. And that was a great rotation, right? You're not going to kill the Abaddon easily. Once he hits level 6, just pop the ultimate, pop borrow the time, and be fine. But because he's been under the gun so much, he's only got 28 CS at 9 minutes. A little bit awkward. But talk about CS points. This is an Axe that looks primed to hit like 100 CS at 11 minutes. He is just,
Is under attack.
he's bonkers. He's massive. He's so uncontested.
Fade is having an incredible game, and I'll take this any day if I'm wildcard. It sucks for Yamson. I'm sure he's not happy with it, but he's a good enough player to understand that his role in this game is going to be fulfilled eventually, and Fade having this like kind of exponential of a game where he's just going to keep getting net worth, has that blade mail already finished, going to start farming some ancients. Super worth it, and especially having
Dire's middle tower
that as a dead Moonlight.
That it is. Moonlight's going to fall down and Fade. Meanwhile, farming the ancient cap here. It's a 9-minute blade mail with the with chip vest as well. So you can go get yourself, what was that, like a triple stack of ancients. He's going to be nearly 6K at 10 minutes. And yeah, you know, it's unfortunate. You talked about Yamson having a rough game. He can just play around. He can play almost support Abaddon at this point. Make sure that whoever Moonlight jumps on top of just gets purged. He doesn't get the lasso. That's really all that Yamson's going to have to do. It does not have to be that frontliner. Not for a while, not in this game, because RCY can do that. He can just siphon off people, be very happy with things. He's sitting here 1 point of the way, you know, almost point at 1 item and a half towards his Aghanim Scepter. It's fine, right? Yeah, you know, obviously Abaddon would love his Radiance, but in the meantime, he's very much carried by RCY and Fade working together.
Yeah, and you're perfectly happy with that. These are heroes that need a good early game on wildcard. They really start taking off. And again, it's also, I mean, it's not just that RCY and Fade are having good games.
Moonlight.
It's that on the flip side, their opponents are having a very bad game. I mean, Morphling is not doing too much greater than Yamson, and Moonlight is really, really struggling on this Batrider. Again, we kind of, you know, noted in draft that it wasn't the best Batrider game, and it went even worse throughout the laning phase. So again, you know, Moonlight is just in recovery mode, and that's not great on what it feels like to be Moonlight. And on the flip side, for Wildcard, the supports having a great game is, I think, really good for them as well. I mean, a farmed Shadow Demon is probably one of the heroes I want the most on my team, because a lot of times this hero struggles to get to, there's kind of the Glimmer, the Blink, because sometimes your laning isn't the strongest ever. But no, I mean, you're not going to worry about that at all for Big Num. He's almost the same net worth as Moonlight, Bayo.
He's 5-1-0. I mean, it does feel like you want him to die at some point just so he can not build an even bigger killing spree and give some gold off to Passion UA, maybe a little bit more later on. But you're right. It looks like it's going to be Glimmer Cape first item. I wouldn't even mind just going Blink first, given the game that he's having. Just making sure you got that second save for the Batrider, for whoever really, like for the Centaur, whoever goes on top of our Death Prophet. Just, again, making sure that these big initiations that you need to just blow someone up at the start of the fight if you're Passion UA to have any sort of chance. Well, if you get a Blink, suddenly the Shadow Demon can sit very far back and it'd be fine and not be kind of caught up in the engage. But the other way to look at that is not a lot of engage tools right now. Batrider is not going Blink first. This is going to be a Dragonlance. He's just trying to play on Arsonist, so he's not going to be getting on top of our Shadow Demon. It's going to be difficult for Centaur to do so. Is now QBFY on the bottom side. Yeah. You're going to give this kill to Yamson. Never mind. Speed. My goodness, this is when you ping Speed and you tip him, because stealing gold away from your carrier's pockets. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but you might as well at this point. I mean, he's basically the carry on Speed.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, again, it's kind of just the awkwardness of the support duo for Passion UA. Gyro and Oracle don't really enable you to play in any kind of way. It's right now it's just Botyuk, and then it's you know, it would ideally be Moonlight, but as you said, he's kind of playing for Arsonist. He's going for that Dragonlance. I don't hate this build, but personally, I would have much preferred if he had gone either in Max to Firefly just to be kind of better at farming. I honestly would have preferred if he went the Stoke Facet himself, because currently it just feels like that any form of initiation is so far away from Passion UA, and they're losing a lot around the map because of it.
Yeah, I like this. I like the Stoke or the Arsonist Facet, right? It's pretty cool, but you have to have a game to make that work, and unfortunately, Batriders does not have a game right now.
They do have a Blink on Botyuk.
Okay, well, they're going to get on top of the Death Prophet. It's not enough damage here, and then you're just going to start to silence everyone up, siphon everything, pop the exorcism as well, and he's going to last quite a long here. Fade with a great call. Looks like he might know he's going to be fine here. Cracker's dead as well. Fade dies at the end, but that is 4 for 1. Fade gets himself a couple stacks there. Actually, only 4 Code of Blood stacks. I thought he got a couple more dunks, but that is not the fight you're looking for. Jumping on top of RCY as his Aghanims is delivered. He gets the siphons off. He gets the silence off. He gets the save from Bignum. And you're just, if Death Prophet starts getting siphons off, given the way the game is, how far ahead he is of this game, you're just not going to kill him. He's not the target.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, this is the value of save heroes, and especially such a farmed save hero next to a Death Prophet. Always feels incredible. Collects a bunch of spirits even for the next exorcism, and
Dire are
it feels like at this point that you really need to watch out for Fade on these Blink initiators. Obviously, in the last game, he had a pretty tough one, but we're seeing that he's multifaceted. He can dominate this early game. He can get into an early Blink and just have an absolutely beautiful call. So the kind of one play that Passion UA looks to make, it doesn't fall completely flat, but it ends up pretty tough for them. And it just, ends up with even more net worth in Fade and RCY's pockets.
As we see the Morphling right now, just drawing a line. It's like, do not cross the river, guys. It's a mistake. Maybe even don't play on our side of the river. I don't know. But it's feeling pretty awkward. And part of it, this goes back to this really awkward support gyrocopter pick you were talking about. It's like, this hero is meant to dominate the lane.
under attack.
This hero did dominate the lane. Yamson did not have a great early game. He's still sitting there bottom of the cores. But now, like, what is the support gyro supposed to do? Eventually, you're going to get yourself a shard as the... Oh, well, that's going to be a dead oracle in the mid lane. Eventually, you're going to get yourself a shard. Sure, that gives you something. You're going to get boots here. You're going to get drums. That gives you something. But what exactly is the gyrocopter offering now that the lane is over? It really doesn't seem like it's going to give you a lot.
Yeah, it's not offering very much. And a cool thing, too, about the wildcard supports here is Speed and Bignum are getting a pretty good number of stacks up. So even Fade for himself. So they're really just kind of capitalizing on this net worth a lot. They get a call onto Moonlight in the mid lane, right on that rune timing. And it looks like he is going to get killed there by Bignum, actually. Oh, man.
Yeah, man, this disruption into call combination, I not even sure if that's what happened this time, but it's so easy for Fade. And it's kind of funny. We were talking about Fade, these Blink initiators. He had a rough early game, certainly, as Enigma game 1, but hit the Blink initiations, or I guess the Blink black holes in game 1. But they were doing a lot to sit up for him, right? You got disruption here in game 2. We had Song game number 1, making life very easy for him to just snowball out of control. Is now with the Bat Rider dead for just a little bit longer, and decent amount of the Spirit Collector stacks. It's going to be a Roche. That's going to be the target here on RCY. Bignum tanking for just a little bit, but another bit of the value, right? When you talk about this Death Prophet, is they're thinking about it here. They seem to be aware and getting on top of the Shadow Demon on the Shadow Demon on the backside, and that is going to be a dead Death Prophet. Now, he did get the Aegis, so that's step 1. There's no exorcism, but this is what you're looking for. Song, though, is going to break this up. Can you get more, though? No, they're just going to back up for now. Not quite worth it. Speed will give his life for this one, but the cores are going to stay alive for the most part. I say that, but the Centaur jumps in on top of things.
So tanky.
And can you get out of here? Jensen has to pop the ultimate. Seems like he will get out. But this is maybe a little bit too greedy there from Wildcard. Yes, you can kill Roche pretty quickly, but that is one of those situations where you go, you hit it with the Fortune's End, you blink in with the Centaur. There are still a decent amount of spells that make it so that Passion UA in these enclosed areas, when it's only a couple of heroes from Wildcard, they can still be very happy about taking these fights.
Yeah, and a big benefit, Bayo, to playing, picking this Morphling into Death Prophet is that Death Prophet's so broken that you got to steal all of her spells.
Oh,
so Crystallize turns into the Death Prophet, gets a Spirit Siphon of his own. Looks like there could be a kill here.
He's got a lot of healing, but yeah, that's just getting
and on the Moonlight as well on the other side of the map.
Well, they took a good fight, and then they died on the backside. A little bit unfortunate on that one, but they did deny the Aegis. They took that down fairly quickly. And by the way, we were talking about making sure that the Bignum would die so he didn't feed off too much gold to the enemy. When they finally killed him in that last fight, he gave away 1,000 gold to Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, it's still at this point feels like a consolation prize. Definitely, it sucks to give away that much gold, but having a support with this much net worth feels great for Big Num. Feels like he's been using it very, very well this game, just all around the map. And this is also a huge benefit of kind of the death profit of these axes and whatnot. Because they're so tanky and they deal damage, they can just play on the map however they want, similar to how Yamson was in that game one once he got a ton of net worth. Feels like to get any kind of kill on Passion UA, you have to bring every hero and you have to get the lasso.
Absolutely. You got to break it up. And even then, you got to make sure you get the lasso, and you got to make sure like the centaur is on the shadow demon, or you're lassoing the shadow demon or something. Because the saves are a problem, is now this gyrocopter is going to get disrupted and silenced and dead. Yeah, the slows are going to be more than, well, maybe not actually. I thought the slows would be enough to kill him off. But he will be able to get off in time. And, well, here comes Batyuk as well. But, again, you're not touching this Death Prophet. He's got himself a blink. They're trying to find something on the backside. Bit of an awkward setup for the time being. But there we go. Fade gets on top of the Oracle. Great call there. You're just trying to dunk him down. And okay, so no saves from the Oracle. Gets on top of QBFY, but there's the reset coming in. Speed, giving Fade a little bit more time.
This is so bad for
this is awkward.
Passion UA.
Yeah, QBFY is going to go down immediately. Call's not really going to be there until it is. That is decent, but the silence on top of the axe means that he's not going to get a ton, and it's a kind of an awkward fight. Batyuk, though, eventually is going to get chased on out of here. Will fall.
So much
Moonlight
damage from
on top
RCY.
of him. Yeah, he's doing so much here from RCY, and Crystallize just has to run another dunk there. That's a dieback from the gyrocopter at this point, and another one. Fade. He got silenced out from the one call, certainly, but Fade runs this fight. He's been running this game. That's 4 plus the dieback.
That is a huge net worth lead swing for Wildcard. You would not believe it's 20 minutes in the game with how much net worth they have. And yeah, it just goes from bad to worse for Passion UA. Particularly, we're seeing the value of the Speed Naga Siren again into the... As soon as the Stampede comes out, that's really excellent to kite that. But another thing that I really like, and I say this in all my casts, so at some point this will probably become a meme, but I think one of the best ways to deal with Morphling is to actually kite him out and force him to shift into strength. And he was shifting strength during that song, Bayo, so that's an extra... Not only are you, kind of useless during the sleep, but for the next 5 or 6 seconds while you have to shift down, you're losing a lot of uptime on that Morphling, and that just felt really, really bad for Passion UA. That was their Crimson reveal. That was one of the best opportunities for them to fight net worth wise in this game, and now they're down 14k.
Yeah, really nice song. It was a little awkward, right, for the song from Speed. I wasn't quite sure whether Wildcard wanted to engage or back up as you were looking at their positioning. It was a great silence. I want to say coming in from the Morphling, stealing the Death Prophet and dropping that down. So we didn't see that initial call coming out of Fade, but he gets the call at the end. That is really what matters. And I like what he's doing with this lead. There are a lot of things you can go for out of the Black King bar. If you're an axe, you can go for, you can go for another defensive item. You can go for a Lotus. You can go and get your shard. I always like that a little bit, as now RCY gets jumped on top of, but Fade gets the call, so it's going to break up the initiation. And now, well, you just got to run. And it will be a disengage. It does mean that no one's going to die, but you're trying to get on top of some people. It really not working out super well. But I like to finish that thought. I like what Fade's doing. He's going for that Octarine behind this. So we see these fights, especially with Speed, giving you that kite ability with the Song of the Siren. It means Blink's going to be up just that much faster. It means Call's going to be up that much faster. And that just means, as Batyuk's just going to miss the stomp there, it means that Fade, who's already dominating these fights, is going to have that many more spells that are just so powerful. And also, it's a mono regen item on top of everything else. Axe struggles in these games, especially if you get all your points in Battle Hunger.
Oh, he goes down to Fade again. Well, to Big Num again.
Yeah, it's just one of those games. We were questioning the Bat Riders. Now QBFY is going to get taken down as well. He's a speedy boy, but netted up. He's dead. And now we're just kind of hitting that point in the game where you're trying to desperately dodge a wildcard if you're Passion UA. And that means that as you try to do so, you're going to give away heroes here or there. And that's just going to make you feel that much worse.
Yeah, Crystallize is getting pretty decent net worth on the Morphling, but he's really the only one on the map who's benefiting. I suppose Batyuk does have decent net worth, but again, the supports are struggling a lot. Bat Rider is struggling so much. He is below Big Num at this point now. So Moonlight not having the best game, and I agree with you on Fade's aspect here of getting the Octarine. It feels like he's so far ahead that he can go for these super luxury items. And Wildcard really, even though it seems like, they'd have to fight around the Exo, because of the way, RCY is built with this kind of Ags, this Blink, they're not really that cooldown dependent on Wildcard. They keep looking for disruptions to get these easy kills. Fade keeps getting these one-offs with the calls. And the network league just keeps expanding. And, again, speed on the Naga Siren providing a lot of vision around the map. And, of course, keeping his net worth up pretty decently high as well as that position 5.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the really nice things to talk about these cooldowns with the new Ags build on the Morphling, on the Death Prophet, where you don't need a player. Exo's great. Exo does a lot of damage, but you don't really need to play around it. You can just get the spirits anyways. As long as you got siphons, you're going to be fine. And now with the Hasterin trying to chase down a Batyuk Blink as well. So Batyuk now is going to get chased down with everything. Here a Bat Rider lasso no, I don't. Never mind. I am hallucinating. Looks like baby Batyuk, though, with Cracker behind him, is going to be able to get back on out of here. But every time you force heroes off the map, you force them away from waves, or force them to not farm as much, it means that you're taking farm away from the map. It means that it's that much harder for Passionate to have space on the map to start trying to farm their way into these important items that are going to give them some avenue back into the game.
Yeah, I really like this it's a little bit of like a hipster build from RCY. This is a little bit of the new age Death Prophet, where you go straight Ags into the Blink. Now even has a Sanjin Yasha, which is really interesting. Feels great. And Moonlight, again, as the big num. Gets a disruption just in time on QBFY.
Yeah,
so they get another set of 2 kills, and the Roshan is going to be spawning relatively soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, no dunk there on the Moonlight kill. That had to be a that had to be the Shadow Demon making that happen, just because there was a big stun on Fade. Wasn't able to do what he would like to, but even still, taking down the Gyro once again, removing the this is a dead Morphling, or not a dead Morphling, a dead Oracle running into everyone, just acknowledging that he's dead and there's not a whole lot that he can do. And that's going to turn into tier 2. It's going to turn into maybe some more than that, because Exorcism is up here. Of course, you're not going to waste it on the tier 2, but a high ground push, maybe that's worth doing.
Yeah, I mean, they're 20,000 net worth lead, so they can do pretty much whatever they want at this point in the game. A Glyph is going to slow them down, but again, the Roshan has spawned right away, so it's pretty much a classic formula for Wildcard. And again, their draft has enabled this very much. Crystallize is just kind of forced on the other side of the map, but Fade, on the bot side, he does get the call. Can Crystallize TP out here?
We'll see. Certainly calls up now, but the Blink keeps getting canceled. He's just going to pop the call to clear off the illusion. So he shouldn't die. Crystallize will be fine, but it's going to be QBFY on the north side. He's going to be the one that falls down anyways, and now Axe gets on. Well, actually, no, he's going to get jumped on top of. This seems like a Fade that should die here. There we go. I don't see, there's no song to save him. So Fade, he's been having a great game, absolutely, but a little bit too big for his britches there. Yeah, once the call on the Morphling doesn't work out, trying to go and get a little bit more, staying around, maybe not the best call.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy. He did have great vision there, but it's, of course, the best possible thing they can do on Passionate. He can kind of put flex tape on the game, get a lasso onto Fade there, get a nice little free kill. But, of course, whenever they want it, the Roshan is there for Wildcard. Maybe wait a minute or two for Fade. It gives a little bit of the map up to give an accidental death like that, and Batyuk does have the auras, so they're not as weak in a 5-on-5 as you would think, I think, for Passion UA, but it's really only that. They're really only great at farming on Crystallize, maybe on Batyuk, and then if they get a fight, it could be decent, but not with Crystallize.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Crystallize, couple illusions are going to go his way immediately. Just Yamson in the middle of things. Unlikely to die for quite a while with his Exorcism as well. But you talked about the auras keeping things alive for now, but Moonlight just falls down. Oracle dies on the backside. And Crystallize, he just doesn't have the damage to really carry this out. We haven't even spent more borrowed time just yet. And now there comes the song. No. There's the reset. Not quite healing
Fade
things.
is here.
Oh no, there's the call. Ooh. They're just dead. There's enough damage they can't even dunk the Morphling at this point, but they will kill off the Centaur, and I wouldn't be surprised at this point to see Passion UA just tap out of this game. That was their fight. They weren't dying. They were able to get the call, or they were able to get the lasso off. They were able to get something going here. and then there's the song. And eventually just the sustain of wildcard gaming makes it just, you can't kill anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a excellent draft by Wildcard, and that was a fight the Passion he was taking when Wildcard was essentially down 16k of their net worth. There wasn't Fade in that fight until the very, very end, until they delayed for him. It's just a testament to how strong RCY is and how much Yamsen has recovered. Again, this is one of those games where he was lifted up so much by his team that he got time to get to this Radiance, and now he's a very solid addition to the Tri-Core. Bignum has an Ags, so he feels like a fourth core at this point. He has so much net worth on the support Shadow Demon. And it's, I mean, again, that's a pretty easy avenue to victory from here from Wildcard. There is a smoke up to try and make an attempt. They're a little bit split because there's only 3 doing the Roshan here. But it doesn't seem like they have the timing quite right on Passion UA.
They're going to try, and certainly Fade's not there. You talk about missing net worth. This might be an opportunity, but Yamsen's just going to run at him, and you can't kill him. That's the problem, even with no song. And, RCY jumps on top of everyone here, got the siphons off, so he likely is not going to go down. And Fade looking for the call on top of Crystallize. Can get him down in time. Yes, they can. Yes, okay, there's going to be a lasso going down, but RCY way too tanky at this point. He'll die. The Oracle's dead, and this had to be their opportunity. Fade wasn't there for the start of it, but it's just everyone dead on the backside, and there's the GG. It's a 2-0 for Wildcard. They get to move on into the next round of this upper bracket. Passion UA, they're not out of the tournament just yet. They get to play in the lower bracket later on, but game 1, Wildcard, a little bit of a struggle in the laning stage. Eventually, though, they were able to put everything together and be fine. This game 2, disaster in the laning stage for Passion UA, and it didn't get all that much better as the game went on.
Yeah, definitely going to need to go back to the drawing board, I think, a little bit on the draft here from Passion UA. Thankfully for them, since this was upper bracket, they don't leave the tournament quite yet, but very well-deserved victories by Wildcard. It feels like they really woke up in that second game. It was very, very clean from them. Other than Yamsen, they really just kind of had everything they wanted. Got a very well and nice draft for themselves. And yeah, I mean, what else could you want from Wildcard?
Maybe winning the game faster so you can go back to bed. I don't know. It's actually not all that. I don't know where they are, but it's actually not all that early in the States anymore. So that's totally fine. Yeah, they played great. I'm with you. I look at this setup. I think the draft it did feel like Passion UA outdrafted themselves, I think, in this game too. You have this first pick Bat Rider, you're planted into a flex, you elevate it to a core in a draft that has multiple saves against the lasso, so it's not all that great. And yeah, you can play with Arsonist a little bit and have that right click bat, but I'm sorry, Rojo, if it is 80 CS to 40 in 10 minutes, it's very hard for Bat Rider to have impact.
Yeah, and I mean, very unfortunate for Passion UA, very unfortunate for Moonlight in that second game. We are going to be on the second series, though, for, I believe, another upper bracket game that it is. So stick around, guys. We are going to head to a break first, but you don't want to miss any more of us, and thank you, guys.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Scanning.
Welcome now to our next series in the upper bracket. Winner of this one, they get the honor moving on to face Team Next Level, who moved on because Virtus Pro dropped out of the tournament. So it's one move, it's Runa team, and I think specifically when we talk about Runa team here, you've been very impressed with Queasy's position 4.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Runa team's been impressive pretty much all around. We've seen a lot of really interesting stuff from Shigetsu and I think Nikki Cool. Sometimes they have, on the 1 and 2, they kind of have some oddball picks. So it feels like overall Runa team's got a lot kind of in their pockets. That's one thing that I really like about the team is it's hard to expect what they're going to do. And it feels like when they do these kind of random offshoots in their drafts, they play them very, very well. So I'm excited to watch them a lot. I haven't caught too much of one move, but obviously we're expecting a lot from them in this upper bracket. And I'm just really excited for the second series. We're in here pretty quick.
Yeah, we should point out, by the way, that Woe is subbing in for Eyesight for one move, and Mangekyu is coming in instead of Alberca. So carry swap, I think that is coming in from one move. Runa team swapping in offlaners. So maybe not the full squad we're used to seeing, but it should be fine. As now our draft is ready, Rojo. We talked a lot about the Batrider versus the Naga trades and in that last series. Well, this time, one move just gets rid of the Naga immediately.
Yeah, and even getting rid of the axe on Runa team. So understanding sometimes for these teams that there's a pick that a team is so proficient on that sometimes you just get rid of it. For wildcard, that was the Clinks. We didn't have a chance to see if that was a great pocket pick or not because it was just banned in both series. And now Runa team is putting their foot down on the axe. Maybe they saw Fade plate and they said, you know, we don't want to deal with that. So now they're just away from the axe. There's even a Beastmaster ban on one move. So the priorities are a little bit different in this series. Of course, this is going to be EU versus EU team. Not any of the NA Sparkle, none of the magic from Wildcard here. But a lot of the same heroes are still going to be very strong. I see that they're still Undying. There's still Death Prophet, still Batrider. So one of these heroes is getting through Bayo.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's also one of these things where you're looking at, for the sake of example, Alberca's not here, right? He's subbed out. He does have a replacement. And that means that the offlane is the sub. So it makes sense also to maybe target some of the offlane picks. Even as I say that, wait a minute. That's one move's offlane that's getting banned out. So that doesn't make any sense. But yes, you just have these heroes that are good in the meta that cause issues for your teams. You get rid of them. You're like, I don't want to deal with this. That's fine. A little surprised maybe to see the Shadow Demon the first round of bans.
Yeah, I mean, they're wildcard fans, I guess. They think, you know, one move is just going to try to emulate what they had. Big Num and Fade had really, really wonderful games on the Shadow Demon and on the Axe. I don't know if I'd first phase ban it. Maybe they're trying to set themselves up on Runa team. They don't have the first pick, so that's why the Shadow Demon's a little bit interesting. But again, maybe this is kind of insider information. Maybe they've done some scrims. Maybe they've seen some pubs that we haven't, to show that one move are really proficient on these heroes. And taking a pretty good amount of time in this first phase, actually.
Yeah, especially in this next pick. I mean, it will set up their first round of picks, so you do want to make sure the ban is what you're looking for. But could also be one of these things where it's like, okay, you know, Shadow Demon may not even be something coming out of scrims necessarily, but just they're planning on picking something that really struggles against the Shadow Demon, where that purge is a problem. Maybe like an Ursa or something. We just get kited out. Although even then, you're not going to see Ursa early on. You're not going to see like first, probably second phase. And Dying first pick coming out of one move. It's a flex. You can play it on 3. You can play it on 4. You can play it on 5. It's been very impactful early on. What do we got? Okay, TA. That's not surprising at all.
Yeah, we don't typically see TA make it through the draft. And a lot of times I feel like TA is one of those heroes that it usually doesn't make it through the draft, but if it does, we might not even see it until later in the phases just because the teams don't necessarily care so much about it. They don't have a ton of priority on it. But Runa team does. I believe that Nikki Cool is a pretty decent TA player himself. So they have a decent flex in it. It's pretty nice against the Undying. If you put it in the off lane, TA is one of the heroes that cares the least about losing strength. Has the minus armor, which is quite good on Undying all game. And now they have, you know, whatever ban they want to get rid of if they think something is annoying against the TA in particular.
Yeah, especially if you go like Void Blades TA, the prospect of a core undying just gets annihilated out of the lanes with how powerful the spilling on the meld can be. So I don't know that this is necessarily going to force the undying into a support role versus a core, but you're right, it does make life a little bit more difficult. We're spending a decent amount of time here on a Runa team's reserve time trying to figure out this last ban. Of course, this is one of the more impactful bans you can do because it sets up your second phase if you're trying to specifically get something. I'm looking at one move and I see, okay, you know, the bans aren't too surprising. Maybe the Ancient Apparition, it tells us that maybe they're not looking at like a Medusa or something like that. But Gyrocopter is going to be the next ban. This doesn't really tell us too much, right?
No, I'd say currently for Runa, for both teams, I'm really kind of looking at Kunkka, I think the Death Prophet, particularly because the AA is banned from the pool. So we know that this Death Prophet is not really going to have a way of getting anti-heal. Doom, I think, is a really great pickup as well. Runa team goes for a little bit more of a passive kind of Dark Willow. Lane's decently undying, has decent setup. I'm a little bit surprised that they don't want to go with something like the Kunkka, like the Death Prophet, because I feel like those heroes are pretty high prio. Especially I like Death Prophet into both of what Runa team has. So I'd be a little bit surprised if they don't want to pick that up on one move. We've seen how much value it can have. RCY had an incredible game on it. And it's actually Nature's Prophet. So definitely the priority is a little bit different in this series that we're seeing from the previous one, where we didn't see really any of these heroes. I think the Undying was banned in both games, but overall, it's definitely a different pace of draft. The Nature's Prophet is always obnoxious to play against. I just, again, am struggling to see if it personally has as much kind of value as these really easy to play around heroes like the Death Prophet, like the Kunkka.
Yeah, I will say Queasy loves his Willow. So that's part of it. And there's the Death Prophet coming in as well. So now you got a really strong objective hitter, an objective taker. You have a lane dominator and a decent team fight in the Undying. Nature's Prophet can be anywhere he needs to be. He's a vessel buyer, which means a lot of these kind of healing adjacent cores that Runa team might be going for. Maybe that's a little bit more difficult. So it's a pretty well-rounded first couple picks coming out of one move. And now we do have the Willow. Of course, Willow does have the ability to actually not really solo kill any of the heroes of one move with the zombies and everything else. And looks like the answer, well, you know, if you're worried about a big team fight, you just pick bigger team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma has a lot of value in this game. It's probably one of the most classic counter picks to Undying in the safe lane. Very much seems like they're not going to be flexing this Undying at the moment. Enigma Dark Willow is a very strong lane. They don't have great cancel for the Black Hole. In fact, really, they're missing a lot of disable on one move. So that's kind of the big issue for me right now for them, is that they don't have a lot of ways to keep heroes in place. The Tusk is a great hero for Runa team to accomplish that exact same thing. So the disable looks really nice for Runa team. I feel like their flow of the game right now, before these last final picks, is really, really simple. It's, you know, you have a lot of physical damage. The Enigma is pretty sure to have a decent game. I'd expect maybe a Kunkka out of one move is what I'd like to see if they play it on specifically the one. Because then you at least have a decent lane counter to Enigma. You have some disable, but it's kind of, you know, one move has put themselves in a position with a little bit, you know, just lacking stuns, which is never somewhere I want to be in a draft.
Yeah, and I think it's actually kind of interesting. We're talking about how Queasy really likes his Willow. Well, with the Tusk pick, now that's going to be a Mary Willow, and it's going to be Queasy on that. I think Queasy's Tusk, by the way, is top tier. His melee 4s are fantastic. It looks very good on them. So I don't hate the pick, but it is a little surprising. I think that they're kind of shifting Willow down a little bit more. But there's your Kunkka. It's great into the Enigma lane. It gives you a lot of tempo to play around. But the Death Prophet, it means the Death Prophet, when the boat goes down, Death Prophet's just not going to die between Siphons and Admiral's Rum. But it gives you some stuns, but I don't know that it's giving you quite the amount of control that we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the best you can get from a position one. I mean, it could still be a mid Kunkka as well, deciding on what they want. I do also think that the Tusk could be 5 if they really want. Tusk Templar is a perfectly fine lane. So we'll just see however they want to lane it. It is, I mean, you know, for one move, I think Kunkka is really the only pick they have. maybe if they want to look for a Sven and then shift this Kunkka to mid and have an offlane Death Prophet, that could be okay. But overall, I think OneMove is probably looking for an offlaner. I think Runa team is definitely looking for a mid. I doubt they want to shift this TA because right now they kind of need tempo for Runa team. Looking at a lot of spirits, particularly at spirits because they really don't have enough lockdown to punish them. The biggest kind of worry, I guess, with the spirits is that you might be laning into Death Prophet, and Death Prophet can be a bit oppressive. So that's the biggest thing I'd worry about, but overall, just the value of having kind of initiating tempo here on Runa team sounds really, really nice.
Yeah, also, you do have the Death Prophet silence, so if you chain anything onto the Spirit, then it's a long AoE silence that can be potentially an issue, but you should be able to play around that for the most part, and especially with the save, even if say a Storm or an Ember or something does get silenced, Tusk can play on the edge, blink in, you're going to be fine. So I'm with you. The spirits could be interesting. I wouldn't mind. No, I would because I was gonna say, it could be cool to shift TA to mid, play like the Blink Shard build. But while we talk about the lack of control on OneMove, they don't really care about those silences as much. So yeah, I think it's still probably gonna be position 1 TA. They're gonna ban the Storm out at the very end because that would give a lot of power to OneMove as well. Secondary control initiation. So we talked about you'd like a spirit from Runa team. What are we looking at from OneMove?
I mean, for OneMove, you're also probably, I could definitely see them going for something like the Void Spirit to maybe take it away as well from OneMove, because then they get kind of two bans. Void Spirit's one of the last heroes I think we're looking at. Ember Spirit, I think, are both perfectly great. They end up going for Dawnbreaker, so actually going to probably shift, it seems like, maybe this Death Prophet to mid and then take the Dawnbreaker offlane, which I don't hate. And it's a Coddle last pick for Runa team, so presumably Coddle mid for Nicky Cool.
Yeah,
very interesting.
He plays a lot of this Coddle mid. He played it in multiple games, I think, in the group stage. So he really is a big fan of it. It's a Vessel buyer. We talked about how that item has been kind of going up in priority in the meta. Vessel's great into Kunkka, into Dawnbreaker, into the Death Prophet as well. Pretty much everyone, especially with the healing we got coming in from the Prophet and the Undying. So that's solid. I don't see that there's not a lot of synergy with being able to reset cooldowns with the Coddle. So that's always something that you're looking at. I really think he's going to be playing with himself for the most part. But it's a lot of magic damage. It's a decent amount of team fight. It's heal. It's pushing power. It's going to play great with Amaterasu and the Eidolons if you get that off the board. But I'm always a little worried when we talk about the Coddle because it's a lot of magic damage, but into a lineup as tanky as OneMove is, it can sometimes feel like you just kind of run out of damage.
Yeah, the Coddle it's an interesting one. It does pair nicely with TA typically. The Chakra Magic is quite nice for TA. Other than that, it doesn't have much to play through. Like you said, the Vessel is very, very value this game. I don't hate it. I'm a little bit skeptical of mid Coddle in general, but I think it could set the tempo of the map pretty nicely. Biggest thing here is Nicky Cool. Does he have a decent lane as the Coddle? Because sometimes Coddle can struggle a little bit in lane. Your base damage is obviously very low. Your attack animation isn't great. And as we've seen, Death Prophet, pretty good at dominating the mid lane. Even into something like Coddle, it's really not until level 3 or so that you start getting that pushing power on Nicky Cool. So I could definitely see some waves going a little bit poorly for Nicky Cool. And then really it's mostly about how do his kind of, 6-minute rotations go? Where do the runes go? What does he happen to do with his ulti? Are there stacks? There's a lot of variables for this Coddle mid. It's kind of technical to play. A lot more technical than you would think just because of really the state the hero's in. It's not the strongest Coddle has ever been for mid. So he's going to have to do a lot of cool things. I'm very excited for the second series and to see Nicky Cool cook on this Coddle. And it should be a fun one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think also you talk about the Death Prophet. 100 damage nuke at level 1, 61 damage at level 1. Very difficult to lane into if you're anything. But again, the nice thing about playing something like the Coddle is you just kind of go farm the camps near your wave, push it out once you hit level 3, and even if it is a bad lane, quote unquote, you're going to get your farm, you're going to get to that urn, and you're going to start to be able to make some rotations. Also worth pointing out, Willow and Tusk are great at securing the 6-minute rune. So if that's what we're paying attention to, if that's kind of what we are a tiny bit worried about, well, at the very least, it feels like looking at the support setups here, the support should be pretty good at making sure that Nikki Cool gets that 6-minute rune.
Yeah, that is definitely the hope for them. And I do like as well, we didn't talk much on it or too much on it, but I like the Dawnbreaker in terms of the global presence. It feels great with the Nature's Prophet, but again, it is nice that they have a Vessel Buyer now to mitigate it, and it doesn't help too much with their disable issues. So that's kind of my big worry here for one move. Is just, are they able to come out of their lanes as nicely as they want? They have pretty strong lanes. But are they going to be able to kind of stop any rotations coming out from the supports or from Nikki Cool?
Yeah, it is very nice. It looks like we're trade 2 for 2, no real combat. The really nice bit of value from Dawnbreaker is that Amaterasu is never going to get a really good black hole. Yeah, maybe they catch the Dawnbreaker, sure, but they're never going to get a good black hole, right? You go and you pop Solar Guardian. It takes a little bit of time to get spun up, but then it's a BKB piercing stun. AoE. Amaterasu, doesn't matter what he has, he's not going to get that full channel. That does already Amaterasu's in this setup where he's laning into a Kunkka. That's not great for his Eidolons, so he's not going to have the best lane. And then his mid-game utility, we're not going to see these massive black holes we saw last series.
Yeah, that being said, I think we'll expect that the Enigma will have a slightly better lane. It's still a very difficult lane, but like we said, very classic into the Undying. And then I wouldn't really expect kind of the Boots of Bearing Rush like we saw previously. Maybe this will finally be a Dominator game for Amaterasu. And it's a pretty good summon game overall for kind of Runa team. You have that damage damp from the TA, which won't go amiss if you're doing things like for the Roshan. You're going to have pretty decent objective taking overall. So I like the Enigma game so far. Till the end takes a lot of damage in the bot lane.
He does, but then he's going to be able to pop his E, and the Corrupted takes a lot of damage as well, so they're trading till the end, getting very low at move grip and grip. Yep, okay, he's got the Sprout. That will be first blood going down on Tuscan. I know you talked about Tusk TA being a pretty solid lane, but I feel like given kind of the importance of making sure you have saves into everything, into like the few little bits of lockdown and silences that exist on one move, it does feel like making sure that this Tusk has blink pretty quickly is going to be pretty important. As now Corrupted takes a lot of damage. Are they going to get grip? No, they're not. But it does feel like making sure this Tusk gets that save item, gets that blink pretty early, is going to be pretty important to enable what Runa wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a ton of initiation on Runa team, and the Coddle didn't really solve that as the game goes on. But in the early game, sometimes at the level 6, you can. A little bit of a squabble in the bot lane again. Corrupted might go down here. Blood Grenade actually misses.
Well, I said he was dead. He's going to continue to run here till the end. Oh, no. He is going to go down as well. So that's 2 deaths on the Tusk. And I was convinced that Corrupted falls. But you're right, the Blood Grenade misses. And that's not enough damage. It doesn't get slowed down enough. He has just enough movement speed. And that's Tusk now has to go. He's got to do the salty run back. He doesn't get to teleport back anymore. He's got to run his way back in the lane. And that means Shigetsu, he's going to be laning 2-on-1 for the next quite a bit of time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and even in the top lane, they do get Amaterasu. Queasy gets at least a kill back. Not the worst thing ever. But this is a Kunkka Undying lane. Hard to think of many things that would be more obnoxious to lane into. Thankfully, Amaterasu still doing perfectly okay. Loses the Lotus. It's annoying. And a squabble for the Lotus down bot again. So much fighting in this lane.
Yeah, I love to see it. Means we get a pretty interesting early game as Shigetsu will find himself the proud owner of the Lotus in that one. But as it looks like we're able to take a half a beat here and think about what's happening as well, getting a little bit low. These lanes overall going very well for one move is, well, I said that, but Undying gets on top of the Dark Willow and will be able to make the kill. These lanes going very well for one move. They got 4 kills, CS pretty much on top of the board, and Amaterasu, he feels destined to fall once again. Decay doing damage here. Grip, there we go, pops in, and there's the tombstone. So yet more death. Queasy shows up because he's dead early, but he's not even gonna get the tombstone. A good deny on that one. Nothing seems to be going right in this early game for Runa team.
Yeah, 5 kills on the side of one move is exactly what they want, exactly what they need. And yeah, it is for Nicky Cool. He is getting some stacks up for himself. He's even farming a few camps, but it's not the strongest start for him either. The Death Prophet with 11 denies. Corrupted might finally go down. Nope.
Nope. That is the power of this Dawnbreaker, where if you don't have a bunch of stuns, you don't have all that lockdown, you can just go, drop the hammer, run away, and you're slowing everyone else behind. So it's a very difficult kill to take down the Dawnbreaker, on top of the fact that Dawn is just really good stats, and you're building into more stats and armor and things. But he's actually going to have to run back home. No salves on the way, just too low on resources. So that does give Shigetsu, even though they didn't kill the Dawn, that does give Shigetsu quite a bit of uninterrupted farm, as he's going to try to, well, get himself some farm back. He's got 18 CS, but Death Prophet's on 30, Kunkka's on 27. These lanes, again, we talked about it. They're really going well on every aspect.
Yeah, it's only 5 minutes in the game, and it feels like this lead is getting pretty decent for one move. It's not getting out of hand yet, but 1K at this point is quite nice. And Nicky Cool is resigned to really just kind of illuminating the lane. There's not a lot left to do, and there is a nice rotation from the Undying.
Now that's going to be a great snowball for now. Gets him on out of here. Shigetsu, though, he's 5 seconds away from refraction. Should just die. Tombstone will die, though, and maybe we can get the Undying as well. Till the end, and Queasy working together. In fact, the Coddle's going to teleport bottom as well. Tries to pick up something on the end. Does have an urn. This is a good time for him. If he's able to get those kills, Grip gets low, and this is not going to be a dead Prophet. They're going to try to get on top of Corrupted. He does have that stun. Can they get him? Yes. Okay, with the binds, with the roots, he will fall. Great rotation from Nicky Cool. Yeah, you're not happy, you lose Shigetsu, but this is what we needed from the Coddle. Couple charges on the urn, gets a decent amount of kills, and he's not even going to take a lot of damage on the tier 1 for the time being. The fortifications is there till the end, pulls the creeps off of it. And the lanes was not going great, but getting Nicky Cool off to this hot start is pretty much exactly what you want.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the danger I would say of Coddle. Ooh, actually might even get. Ooh, almost got the Undying, not quite. Pops the amplified damage by difference.
And
but this is the scary part for the Coddle is actually trying to rotate into it. I would say is that TP rotation is definitely one of the strongest in the game. Solar Bind is such a strong ability at level 6 that it's really, really hard to fight into. So. Good rotation by Nicky Cool. As you said, this is really what we need from him. They're going to start building up some stacks. They're going to fight around the Wisdom Rune here. Should look like they get it. Being pretty careful, though, on Runa team.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing, talking about one move as well, is that this Death Prophet got himself up to level 6 pretty quickly. It spends that first Exorcism. But that Exorcism is supposed to go secure you a Wisdom Rune, secure you a tower, secure you a team fight. And he got like 20% on the tier 1. So bit of a downtime now. Eventually, yeah, sure, the Death Prophet gets himself up to an Ags, is fine, can fight around that. But for the time being, Difference really wants to play around this Exorcism and doesn't get anything out of the first one.
Yeah. I mean, he's still got a great game on Difference, but at least it's evening out for Nicky Cool getting those few kills. And then now, this is the point where the Coddle is pretty comfortable to be farming, looking towards that Spirit Vessel, which this is one of the heroes that gets it the fastest in the game. Very, very high value Spirit Vessel game. There's no real way to purge it. They have pretty high health heroes. They have a decent bit of healing in their kits. So this is going to feel really great for Nicky Cool. And overall, I mean, kind of mitigating the overall first few minutes on Runa team here. There is going to be an 8-minute rune. Spawns on the top side, so won't go to Difference.
Nope, Queasy and till the end working together. And oh man, an arcane rune on a Coddle that already doesn't have cooldowns. You can turn this into something. Now, unfortunately, Coddles, they don't really get themselves a bottle, so you can't really hold on to it. But if you can find some value with this, that's gonna feel pretty good. And until the end, shit is sharking around a little bit, but the lane push that Difference has and Nicky Cool has as well means it's very hard to get on top of this Death Prophet under tower.
Yeah, but he actually does call it a smoke until the end. So this is the nice part of the Arcane Rune, is at least you can just wait until the very end and then pop it for your ulti. Coddle really only plays through having the Solar Bind and having the ulti. So if they want to accomplish something here right off the back of shoving this wave, they should be able to. gonna smoke up right away, I believe, with till the end. If they can catch anything in this top lane, it would be pretty monumental for their game.
Yeah, getting a kill off this Kunkka would be very nice, slowing down that Radiance timing, and they're going to get on top of him. Great brambles back where from whence he came, but he's going to pop the boat for now, so he's going to find his way on out of here, even as the Curse Crown's going to do a little bit more, but here comes Nicky Cool. Can he get the Solar Bind on top of him? Just barely out of vision, not enough range. Whoa,
so
continues
fast
to run. Yeah, man, the grog just makes him move so quickly. Unfortunately, you do force the boat out, and that is not going to be turning into a kill later on, but that was a nice rotation coming out of Runa team, and it just doesn't turn into anything.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
I mean, it might turn into tower here at least. One of the
Fair.
benefits of Enigma. They're not horrible, but not what they wanted with that Arcane Rune timing. Cool has to just come back to the mid lane. This is really what you want to do on one move, is you avoid the Coddle, you get a tower on your side of the map,
Dire's top tower
and you don't really give away anything. So nicely done by them. Turns that into a 2K gold lead at 10 minutes for them. Not devastating, but overall quite nice for them, especially considering that this vessel was supposed to be such a good timing.
Yeah, you really want to be able to play around that vessel, start to get some charges, and really oppress the map, but, well, not finding it top side. Death Prophet goes and helps them kill the tier 1 bottom as Enigma does the same thing on the north. So that is a time you can look to play around. Not a ton of cooldowns, sort of the black hole for Runa team, so you can play around Nicky Cool, and now he just wants to play on the map here, maybe try to take advantage of the fact that Exorcism's down for another 74 seconds. But the other part of that is that without Enigma here, you don't have a lot of mid-push. You can kill waves, certainly, but a Coddle does not hit towers.
is under attack.
No, and that's why, I mean, they bring over Amaterasu. He's eyeing up not the full Boots of Endurance this game, going for the pipe kind of right away. After this drums, they do have the Catapult, but looks like they're rotating enough heroes on one move to discourage them. Probably the correct call. Don't want to give away anything that you don't really have to. And of course, the global presence is always nice and appreciated from Corrupted, who, even though they aren't 5 heroes in the mid lane, they might as well be if Corrupted can show up there. And it's going to go back to pretty much what it was before without that mid tower going down.
So what do you taking a look at this this Nature's Prophet, by the way? I'm looking at it as quick buy, and it's an urn, which makes sense. The Death Prophet is a great urn buyer. As wait a minute, Queasy, you're gonna be able to run out of this one. He's gonna get siphoned up for now. Yeah, he's silenced as well, so it's a difficult way to survive. And yeah, okay, no, he's dead, 100%. But I take a look at this Prophet. He's got an urn on quick buy. He's got himself a Staff of Wizardry. Those are not two things that make sense.
Yeah, very likely he just thought that it's maybe too late when he was going to get it, and now he's opting for kind of an Atos. Really nice shards.
That's a great set of shards.
Good
The silence does a great job of buying time. Now, this is an Exorcism, and this is the Flesh Golem. So these are two very important cooldowns, and the Tombstone as well. 3 very important cooldowns that have been spent by one move just to make sure that their Death Prophet stays alive. But you're not going to get anything out of it. Yes, staying alive, fantastic, super important. They're going to smoke up behind the tower, see if they can find someone. But Nicky Cool's just running away. It's not worth going for. It looks like they will get the tier 1 tower on the backside. It's a lot of cooldowns, and ideally you'd like to be killing someone with this. But I guess tier 1 tower will be worthy sacrifice.
Yeah, they're pretty strong on one move, so they feel confident to take this tower.
Is under attack.
Not a lot of response I think Runa team can have, because although you don't typically think of it necessarily, if you've played any kind of mid Coddle, I would equate the spirit form similarly to Exorcism. The cooldown is lower, but you don't have really any fighting power on Nicky Cool. If he doesn't have any earned charges, which he doesn't right now, and he doesn't have the ulti, so they're gonna have to slow the game down a little bit. Particularly, I guess, just waiting for Shigetsu to get as big as possible and for that pipe timing to come out from Amaterasu.
So we got Amaterasu here, the bottom side. We got, of course, Undying and the Dawnbreaker looking to play against it. And good vision there comes in from BB3PX. He goes, drops the sentry down, knows where Amaterasu is. So Amaterasu just goes himself up to the north side here. They're going to get anything. Coddle's going to try to teleport in. Curse Crown on top of Grip, and he seems like he's going to be the victim for now. Kunkka shouldn't die. Oh, wait a minute. They're trying to go right past him. They don't see him.
Oh. That was such a strange little vision pop.
thought he was dead.
I can't believe. I can't believe that he lived there. So, I mean, unfortunate to miss out on that kill, and one move are just kind of outmaneuvering Runa team overall. Shigetsu is perfectly happy with being outmaneuvered. He probably doesn't even know what's happening. He's perfectly happy just hitting creeps, but on the side of Runa team, they're not really catching much, and it's really hurting their supports. Maybe difference.
Well, for now, they're going to get on top of him. Pops the snowball. We still have a little bit longer of the spirit form, and that is absolutely a dead death prophet. We talk about how tanky a prophet can be with multiple siphons. That's the power of Spirit Vessel. 70%, was it 60? Yeah, 70% of that healing is just gone. You're not tanky anymore. You don't get to keep yourself alive.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, and that wasn't even with the Vessel. That was just pure burst coming out from Runa team, which going into this game, they are going to have a very overwhelming amount of physical damage. They do get Amaterasu, so it's nice, committing both the boat and, of course, the tombstone. Not a lot you can do once these rotting mitts get on top of you from the Undying, unless you can find a freebie on Grip here.
Yeah, that really is the power of specifically this Willow with the throwing shade facet. You do so much damage when you're in shadow form, when you're sitting there with Bedlam, that if you're able to separate, and we saw that's really what the Tusk allows you to do, if you're able to separate like that, there are very few heroes that can actually withstand it.
is under attack.
Yeah, so one move slightly missing out on outmaneuvering Runa team as they have, and now Shigetsu's starting to become a real issue. This is, I mean, he's really gone unchecked. He hasn't been a part of any of these bad fights. Once you get Blink on this position 1 TA is when this hero starts to feel really good, and especially in this game where there's not really any disables to stop Shigetsu from playing out fights however he wants. And, you know, again, the physical damage amplified by the Tusk, you know, along with Amaterasu and the Eidolons, I think it is going to start to be pretty overwhelming. Even going on to Corrupted, he is the best target.
Oh, yeah, Nikki Cool drops the Solar Bond on top of him, and
Good
I don't know if Shigetsu got an assist on that one. He just died way too fast, and because this was Corrupted coming find his way back in, he's dead for 40. That's the tier 1 dower bottom as well.
Yeah, Corrupted hasn't really found any value with this Dawnbreaker. They haven't used the Dawnbreaker ulti yet. They haven't really moved Dawnbreaker around the map, so now Corrupted is kind of falling a little bit behind, not necessarily where Amaterasu is, but just not really providing much at the moment, and especially into this TA. I feel like TA, personally to me, is one of the heroes that generally likes playing into Dawnbreaker. Of course, it's a hero with low armor. TA always appreciates that. But it's, you know, you get so much vision around the map on TA that's very easy to spot out where the Dawnbreaker is. It's very easy to kind of play on different sides of the map and end up actually punishing Corrupted, who really just wants to kind of be away from the rest of the team. And Grip, this is just a solo kill.
Yeah, he's going to try to stay alive with, yep, nope, totally dead here. Just immediately teleport out. Not worth staying around for. No, nice.
Good
X mark there. Woka finds his way in, so you're trading out, but certainly it's not going to be the...
on Shigetsu.
Oh, how much was that like?
That was a triple, I believe.
Ooh,
And
that's
we
not
see
good.
Corrupted. He used the jump.
That he
Oh,
did.
man.
And Shards are just going to keep him in there. Corrupted die. He had done doing a good job of healing, but he should fall down at the end as well. And starting to fall apart a little bit. Runa team hitting their timings.
Yeah, Shigetsu is just an absolute monster on this map. And again, this blink is going to mean so much. Ooh, does Undying just walk past them like that? Surely not.
Well, Amaterasu on the north side's got to be a little careful here. Grip's going to find him. But no, he just gets on out. That was a big setup. They had Death Prophet, the Coddle, or Death Prophet, the Kunkka, and Grip all working together to try to take down Amaterasu as he got aggressive on the map. And somehow, like the slippery little eel he is, he just gets his way on out of there. So you lose a lot on the bottom side, and you actually might continue to lose more here, at least some wards, a little bit more farming. And you do not get this Enigma on the north side.
Yeah, and they really need to, because right now this bottom part of the map is just fully Shigetsu. You see he has kind of these traps set up all over the openings of the triangle. He has this blink dagger now, so he gets to play however he wants. And even though it's only a small 1k lead for Runa team, it feels like punishing them is really, really difficult with the lack of control that they have. And that means that they have to bring Woe, they have to bring their carry to make some plays, because he's really their most reliable form of lockdown.
That he is. Now we got a smoke going here. Looks like this is not the 20-minute timing. We're not there yet. So going through the portal, Throughout the scan, there's no one there. In fact, they are smoking away from where the majority of one move is, as they're trying to secure their triangle back once again. Looks like they want to go sweep through the middle, where they may find this smoked out Nature's Prophet, but it's a long smoke, and it looks like it's not going to be the easiest thing for them to find value.
Yeah, both smokes missing each other. I think Runa team's probably happy with that.
Well,
maybe it's a good ward. This is a really, really nice ward for Runa team to have. Their vision is really, really meaningful in this part of the game. I feel like they're going to catch something. Difference.
Yeah, Difference way exposed here, and he dodged the smoke at first, but will die here at the very end. There's the Cursed Crown. Yep. Okay, even with the healing from the Prophet, just gotta get the hell on out of here. And Nikki, cool.
X is on to Shigetsu.
Okay, so Shigetsu taking a lot of damage here. As he's going to be able to dodge a lot of it. Amaterasu, there we go. Two-man black hole. Shigetsu turns around, gets on top, and Shigetsu will fall at the end, but is going to be able to trade his life beforehand.
And whoa,
so much. The rum, yeah, keeps him alive in the meantime, but it's a bunch of damage here, and now the Undying should fall as well. Can they get more? Okay, no, they're not. The Prophet will be able to get on out of here, but that black hole from Amaterasu, massive. Right, you get Shigetsu, it's not worth it.
Yeah, absolutely what they need. And again, this I mean, Corrupted's ulti on the Dawnbreaker, it's not going to be this counter to Black Hole at this point in the game, because he needs to use it to maneuver around the map. They get a tier 2 very, very early. They're going to get the Tormentor whenever they feel like it with Shigetsu. And right now it just feels like one move doesn't have really anything to play through. This is partially why I really wanted them to pick up kind of like a Spirit Hero rather than the Dawnbreaker. I like the idea behind it. I don't think that they were wrong for it, but right now it just feels like initiating things is very, very difficult for one move.
Yeah, and talking about this Dawnbreaker, I feel like when we see Dawn for the most part right now, we're seeing like Blade Mail straight into Ags or something. This Dawn has got his Blade Mail, of course, and we do have Ags queued up, but there's a Void Stone that has already been bought in the stash. He's going into an Echo Saber next, which is a bit more of a carry build, but there's going to be like a 22-minute, 23-minute Echo Saber. Does that? Why would you take the pit? Why do you think you'd take the pit stop there?
I guess he just thinks that they need a little bit more damage. Maybe thinking that also the Spirit Vessel is unanswered. So, just kind of wanting farm, I guess, presence over the Ags. Looking on the grip with till the end. There's no way to actually get. He's taking so much damage actually on the Tusk, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's okay. You're backing up for now. Shigetsu will take the kill.
That's a free tomb. That's like a bluffing tomb.
Free 200 gold. Don't mind if I do.
Till the end almost went down to the the tomb. Would have been funny, but overall, not much to lose. They go Tormentor, and then on their kind of hot streak here, they're going to walk right into the Roshan. Should be no issues. Again, the Coddle TA is going to start to become a decently meaningful combo. Getting 3 sets of meld on the Rosh is very nice, but doing that to heroes 2 melds back to back is a lot. And actually, even going for a quick kind of disruption, we're just going to kill the Undying.
He's supposed to be tanky, man. Oh, look at that as well. Blinding Light just puts the Kunkka on the other side. Will stay alive for now until he doesn't. Now Corrupted. Oh, it's so awkward when you're playing Dawn like this sometimes. You think you go in, you think it's worth doing, and then you just trade your life as well. 3 heroes fall down. They're going to try to get Difference, and it looks like he's going to be able to get on out of here. Well, actually, no, Blink's done until the end. Yep, nope, Difference should fall down here as well. 4 dead, and the tower, and the Rosh if they want it. Maybe you go high ground. I don't know. It depends on what they want to do, but that Blinding Light to put Kunkka on the other side of the shards after they'd already poked out the Undying, and the shards separated the fight still. I mean, just beautiful layering of spellcasting there.
Yeah, and then they just go straight back to Rosh like nothing ever happened. Just a free little ultra kill. Casual, just another day for Shigetsu. And yeah, it feels like one move is just kind of dying to thin air. That's kind of the fun part of Runa's draft and the way they've itemized. Having this Coddle, having the shards, the shard on the ice shards, just means that the area denial is really, really nice. And again, there just isn't much coming out from one move to counteract it. They're just slowly poking out these heroes and actually even setting up right now.
As Prophet's going to go down to the solo kill of Queasy once again. And again, that power of The throwing shade is just really it does so much. And you talk about that color, right? The ags that you have and how much space control it gives you. It also kind of makes one move clump up a little bit, which means these black holes a little bit easier to find. So you got some nice synergy there, lots of poke damage, and well, are they going to be able to find Corrupted? They find him. So are they going to be able to kill Corrupted? That's the better question, and I'm not quite confident in that one happening.
Mules on until the end.
Well, that's a lot of damage there. Nikki Cool, though, is about halfway on the spear form, and Amaterasu finds his way in on the backside. The rest of Runa team on the way here till the end should fall down, but they're going to get the Prophet once again on the backside.
Shigetsu's here.
Shows up, and yeah, Shigetsu getting on top of Difference, but it's kind of hard for him to get in. The Death Prophet Exorcism just keeps canceling his blink, so looks like we're trading supports for supports. Nikki Cool brought back in. Amaterasu gets on top of Difference, but there comes the Dawnbreaker once again. Found his way back in a base, rejoins the fight, and not really going to do much. He breaks the fight up. It's going to be a dead undying once again. And now that's another tool. A lot of big team fight has been used by one move, and it doesn't really do enough to hold Runa team off the towers.
No, not at all. There's still an Aegis on Shigetsu, and it's kind of funny that in all of those events, it ends up being undying, dying at the end. Very thematical. Wasn't even really involved in the first part of the fight. Ends up being the sole victim towards the end there. But yeah, it's very, I mean, this draft feels very aggressive from Runa team. They're up so much net worth that they can play to that full kind of capacity. Having so many blinks and having this really farmed Shigetsu on TA, having this Ags on Coddle, they have really everything kind of necessary to get pickoffs, and the team fight from one move isn't strong enough to contest it. And again, Corrupted, once they're playing away from the rest of the team, ends up falling down for it.
Yeah, it feels really bad. I understand the desire to go for an Echo Saber. It gives you that extra damage. Dawnbreaker can often be pretty mana starved, so it gives you a little bit more mana regen. It helps you farm faster. But man, in this game, you just can't do what you want to do. That's gonna be this Undying is just die Queasy. At this point, we talked about how I like his Tusk. I think it's pretty good. Queasy at this point is owning this game on his Willow. He's 8-3-8. He's solo killing supports all over the map, making it very uncomfortable. And now Willow's got to pop his BKB just to run. So he's not going to have that one for the fight. We're going to drop a Torrent, and it will... Torrent into a TA is always pretty nice, right? Because you can get rid of some of the refraction charges. But he's just not able to enter fights in the way he'd like.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do on one move. There's still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. There's so much vision because these TA traps, because of the shard that Shigetsu has. He has 15 traps around the map. They're really just kind of conceding these at the moment. Maybe they'll throw out some torrents, like you said. He'll X himself back. Has to play quite carefully. But yeah, they don't... I mean, one move is reading this, I think, correctly in the fact that they can't really fight at the moment. But they're going to have to.
Oh, boat's going to go down, but it's not going to keep this Kunkka alive. That is, with Solar Bind and Queasy, the damage that Queasy does with Bedlam with a Solar Bind is, it's disgusting, Rojo. Putting a Kunkka 100-0 in the time it takes for his boat to hit him, that's not supposed to happen.
Very impressive, and it's not a lot to be done. He jumps in on Difference.
That he will. Dawnbreaker comes in as well, but there's the black hole just to hold him in place. So this exorcism gets nothing done here whatsoever. And Corrupted, okay, no, he will be able to find his way on out, but he's dead anyways. Undying falls on the backside, and this is just it at this point. Death Prophet disconnects. They type GG, and Runa team. The team coming in from the group stage, from the final match of the day in the group stage, from that decider match. They take the 1-0 lead on one move.
Yeah, I mean, and... that one was convincing. There wasn't any taking time off of that one. I do feel that one move kind of drafted themselves into a bit of a deficit. I really wanted to see on that kind of first part of the draft, maybe not Nature's Prophet, Undying, Death Prophet, just a lot of great heroes, and I think great heroes for one move, but it wasn't great together. Good idea, but it just didn't feel like it really matched up to kind of what Runa team had. And eventually Shigetsu on that first pick TA just felt kind of untouchable.
Yeah, and I wasn't really a fan. I would talk about, okay, the first 3 picks a little bit rough. I wasn't really a fan of how Corrupted was able to play the game either. I think you need to hold the Guardian, the Solar Guardian, to be able to cancel the black hole. I think getting an Ags a lot faster as well, just to give you a little bit more sustain to fight through those. Yeah, Vessel's good, but you're only casting like a Vessel on one hero. Getting that Solar Guardian with the extra pulses from the Ags at like level 2, level 12 might have allowed them to stay in those fights a little bit more, because there were a couple fights before it really got out of control where, you know, Nikki Cool was surviving on pretty low HP. Amaterasu till the end were surviving on pretty low HP. So if you give it a little bit more healing, you do a little bit more AoE damage, and I don't know, maybe it turns around a little bit more. Then you go back to the kind of carry style Dawnbreaker if that's going to work. But that was game one move. Maybe the draft wasn't quite what we were looking for. Maybe the itemization, not quite fast enough to deal with this big death ball that Runa team had going for themselves. But again, that's game 1. Game 2 is going to be coming up right after the break. Welcome back here to the CCT in the upper bracket. We had a pretty strong showing in game number 1 from Runa team. Of course, they came in through the group stage. They had to go take it down their opponents in that qualifying match here in Group B, where they took down a spoiled 2-1. And, well, now we're moving into game number 2, as Rojo is reminding me that I actually should be in lobby. That's a useful thing to do. But we're good now. We're fine. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I am excited to watch this game 2 from Runa team. Hopefully One Move is able to show us a little bit more. Of course, it should be noted that there are 2 different stand-ins for these squads. I believe it was One Move, it's Woe instead of Eyesight, so not their typical carry player. And then it was Alberca is replaced, right, for the time being, with Amaterasu here. And that's a pretty decent stand-in, I would say. I feel like you can... Alberca is of course very core to Runa team and their success, but it's definitely a player I feel like you can slot in pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Amaterasu, kind of a mainstay of tier 2 European Dota, so finding his way in here, one might even say it's an improvement for Runa team. I mean, again, there's a big difference between playing with the hero, or not playing with the hero, playing with the player that you've scrimmed with, that you've spent time with, that you know how he's going to play. But Amaterasu just very solid there, all over the place. So for now, as we're getting ready into game 2, it's very similar bands, actually. We see the TA band out, that's new, but it's going to be the Axe band, it's going to be the Shadow Demon band, and Naga's getting taken out of the pool. I'm not going to ask if you're surprised the TA's banned, because I feel like we see it first phase banned more often than not. But does that unlock anything by banning the TA and not banning something that we saw in the last game?
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that for Runa team here, they are going to have Undying, Death Prophet, Batrider. So instead of picking up the TA, they're going to have one of these kind of core heroes. We did see that from One Move, it's not an unbeatable strategy to have Undying, Death Prophet, despite their popularity. Because they're not, when they're paired up together, they do lack quite a decent bit of disable, sometimes the team fight as well. So gonna spend a little bit of time. As you've said, this is an important ban heading into that first phase. Heading into the second phase, very important ban. So I like when teams take a little bit of time, really get their thoughts together before they pick what they want in the first bit. I personally like the Batrider the most, but Shadow Shaman is, I guess, another one that we've seen kind of slip by, but usually ends up getting banned or picked in that first phase.
Yeah, and kind of interesting to see the Willow removed. Willow can do great, of course, against the Shadow Shaman. You don't have anything to really keep yourself safe from the Bedlam. You're channeling, right, your shackles for quite a while, and that can be disrupted pretty well by the Willow. But, that's not one of these heroes that has been really high pick priority on anyone really other than Queasy. I think Queasy's been playing great on it, but I don't think that I've seen a lot of other teams put a ton of priority on the Willow. Certainly not like first phase.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I mean, their bans are pretty interesting on Runa team. They leave a lot of the very strong things open. They ban kind of like secondary heroes.
Yeah.
We've seen the Axe, we've seen the Shadow Demon, but they just leave everything on the table. So I guess maybe Runa team's approach is we don't really care what you get, or we don't care enough that we're gonna leave it open for ourselves as well. So they give themselves the Shaman. They go for Death Prophet on One Move. I don't hate it. Personally, I prefer the Batrider, but Death Prophet is just on that same tier. And now it's kind of getting rid of those same heroes. And I'm curious again, I feel like what I liked from Runa team at the start of the series, I said, is their flexibility and their kind of intriguing picks and intriguing strategies. The Coddle mid was one that played out very, very nicely for them. So now I'm curious if they have more and heading into the second phase where they actually just think that they're confident enough to beat the strong meta heroes and they don't really care that much.
Yeah, the other way to look at it is, if we're going to leave everything broken in the pool, we're going to get some of it too. So, it doesn't really matter. I don't know how I feel about that setup. I don't know how I feel about that idea, but it's going to be Disruptor getting banned out now, which is a strong hero. It's not S tier in the meta right now, but it's been getting pretty good success. It's now actually a pretty good laning hero as well with the facet change, so you can go and get people away from your carry if you need to, and of course being able to mute, silence everything, or even just mute, silence everything with the with your ultimate can also be very nicely. But finally here, Rojo, a broken hero banned out by Runa team. They're removing Oracle from the pool. Finally,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it does. I mean, They have enough prio on it because obviously the Oracle is great against Death Prophet. The only worry for me is that Runa team getting rid of Disruptor and Oracle means it could be a very solid time to just pick up the Bat Rider. I don't know what Runa's team... I'm sure they have a response in mind. They go for AA actually, so rather than banning the AA, they ban Enigma first, take that away from Mangekyu, because he did have a pretty decent game on it in the last game, and then pick up the AA. That way they don't, have an Ancient Apparition against them on the Death Prophet.
Yeah, makes a lot. I know AA has been nerfed. Certainly, Vortex is not as big as it used to be, which is like the primary nerf that Ancient Apparition but still the ability to effectively remove 10% of the opponent team as much as you can get on top of that for 15 seconds or so, however long it lasts. That's a big deal. Plus the inability to heal with everything else that's been happening in the meta. We have been seeing kind of more healing supports coming to the meta a little bit more sustained just as cores as well. And that apparition is really nice. And well, I guess Undying is more of a lane dominator. It's playing more towards Tombstone and Mitts, but even still, it's going to be Undying as the follow-up. It can do very well against the apparition with the zombies, but it does take one tool out of Undying's kit. You're not going to be healing with the Undying on top of everything else.
Yeah, it's nice to have the Ancient Apparition against it, but overall Undying carries way too much weight, way too much value, and these are also two heroes that aren't great at killing Tombstone. And they go for, Runa team, you got to let them cook. They go for, on their third pick, the Drow Ranger. There's two heroes to respond to this, which makes this really scary for me. And they're going to go for one right away. They go for Void Spirit, so that's a hero to jump on top of Drow Ranger, and then immediately after they go for Earthshaker, a hero to presumably jump on Drow Ranger. That's pretty much what you want to do, Drow Ranger trampoline, if you will.
Jump on top of her, controller. I don't hate the Drow pick, but I'm not a big fan of picking Drow when we did. Picking Drow in the fourth pick would be fine because you bans to cover. You're not going to get those immediate responses, but yeah, it's going to be a little awkward. Now, you do have a save with the Undying, or if you get the shard, that's something. But I'm interested to see how Runa team's going to go for this because they do have time now to go pick another save. It's going to have to be, it's a little awkward though, right? Because it's going to have to be a core save. We already have, unless you want to go core Undying, and I don't think this is necessarily the game for it. So maybe instead you just have a lot of stuff that makes space, as like the Bristleback will, make space for the Drow Ranger and run in front of it. So it's hard to get past this wall of quills.
Yeah, it's not a terrible plan. I do think this also, the thing that I don't love about one move's response, Void Spirit Earthshaker is quite decent at getting on top of the Drow, but if this is a mid Void Spirit and an offlane Death Prophet, I'm not sure that I love Death Prophet into Drow Undying. Sounds like a pretty tough lane for the Death Prophet, and it's very rare that we see Death Prophet lose a lane, so I'd rather not see that hero in that position. The only thing that I think one move can keep open, is, depending on Woe's kind of hero pool here, is if he wants to play Void Spirit position 1. I actually think that could be quite interesting. It has a decent lane pairing with the AA and lane. Obviously has a great setup throughout the game, and I think I've seen I'm trying to remember the player it was a Eastern European player, very, very good on the Void Spirit. You kind of go like that Battle Fury build. I'm personally probably more of a fan of it than the mid Void Spirit, but I guess we'll just have to see what one move has in mind. They do have the overall last pick in the draft, so they're going to set themselves up for that.
Is there a world where this is like a safe lane Death Prophet? You go like Witchblade Ags. I play a little bit. Kind of the same idea of moving an off lane to the safe lane. Play it a little bit more right click focused.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly possible. I guess the biggest thing is I just don't want Death Prophet in the off lane. I really would like one move to actually pick up a Centaur, and then wherever they throw their heroes from there, I think is fine. Okay. Centaur might struggle a little bit in the lane against Drow Undying, but should always have the ability to recover. I'm thinking something like that. Tidehunter, just really anything in the off lane that, regardless of how bad the lane is, it's going to eventually catch up and kind of feel fine. Because the Earthshaker is not really going to be a huge supporting role to whatever, hero you do put in the off lane.
You could also do something interesting, pick up like a Sven last, because I'm looking at this lineup, and you have Drow Ranger cutting through a lot of armor. Bristleback is going to go to the Goofast. It's going to have a ton of minus armor here. So as the game goes into the middle of the late game, Drow's going to be like 3 or 4 hitting people. So if you can go Sven also jumps on top of the Drow, which can be pretty nice. You can chunk through the Bristleback, even through the passive. And it's one of those things like, can we get additional armor on the side of one move? Because this game goes 30 minutes. You're getting 6 stacks on Bristleback, and all of a sudden, life is very difficult here. As that somehow the Bat Rider found its way to last pick.
Yeah, just not really valuing and playing against it. And now, I mean, I would like to see one move just pick up, I feel like the Centaur or whatever they find in the offlane, maybe a Dark Seer or the likes. Just, I really want them to sack this offlane a tiny bit. And if they could put the Death Prophet mid and the Void Spirit in the offlane, I feel like they'd be very, very happy with their kind of matchups in the lane. And then throughout the game, they have very clear avenues to play through. So I'm hoping to see something like that from one move. Maybe they end up just keeping their roles, but I would like to see them change something up at least a little bit.
Yeah, one of the nice things we talk about flexing Void Spirit is with the new facet when you get your shard, that it clears creep waves, right? When you get the shard, so you can actually, instead of getting that Battle Fury you're talking about, you can still kind of play the carry as a sniper as the last pick. So that's going to be mid sniper. It's going to be off lane Death Prophet, safe lane Void Spirit, and a sniper versus Drow traditionally is one that goes pretty well for the sniper.
Yeah, it's a good sniper game overall, but I don't know. I just worry about one move's playmaking. I do like that the Void Spirit is carry. It's just going to be kind of a matter of, are they able to get enough out of this offlane to not kind of feel suffocated by it? Because if Shigetu has a really strong game on this Drow, I don't think the sniper is going to be enough to mitigate it. Especially, I think, with the support of Mangekyo and Nikki Cool. These are heroes that are going to be really, really nice around the Drow Ranger. So even though they picked this early in the game, I just feel like Runa team got a lot that they want. These heroes, I look at all 5 of these heroes. Drow is definitely the least of kind of the meta heroes, but all 5 of these heroes are very, very strong. They're very strong once they get on top of a hero. So personally, I'm looking into this game and I'm favoring Runa team, unless one move can somehow manage to get some really nice moves out of. Specifically, I think the Earthshaker here.
Yeah, I'm also a little worried about this mid lane matchup. We saw how Bat Rider can be abused in the kind of the mid lane setup quite a bit. And if you're going Arsonist, which Nikki Cool is, and you want to go and get yourself to level 9 and get 5 points in sticky napalm and start to just right click people, Sniper doesn't really lose lanes, and Bat Rider in a lot of matchups does lose lanes. So we talk about that setup where Nikki Cool wants to be kind of maybe this playmaker, get on top of Sniper. That lane matchup, it feels like it's going to be very difficult for Nikki to like get out of the laning stage appropriately.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not. If Nikki Cool goes Arsonist, I want to see him probably max the Firefly still. I've not been a fan of this Arsonist, and then you still max the Sticky Napalm. I know that you want to get the full value at level 9. But that's my biggest gripe personally with the Arsonist facet, is that you don't have a facet until you're level 9, and that facet costs you an experience level. So I don't know. I'm not personally the biggest fan of what Nikki Cool's doing, but there is always a possibility with the Sticky Napalm build that maybe Difference oversteps and maybe he gets punished by this Napalm. So hopefully, as you said, if you're Runa team, the lane doesn't go too bad for Nikki Cool, because that's really the biggest value that the sniper I think is going to provide in the whole game is going to be, it's great against the Drow, it can peel itself against the Bristleback, and particularly if it can shut down the Bat Rider, that's kind of the biggest impact a hero can have. And Grip is, what?
He is very slow, and unfortunately, yeah, that's not going to be that's not going to be good enough.
Oh, that's so gross. You're just Earthshaker, start of the game. You just get snotted on 2 different ways. That is
3 different ways, really, right? You got snot, I guess sticky nasal goo, and you do have that 3rd slow on the frost arrow. So you're not allowed to move. I don't know what he was. I don't know what his move speed was at the end of that, but just very slow. And now look at this smoke coming out. They're going to try to get a second one. BBX seems like he's in a good enough position to break it, and they're not going to be able to get the snot going. So not quite enough there, Rojo, but multiple snots. It does not feel good.
No, I mean, not my ideal start of a match. And it's going to be, looks like it might be even 3 runes for the side of Runa team.
Oh yeah, Corrupted takes a lot of damage here early, and you already mentioned how this was going to be a really rough lane for Corrupted. Death Prophet has 5 armor. You're going into a Drow Ranger that just is going to be able to frost arrow you in quite a bit. It just does not feel good. And now going to lane with, what is it, like a third of his HP, spending some tangos to bring himself back up. But those are resources that you won't otherwise have. And this is already a game that is very dependent on Drow getting themselves in the mid game and having that impact.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also, I think Earthshaker to Undying is one of the biggest kind of differences you could have in support value. Undying is probably the strongest support hero in the game in laning. Earthshaker, arguably one of the weakest. So even though Death Prophet is very strong, very high value in this meta right now, this is just not its lane. This is not its support duo right now, and Grip is just going to have to do all he can to kind of make shenanigans happen.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool how we're seeing Shigetsu play this as well. He understands just how strong he and Till the End are in this matchup, so he's playing really positioning himself very aggressively in front of the creep wave and just not letting Grip and Corrupted get close. So eventually it's going to shove in. It looks like they did some lane shenanigans with the fissure to make sure that at least the very least the lane got separated a little bit. But then you go, if you're Shigetsu, you crash this wave into Corrupted's tower. You get some damage there, and you just really make life difficult. And even then we see the fissure go down, and it's going to put Shigetsu on the other side. So it's not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah, should be very, very comfortable early game for the side of a Runa team. Even the spot lane is going to be pretty decent for them. This game, Queasy did. Notably, we've seen, I believe we watched either 2 Shaman games or whatnot, but he did go for the big ward. So that's always something to watch out when he gets to level 6. I'm personally a huge fan of this facet. And it'll have a lot of value once he does hit that level 6. Unfortunately, it's another one of those facets with no value until you actually get the point in the ulti.
Yeah, it is nice though, because Amaterasu, well, Queasy, yeah, is going to be fine, but because you have a bristleback and because of how the early game went, Amaterasu doesn't need Queasy on the chicken fingers to make sure they win the lane. Like, he is doing just fine here on his lonesome. Maybe with chicken fingers they might get a kill on BB3X, BB, however you say his name. They might get a kill on him, but as it stands, you can be pretty stable. And then, I mean, once the big snake comes out, you're just not touching it. That's a great cold fingers there, and it will proc. So Amaterasu has to get on out of here. Decent amount of quill spray stacks, though, and that does mean that no one can really follow up. He's going to get himself, well, actually, I was going to say get himself healed back up, but there's no salve, there's no mango, there's no tangos. He's kind of zoned out of lane for just a little bit, but looks like he will be able to get the healing lotus, and that's at least going to give him some level of resources.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they get the healing lotus there at all. Tangos come through for them, so a little bit unfortunate in this early lane, but nothing they can't deal with. Easy. It'll be fine.
Yeah, got to be careful, but he's going to be able to find his way back. And Nicky Cool is actually handling this lane, this what should be a really bad lane for him, pretty well. He's just pulling the creeps behind his tower. And sure, that means that he's probably going to lose his mid-tier 1 at a faster time than he would like, but it means he's actually getting farm, he's getting levels. And when you're picking this Bat Rider, yeah, level 9's that nice timing, but even still, getting a lasso on top of the sniper at level 6 when you pair it with the support duo, that should be a dead sniper.
Yeah, I mean, generally Bat Rider carries a lot of value into the mid game into a sniper. I think especially the Bat Riders who go these early kind of blinks is always great to reposition sniper, and one of his biggest fears overall. So I really like Nicky Cool's kind of way of managing this lane. Sniper only having 5 denies at this point is absolutely a win for Bat Rider. And Nicky Cool is actually going the points into Flame Guard. Queasy looks like he might go down here. Walks back in for fun.
Oh, I think he thought he could go and be unhexed quick enough and then pop a shackles and heal back up a little bit and maybe turn, which I don't hate, but a little bit too much range damage, and that means that they will get a kill in the bottom lane. And you talked about Woe, how he was going to play this as a carry Void Spirit. I have seen some carry Void Spirits like just rush shard at 15 minutes, and that's their farming tool, but you mentioned the Battle Fury, and that does seem to be how Woe wants to go play this game, as Undying dies on the north side to Corrupted. So strength there of the Siphon, still pretty strong.
Yeah, might be an AA here. Not quite.
No stuns. Yeah, that is the problem with not going chicken fingers. When you're only level 3 on Queasy, no Hex. You only have you only have Shackles, and if that's on cooldown, you just teleport right back home and be pretty fine.
Yeah, and on the terms of heroes that should be losing their lane but aren't losing it that badly, Corrupted's having a perfectly fine time on this Death Prophet. They haven't managed to kill him once, and they did actually get that kill onto Till the End, who's actually going to rotate through the gate. This one could be pretty good.
Bit of an interesting rotation as we have the Shaker and the AA on the way as well, but it's just a little bit too late. They teleported home, so now they have to run back here, but there we go. Fissure's in time. He's got a decent amount of stacks, and whoa, oh, no, he's dead. There we go. So what will fall? Queasy has to run out of there, and there we go. Cold Fingers won't proc, but with this Tombstone here, they're going to try to take it down, but that feels like a little bit of a bait. Will be denied, and Amaterasu not quite comfortable enough to dive under tower. But both supports come to the safe lane on both sides, and it will be very much a nice trade there for Runa team.
Difference has to deny the mid lane, so it doesn't actually end up getting too much out of there. And again, I do like Nikki Cool a lot to go the Arsonist, but not rush the points in Napalm. This way his laning phase is a little bit better, and he also doesn't have to worry about being able to take stacks or whatever. Of course, it's still a very nice little bit of a lead for difference, but it's not enough to make this feel like it's a completely justified sniper pick.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Although, remember, I believe it was it Bat into Sniper, or was it Sniper into Bat?
It was Sniper into Bat.
Okay. So the Bat Rider, I was going to say, I think Bat Rider was overall last pick, so... Sniper was just picked, and the Bat Rider's there.
No, they picked Sniper into Bat Rider.
Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. As Nikki Cool, he's level 6, thinking about going for the lasso here, calls for the teleport. Shigetsu right on top of them. Nikki Cool may die here, but the sniper falls as well. Actually, pretty solid setup. The Fissure coming in at the end, just buying a little bit more time. And that Nikki Cool died before the Sniper did. So Sniper gets the XP. He was already up in levels a little bit. And I guess, sure, you're feeding Shigetsu, but yeah, well played there.
Yeah, I still think you're very happy on Runa team. Bat Rider shouldn't really be getting a kill window onto Sniper. It doesn't by any means, ruin Difference's game. Getting that return kill was very meaningful, but Drow is the hero that you're really trying to enable for Runa team. That's why they're kind of running at Shigetsu right now. Nice read by him to not get caught out there. And yeah, it's Shigetsu who really is going to be kind of the star of this game as it moves forward. Nikki Cool is more of kind of an accessory right now. He needs to get into those early items. Plays that mid tower early, which again sucks, but does lend some space for Queasy. We got that shield rune. And now it's probably going to slow down a little bit for Runa team. I feel like they don't have a lot of playmaking in the early game. Definitely going to be levels are definitely going to be a very important thing here. I think getting that on Queasy is going to be really nice. The big ward is super, super strong, especially if it can be amplified by the likes of, Amaterasu on this Bristleback. And now it's more about what can a one move get on the map, and can they not give this kill to Nikki Cool?
Yeah, that's going to be nice. Actually, it's decent Fissure, but because you're a Bat Rider, you can just run right over it. Luckily, though, Difference is there. Pops the ult, so Till the End gets very low here as Corrupted's going to try to chase him down. He moonwalks away, gets a little bit more HP from the decay, but not gonna be really nearly enough. So Undying will fall 4 heroes in the vicinity of the top lane, and that means Shigetsu, he's going to farm this Ancient Camp. He's going to start to find his way a little bit further back, but that should likely be a dead tier 1 top. They have the Exorcism to take it if they would like, and, well, yeah, they're trying to get him. They're trying to get Shigetsu, but he's wise to things. He's getting right on out of here.
Yeah, Till the End is walking back to the top lane. I don't know if he wants to try and defend this. They do use the fort. So he's setting up here, obviously, with the Ceaseless Dirge. He's able to die and then come back. Only hero in the game to do so, and he's just going to drag the wave, I guess. Be a little bit silly, but overall, again, quite slow from Runa team. Going to take a little bit of a net worth disadvantage here, just to get really as a trade-off to giving Queasy some levels.
Yeah, they don't really have any way to go get on top of the Undying. We don't have any blinks ready, right? I guess you could try to Fissure and get him, but fairly safe Way to just drag the wave back a little bit yourself. A little bit more, just a tiny bit more farm. Big timing we're looking for, though, is this Bat Rider. About 1,000, actually less than that, about 500 gold away from his blink. He's rushing it. I like this a lot in much the same way where you're talking about how you like Firefly being maxed, even though this is going to be the Arsonist Bat. Getting that blink in this game, making sure you can just kill the Death Prophet or kill the Sniper on cooldown. It's a little bit more value than just trying to go Dragonlance.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Nicky Cool's doing a lot. He's not really playing like he is Arsonist for the moment. I think he's going to spec into that a little bit later in the game when it's a little bit higher value. So I really like this adaptation by Nicky Cool. It's, you know, subverted his net worth a little bit, but overall has been quite nice for him. Queasy not going to quite be able to catch Grip, but almost that level 6 on Queasy, and the big ward makes it so that level 6 is a massive spike for Shaman, way more than it even typically is. Just because you're looking at 600 damage per hit on that Mass Serpent ward. Definitely very meaningful for objectives, and if you can ever really find a hero, sometimes Shaman can even get these kind of cheeky solo kills. Speaking of, they actually get the Ice Blast onto Mangekyo in the bot lane.
Yeah, Bristleback shows up a little bit too far forward, so Mangekyo will fall. That should be, again, this bottom tier 1 as well, going down with 3 heroes here. When we talk about the Shaman, and we talk about the Mass Serpent ward, how powerful that is on that level 6 timing, what's your... Oh, yeah, well, they're going to teleport into this. Are they going to try to defend? Queasy's rotating over. The Bat's here as well, and he does have Blink. Do we have a smoke ready? We don't. No, it's going to have to come from base. So this rotation, try to go deal and defend the tower. There's no smoke for it. They're not going to find what they're looking for. So I ask you now the question here, Rojo, as we talk about that level 6 timing off the Mass Serpent or the big snake. What's your target?
Probably the first thing you see. Ideally, you want to kill Corrupted. Ideally, you want to kill Difference. Really, any core, obviously. They are going to look for Mangekyo again. He could be a really good target.
He is. He's not tanky enough just yet at all. And he's dead immediately. The Ice Blast goes down on top of Nicky Cool as well. They will kill the Apparition for it. But that's Mangekyo dead twice in a row now. He shows his face in the bottom lane. Kind of a cool smoke where they're just sitting there on the secret shop. They know someone's going to show up there eventually. And you get yourself the Bristleback twice over, who is having a reasonable game, all things considered, as Shigetsu will not be able to go and take the Shaker down. But kind of a cool move. And now we're talking about this Bristleback who's supposed to be able to just frontline for the Drow, dying twice in a row before his Blade Mail. Feels really hard.
Yeah, it's a really big move for one move. They are getting a lot off the map. Just through these kind of small rotations. The AA, of course, having this really big level 6 value. Corrupted going down. Eventually, somebody's going to die to this Blink Lasso. So they end up committing quite a bit for him. Very high value kill to get, but one move is just kind of slowly trying to get a net worth lead. Difference hasn't really had to do much other than shut down the Bat a little bit in lane. And it's almost a Battle Fury for WoW. So I really like these kind of small moves to get on top of a Runa team, stopping them from taking really any core objectives right now. And yeah, the big ward is very strong on Queasy, but he's not had an opportunity to use it yet.
No, he's rushing Blink, by the way, skipping everything to make sure he can get on top of this Void Spirit as quickly as possible. Talk to me, though, about this Spirit Vessel from the Death Prophet. That's not the build we're seeing in the safe lane and the off lane. We see it sometimes, but it really does feel like this Ags build is the build of Death Prophet right now. And actually, hold that thought for just a second, because there's a smoke coming on the left side, and Corrupted is going to run right on into it. Nicky Cool. Oh, he's going to get caught with the silence. That's very nice here. And it seems like Corrupted on this 14-minute smoke is going to be able to get his way right on out of there. So now I'm going to ask you the question once again, now that the fight's not happening. Vessel on Corrupted in this game.
Yeah, it's just a very high amount of magical damage, gets amped by the AA. So I think that's probably what's good about it. Shingetsu is inevitably dead. That is a very far spot for the Drow Ranger to be up. They're at least going to likely trade this tier 1 bottom for it. But yeah, I mean, Shigetsu dying there is definitely a big deal, but the Spirit Vessel overall for Corrupted, I like, just in terms of there's no ability to purge it on Runa team. So it's going to end up being a lot of damage. Obviously, it's quite decent when you don't have the AA Blast, and it's going to help get the kill on until the end here. So they're just kind of bleeding out a little bit on Runa team, playing kind of disconnected from each other, and it's definitely costing them.
Yeah, kind of awkward. It's fine if you're losing the Undying every so often. I mean, you just take you take the Un out of his name, and it's part of his name, right? But losing Shigetsu is the big problem. Yeah, you can support losing your supports, but this Drow is supposed to be this big guy that eventually difference is going to cause some issues with, but Corrupted is going to get chunked, right? Grip gets chunked. Void Spirit, even if he jumps on top with the Ags, is going to take a ton of damage when pairing with the Bristleback. So losing him is, well, BBX is going to go down. That's going to be something there. She gets to Ice Blast, but will be fine. And, okay, Bat gets on top of the Void Spirit as well. Is there enough damage here? Absolutely there is. And that's the power of the Arsonist, right? If you're able to sit there and chunk damage down as the Silence is going to go down from Corrupted, that's going to be a dead Shadow Shaman. At Nicky Cool, though, blinks on out of there. He's going to be fine, but that's the power of this Arsonist build. When you get to level 5, you just start to right-click, and if you have that follow-up stun after the Flaming Lasso, pretty much whoever you start attacking, whoever you get, it takes a ton of... He really should die.
Yeah, Arsonist adds a ton of damage, and that's why I like Nicky Cool's adjustment this game. Doesn't full commit into the Arsonist build right away. Still goes this Force Staff. Is very mindful about the way that he's playing the Bat Rider here. Still gets a lot of value out of the Arsonist and a lot of damage. And so far, the net worth difference isn't too overbearing, I feel like, for Runa team. Just got to be very careful about getting caught here. And actually going to get Woe again.
Yeah. That's the power of the big snake. Doing 600 damage a pop is incredible. Now, that is the Serpent down, and that is the Tombstone down. So, got to be a little careful here as a one mover sitting in the jungle of Runa team. And it seems like, yeah, they're aware of this. They're backing out. They're just going to take the portal onto the other side of the map. So, you kill off the Void Spirit once again, pretty much right after that Battle Fury timing, where this is when our Void Spirit's supposed to be scaling. He wants to get into that Manta fairly quickly afterwards, play into that next second and third item. So, killing him off right now, like as he's hit his farming item, it's a great way of slowing him down.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to. Woe is, dying back to back like that has really kind of shut down his game. Thankfully, they can go into the Roshan with Corrupted, who's the Death Prophet. So, as we talked about before, a lot of the core value of this hero. And this is the big one, really, the Blink onto Grip. So not only are they getting the Aegis here, they're going to be getting a lot more damage on the difference with this kind of Mjolnir he's building into. But the Blink on a Shaker is going to enable a lot of different plays for them. Feels like they've only used Ice Blast once or twice to a pretty decent effect, but now they have a very consistent setup for it.
Yeah, and of course, just Vortex on top of the Echo Slam as well. There's a lot of magic damage here coming out of the support, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Certainly, Shigetsu is going to pretty much have to never show, because if he does, he just gets echoed, Ice Blasted, likely falls down quite a bit. He, of course, does have his Ags done, moving into a Hurricane Pike behind this, so that's got a lot of spread damage if you can prevent yourself from getting jumped on top of. And somehow we're 18 minutes in. This tier 1 tower mid has not gone down yet. They're going to go try to trade it. Looks like trading it just for tier 1 top or tier 2 top because, well, you don't really want to fight into the Aegis sniper right now with the blink done on the Shaker as well.
Yeah, they're looking to find something with the smoke up. Even Woe is here. This could be really good for them. There's not a lot of items on the Mangekyu.
No, there isn't. So Amaterasu's going to go really hit the tip of the spear right now as Woe tries to get on top until the end. Amaterasu, though, has got his blade mail done, so Sniper does not really want to be hitting to him, and Queasy on the backside gets on top, annihilates this ancient apparition. So no Ice Blast, or if it is, it's only until the end. That doesn't really matter. Bat Rider on the north side as well is going to be able to kill off that support.
So slow and corrupted.
That he is. Difference as well is just, he's crawling away. It's so hard for him to move. And Nicky Cool is not going to be able to chase down that much more. So they get 2 supports. They get the mid tier 1. And this was into that Aegis timing.
Yeah, it was really well maneuvered by them. They kind of, getting that pick off on Queasy was absolutely massive. And then getting the lasso was very nice. So killing off the 2 supports is killing off most of the playmaking on one move. Feels like this is kind of definitely one of the disadvantages of running the sniper. He's having a great game on difference, but he can't do a lot on his own. He needs that Echo Slam to set up. He needs the stuns around him. And especially getting onto Mangekyu first in the fight is not ideal if you can't actually bring him down all the way. Because they ended up just being kind of caught with 3 or 4 nasal gears on each of them. And that was you said it yourself. They were just kind of slow to crawl. There was not a lot to be done in that fight. once that positioning really broke up for them.
And that's one of the things that we haven't really talked about, but is so obnoxious about this draft. You have sticky napalm, you have sticky nasal goo, you have multiple stacks of frost arrows. The ice blast is not going to hit anyone. So till the end.
Ooh, nice
Echo
Echo
Slam
Slam.
on top of the drow here. Is there enough damage for the follow-up though? Oh, Grip's just trapped. Oh no, he's not, maybe not going to fall down. They're going to get on top of BB3X. Shigetsu, Corrupted's on top of him, and that's going to be a dead drow. So bit of an awkward fight. Did seem like Grip was going to really fall the victim to it, but at the end, they're going to get on top of Amaterasu as well. There's
Nice
the
Yules.
Yules as he continues to try to run away from this one, and Blade Mail's solid, but with all the damage that they have, Corrupted actually almost dies that Blade Mail, but at the end of the day, Nikki Cool, okay, it looks like he's out of here, but very awkward fight for Runa team.
Yeah, they got the Tormentor, which was nice, but really, really necessary Echo Slam from Grip to get that finite, like, kind of catch there on the Shigetsu. Again, I mean, nice to get the Tormentor, but overall, kind of XP is starting to feel pretty nice for the side of one move. Difference, once he builds into this Mjolnir, is going to be when he's really, really strong. That's when the damage starts really pumping from Sniper. Before this, you kind of have to build a little bit into that defensive. You got to spec into this Hurricane Pike, like we've seen. Once that Mjolnir is out, is when Sniper starts to really be a huge threat.
And the benefit also talking about when he's a threat of this Hurricane Pike right now, he's surprisingly tanky, right? He's at level 15. He's got 1700 HP. And if you're used to the Sniper that is going to go for that Maelstrom into Mjolnir first item and, has like 1300 HP or so, all of a sudden, it's a little bit harder to get on top of him, even if that damage is not as strong. And in the mid game, right, you got this Echo Slam, you have Void Spirit doing a decent amount of damage. You really just can't get close to the death prophet. So you have other damage sources as this Sniper continues to just poke away and provide a little bit of utility with his shrapnel and a little bit of mobility, right, with the Hurricane Pike. And you're right, eventually Sniper just becomes that turret. Anyone that gets close to him just gets shredded. It becomes very difficult to deal with, even if you have, say, multiple Blade Mails. And am I crazy here for Rojo for saying that I'd like to see a Blade Mail on the Undying as well?
It's not crazy. It is kind of hard to get to, is the only thing for till the end. He's not had the best games so far on the Undying. He's been caught quite a number of times, so I understand it. The Glimmer is quite nice. Really, what needs to happen here is you need to do everything in your power to try and get the lasso onto the Sniper, and you need to do everything in your power to not get lassoed on difference. They're smoked up. Nice. Sorry, my cat is on my desk. Hello, honey.
Nice read from one move is you saw right as that smoke happened on the Aegis timing. One move goes to the north and takes the portal all the way through. So this smoke is not going to find. It might get a tier 2. They might decide to continue for that one with the big snake with the drow, but it's not going to get these heroes that you were looking for. And that I don't know if we can consider that a wasted. Yeah, no, it is. You want to get more out of that smoke. So they're thinking about pressure. Oh, big rotation on the bottom side. Maybe they're going to get what they're looking for after all. We got wards down. It's actually pretty nice ward here on the tier 2. So if they try to get on top and go through the river, that should get scouted out. In the meantime, by the way, Ancient Apparition goes down. Corrupted. Do we have? Okay, no, we don't. But that's a lot of damage here. The Drow tries to get on top of him as well. This is going to be a dead Death Prophet, even through all the exorcisms. So that's 2 dead. And at that point, you gotta get the hell on out of here. Interesting idea for one move. Teleport 3 into the tower, put 2 through the portal. But the vision was there. They were prepared for it. And wait a minute. One move. They're still moving up. They're still thinking about going for something. But that
has a blink.
Not see him. Yeah, there we go. Queasy. Blink on top of the Shaker. Now, Sniper's in a decent position, getting a lot of damage done here. And that does make life a little bit more difficult. But
no
this Blade Mail bristle. Yeah, that's a problem. Astro holds him in place for now. And okay, there we go. Ice Blast goes in. Once again, that's going to be a dead Bristleback. So it wax. I thought it was crazy to go for that. But with the Ancient Apparition respawning, it works out very nicely. Now, till the end, he's a bit of a sacrifice here. He will fall, but can you get the Drow? That's the big question. And I think with the Fissure as it is, probably not.
He's going to have the Echo in a second, but it seems a little bit far. Still looking on Grip. He gets it.
Oh, yeah, they blink. Yeah, Blink Echo get on top of him. Queasy cannot help him out here, so Shigetsu tries to fight as much as possible. Nikki Cool finds his way, and that's a crazy blink there. He does have a shield rune, sure, but can they get... Whoa, okay, there we go. Pulls him a little bit further away from his team. Pit goes on for the shackle as well, but Woe finds his way on out of here, and now it's all dead. I don't think Nikki Cool can get on out of this one. The stuns are there. He's going to try desperately, but he falls down. Crazy decision to move back into that one after everyone else was dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had that kill if he just used Flame Break during the lasso. So that was a little bit odd by Nikki Cool. He kind of went in and didn't quite get what he wanted. So if, you know, in the short play, it was very nice by... It was very, very nice by Runa team. They got the few pickoffs because of the vision they had in the bot lane, and then just kind of overplayed their hands. Ended up in that long play, losing pretty much a 5-man over the course of that fight. And actually swung the favor net worth-wise into one move for the first time in the game, I believe.
Yeah, that was a lot of gold going to the sniper as well. He didn't die in the fight. He got himself a couple kills. You know, his Maelstrom done, and look at what he's going for next. He's got that Lincoln's on the way. Not a typical sniper item, but when the Bat Rider's jumping on top of you every fight, or at least trying to, making sure that you're not super worried about that jump, it means that he's just going to be able to like just put as much damage out as possible.
Yeah, and also he got the shard as well on difference, which is always a very nice one to have. Having that disengage is huge, and currently right now it feels like one of the biggest things for Runa team is that Mangekyo is not having a very great game on the Bristle. He's getting into a pipe, but it's at 26 minutes. It feels like the effectiveness of that has fallen off a lot. And the way they've been splitting up these fights has been very nice by one move. Grip's been having really great fissures in that last fight. I think that caused a lot of issues. And then the shrapnels as well have been very, very obnoxious. Just a lot of kind of stuff to put on the ground to mess with Runa team. And if kind of just a free kill onto till the end, if he's going to take out here, it looks like he will.
Yeah, man, that's just so much damage on the ancient apparition. You're just sitting there.
If he he uses the tombstone. Nicely done.
Yeah, okay. That's the benefit of taking Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's pretty
Quite
cool.
nice for him. The Glimmer Cape helping him out a lot as well, but it doesn't help them very much in the sense of getting their tier 2 towers pushed. I will say though, Nikki Cool is starting to get into a little bit more dangerous territory. He's going to be level 18. He's got that Witchblade on route. And if they can get this Roche, which it seems like they should be able to pretty freely, a lot of damage from Corrupted.
Yeah, this is a pretty quick Roche. It does mean that you're not going to have Exo for the next fight, as the scan's going to show that Mangekyo is right there. And this Fisher's just going to wall this off. So this should be a Roche for one move. They're going to be able to get out of it, and it doesn't really seem like one move's super interested in doing anything else. In fact, they're pathing bottom. Seems like their read is that someone's surely going to show up and defend this tier 2, and maybe that's where they can start to go and at least get something out of this.
Yeah, if you can get the lasso, that would feel really great onto just a single target. Currently, Woe has actually a gem, which is something I think is quite notable. I like when these teams go for kind of an earlier gem in the game, especially with the kind of, I guess, the map dominance that I think one move is about to try and get on the map. There's going to be a lot of kind of useful spots to get rid of, getting into that Ags on Woe as well. So this Void Spirit is getting pretty high value from the one position, obviously handing that Aegis to difference. I mean, eventually you're going to kind of be able to start pushing, I think, the envelope a little bit for one move. You're going to start pushing into those tier 2s, and right now it's really just going to be, can you get a lasso? Can you actually get something? Can you get value out of Nikki Cool on those jumps? And it's definitely possible, but right now they're going to itemize, I think, as much as possible to try and stop that from happening.
Yeah, and we're not at that point yet. We've all seen the late games where the Drow like 4 hits the enemy carry because they're just cutting through all the armor and they do insane, once like a Daedalus or something. But we are very far away from that. The Drow here, Shigetsu, he's going Silver Edge out of this one. A little surprised actually that he's going full Silver Edge. I can understand the Shadow Blade, right? That makes sense. But rushing, it's not like there's a, unless I'm missing something here, Rojo, it's not like there's a big break target.
Yeah, I mean, the damage upgrade from Silver Edge from Shadowblade to Silver Edge is pretty high. So I'd say that's the kind of biggest value for it. So I don't hate it entirely. Mangekyo is pretty out in no man's land.
And he's going to get himself Ice Blast. Already the Blade Mill's been used, so he just has to run away from this one. And he is slowing everyone down quite a bit, but there's the Blink. E-Blade makes sure that grip doesn't fall down as well. And Mangekyo's, his struggles continue. This is a Bristleback that is very killable, especially, that's one of the benefits of the Ice Blast, right, as well, is that this Bristleback that would love to, once he hits level 20, get himself additional HP regen. The Pipe gives you that. Sanj gives you that on top of how tanky your passive makes you. That just doesn't exist, right? So it becomes a lot easier to chunk this Bristleback down. And, well, just another death to his name. And that's just making it hard, right? Like, you'd love to have an S and Y by now. You'd love to be thinking about maybe a BKB or a Lotus or whatever other item that you want to find is. And now, whoa, gets on top of Queasy. Queasy's dead. That's 100% going to happen here. He's can't do anything about that one. And, well, that's just the Bat Rider's cue to run the hell on out of here. But this is the power of the Aegis here, Rojo. You can start to just get kills on the map.
Yeah, thankfully for Runa team, they're managing to keep the North lead very even. Getting that kill early on to Corrupted was very nice for them. So they're not bleeding too much over the map, and that's one of the biggest things with Drow, that you want to make sure that you're always up in levels, you're always pretty equivalent in gold and XP. And Shigetsu is. I mean, he's having a very good game on the Drow. He really needs to be able to rival difference, and in the last minute of this Aegis, looks like they're going to smoke up. Definitely want to make something happen while you have this Aegis. At least maybe poke a high ground. You do have the EXO for Corrupted, which is level 3 now. Really want to see one move kind of get something accomplished, because they've really only gotten a kill or two in the past couple of minutes. They can catch a big ticket one like Shigetsu or Nikki Cool. I think that would cement their lead pretty heavily.
Yeah, they know where he is for now. They saw the multi-shot, but they're backing out. They have no interest in defending this tier 2. They see that there's no one on the map right now. Creep waves are pretty pushed in. There is that, but yeah, they're just going to go push the mid tier 1 here and maybe get a little bit more. Now, Corrupted did get the shard from the Tormentor on the north side that they took a little bit ago. That's a really nice shard. You go, you fear whoever's trying to get on top of you. It becomes a little bit more difficult, but now there we go. There's a lasso going until the end, getting on top as well. And this is just a dead, well, he's got Yules. That's going to buy some time, but this should just be a dead Corrupted here, I would think. But okay, we'll find his way on the backside. Corrupted will fall, and now it's just a get the hell out of here. Shigetsu, BKB TP, so too is Nikki Cool, and yeah, till the end will fall, but you just traded off your Death Prophet for an Undying as the Aegis is expiring, and the Death Prophet, or the Undying, by the way, he's not even truly dead. He gives you some gold, but it's Ceaseless Dirge brings him right back up to full, and that's pretty much the end of the Aegis. It's another 4 seconds remaining. They did get the tier 2, but you forced him back, and hey, you got the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Runa team is playing from behind very, very nicely. They're not giving up too much on the map. They've lost their towers, and overall Mangekyo is probably the biggest kind of victim of the game state. But they've managed to catch a lot of things, and they're not dying on their high-level kind of important heroes. Nikki Cool has a Parasma at this point in the game, so he has a lot of damage, or he has a very high damage potential. And right now, there's not a good response either to these BKBs coming out from Runa team, which feels a little bit difficult for them. They keep getting caught kind of one by one, and there's not really anything to do for the time being with these really highly, like, high duration.
Whoa, gets on top of Queasy immediately. So, he's not going to kill him quite quick enough. Queasy's still getting his way on out of here. Assassinate's going to try to get him as, well, Manta gets dodged. So cool. Nikki Cool's not going to kill off Woe for the time being. It looks like it's just going to be a big disengage for now. That was scary, right? Woe finds his way on top of Queasy, gets on top of him, just about assassinates him. But not quite enough damage here. Now trying to play around vision. Now, okay, he's going to find himself. And the lassoed forces his way a little bit further forward. But damage. He gets shocked there. That's the power of this Drow in the late game.
Now they have to back.
So much damage. Yeah, got to get on out of here. Force staff TP away. Do we have a stun? No, Queasy. Not the blink you're looking for, friend. He's not going to be able to get this apparition. And okay, yeah, they're not going to get the shaker as well. But man, the damage that Woe took there, I didn't think they were going to get him. And then, well, Drow 3 hits him and it's fine.
I mean, the damage is also very high from Nikki Cool. At this point, he's got plus 4 seconds Smoldering Resin duration, which is the innate for Bat Rider. Looks like Queasy is going to go down. So nice little snipe from them. Very well done. With the kind of globals here. Gets the Arcane Rune purged immediately. Do they want to Echo Slam this? They actually do. Nikki Cool has to BKB. Was very risky not switching to the power treads there, but does end up living.
Yeah, that's really important. Nikki Cool's got the gem that they took from Woe. So yes, you want to stay alive 100%, but especially now that you have that gem available to you, you extra want to stay alive. That being said, not a ton of wards on the map, it looks like, from one move right now. They got one pretty nice one in the center. They got one like lane ward in the center lane, but you're not having the gem super important always, of course, but you're not going to take a ton of vision off the map for one move right now.
Yeah, the gem is not holding too much value for Nikki Cool. It's very nice to have him Batrider for the time being. He's going to go into that Hurricane Pike. Definitely starting to see this Arsonist kind of outperform what Stoked usually would, at least in terms of the damage potential for sure. Basher coming out from Woe is definitely a very notable one. Now they finally have a cancel to those BKB TPs, so I think it's very necessary he goes for this. It's also, I mean, going this Abyssal now, it doesn't feel so bad on kind of a universal hero. Now that builds out a Sange. But smoke up, they do have the gem, so they should know that it's not really caught by anything. Can Nikki Cool get a jump? Well, now they should know that there is a smoke.
Until the end runs forward, Amaterasu or Mangekyu as well. They're going to get on top of this Shaker, and he, well, actually he's not going to go down for the time being. This Sniper making a lot of space, and the Undying's dead immediately. Here comes Woe, gets on top of Shigetsu, as well as he's got to get on out of here. 3 seconds until invisibility. Oh, no, yeah, no, absolutely not. Ice Blast gets on top of him as well. So that's a buyback from Undying, and Corrupted with the Blink should be able to find this Batrider as well. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. This was a smoke from Runa team. And they're going to lose their two big cores. They're going to lose the Undying as well. A bunch of gold going into the Sniper. Going up high ground, like I like running forward with the Undying. Doesn't matter if he's going to die too much, but very separated fights here, right? Undying goes up the high ground from the river. Mangekyu goes into the triangle. They get separated. Battle lines aren't set up as they need to be, and they just kill off Shigetsu very, very quickly. And now, no buybacks on either of them, and there's a lot of pressure coming in on the tier 3s.
They weren't able to get a good catch at all. This kind of combo from Grip was very nice. The Ghost Scepter plus Lotus Orb nullifies really Batrider entirely. You're not able to right-click. You're not able to get any stacks up, and especially you're not able to lasso Grip. So it's a very awkward engagement from them, and now they can't really do anything about this Rax. So 30 seconds on their two highest level cores. Mangekyu is cheeky with the Viscous Nasal Goo, but not able to really accomplish anything. It's a free Rax for them off the back of a smoke from Runa team. That does not feel good.
No, we were just sitting here praising Runa team for how well they've been playing from behind, about how good a job they've been doing of dodging fights and getting pickoffs, but goes to show you with this lineup, with how much damage they have, and certainly with the tower push of the Death Prophet, even in this case, it wasn't necessarily used to push the tower. You lose a fight, and you're going to lose a lot of infrastructure on your side of the map. So it's going to be another smoke actually coming out of Runa team. They know Exo's down. That is just about the only the only big cooldown that's gone. We have Echo Slam available. Ice Blast, of course, is functionally no cooldown at this point. And what that means is like, okay, you're smoking into them again. You know where they probably are, but it's not like there are cooldowns that the last fight unlocked for you that's going to make this fight that much easier.
Yeah, I really do enjoy Grip's build a lot on the Earthshaker. As I said, it does mitigate so much that they want to do on Runa team, but it just feels like he's holding so much value now on Grip. He's got that Tectonic build-up all the way leveled up because of the Echo Slam here, level 18. There is a BKB on Queasy. I will say this is probably one of the biggest things right now, is that it's the potential for him to get a full duration shackle onto a meaningful target could be really massive here.
Absolutely. And if they shackle someone, if they get a lasso on someone and force him in, Drow's going to like 3-shot anyone on the side of one move. So if you're able to make that happen, as a smoke goes in, Corrupted pops the exorcism here. Are they going to know this is happening? They're posturing on the high ground. And for now, Mangekyu thinks about going in.
He's going to see Roar.
Okay, yeah, should Roar soon? There it is. Okay, there's the Roar. Now you know what's happening. So Exorcism. It's got itself about halfway left on the timer. Mangekyo a little bit separated out from the rest of the squad. But okay, there we go.
There's a
BKB comes in.
BKB.
Full channel as well, but he's so far away from everything. Has to kill him down. Ice Blast doing everything possible. And now Corrupted gets on top of the back line here. So that's a dead undying. Certainly Shigetsu.
Nice lasso on the backside. Not enough.
Yeah. A little bit more here as Woe cannot join fight as well. So it's going to be a dead Bat Rider. That's the problem. Bat Rider dead for 76. Woe is low, may have to reset. Certainly no Exorcism either. But you kill off Nikki Cool. And that is
He's
a lot of your
shackling the
engaged
Roshan
tools.
in the middle. Wait, he's going to kill the Roche on Queasy. Oh, no.
He's going to try, but now it's just a free Roche. Oh, it's a refresher. It was cool. It was spicy, but now Shigetsu versus the world here. Tries to take him down, but he just doesn't have the range, and he can't even kill the Shaker.
Ice Blast,
The
snipe.
E-Blade's there. So Silence goes down. Corrupted gets on top of Shigetsu. He should fall down here as well. Corrupted gets
gotta be
very
it.
low, and he will die. But that is 4 dead on the side of Runa team. Seemed destined to be 5. Zamateratsu just has to run away. And man, cool idea from Queasy trying to get the Aegis down, but at the end of the day, it's 5 dead, only 1 buyback. And this looks like it might just be the end of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close to it. I mean, Corrupted has the right idea. This is the only buyback they have. They have the Roshan's banner, so this should be just the game. Nice idea, especially from Nikki Cool. He almost did so much in that fight there, but Mangekyo, he can't quite accomplish much. This whole game has been difficult for him, and it seems like he's going to eventually tick out. Looks like he should be fine, but regardless, it's a lot of wasted time. Lasso is really nice, but it's kind of a showboat at this point.
Yeah,
This
unfortunately,
Ancient
he's
is
not going to
taking
kill
a
him
lot
off.
of
And
damage.
yeah, Echo Slam is going to be used. It will be a dead Shaker, but they have no way to keep this Ancient alive. And that means Rojo, for the first time today, at least for the two of us, we get to go to game 3. Look at that.
Yeah, and I mean, this one was at least pretty close. I mean, one move, I feel like they had some awkward moments, but overall, they were pretty much always in the running. Difference had a very, very good game on this last pick Sniper. I really liked their decision to put the Void Spirit in the carry, even though Woe didn't have the most glamorous game in terms of stats. I feel like he still had pretty good impact overall in the game. And yeah, it just became, at some point, the game just became very awkward for Runa team. It felt like so many of their initiations just got botched very slightly. And yeah, I mean, it ended up costing the game, especially at that last Roshan fight. And it is going to be a game 3 for us.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And that game 2 was actually was pretty fun to watch from both sides. Nice job from Runa team there, playing from behind as they tried to make things happen. Nice job also from One Move for, again, playing that defensive fight on the high ground, killing everything. And the game just blew up from that one smoke. And then you get the Aegis and you try to make some heroics. Nikki Cool tries to go and get that lasso on the backside, doesn't really get it. Or doesn't really get enough out of it, doesn't get the kill. And the game just ends. But that means there's a game 3 coming up after the break. And then there was one match remaining here between Runa team and between One Move as we figure out who moves on to face, well, actually got to check my schedule just a second. I had it and then I didn't. Who moves on to face Team Next Level in the upper bracket and who moves down into that lower bracket where they're going to have a bit more difficult of a run. Rojo, having seen 2 games of these 2 teams, we saw one game that was very dominantly one-sided Runa team, one game that was more back and forth. How are you thinking about how these 2 teams match up as we move into game 3?
I mean, they're definitely both very mechanically skilled. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of kind of misplays going on between either of these teams. So a lot of it is just coming down to technical execution. And then in the last game, it really feels like whoever kind of made more mistakes, I guess, on terms of positioning. Like I'm not really seeing these teams that they're drafting what they want. They're playing what they want. They're playing it quite proficiently. But it's just a few times that they're going for these fights that don't quite make sense. They're getting these kind of awkward initiations. Shigetsu, Nikki, cool. They don't really die anytime throughout the game. They play very well, and then just one time they get caught out, they take a fight they're not supposed to, and it just falls apart for Runa team. And that's really going to be kind of, I think, the big thing is going into the mid game on these teams is, are you able to have a draft that can punish that kind of behavior? And are you able to actually make it through the early game? Because as we saw with One Move, if you have that first game and you come out of the lanes as weakly as they did with kind of that awkward draft that they had, then there's not much hope, right? So I really like that One Move had a lot more kind of ability to play that last game. Difference on the sniper, I think, had a pretty nice showing. I mean, I think he only died once throughout that game. So he had kind of the superior positioning throughout the game. There wasn't a lot of ways to punish him. I think Grip had a really incredible Earthshaker build. And yeah, it's going to be, I mean, I'm not sure what they want exactly to kind of, like, I don't really know what their preference is going to be on like Runa team One Move for their hero picks. Because Runa team, they had that kind of like sneaky draw pick that they thought looked really nice. And Shigetsu played well. It just didn't really pan out for them. So I'm curious if they're going to stick to their guns in this third game and kind of stay with that style, or if they're going to go towards maybe a little bit more of the typical meta at the start of their drafts.
It was kind of weird as well, talking about what Runa's team did, where that was a 3rd pick draft. It was not the last pick of the phase, so you can have a couple bands to cover it, and there's only 1 pick to try to counter at the end, which meant that we immediately saw the Void Spirit. We saw the Shaker that was able to kind of consistently over the course of that game get on top of the draw, make sure you're running away, and even if you're not dying, or if you're just having to continuously kite your way out of a fight, you're not really doing the damage that you need to do. And that, yes, we saw Nicky Cool do a decent amount of damage on his Bat Rider. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of impact from the Bristleback that game. The lane it just wasn't able to find its way back into it. But when it's so focused on that drow, that sneaky pick you talked about, when it's kiting away and not able to do the damage it wants to do, those late game fights became very difficult for Runa team to find their way through.
Yeah, it was just a lot of nice responses from One Move, and that's the danger of picking the drow in this kind of third phase. Shadow Demon comes through first. We did see this kind of banned in the other 2 games from Runa team, so One Move presumably quite happy that they now have the Shadow Demon. That's quite good against the Shadow Shaman for a lot of reasons. You can disrupt kind of all the disables that Shadow Shaman has, and if you ever get the Demonic Purge on the Shadow Shaman, that foul play isn't going to have any kind of use. You're just going to immediately die and get it purged. So a pretty decent pickup here for the likes of One Move, and it also seems like it's very heavily comfort. And Runa team actually feeling, I think, a little bit more pressured in the second game in this draft because they're only down to a minute of reserve time at the start of the second ban phase.
And I like what you were talking about earlier, I think in game 1 or game 2, about how just spending a little bit of extra reserve time on that final ban of your first phase, just to make sure you kind of know where you're going to go, make sure you kind of have your story the story that you're telling yourself and story you're telling One Move kind of gets figured out. But going down to 58 seconds with so many picks and bans on the table, a little bit awkward, might go and make their life a little bit more difficult as this moves on. It's going to be Kunkka Void Spirit, the 2 bans from Runa team going into this second phase. What do you make of that?
I'm not entirely sure that I understand it fully if they're going to end up giving away something like the Death Prophet. There's still the Death Prophet's banned, but something like the Undying, I guess. assume that they have something in their sleeves where they don't want to face against specifically the Void Spirit, or maybe they just felt that Woe's impact was much higher on that hero. I'm not entirely sure about that. Obviously, Kunkka is a pretty high value hero. Can understand that ban. So now it's kind of one move. What do they prefer? Do they want to pick up the Batrider themselves here? That's personally what I'd go with, but it hasn't looked the best, actually. The Batrider we've seen today has been a little bit underwhelming, specifically from the mid lane. So what do they want to do here? One move, they did reserve their time pretty well, so they have a full 2 minutes. This is a very, very important pick for them. And they actually go for Tusk. So not opting for either of those. Tusk is, I suppose, decent against both Undying and Batrider in the right games. So they just kind of ignore it.
Yeah, so Initiator, second stage support, so one move making absolutely sure that any sort of jump that Runa team may be looking for is going to at least have some level of counters to it. And I look at this, it's like, okay, you probably don't go Batrider here, even though Batrider as support has been pretty good, because you have that save on the Shadow Demon. Maybe there's an Oracle on Oracle's unbanned, unpicked at this point, which is a little bit surprising. Probably going to be a core tiny here. I don't think this is a 4. So is this a spot where you might want to pick an Oracle, or?
Not really. I feel like Oracle doesn't have a ton of value innately into Shadow Demon. It's probably one of the better support matchups into him. It's still a great hero, but yeah, the Undying makes sense. It's going to be quite decent in lane against whatever you want to pick into it. Enigma is actually banned out from one move themselves, so they don't have that kind of classic counter. Now they have to figure out kind of what they want to do in the off lane. This tiny for Runa team, I like this. This is a little bit more standard by them so far. They do still have that 18 pick where they can do something kind of unique if they want to, or they can just kind of stick with whatever. But having the tiny to flex is very nice. Having the Undying is always good, and it is also a flex. I mean, it's not that bad in the off lane in the right game. That's what one move I think need to keep in their mind. What are things that are solid on this pick phase that are going to, you know, maybe something you can pick up that's not too bad into the tiny if it's mid, maybe some kind of offlaner who's strong into the Undying. And primarily, I think you want to make sure that you have a safe lane who's not going to get ran over by Undying. So it's a lot of things to keep in mind, but I'm sure they have a few heroes. I'm thinking something along the lines of like maybe a Magnus in the off lane that can kind of like salvage a lane. I'm thinking something. I mean, in the mid lane, you don't really necessarily want a Puck. I honestly don't hate like Ember so far in the mid lane. It has pretty decent damage potential. The Batrider looks pretty decent for them themselves if they want to do it on core, but again, there's a little bit of skepticism there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, Necrophos. That's a new hero.
Interesting one.
Let's see. So it's good versus the tiny, right? A lot of percentage damage versus a high HP hero. Undying as well. Gives you a way to deal with Shadow Shaman, even if you are the Shadow Shaman. Foul play is not going to be a big deal. Not a ton of magic damage on the side of Runa team. You got to worry about the tiny crash down facet. That's a decent amount, but I guess they're just like, it's 2 strength heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Necrophos. I think, I know Dota Salma was playing this a lot in the NA quals, which obviously isn't the most concrete evidence that this hero is strong, but it was kind of an interesting idea. I think it does do fairly okay against the Undying. One fun thing about heroes that are like regen based and kind of HP or like heal based against the Undying is obviously when you lose the strength, it actually kind of gives you a little bit more value per skill, but they actually end up picking the Centaur, which I think is interesting. So they don't really bother flexing this Necrophos. I guess they just say this is going to be a mid Necro more than likely. It could be carry, but I'm a little bit skeptical of that.
Yeah.
The Centaur is, I mean, it's Centaur. You know, there's never really a horrible game for it so far.
And I'm not the biggest fan of, I think, an offlane Necro in the current, you know, I actually really like the hero. I played a decent amount of it in that offlane, but in the current meta, when you're taking a look at this, it's like, well, Necro wants those levels early on. You want to make sure that you have a point in your W. You make sure you're getting your aura up and ready to go. Making sure that you get to, well, make sure you get your Reaper Scythe as quickly as possible. And it just feels also like when 1v1 Necro can be fine in a decent amount of matchups, but there are often these matchups where you just kind of get run down in the offlane. You don't really have any sort of defensive tools really available to you outside of your W. And it can feel really awkward. It can be sometimes a hero that's difficult to get off the ground. But I mean, we have 3 strength heroes now picked into this Necrophos. Lifestealer, of course, you can go in and rage and maybe try to chunk him down, but I'm a little surprised to see the continuous pick of these strength heroes into this Necro.
Yeah, they're probably just choosing to kind of ignore the Necro. I don't know if it's necessarily the best call, but there's no reason necessarily to overcommit your drafts to dealing with Necrophos. I'm sure they have a hero on the last pick that'll be pretty decent against it, or the 23 pick that is. So they end up going with the Lifestealer. It's obviously great into Centaur as a matchup. The 2 supports aren't very good at dealing with Lifestealer overall. The Enrage is quite good against them. So it's a perfectly fine Lifestealer game. The Tiny is great at kind of, hooping heroes into you. The Shadow Shaman is nice disable for your hero. I don't hate it overall. I think one move might have kind of a decent last pick here if they want into the Lifestealer. That's my kind of one worry, but they're going to have overall last pick of the draft anyway. I'm looking at probably something like a Razor. I think maybe, sometimes Sven can do pretty decently into Lifestealer depending on the game. Definitely along the lines of just a very high damage kind of physical hero. The likes of even Troll Warlord, I think, has some merit in this game for one move. Really is up to kind of Woe's hero pool and what he wants to do. He could even play the Necrophos one if he really wanted. I'd just be a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah, and for Runa team, hear me out here, but OD seems to tick a lot of boxes. Magic damage versus the Necro, save versus the Reaper Scythe, which we don't really have right now unless you're getting the Shard on Undying, or really whoever gets jumped on top of lanes fairly well into the Necrophos. It chunks through the Centaur as well. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit too vulnerable. We haven't seen OD in the pool all that much in these games or in the meta right now, but it does seem to kind of tick. It would also kind of imply that this is a tiny Undying offlane, or like a Undying 5 Shaman tiny offlane or something, which would be weird. But it does seem like it might. Okay, there we go. Just Apparition. Ooh. That's a reasonable solution as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like this pickup a lot. I mean, there's obvious value in it. I don't think anyone's too shocked. I feel like one move, if they had thought a little bit harder on it, probably should have covered that for themselves. I feel like Visage was probably not as big of an issue as this AA, because there's a lot of healing coming out. I mean, particularly Centaur is also quite annoyed even by the Shatter Blast and the increased magic damage, so it's not bad. One move also now have to kind of scramble to think of a hero that is decent against the AA heal, great against Lifestealer, doesn't get too pained by Undying off lane. I'm thinking Razor, Sven, Troll, they go for Drow. Not my favorite solution, honestly. I mean, I'm just afraid of it getting ran at, is kind of my big issue right now in the game, is that it has great targets to attack into. I'm just scared of it getting repositioned by the Tiny. I'm scared of it getting kind of potentially pushed away in the lane by having like 300 max HP once you get a few decays on him.
That's fair. I look at Drow, I see a Tombstone hitter. I see Centaur War Runner gives Drow kind of a way out of these repositions sometimes. Tusk is a save, Shadow Demon's a save. So I look at some of this, I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe this is something that's it's Lifestealer's a low armor hero. Drow loves that. You don't really if you go armlet, I guess you do build some armor on Lifestealer, but not early. You're not going to have a ton of armor early. Also interesting to point out here is that Centaur War Runner is picking Counter-Strike. At least he is right now. We're not going to see Workhorse, but instead a little bit more nuke damage in lane and throughout the game.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Usually we do see the Workhorse. I also think if Different stays with this facet, it'll be a little interesting. I believe the other Necrophos facet is you get extra AoE per the Seta stacks, which is really nice. I feel like that's what people typically take. But I think he might be opting, I guess, for the Rapid Decay, which is move speed. I think you kind of sap the move speed from your enemies, if I'm recalling correctly. That might be quite nice against AA, I suppose, just trying to get that movement speed to be unpredictable. Looks like Difference. We can see that he's seems like a little bit of Necrophos player himself. So hopefully he's not too ill prepared for Till the End's Ancient Apparition this game. And overall, I don't really know fully what to make of these drafts. I personally think that Runa team has the nicer to play draft. I think it's a little less technical in the way it needs to move around the map. It has a little more comfortable initiation. So that's currently what I'm looking at. I also just feel like this Undying could be an issue in the off lane. It's really going to be quite decent into the Drow Ranger. Can't see it getting contested too much. But that being said, I mean, you know, if I'm confused about the drafts at all, I feel like that says that it's definitely playable for one move. It is actually the Counter-Strike as well on Corrupted, which I'm sure you find interesting, especially into the Lifestealer, but I guess that's just kind of, maybe he's just hoping to spam out the Lifestealer, kind of force him to use Rage early on.
Yeah, I think that's likely what it is. Workhorse, you're going to get slowed down a little bit just by the Lifestealer hitting you anyways. It's a bad lane matchup for Centaur versus Lifestealer. You find yourself you just get chunked down. Lifestealer doesn't take a lot. So I think the theory is that you're just going to get hit by Lifestealer a lot, and maybe you're able to burst him down with a bunch of magic damage, right? Make that double edge just trade well enough that you can actually stay in lane versus the Lifestealer. But going back to this Necrophos, as we're just going to trade bounty runes for the most part. Going back to this Necrophos idea, Arcane Profundity, or whatever it's called, the other one, where you go and you get a lot more AoE, has been nerfed a couple times in patches preceding this one. So that you're absolutely right. That was the facet that people used to get, but they nerfed Arcane Provision, whatever it's called, the AoE facet, and they buffed Rapid Decay quite a bit. So now not only does it go and gain movements, it makes the Necro move a lot faster, equal to whatever, however much the Ghost Shroud is slowing people down. It also decreases their healing, their restoration amplification by 100% of whatever Necro's getting off of that one. So
yes,
you just stay on top of people, which can be an issue for Necrophos. You stay on top of them. You make it so they're really not going to heal all that easily, which matters quite a bit actually for this Lifestealer. And it just becomes a little bit difficult. If the Necrophos is snowballing, is now on the north side. A little bit of a cheeky tri-lane here, as they're going to kill off Amaterasu or Mangekyo at the start of this game.
Yeah, very, very necessary. Again, Amaterasu has a very nice lane in front of him if there's two heroes in it. Unfortunately, I think the three heroes right at the start tag team is just too good of an ability. So they do get kind of a nice free kill onto Amaterasu. Very well played by Grip. Even actually, he actually trapped him in bot lane.
Yeah, until the end's going to have to get out of this one. That's a lot of damage. Only one stack. Oh, no, nope, never mind. That's the wrong stack. I was looking at the meta stacks instead of the, he doesn't even have Shadow Poison level 1. But now he's only down to one tango. He's going to put himself choked out pretty low here. And that always feels a little awkward. When you're this Ancient Apparition, you want to be the one at level 1 with your Chilling Touch, like spamming people out of lane. But when you're this low, it's hard to get close.
Yeah, really nice stuff by Grip, kind of making moves around the map. Doing what he needs to in this early game. Because, of course, the big thing for one move that we're looking at is coming out of lanes at least even. And at this point, I feel like they probably can come out of the lanes pretty comfortably. This Necrophos is a pretty classic kind of counter to the Tiny in the mid lane. Obviously, the Heartstopper is one of the best things in the game at dealing with the high HP pool of Tiny. And it's really just Necrophos against a melee hero. This has always been pretty classically in the favor of Necrophos. And decent bit of damage on Amaterasu, but he actually does drop the tomb.
That he does. They're just going to be forced out of here. It's not going to kill them, but it does harass the hell out of this Tusk. He's going to have to go in and find his way backwards a little bit. He's got 7 stacks on the stick, though. He's got 3 tangos, so he should be fine. And now we're looking at this window where Undying, he's got himself a couple mangoes, but not a ton of mana. The tombstone's going to be done for a while. And you talk about this Drow setup, if you're not getting run at, I mean, Undying, he's got himself a ring of protection, but he's got to be very careful here as the shards go down as well. But nice shackles trying to get on top of the Drow. Tries to sidestep as much as possible, but he's getting very low, and there's the death. Yeah, he just gets punched down.
You always forget how much damage you're going to take from that final hit on the Decay. Wasn't able to quite stop it on the Tusk here. So, again, I mean, this is the power of the Undying offlane. Regardless of what you do to it level 1, sometimes it just decays you to death. Very nice kill for them to get. And meanwhile, it seems like really the biggest winner on the map is going to be, of course, Difference so far. Not the worst lane for Nikki Cool, but it's an Necrophos lane, Bayo.
Yeah, I'm
You're meant
almost
to instill misery. Queasy,
Yeah.
ooh.
Oh, Queasy's. Oh, he's gonna stay alive actually. And oh no. Okay, the blood grenade.
Nice blood
Very
grenade.
nicely done there. BBX almost dies to the last decay as well, but not quite enough there. Amaterasu can't get quite on top of him. But what I'm almost in this situation where I think I would have preferred like a Shaman 5, tiny support, and just put the Ancient Apparition mid. I don't know if it's a thing this patch. It certainly was last patch where you see some specialists go for it, but. I mean, Nicky Cool is just going to have such a miserable laning stage that...
Yeah, he's trying his best to mitigate it. Thankfully, the crash landing does an okay job at giving you some damage to push out the wave. But yeah, I mean, they did a nice kill onto Grip. Wasn't really expecting Lifestealer in the spot lane to get something, so... Hip back from till the end. That's a recall to when he got trapped in the trees. So much damage on Nicky Cool.
Nice for as well. So he's trying to clear the wave with it. That's just not going to work. And now, how close are we to level 6? A couple creeps away, so don't really have to worry about getting Reapered just yet. But yeah, this is the difference. Even if the CS for Nicky Cool is not horrible, and it was a little bit closer before this last wave, even if it's not like totally horrible, you're buying so many resources to try to keep yourself in this lane that the net worth is just going to be really bad here. So Nicky Cool, he's gonna have to start making some moves with like Winlay's Brutes or something. I don't think you can wait. You're not gonna be able to farm Blink all that quickly. Find some ways to just do things not in a lane.
Yep, it's always a tough one. This is again a pretty classic counter. Thankfully his levels are pretty decent, so you're gonna see him just kind of start tossing the wave out, trying to get as much as possible into difference. Still playable for him, and at least the good thing for Nicky Cool is that the value of Tiny is pretty high in this game. The repositioning capability is really, really nice. Looking onto Amaterasu in the top lane.
Man, they're going to try to get on top, and Tusk is going to be separate for now, but man, this Tombstone is doing so much here. Amaterasu, last second decay, is going to be able to take him down, and difference is hit level 6. So Nicky Cool, he's decent on the HP pool right now, but he's got to get the hell on out of here. This is kind of scary. He's not going to get the rune either. So difference, the rune is bottom. It's going to be the shield rune there. So difference is untouchable now. For the next, however long this lasts, for the next, like, what is it, 2 minutes or so when the shield rune's up? It was a minute. It lasts a while. He's got himself 1,500 HP. He's got 1 point in Ghost Shroud. It just... He's untouchable in this mid lane, and that's unfortunate because you'd like to be able to get a gank on him before he starts to snowball a little bit, pair it together with Nicky Cool if possible, but it's just not going to happen. There's another shackle on the top lane here. This one is going to
the end.
Oh yeah, that's a nice play here, procking together with Cold Feet, but difference teleports onto the north side, and that will keep the Drow alive.
Yeah, stops him from going anything further, but is still a TP out from difference. So. Not his favorite move. Necrophos kind of famous for wanting to be static in the lane. Obviously, you like to get a Reaper Sight stack if you can, but really your value is in just dominating the lane, denying as much net worth as possible. And they're just going to kind of leave difference alone for what I can imagine is quite a while. He doesn't have a lot of pressure on himself. Sim kind of is going to go for a Shigetsu, I think. Not a lot of kill pressure onto this Lifestealer, so there's a few heroes around the map who kind of just have too much sustain, too much HP right now to be fully dealt with, and they're just going to have a grand old time.
It was pretty nice as well that we saw the Necrophorus go into the top lane, because that did give Tiny a wave or two. Just uninterrupted farm, which I think he very much does need. Is now he's going to rotate bottom. No vision on him for right now. They don't really see this rotation. It is a Centaur you're rotating into. That is a decent, that is a tanky boy to try to get on top of. But now Cold Feet gets tossed in. And that's a lot of damage there. It's going to proc the Cold Feet as well. So, okay. That's going to be, I didn't believe. I thought there was a tanky Centaur there, Rojo.
When ancient apparitions fly, Bayo. Amazing things can happen. They see the stack. Nice spot by Nicky Cool, but difference gets a pretty nice set of runes for himself. Shield rune into amplify damage. Can clear these stacks pretty comfortably if he wants.
That's a bunch of heroes rotating bottom with the Centaur respawn. So both supports, the Necrophos and this Centaur now trying to go take down Shigetsu. And Shigetsu is this hero that is supposed to be pretty difficult to shove out of lane. He is a lifestealer after all. But you add the Necrophos. If Necrophos decided to join, which you won't, but if he did decide to do so, that kind of failsafe where your last second infest is not really gonna be there as much. And instead, yep, just taking away or taking stacks there with 4 points in Death Pulse and the amped damage, and continues to grow. Now, Rojo, this is going to be a Boots of Travel, first item, Necrophos. We can see many builds, especially now that Necrophos, well, conceptually can kind of build anything he wants. How do you feel about the Travel first versus, say, Brown Boots Radiance or kind of the Vessel builds, these other builds that we often see Necros go for?
I don't hate it. I mean, I think that this is probably the correct choice if you're going to skip the Radiance this game. I'm not sure it's necessary to. I kind of like if Difference with this incredible start got off to an even better start, and not really anything happening in the spot lane, but I don't hate this by Difference. I think it also makes a little bit more sense now that, you know, taking this Rapid Decay facet makes a little more sense, because now you can go to this top lane and get a free Reaper Scythe.
There we go. Takes down the Undying, and look, he responds. You can get him again. Okay,
immediately pays off.
Absolutely, yeah. Gotta be careful in the mid lane. That big snake goes down in the mid lane here, and Grip can't get close to this one. It does 600 damage to Bobby. You're like 3-shot. Oh, sorry, you're 2-shotting the Shadow Demon at this point. So that should be a mid tier 1 going down. He's actually doing a pretty good job of making sure that the creeps go down, which means that eventually the tower will take the snake down. It's a lot easier than going with heroes as Corrupted just gets the hell on out of here. So they actually will be able to go get the snake down eventually, but can they find something? Avalanche is not really going to connect with the disruption there. So Grip's going to be fine, just clearing out the wave. And now you got this big bad Necrophos just standing in front of the tower, and with the saves behind him, that is a very difficult kill.
They bring a lot of heroes to the mid lane for kind of not a lot of gain on Runa team, but at the very least, they're doing quite well in net worth, primarily because of, oh, well, this is a nice little bit of sacks from till the end. Primarily, Shigetsu is, I mean, you know, if you're talking about Difference being untouched, then really Shigetsu is super untouched. He's got this armlet already finished. He's got the phase boots to go along with it, almost 6,000 net worth. Thankfully, Woe is having a good game as well on the Drow. So it's not panic mode yet, but Shigetsu is just, I feel like he's going to have a pretty long window in this game where it feels like one move can't really do anything to deal with him.
Yeah, so it's going to be Armlet first. Often, Lifesteal, we either see that Armlet as a wave through, or you just get kind of Radiance immediately as a big fight. The second Reaper Scythe, Undying this time, does not have the passive anymore. He's going to be dead for another 24 seconds. So that's the second Reaper's Scythe charge on Difference. But talking about this Lifesteal here, going for an Armlet, not straight into Radiance. Well, actually, we can't talk about that because there's a fight kicking off on the high ground. Great multi-shot there from the Drow and the opener from the Tusk. So that's going to be a dead apparition. Looks like the rest of them are going to be able to get on out of here. But what I wanted to ask you, Rojo, is this Armlet as a sidestep into, specifically like into a Necrophos. Yes, you do get a little bit more bonus HP, but you start to lose it when we talk about Reaper Scythe. That pretty much kills you when you're below 30% HP. It often feels a little bit awkward with that dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, the Armlet isn't the best in a Necrophos, but overall, I think for Shigetsu, it's kind of the best. It's the best farming item you can get early on. It's the best laning item you can get early on. Best damage item you can get early on. So it just takes a lot of boxes for Lifestealer, regardless of kind of what game it is. I was going to see neither of these heroes are really opting for the straightaway Radiance difference. He went the travels, now he's going Radiance. Lifestealer kind of going the Armlet, now going Radiance. So not prioritizing the Radiance straight away, not being super greedy, which I kind of like. And overall, I think it'll pay off for both of them, honestly. I think this is the correct call. They're going to miss a little bit of potential farm, but big ward in the bot lane. Shigetsu, again, very hard to deal with, same as the big ward.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing as well is, we talk about it's always a little dicey with the Armlet into the Necrophos. A little bit easier, it feels like, to get Reaper Scythes, but it also gives you a decent amount of armor. As in the mid lane, that is going to be a dead Grip there till the end, works together with Nikki to take him down. But the other thing is that this Armlet gives you a decent amount of armor. When you're fighting into this Drow, that's a pretty significant benefit. So that's something. Also, again, we should point out here, Ancient Apparition, last patch, it was the Sand King plus AA, just killing people all over the map. But Nikki Cool already doing a ton of magic damage here, being able to work with 2 points in Ice Vortex to amp that up a little bit more. It feels like we are going to start to see Runa team play with this kind of 3-man hit squad pretty much every time Ice Blast is up. And it's going to be, they pretty much can kill, maybe not a Centaur, but they can kill pretty much anyone else on the map with this.
Yeah, that's why Corrupted, he might go for the blink first, but he's definitely eyeing that pipe. So much of the damage early game is going to be coming out from magic on Runa team. And again, this is one of the huge benefits of AA. Part of the reason that it was so popular last patch is that the magic amp that it does is incredible. And obviously the Ice Blast offers so much damage. So with a hero like Tiny, who has consistent setup, you're basically just adding another, whatever, 50% of a hero's HP basically in just that damage from AA or that damage amp.
Back from the Tiny
cool.
onto the
He's
wave.
So fast.
Yeah, he is, especially with the Centaur Stampede. Oh, Ancient Apparition cannot quite get there. So the tossback's there onto the wave, but he just gets the right on out of there. And that was the smoke. That was trying to go kill off this Necro with that killed combo that we talked about. And, well, I guess it will unlock some power on the tier 2, some pressure there, as we do have a big snake available. And I don't know if you're Drow, you want to, you should be able to kill off, at least get some damage onto this snake. But yeah, the snake actually is going to do some damage on the tower, but not a ton.
Yeah, not as much value as you want from the spell, but that's life. You get about 1,000 damage on the tower. And does Nikki Cool get caught here? Ooh,
yeah,
it's looking like he's going to go down.
Bit unfortunate there, multi-shot damage being wasted, but I mean, just everyone gets on. This Tiny has no survivability right now. He's got himself a blink. That means he can be active, but no real way to get out of things. And talking about this Tiny and talking about how, like, again, no real way to get out of things like right now. How do you feel about where he's building, right? So we see Tinies go. They go for more carry builds sometimes. They'll get like an Echo Saber. They'll play something like that. Maybe get a Shard. Sometimes we see Tinies go for like the Octarine Force Staff Yules type of idea. Is there enough damage on Runa team where you can go for that more utility Tiny?
I would like to see the utility Tiny just because I don't think it's a very good right-click Tiny game. Particularly the Yules has a lot of value into the Necrophos, and then Force Staff is great this game. Repositioning is great this game, and I think Shigetsu is big enough. I think the AA provides enough damage amp that it might be kind of meaningful. That was a nice disruption.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get him anyways.
But they're still going to get him, yeah.
Yeah, kind of a wild jump, but I guess they're just so confident with 4 because you knew Grip was right there. You saw the Shadow Poison, and now Nikki Cool trying to chase him down, but nope, Blink's going to get canceled once again. So Grip, yeah, he's on out of here, but kind of a wild go, all things considered. You knew you saw the Shadow Poison go onto the high ground, like you knew the Shaman save was there, but they still go on top of him. They still take him down, and looks like Queasy setting up, thinking about it on the Tusk, but he's playing on the other side of the wave. He's going to teleport on out of there and not really going to be a victim.
Yeah, and he even finishes the Blink, so I think it's going to be Blink quite soon for Queasy. Already the Blink onto the Tusk. Could be the kind of time for them to start making some playmaking. Corrupted also, of course, having his Blink on the Centaur. So they have something to do. Corrupted uses the smoke of himself, so he's kind of being the playmaker here. Time to get another Reaper Scythe stack onto Amaterasu, hopefully.
Yep, he's actually healing up a decent amount here. Ooh. That's a lot of damage. That's just going to be a dead Necro Corrupted as well. And that was 300 gold away from the Radiance. Kind of a crazy smoke timing. But I guess they thought he was solo. But yeah, that's going to delay Radiance quite a bit as well here. They're going to get on top of the Shadow Demon, on top of things. Beautiful plays coming out of Runa team. Nikki Cool, he's going to lose the Ogre Axe, which was okay. I was going to say on the way to maybe a BKB, but seems like he is going that kind of hybrid right-click Tiny. Ogre Axe, sure, but he's got that Echo Saber queued up. And I know you said it wasn't maybe the best game for a right-click Tiny. Why would you do that?
I mean, he has a decent game, all things considered, so I don't hate it. I mean, I think you can never really go wrong going this Echo Saber kind of bursty Tiny. I still personally prefer I would have liked, honestly, if you went a Force Staff right away. But it's, this is very inoffensive. It's Echo Saber. It gives Tiny kind of everything he wants. It gives him more burst potential. So, flavor of the player. He wants to go for a little bit more damage. Probably will scale a little bit better into the game if he's able to kind of get these bursts onto the supports. So, yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. It's tiny. You know, you can't do a ton of wrong as long as you're kind of going Echo Saber or that first initial utility item. You can also always go, I mean, you can go for the Echo Saber into the BKB and then go kind of like an Octarine. You can do a hybrid build. Again, just, you know, up to Nicky Cool. He's had a pretty decent game, and after the start to the early game, he's now about the same net worth as Difference, who's getting a pretty late Radiance now, all things considered. And yeah, I mean, it's good. It's looking great for Runa team. This gold lead feels, I think, even a little bit higher, just in the sense of Shigetsu is so strong at this point in the game, and he's pretty uncontested. It's going to be quite a while before Woe has many opportunities to deal with the Lifestealer. Definitely not without the Ags right now. And it's also, of course, I feel like the Ice Blast is a pretty good net worth reduction of Necrophos. It does a lot against the hero. It has to be kind of one move making the moves, which currently they're actually getting smoked on, funny enough. But one move, if they're not making the moves with the Necrophos, then the, you know, any kind of Ice Blast landing on Necrophos just completely, you know, splits apart a fight. And worst case scenario, the Necrophos is going to die for you. Best case scenario, you have to kind of leave the fight.
Yeah. That being said, Ice Blast is on the way, you know, like the northeastern side of the map, trying, I guess, to get. Oh, okay. It's on top of Woe. I was gonna say, you know, it's not gonna be on this Necrophos, but we got 3 heroes here. Nicky Cool with the blink, Shadow Shaman with the blink. They're looking for the Drow Ranger, but Ice Blast not gonna connect. I don't know if he's got the read, but
no,
he's
so
not gonna. Yeah, it kind of feel very forced here in this setup. And now Nicky Cool's showing up. He's going to get disrupted. He should die. Yeah, there we go. There's the Reaper Scythe as well. And it's going to be the dead Shadow Shaman till the end. Great charge there. He'll fall. And just a very awkward fight off the pause. I guess they were trying to, you know, do something off the fact that, okay, we're paused here. Maybe no one's paying attention, but I don't think they had to do that.
No, they definitely did not have to do that. I think the, you know, pause for mind control, I guess, is maybe what was happening for the Dire team. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, very interesting to go by Runa team. Definitely unnecessary. Thankfully, they don't lose Shigetsu, so things could have been worse, but unnecessary to lose that much net worth, and especially to kind of give a very easy setup for the Tormentor for one move.
Yeah, of course, with the Drow here, the Tormentor goes down so very fast. Eventually, there he goes. He's going to show up, and okay, it's going to be nice. I think. Oh wait, Ice Blast. No, it's not gonna hit any. Oh,
nice,
maybe.
Queasy.
Yeah, Queasy finds his way in. Oh, yep. Shigetsu as well. Drow actually. Whoa, is the one that was Ice Blasted, but he's gonna be able to get on out his way out of here for now. Good snowball and the shards as well, but they continue to try to chase down, getting on top of the Necrophos, but no Ice Blast available right now. Oh. And look at that stun from Corrupted. That's the power of that facet. He's doing so much damage here. Difference will die at the end. Shigetsu gets on out of here, and there we go. Nicky Cool finds his way back in. Crash landing. Lots of damage, and oh, this tombstone at the very end. It looked like it was a great fight for Runa team. Then it looked like it was a great fight for one move, and at the end of the day, kind of a wash.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a lot worse for Runa team once that Hoof Stomp came out. Very good by Corrupted to get that kind of catch. Overall, I mean, it was kind of an awkward fight for one move, and they managed to salvage it very nicely because of that Hoof Stomp. And now it's kind of, I mean, there's going to be a pipe on Corrupted, which feels quite nice to mitigate a pretty high amount of damage from Runa team. Of course, there is already a pipe on Amaterasu. That's a little bit mitigated, but I think these timings are starting to feel pretty nice for one move. As long as you're not getting jumped on immediately by Nicky Cool, which they do smoke up again, then I think this game is feeling pretty decent for one move.
Oh, Necrophos, though. Nicky Cool sees him Ice Blast immediately here. No saves available. And that's the problem we were talking about, right? You just jump on top and, oh, can they get grip? Thinking about it, Dust gets popped here. There's the cold feet, and he should die as well. There's the proc. Oh, actually, no, they kind of toss him outside of the cold feet range, so he's not going to get the proc, but Amaterasu working together. Yeah, he's going to fall. That's kind of this problem you were talking about, where you put the Ancient Apparition together with the Tiny, and Necrophos is not until he gets BKB is pretty much never going to die.
Yeah, also pay attention to how much damage this Big Ward does to Roshan, I'm quite confident in my studies that Shadow Shaman can solo Roshan. I'm quite confident of it. Tanking the Rosh is so nice. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just completely free for Runa team. That's one of my biggest benefits, I think, of taking the Big Ward. For me personally, is that it does so much damage to the objectives, especially to Rosh. But, you know, as to your point, the Ancient Apparition is, I mean, this is part of the reason that we saw it be so much value in the last patch, and why it still holds a lot of value in this patch, is that it's kind of like a great equalizer of the games. Ice Vortex, the increased magic damage, is always able to kind of negate a lot of, you know, durability on the enemy side, but particularly the Ice Blast is just always great. You can't really build to itemize for healing too much. Obviously, if you have a hero that's kind of focused around healing like the Necrophos, they're always going to nullify that hero. You know, till the end, probably feeling very good at this point. Looking to probably get into that shard afterwards, and they could try for Shigetsu, but they're not too keen on it with the Aegis.
He's got the Aegis, 348 stacks on the on his Feast innate. It's just on Flesh Feast. It's hard to kill him right now, especially if he goes and has any bit of time to pop the armlet. So the smoke's gonna look for someone else. Unfortunately, there's no one here on the bottom side of the map. They're all clustered around the triangle. I think they kind of see that there's no one visible on the map right now. So be very careful. Don't show yourself. But Nikki Cool looking for something here. Ice Blast back off cooldown once again. Who are they going to find? Are they going to get someone? And it looks like the answer for now is not really. Shigetsu knows where the Tusk is, and that does seem to be the target. But Tusk gets just far enough away where they don't want to chase.
Yeah, Shigetsu far more focused on killing the lane creeps. Those are guaranteed, you know. Getting a kill on Tusk can be dicey. He's here to hit a tier 2 for a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower
Why not?
is under attack.
And it is a, you know, again, it's a pretty good Lifestealer game so far. Drow is a nice hero into Lifestealer, kind of typically, especially later as the game goes, just because of the outrange and the kiting potential. But for this early portion of the game where Shigetsu is so strong, it's not that big of a deal. If you can get on top of the Drow, especially, is when Lifestealer actually feels kind of good into the Drow.
Oh, nice catch there from the Shadow Shaman. Like last second goes and gets the shackle, and that's gonna be a dead centaur getting punished for cutting the wave. He was like a 10th of a second away from going through the portal, and now they're gonna go north side where there's a shadow demon here, Mr. Rojo. He's gonna have to run because, well, there's a team behind him running right at him. Difference as well, but doesn't look like, yeah, he's gonna be able to leap over the cliff. So doesn't look like they're going to be able to get on top of him, but Shigetsu running through the mid lane here. It's a little bit dicey. He's going to get punched up immediately, snowballed as well. There's the stuns, but counter initiate comes in from Nikki Cool, and BBX
BKB from Nikki.
So much damage. Yep, there's the BKB making life difficult. This should get dead Tusk. Can we get more though? Tombstone going to go down. Oh no, Drow's going to get cold feeted away, and they're just trying to get the saves in the back line right now. Drow's secondary target. They can't quite get on top of him until they can. Ice Blast is there. Buyback on the Tusk, just trying to make things last a little bit longer. And there's the Aegis going down, but that's the Reaper's Scythe. It matters. Now, this is going to be a free fight for the Lifestealer once he comes back up. No Reaper's Scythe to chain him down from like 30% HP. But it seems like that's going to be the end of this. Undying's finding his way in, but lacking so many core utility spells, looks like no one's super interested in well, actually, I told that thought because Nikki Cool jumps in. That's going to be a dieback on the Tusk. And can we get the Centaur? No saves there for now.
That's so fast on defense. That's a lot of damage.
Point, slowing everything down. And now, well, you just got to get the hell on out of here. Amaturatsu's going to run away with a precious cargo inside. And, well, toss back once again. They're going to continue trying to kill this guy. But with no Ice Blast, it's not all that easy. Any stuns? Yes, there are. And, yep, he's going to fall down once again. Crazy long fight. That was a great buyback, actually, from Queasy, making sure that this Necro overcommitted just a little bit more. And, yeah, there's the gem going to go down on top of, well, he picks it up. And it looks like he's going to get out of here for now. Dusts are going to go as Nikki Cool continues to chase. 6 second, but toss down, crash down. He's going to kill him? No. Absolutely not. He gets out of here, taking all the gems from the pockets.
Yeah, a little bit of a jewel thief. Call Adam Sandler or whatever that movie is about. I didn't watch it.
I did not see that movie, so I can tell you it's about yelling. Is this going to be a dead centaur? Wild sequence here, by the way. This is like 10 deaths trading back and forth over the span of the last minute or so. Just every time you think the fight's over, it's no, we're going to keep fighting. It's fine. You know, we got our cooldowns back up. And that is one of the benefits of not a lot of big cooldowns. I guess you got Tombstone here, you got Ice Blast kind of, but both Runa team and One Move, they don't need to fight around these big ultimates to be able to take their fights.
Yeah, absolutely not. And that's why it's been so back and forth. The game was kind of slow up until feels like it really got explosive in that mid lane. Both teams kind of wanted to make things happen, but Runa team especially has just been go, go, go. They can catch something and be great. Queasy is what a psychopath.
So in there, but they're gonna get on top of the Drow for now. Do we have an Ice Blast? Yes, there is. Gonna hit on top of everyone, but the Centaur ult gets them out for now. And okay, that's gonna be a dead Tusk once again. Can they get on top of Difference? He's running here, not quite enough range for open wounds until right now. Amaterasu just chunks him down. That's a dead Necrophos. Corrupt is gonna have to run away here as well, and Woe just leaves them all to death. He didn't die. That's nice. But it's 3 dead on the side of One Move once again. And hey, there's a tier 2 right there. That's well, actually the creeps aren't quite there, so they're not going to kill that quickly enough. But the second fight in a row where it feels so hard to make separation against Runa team.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect Queasy's game. You have to. He just blinks in. He bought back last fight. Who cares? He doesn't care if he dies. And I really appreciate that attitude as a support to just give whatever you have to get a good initiation. Usually you think Nicky Cool, he's got a BKB. He probably has enough money for buyback. If worst case scenario, he's super tanky. You know, he can just blink in, get this crazy initiation. No, you know, we've got Queasy. You know, we've got Tiny at home. And he's doing a great job of it. So big shout out to Queasy. And again, Runa team is playing really high on tempo. They're not really like slowing down to farm. Maybe a camp here or there. Nicky Cool misses a creep wave. A little bit funny.
You know,
but man, they are so
man.
aggressive.
Creep camps are really hard to find.
Is this a go?
Yeah, it's a go on Grip. He's dead.
Well, he should reconsider his work in the gem thieving industry.
Yeah.
He's not very good at it. Gonna just get it back.
Now, Tiny, he's got a Crystallis here. He's actually not just a Crystallis. He's got a full Revenant approach done. Is, well, trying to get on top of the mid lane here, but it's just kind of running away. Do we have stuns? Yes, we do. That's going to be a dead Tusk as well. Yeah, it's all starting to fall apart here, man. The last, like, 3 minutes, pretty much since the AGA started, have just been these back-to-back-to-back fights, and One Move haven't been able to win, like, a single one of them.
Yeah, I also really like this by Nicky Cool. Rather than going for maybe a more like stereotypical right click item, he goes for this mixed damage and the Revenant's Brooch. So I think that is quite nice against the decent armor that One Move is going to have. Obviously they have a pipe, but I like this as kind of his right click Tiny to go for this. And now there's even an Ags on Amaterasu, so just a lot of quick pickoffs into kind of these awkward fights, and Runa team is really taking huge advantage of it. Now they even have a nullifier on Shigetsu. That is absolutely massive. Obviously, you know, not only do they have the healing, you know, nullification for the Necrophos, but now they have the nullifier. So it's I mean, what do you do as Difference? You do have the BKB, but that's kind of it right now.
Well, you're going to smoke up as 5 if you're One Move, and that's going to be an attempt. Maybe you can catch someone. Oh, Nicky Cool's in such a good spot to break this smoke. Good luck. Okay, well, now Tusk tries to get in. That's special delivery there. He's dead immediately. And, well, can we get more? Nicky Cool goes on the north side, tries to get on top of this Drow. Where the hell did Queasy come from? He's going to get a shackle on this Drow, buying some time. It's going to be a Reaper Scythe on the Lifestealer, but he's just not going to die.
Shigetsu's dead.
Oh, no, yeah, okay, you know, he is. And that's something where Grip should fall at the end here. I thought there's going to be the big Serpent going to go down, but Ice Blast not going to land. I didn't think they had enough damage to get him in the Reaper Scythe.
Is really lucky.
That he was. And Amaterasu gets force-staffed into things. He's very tanky right now. And Drow on the
Whoa, he's
backside,
dead.
there he's dead. Okay, so Drow's going to fall down. Amaterasu getting rather low here. He should fall. But there's a tombstone there, and that should make it difficult for the fight to continue. Going back to this, I really thought Lifestealer was okay through that Reaper Scythe. I didn't think they had the damage for him.
Yeah, it was very shocking. Nikki Cool. Oh, that's an alley-oop.
That it is.
And they get, yeah.
Yeah, they can. He's dead.
They can. Nikki Cool is an absolute monster. I mean, you can go any build that's tiny when you're this farmed, and it feels pretty incredible. He's getting close to that 25. Very, very nicely done by Nikki Cool. Feels like even though they lost Shigetsu, I guess their true carry and Nikki Cool and Amaterasu were there. I mean, true carry is Queasy, of course, focal point. The main star.
I thought Queasy was like, because they were all in the dire triangle, I thought Queasy was with them. And somehow he finds his way from the Radiant side of the base and gets a shackle on the Drow somehow and breaks the fight open. I'm not sure where that came from, but I really clutch in that fight to just reduce a lot of the damage from the Drow. 4 saves to get spent early, which made it a little bit more difficult for that fight to happen later on. And now you're at the point here with Queasy, 12 seconds until he has the Mass Serpent Wards, but you are at the point right now where Shigetsu can pretty much solo this Rosh. It's dire tidings for one move.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a pretty decent fight, so there's signs of life for them, especially in this Reaper Scythe, but that's only one life, unfortunately. Shigetsu's going to feel a lot better now.
Oh.
A lot more comfortable to play in these fights.
Take
And
a look,
yeah,
by
I mean-
the way, at the neutral that Shigetsu has.
Yeah, the pollen bag. Quite
Yeah,
nice. I also like the attack range a lot on melee heroes. I think it's very nice for not getting kited on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, as if Necrophos' life wasn't difficult enough. Now there's Nullifier. We talked about that one, but you also have this Jitty Pollen Bag. So health restoration loss down by 30%. You take 12% max HP, which is great against the Centaur. It's probably the ideal item for Shigetsu, neutral item certainly for this, for tier 3s, but maybe even for tier 4s as well. It does so much given how one move has built their draft.
Yeah, it's a very nice neutral to have. I'm sure he'll still kind of want like the Giant Small, I think it is specifically, is kind of really, really good for the right clickers, but very, very solid on Shigetsu. And yeah, at this point, he is a little bit unchecked. Maybe they can get 1 life if they want to force some of the cooldowns, but they'll never be able to take him down twice. Shigetsu and forces the glyph the first time. It's a little bit of a slow process, but Queasy, it's just a solo kill.
Yeah, 100%.
He's just the main character.
He is.
Queasy is just the main character.
Oh, well, that's
This is
going to
his
be...
story. Ooh.
Oh, he's going to be able to get on out of there for now. Nikki Cole has to back on up. Reaper Scythe goes down, does not kill him. And there's another toss here till the end, very much in the middle of things. And Nikki Cole has died. But here comes Shigetsu, and he's the guy, talk about main character, he's the guy that does the damage here. That being said, Amaterasu getting kited out just a little bit. That's crazy go, but when you have like maxed movement speed pretty consistently as difference, you can afford to do that. So Nikki Cool goes in. They're going to kill off 2 supports. Don't get the Aegis. But they do get Nikki Cool, and that's 70 seconds on the deck, but no buyback.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, to mitigate that, Queasy not being there is actually kind of meaningful. Can't really disrupt the team fights the way he has been. And I really like this from Difference, the kind of move speed variant of Necrophos. A pretty interesting kind of side grade to what we typically see. I like the Sanjin Yashi a lot. It obviously has a ton of value in terms of the health restoration and the slow resistance. And now, Difference with this level 25 or level 20, he has the 15% Ghost Shroud self-restoration amp. That means that whenever he's pressing this rapid decay, he's not only healing himself 90% more, but he's reducing it by 90%.
He's going to get
And
found
Shigetsu,
out here on the
first
top
life.
side. Yeah, dead immediately. But can you get him on the second time? Reaper Scythe still on cooldown for another 22 seconds. Ice Blast on top of everything, but actually doesn't hit the heroes you really want to hit here. Kind of
What
a
was
scuffed
hitting?
fight. Yeah.
TP's out.
Yeah, he's still staying around. I don't know how I feel about... Okay, no, it looks like one move is backing out, but that Ice Blast was weird. It looked like it was going to hit everyone, but really only hit the Centaur. So you get the Aegis. Yeah, you're going to lose your tier 2, but you get the Aegis for like pretty much free. these fights are getting kind of awkward for Runa team.
Yeah, the kiting potential is very, very high for one move, and having these BKBs is very meaningful. Woe is getting close to finishing a butterfly, one of the biggest items for that Drow Ranger. And not taking a single tier 3 building is, I mean, that's definitely meaningful. 11k is not the most at 40 minutes. This is definitely a deficit that we've seen one move can kind of take down, especially with his Reaper Scythe. It's such an X factor onto these tanky heroes.
Talk to me, though, about this magnifying monocle that Lifesteal, out of all the choices that he had, because he did have the giant cleaver, whatever it's called, he did have that as an option. And he goes this magnifying monocle instead.
I mean, as I said, the cast range and the attack range is quite nice for Lifestealer. I still would have definitely taken the damage option, but clearly he values this. Cast range is very nice, I think, especially for the Abyssal, for the Nullifier. So this is always going to have some baseline value. Maybe not, I guess. I personally don't think it's better than them all, but this is Shigetsu. He's a Lifestealer specialist, so he probably knows something that we don't. Always great value in the cast range.
I'm just looking at this game, though, and there's so much random damage ticks of damage that do more than... if you take more than 25 damage, you lose the benefit. So, you got Radiance, you're going to have Drow stuff proccing all over the place. As a big smoke comes out of one move once again. Looks like they're going to find till the end. That's a great pick off here. Ice Blast being removed before the fight starts. It means it's very difficult to fight into anyone right now. So they're going to clear the wave. And it looks like Runa team, they're just backing out for now, at least thinking about it. Amaterasu holding the high ground here. Corrupted. Is he going to be able to find a target? The answer is yes for now. A little bit of extra damage. The Tombstone is going to fall down. And, well, okay, he's going to get saved. Nicky Cool gets on the backside. Chunks down. My goodness. Chunks down this Necrophos. And now they're going to have to run a little bit. But there's the snake on the high ground, just annihilating. Corrupted here. And now Amaterasu a little bit further forward with the Pyrrhic Cloak, just making it so hard you can't hit him. And that's a dead Necrophos as well. So these fights have been kind of awkward. In the last 5 minutes, they've been one move's been making some great movements here. They take down the Apparition as well before this fight starts, but that high ground positioning from Amaterasu make it very difficult here. And now tries to get on top of the Drow. Hurricane Pike keeps him alive, keeps him away, but that's going to be a dead Tusk instead. A buyback from Corrupted, but he doesn't really do a whole hell of a lot. And now Amaterasu with the Blade Mail and the Pyrrhic Cloak blinks in, and yeah, the Drow's not going to kill him. Drow's going to kill himself before he gets Amaterasu.
Just baiting him, just begging that he will hit Amaterasu. Yeah, Queasy there even doing a little bit of a Outworld staff dodge just for further cementing his status as the main character. Corrupted is in a bad position.
Oh, look at that stun. They get on top of the Drow. Okay, way to go, actually. Yeah, no, he's dead. He's in the snowball. Yeah.
And GG. That was a quick turnaround by Runa team. Just needed one good team fight there.
Yeah, I saw Drow in the first save, and I'm like, okay, wait, did he die? He's got to have died. He does eventually, but nice saves there. Coming in from the Shadow Demon, coming in from the Tusk, but it's just way too far behind at this point. The jumps from... Dude, Queasy's goated. Queasy is so good on the Shadow Shaman.
Absolutely. Queasy, kind of honestly, probably the MVP of the whole series. His will in the first game was incredible. Nicky Cool, though, he made a lot happen out of this tiny game that was supposed to be so bad against the Necrophos. So really, huge shout out to Runa team. One move stayed in it pretty well. I was quite happy with kind of towards that 20 to 30 minute mark what they were doing, but wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. Just feels like Drow in both these games that we saw wasn't able to cut it. And a little bit unfortunate for one move, but they are still in the tournament, thankfully, since this is the upper bracket. So they've saved their tournament lives for now.
That they have. They're going to go and actually have a pretty easy run, all things considered, where technically they would go down. They'd be running into Virtus Pro in playoffs lower round 1, but I believe Virtus Pro is pulling out of the entire tournament, not just the games today. So they got themselves a pretty easy shot into the lower bracket semifinals, where who knows, maybe Runa team loses to next level and they get to play him again.
Yeah, that would be exciting. Excited to see whatever one move does. Of course, they were playing with a stand-in today, so Woe instead of Eyesight. Maybe that wasn't their final form. Maybe they'll come back even stronger. And I mean, I think that's it for us today. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it for us here for the CCT this season. We had some great games though, especially that second series. Game 2 was very back and forth. We got some heroics there from Queasy on the Shadow Shaman, the Nikki Cool Tiny as well, just making all of the space in the world. And hey, we got to see some fun heroes too. We don't see Necrophos all that often, and maybe this was why, but it looked decent, right? We saw the impact in lanes certainly, and in the mid game. But at the end of the day, that means that Runa team moves on. We talked about it. One move's going to have to fight through that lower bracket. This has been it for Rojo and myself. Hope you all enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we'll see you later. Stay safe, friends. Catch you on the flip side.
Dire's courier has been killed. First blood.
Yes, fear my face.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under